Chapter 001, The Crisis. A painful groan escaped from Xiaohai as he regained consciousness from his stupor. His entire body throbbed with an excruciating pain, particularly concentrated in his right chest, where the agony pierced him to the core. The acrid scent of urine pervaded the air, and the damp, unyielding concrete floor pressed against his cheek. That faint chill gradually brought a flicker of clarity to his muddled mind. Is this hell or the realm of the living? Am I trapped in a dream? Could this be the afterlife? And Xiaohai struggled to rise, but as he barely propped himself up, the sharp pain in his chest sent stars dancing before his eyes, and a wave of weakness swept over him, causing him to crash heavily back onto the ground. No, this is not a dream. This sensation, these memories are far too vivid. So vivid that they have tormented Xiaohai for 30 long years. And Xiaohai possessed an extraordinary memory, one that bordered on the pathological in clinical terms. He was a mild case of hyperthymesia. He had never confided this to anyone. Until the age of 19, Xiaohai lived a life akin to paradise, being the sole child in his family, pampered by his elders from an early age. Despite his mischievous nature, his exceptional memory ensured that he consistently excelled academically. In an era where academic achievement was paramount, he was increasingly indulged by those around him. In 1992, at the age of 18, he successfully gained admission to the National Defense University, instantly becoming a local celebrity, the epitome of what every parent wished for, the brightest star in his small fishing village. Yet, from that moment onward, it seemed that all of Xiaohai's fortune had been expended, and not long after, he plunged headlong into an abyss of darkness. During the summer of 1993, upon returning to his village, Xiaohai became embroiled in a brawl, resulting in the accidental stabbing of a man. This incident marked a 180-degree turn in his life, thrusting him into an unending descent into darkness. He was initially convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison, a verdict his family vehemently contested, choosing to appeal. However, on the very night following his incarceration, an unforeseen incident occurred. He was inexplicably stabbed in the lower back by a fellow inmate. After enduring countless rounds of treatment, he ultimately lost one kidney, leading to a rapid deterioration of his physical health. Simultaneously, his family's appeal was unsuccessful, and due to further altercations within the prison, Xiaohai's sentence was extended by an additional 3 years. The dual blows to his body and spirit utterly shattered Xiaohai's resolve. He succumbed to despair, and his once cherished hyperthymesia transformed from a hidden pride into a concealed nightmare. The torment of his experiences became indelibly etched in Xiaohai's mind, every detail vividly recalled, with these horrifying memories relentlessly resurfacing to haunt him. Despite his family's relentless efforts on his behalf, Xiaohai spiraled into self-destruction, succumbing to various vices within the prison walls, leading to further extensions of his sentence. It was not until 20 years later, in 2013, that Xiaohai finally emerged from the confines of prison. 2 decades of incarceration had transformed him from a spirited youth into a frail, middle-aged man released from his sentence. In the household, there were 4 elderly individuals, paternal grandparents and maternal grandparents. During the years of his imprisonment, they gradually passed away. To aid him in seeking medical treatment and overturning his conviction, his mother sold every possession of value and accrued an insurmountable amount of debt. When Xiaohai was finally brought home by his mother, he was met with a makeshift shelter constructed of canvas and a yard littered with refuse that his mother had scavenged. 2 decades are sufficient to transform a person's life. It can even alter the course of a world. Everything outside had changed. Xiaohai, nearing 40, possessed no formal education, lacked work experience, was in frail health, and bore a criminal record, rendering him nearly incapable of surviving in society. Fortunately, there were still those who did not abandon him. Beyond his mother, who tirelessly supported him through her scavenging efforts, there were Pan Zhuangzhuang and Lin Xianer, childhood friends from the same village with whom he had shared countless memories. Particularly significant was Lin Xianer, as her presence was intricately linked to the incident that led Xiaohai to commit homicide. Through the collective efforts of the 3, it took Xiaohai nearly 7 years to begin to regain his footing. Yet, fate has a cruel penchant for tormenting those it has already ensnared, as if relishing in the suffering it inflicts. Catastrophic blows soon followed. First, Pan Zhuangzhuang inexplicably fell into the clutches of addiction, his demeanor transformed, leading him to frequent rehabilitation centers. Since then, he had deliberately avoided Xiaohai, never to be seen again in his presence. Then, on a rainy dawn, Lin Xianer met her tragic end, struck by a construction truck while returning to the village. These successive tragedies shattered Xiaohai's already fragile heart once more, nearly plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Fortunately, his mother remained by his side, calling out to him, pulling him back from the brink of despair. However, by this time, his mother was reaching her limits, unknowingly approaching her 70th year. Xiaohai, I truly cannot endure any longer. You must live well and not give up. This was the final sentiment his mother expressed before her passing. And Xiaohai held his mother's frail form, akin to dry twigs, throughout the night in their shelter. Deep down, he understood that had it not been for her concern for him, she likely would have succumbed long ago. The relentless visits from debt collectors alone would drive anyone to madness. Mother, I am sorry. Please forgive me. I truly cannot face this world alone. Despair enveloped in Xiaohai, and he clung to his mother until 3 days later, when her breaths gradually ceased. In her final moments, and Xiaohai envisioned a vast, dark ocean, where his mother, Lin Xian'er, Pan Zhuangzhuang, along with his grandparents, awaited him with smiles upon this sea of darkness. And Xiaohai found himself devoid of the courage to continue living. How could one as astute as he fail to perceive that what he had endured was perhaps not merely fate? In the shadows, it seemed as though an invisible hand obscured the sky, shrouding in Xiaohai from the brilliance of the stars above. However, when Xiaohai finally came to his senses, he had already transformed into a frail individual who had lost a kidney, a prisoner who had languished in confinement for over a decade, devoid of any opportunity to resist. Thus, it must come to an end. This encapsulates the tragically woven life of Xiaohai, with the genesis of his misfortune tracing back to the summer of 1993. The moonlight poured through the small iron window, its brightness compelling Xiaohai to open his eyes once more. This is no dream. Dreams do not possess such vivid reality. Could it be that I have been reborn? Or perhaps those 30 years were merely an illusion? The relentless anguish gnawed at Xiaohai's body and soul, rendering him increasingly lucid. A surge of exhilaration blossomed within him. If all that was to follow had not yet transpired, then Xiaohai might just grasp a fleeting chance to turn the tide. This excitement coursed through him like a warm stream, alleviating the myriad aches that besieged his body. Summoning all his strength, Xiaohai grit his teeth and turned over. Indeed, it was that familiar prison cell. He could even recall each moldy stain and every mark within those confines. The pain in his chest intensified once more, a remnant of the 2 ribs recently fractured by Lu Jun, his fellow inmate. It was Lu Jun who, mere hours later, would plunge a sharpened toothbrush into Xiaohai's lower back, thereby shattering not only his kidney but also his very existence. At this moment, none of these events had yet unfolded. Xiaohai shuddered, suppressing the pain, and with gritted teeth, he sat up. He had to take action, otherwise, should the tragedy repeat itself, he would find himself irrevocably lost once again.
Chapter 002, The Last Stand. Xiaohai was drenched in cold sweat, grappling with intense pain, yet he exerted every ounce of strength to regulate his breath and body. To escape the dire predicament of the night, he knew he must remain undetected. Currently, he found himself near the toilet area of the cell, which was modestly enclosed by a low wall to afford him a semblance of privacy. It was here, after the lights had gone out, that Lu Jun had dragged him and fractured 2 of his ribs. Xiaohai pressed his hands against the low wall, peering cautiously outside. The dormitory was eerily silent. Save for the faint sounds of snoring, no other noises could be discerned. 6 beds were lined up within the cell. The one closest to the door belonged to Wu Guanhai. In his 30s, Wu appeared to be a simple, honest farmer. Yet Xiaohai was acutely aware of his true nature. He was, in fact, the undisputed leader of their cell. The second bed was occupied by Lu Jun, a man in his late 20s, robust and intimidating, known for his violent disposition. He was reputed to be the top enforcer for a figure known as Brother Yun. And his incarceration stemmed from an incident where he had left someone permanently disabled. The third bed was that of Lu Jiang, a man around 30. Who exuded a chilling demeanor. Rarely did he instigate trouble, but his presence commanded respect, even from the prison guards, due to his enigmatic background. The fourth bed belonged to Wang Bulai, a young man of diminutive stature, standing less than 1.6 meters tall, resembling a middle school student. Despite his appearance, he was notorious for his nefarious activities and was reputed to lead a small gang outside. The fifth bed was occupied by Peng Yuanguo, a 25-year-old from Shatujio village. He carried an air of timidity that made others inclined to bully him. His fellow inmates treated him with disdain, and he endured it all passively. However, Xiaohai understood that Peng was not as weak as he seemed. Only when he lowered his head did a flicker of ferocity appear in his eyes, barely perceptible. Of course, true weakness could not thrive in such a place. And Xiaohai could sense Ponyuenguo's latent violence, often witnessing it when others knocked him down. His gaze was perpetually low, but that was not the concern at hand. To escape the clutches of this nightmarish situation, he had to deal with Lu Jun, who occupied the second bed. And Xiaohai glanced up at the moonlight filtering through the iron bars above, estimating it to be around 1 or 2 in the morning, giving him a window of approximately 2 hours. He recalled vividly that Lu Jun had assaulted him with a toothbrush between 4:30 and 5 o'clock a.m. This timeline was crucial. Having already been battered to the brink of unconsciousness, Ban Xiaohai had been utterly powerless to resist after the assault. He had merely groaned in agony for over half an hour until the guards discovered him and transported him to the hospital. What to do? Countless thoughts raced through Ban Xiaohai's mind. Summoning the guards was certainly futile the moment he spoke. Lu Jun would have ample time to deal with him before the guards arrived. Furthermore, the events have yet to unfold. Even if the prison guard were to arrive promptly and escort Ban Xiaohai to medical assistance due to his rib injuries, such an act would merely postpone the inevitable suffering, potentially leading to a more dire outcome upon his return. What is even more critical is that this would inadvertently signal the unseen puppet master that he is aware of their presence, seeking assistance from fellow inmates. An impossibility. If they were inclined to help, they would not have allowed him to languish in agony by the latrine for so long. A counterattack. Is it feasible? It must be possible. And Xiaohai's gaze flickered with determination. As the saying goes, from the depths of despair springs hope. Soon, his focus sharpened. He must retaliate. This is the optimal solution among all choices. However, if he were to wait until Lu Jun awakens to resist, the opportunity would surely be lost. Yet now, there exists a chance. And Xiaohai withdrew his gaze from Lu Jun and repositioned himself against the wall, closing his eyes to recuperate his strength while his mind raced with thoughts. To confront Lu Jun head-on in his current state is certainly unrealistic. The only opportunity lies in striking while Lu Jun remains in deep slumber, incapacitating him completely. Accomplishing this, however, is no simple feat yet. If he could locate the toothbrush that Lu Jun had used to stab him, perhaps a turning point would emerge. And Xiaohai began to reminisce about the events of that fateful night 30 years prior. Given the severity of his injuries, an investigation by the prison was inevitable. The official report concluded that a quarrel had erupted between Ban Xiaohai and Lu Jun due to snoring during sleep, escalating into a physical altercation. During the scuffle, Lu Jun had inadvertently noticed a toothbrush concealed beneath Wu Guanhai's bed and, in a moment of impulse, had seized it and plunged it into Ban Xiaohai's flesh. Thus, that toothbrush belonged to Wu Guanhai. As for why Wu Guanhai had honed it to such a sharp point, he claimed it was for self-defense. Violence and the possession of dangerous implements are commonplace in a prison filled with hardened criminals. Although both Lu Jun and Wu Guanhai faced consequences, they were not severe, allowing them to be released even earlier than Ban Xiaohai. While such narratives may sound absurd, this was the prison's official stance. To the majority of guards, all the inmates here are deemed unsavory characters. If they do not conform, their demise is inconsequential. Better to avoid trouble and resolve matters swiftly. The toothbrush should now be hidden beneath Wu Guanhai's bed. And Xiaohai opened his eyes. While he could not ascertain the accuracy of this assertion, it represented his final opportunity. He dared not waste any time. The state of Lu Jun was uncertain, and this individual could erupt into violence at any moment. He needed to hasten his movements. And Xiaohai adopted a position that minimized pressure on his fractured ribs and cautiously maneuvered out from behind the low wall of the latrine. Overwhelming tension caused his entire body to tremble slightly, yet the pain from his broken ribs seemed to diminish significantly. And Xiaohai understood that this was the effect of endorphins coursing through his body. And Xiaohai emerged from the confines of the toilet, maneuvering around the beds of himself and Peng Yuanguo, and nestled beneath the bed of Wang Bulai. The shadow of the iron bed enveloped him, imparting a peculiar sense of safety that somewhat eased his frayed nerves. It seemed that no one had noticed his movements. The dormitory remained enveloped in an eerie silence. Even the intermittent sounds of snoring had abruptly ceased. A chill ran down An Xiaohai's spine. The snorers were Pan Yuanguo and Wang Bulai. And while it was normal for their snores to halt intermittently, the simultaneous cessation of both was decidedly unusual. An Xiaohai held his breath, anticipating the return of the snoring. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it felt as though a century had passed. At last, the familiar sound of Pan Yuanguo's snoring resumed. Yet Wang Bulai remained unnervingly silent above him. Wang Bulai must have awakened, sensing An Xiaohai's presence beneath his bed. And in the absence of clarity regarding An Xiaohai's intentions, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Exhaling slowly, An Xiaohai began to crawl towards Lu Jun's bed. The only way to put Wang Bulai at ease was to quickly convey his benign intentions. An Xiaohai was taking a gamble, wagering that Wang Bulai was not allied with Lu Jun and the others. Fortune favored him as he slipped beneath Lu Jun's bed. The soft sounds of Wang Bulai's snoring resumed. An Xiaohai closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, deeming the first hurdle successfully crossed. When he finally reopened his eyes, the very toothbrush that had marred his existence loomed before him. It was not beneath Wu Guanhai's bed but rather nestled beneath Lu Jun's. Alarmingly close to the pillow, within easy reach should Lu Jun extend his hand. Chapter 003, The second challenge. An Xiaohai endeavored to master his emotions. Extending his hand to gently pry the toothbrush free, which promptly fell into his grasp. Lu Jun had affixed the toothbrush with a few grains of rice, making it effortlessly accessible. The slightly cool bristles nestled in his palm signified that half of this desperate counterattack had already succeeded. An Xiaohai lay beneath Lu Jun's bed, focusing on regulating his breath. He needed to find tranquility. Excessive agitation would not only squander his energy but also compromise his movements. There was only one opportunity, and An Xiaohai could not afford any mistakes. A rustling sound emanated from the adjacent bed as Wang Bulai shifted position. An Xiaohai's heart raced, anxiety and fear bubbling within him. He cast a glance toward Wang Bulai. Due to the angle, he could not see Wang Bulai's face. But he observed that Wang Bulai had turned towards Lu Jun. What on earth was he planning? An Xiaohai felt a swell of apprehension. However, he quickly regained his composure. If Wang Bulai intended to thwart his actions, it would be exceedingly simple, merely a shout could spell his doom. Yet, Wang Bulai refrained from such a course. He merely shifted his position. If this was a conscious decision on Wang Bulai's part, then his intent must be singular, to witness the unfolding drama. Perhaps hoping to gain some advantage. There was no room for hesitation. An Xiaohai inhaled deeply and commenced the next phase of his endeavor. For him, it was a struggle for survival, and he had nothing to lose. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, he emerged from the side closer to Wang Bulai. The other side was occupied by Wu Guanhai, and should he detect An Xiaohai's movements, he would find himself caught between Lu Jun and Wu Guanhai. Comparatively, the side of Wang Bulai seemed far more secure. This time, fate appeared to favor An Xiaohai. Lu Jun lay with his back turned toward him. The early autumn in the south remained uncomfortably warm, and Lu Jun was draped only in a thin blanket, his body's outline distinctly visible. An Xiaohai's gaze fixated on Lu Jun's lower back, a spot with which he was profoundly familiar. Since in another life, you inflicted a lifetime of suffering upon me. This time, I shall return the favor. An Xiaohai continued to steady his breath, silently gathering his strength, his focus sharpening with intensity. There was but a single opportunity. He must strike true, for the consequences of failure were unfathomable. Time stretched on, and suddenly, Lu Jun's body exhibited the slightest movement. This was the moment. He could wait no longer. Gritting his teeth, An Xiaohai sprang to his feet with a swift motion. At that instant, he cast aside all else, even ignoring the pain from his fractured ribs. He lifted the blanket from Lu Jun's body, covering his head, while simultaneously raising the toothbrush, channeling all his strength for a fierce thrust aimed at Lu Jun's lower back. Oh! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the dormitory, causing Lu Jun to instinctively jerk up, yearning to resist. However, the thin blanket enveloped his head and face, rendering him momentarily helpless. And Xiaohai, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, seized the exposed half of a toothbrush and twisted it savagely. Liu Jun emitted another inhuman wail as his body twisted violently under An Xiaohai's grip. With a determined push, An Xiaohai thrust the toothbrush forward, a dull thud resonating as it sank deep to the handle. It was nearly done. An Xiaohai dashed toward the toilet, throwing himself to the ground and plunging his right hand into the drain. Once his hand became lodged within the pipe, he gritted his teeth and twisted with all his might. A sickening crack echoed through his arm as the bone fractured, sending waves of agony coursing through his body. Remaining water in the pipe splashed against his palm, and after rubbing it to ensure it was not viscous, he summoned immense willpower to extract his hand from the drain. Excruciating pain radiated from his arm, and darkness began to encroach upon his vision. He could not afford to faint. An Xiaohai bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to remain alert, meticulously checking for any traces of blood on his palm. At that moment, chaos erupted in the dormitory. Liu Jun lay incapacitated, howling in pain while clutching his waist. Wu Wanhai held him, assessing his injuries. Wang Bulai stood on the bed, exclaiming in excitement. And Peng Yuanguo flitted about Liu Jun's bed like a headless chicken. Suddenly, the lights in the dormitory flickered on, indicating that the guards had finally noticed the commotion and were about to investigate. Almost there, An Xiaohai, illuminated by the light, examined his palm and found no blood. The strike had been so swift that Liu Jun barely had time to bleed. Waves of unbearable pain and exhaustion washed over him, and the world faded to black as he collapsed beside the toilet. In a half-conscious state, the vast dark sea resurfaced in An Xiaohai's mind, but this time, it was devoid of any figures. The frothy waves resembled countless blinking eyes, incessantly winking upon the surface. Ugh! An Xiaohai let out a groan of pain and finally opened his eyes. Before him lay a pristine white room, the prison infirmary. He assessed his body. Aside from the intense agony radiating from his ribs and hand, he felt a pervasive soreness throughout. But thankfully, his kidneys were intact. An Xiaohai closed his eyes, greedily inhaling the air. For the first time in his life, he truly appreciated the ability to breathe freely, even within the confines of this unfree prison. Upon noticing An Xiaohai's awakening, a nurse approached without uttering a word. Though her demeanor was far from gentle, An Xiaohai offered her a broad smile in return. For the next 2 days, apart from the doctor and nurses, no one else came. An Xiaohai remained unusually quiet, spending most of his time in a daze, staring vacantly with his eyes open or closed. This was not a dream. In recent days, An Xiaohai has confirmed countless times that this is neither a dream nor a figment of his imagination, it is the stark reality. He has indeed been reborn, returning to the person he was 30 years ago. While he cannot explain it, this is the truth he must accept. Over the past 2 days, he has gradually come to terms with this extraordinary reality. 2 days later, the door to his hospital room swung open, and 2 uniformed prison guards entered, carrying a folder. An Xiaohai understood that his second trial was about to commence. The guards, a man and a woman, were both young, and An Xiaohai recognized them. The man, Liu Song, had recently graduated from the police academy. He was an upright young man, untouched by the corruption of the complex prison environment. The woman, San Li, appeared to be slightly older than Liu Song and typically engaged in clerical work, with whom An Xiaohai had limited interaction. With a serious expression, Liu Song moved 2 chairs closer and, together with San Li, sat beside An Xiaohai's bed. An Xiaohai felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Liu Song, in another life. Had it not been for his presence, An Xiaohai's existence would have been shrouded in darkness. Thus, he mustered a smile for Liu Kong. So, tell me, how did you manage to do it? Liu Song inquired earnestly, his seriousness evident as he settled into his seat. Chapter 004, Lingering Threat. An Xiaohai felt a faint urge to smile, yet he restrained himself, it was inappropriate. After enduring 2 decades of imprisonment, he was acutely aware that this was merely an interrogation tactic. In another life, he might have panicked and fervently distanced himself from the incident involving Lu Jun, thereby falling directly into the trap set by his interrogators. Should he have responded in such a manner? Lu Tsong would have inevitably followed up with the question, how could you possibly know what transpired in the cell while you were unconscious? This time, An Xiaohai's demeanor remained utterly unperturbed. Report, I fell on my own, he stated with an unexpected calmness. As anticipated, upon hearing this response, Lu Tsong's brow furrowed deeply. I am not inquiring about your own situation, I am asking about Lu Jun. Lu Jun's situation. What about Lu Jun? I am not acquainted with him. Whatever he did is of no concern to me. Lu Tsong and Sun Li exchanged glances, both sensing the confusion and incredulity in each other's eyes. You are unaware of what happened with Lu Jun. Report, I am not aware, and Xiaohai shook his head. You see, I fell quite severely and lost consciousness. I do not even recall how I ended up here, let alone the affairs of others. And Xiaohai, I advise you to be candid. Can a mere fall cause such injuries? Do you take us for fools? Sun Li's tone grew exceedingly stern, yet it bore no effect on An Xiaohai. Report. I genuinely fell on my own. As for why my injuries are so severe, I do not know, perhaps it is due to poor nutrition, a calcium deficiency, perhaps. Sun Li was momentarily speechless. Our meals are strictly allocated according to government standards. If you have any grievances, you may voice them. However, we are here to ascertain the details regarding the Lu Jun incident. If you possess any knowledge, you must speak truthfully, doing so may be to your advantage. Should we uncover the truth ourselves, such leniency will not be afforded to you. Lu Tsong articulated each word with emphasis. I truly do not know what Lu Jun has done, I am not familiar with him. Very well, you have a few more days. Consider your position carefully and feel free to approach me at any time, Lu Tsong replied, clearly unwilling to concede defeat but powerless against An Xiaohai. They had already reviewed the doctor's report, which indicated that An Xiaohai had fractured 2 ribs and broken a bone in his right hand. In such a condition, the notion that he had inflicted injuries on Lu Jun seemed utterly implausible. The other individuals in the same cell had also been interrogated repeatedly, all of whom adamantly denied involvement and claimed ignorance regarding the perpetrator. Naturally, the strongest suspicion fell upon An Xiaohai, as the injuries he sustained were inflicted by Lu Jun. A fact Lu Jun himself had confessed to. He had claimed to have severely beaten An Xiaohai before discarding him beside a toilet. If one were to assess motive, An Xiaohai possessed the greatest incentive, however, his physical condition did not support the possibility of such an act. Was it conceivable that he had wounded Lu Jun only to subsequently fracture his own bone? Lu Tsong had contemplated this scenario but ultimately dismissed the hypothesis. This is exceedingly ruthless, transcending the realm of normal human behavior. Lu Tsong had thoroughly investigated An Xiaohai and felt profound pity for him. A gifted student from the National University of Defense Technology, reduced to this tragic state due to a momentary lapse that resulted in a fatality. His life irrevocably shattered, such a fate indeed evokes deep sorrow. From An Xiaohai's behavior over the past couple of days in prison, it is evident that he does not possess the temperament of a cold-blooded individual. Lu Tsong found it challenging to maintain a serene disposition in An Xiaohai's presence, harboring a slight sense of guilt, as he felt partially responsible for the torment An Xiaohai endured in the confines of his cell. Very well, we shall conclude for today. Take your time to reflect. Should you have any thoughts or face any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Understood? Noticing that no further information could be gleaned, Lu Tsong rose to his feet. Report, understood. Thank you. An Xiaohai nodded, maintaining a gentle smile. For it is said that a cheerful child seldom encounters misfortune. Lu Tsong turned to leave, and Sun Li cast a glance at An Xiaohai before silently following him. As they neared the door, Lu Tsong turned back. Your mother and a student named Lin have applied to visit you. Would you like to meet them? Report, I would. An Xiaohai nodded again, but I only wish to see Lin Shena for now. Please inform my mother that I am not in a good state of mind. And I would prefer she visits me in a month. Are you afraid of her seeing you like this? Yes, I do not wish to cause her further sorrow. She has already endured enough. If you do not want to upset your mother, you should not have ended up here. Liu Song's agitation was momentarily evident. Yet he quickly suppressed it. All right, I will relay your message. With that, Liu Song and Sun Li departed. An Shaohai exhaled deeply. He had temporarily passed this second hurdle. What should he do next? Closing his eyes once more, his mind raced with thoughts. The prospect of reducing his sentence or evading legal consequences seemed nearly impossible. In another life, An Xiaohai's family, including his two closest childhood friends, had met with a similarly tragic fate, which could not merely be attributed to fate. There must be an unseen hand orchestrating these events. Who seeks to harm me in such a manner? The answer seemed not too elusive. Likely tied to the individual An Xiaohai had inadvertently killed. However, uncovering the truth under the present circumstances appeared exceedingly daunting. It could only be pursued once he was released. Would I be able to exit smoothly? An Xiaohai's expression was as unyielding as water. Compared to them, the opposing forces were overwhelmingly formidable otherwise. Such events would not have transpired. With such a powerful and terrifying gaze monitoring him from the shadows, An Xiaohai found the prospect of overturning his case nearly impossible. Was he to serve a full decade in silence? No, that too seemed implausible. Given the immense power of his adversaries, the notion of serving his 10-year sentence in peace was but a fleeting dream. In another realm, An Xiaohai had sunk to the lowest depths of humility. Yet the relentless persecution, both overt and covert, had never ceased, leading him to endure a full 20 years within this dismal prison. Why must they pursue my annihilation with such fervor? There must be some hidden secret of which I am unaware. An Xiaohai took a deep breath, forcing himself to refrain from recalling the details of that fateful incident. It is futile to dwell on such thoughts now. The pressing matter at hand is to extricate himself from his current predicament. Given An Xiaohai's injuries, he could remain in the infirmary for approximately 10 days, or after that, he would inevitably return to his cell. Liu Jun would certainly not return, but there remained one Wu Guanhai. The animosity directed at him by Liu Jun seemed inexplicable. There must be someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes, and the true authority within that cell is Wu Guanhai. Thus, it is highly probable that their target was indeed Wu Guanhai, otherwise, Wu Guanhai would not have provided Liu Jun with the weapon. Nor would he have subsequently claimed ownership of that toothbrush. This detail is crucial. The toothbrush serves as Wu Guanhai's means of self-defense, and at worst, he would merely face a charge of possessing a concealed weapon, which would not incur a lengthy prison sentence. Consequently, Liu Jun's stabbing of An Xiaohai would merely be deemed an accident, or had the toothbrush belonged to Liu Jun, his transgression would be far more severe. As reckless endangerment and premeditated persecution are judged by entirely different standards. Therefore, it is highly likely that Liu Jun acted under Wu Guanhai's instigation. Given the considerable risk they have taken, there is no reason for them to cease their actions. Liu Jun's downfall is his own affair. And Wu Guanhai is unlikely to relent. The notion that one can perpetually steal without the fear of being stolen from is fallacious. An Xiaohai understood all too well that if he did not eliminate the threat posed by Wu Guanhai, he would inevitably find himself plunging once more into that endless abyss. Chapter 005 Lin Xiena. At the break of dawn the following day, as An Xiaohai was just awakening, the door to his hospital room swung open. A petite figure dashed in, leaping into An Xiaohai's embrace. It was Lin Xiena, the foolish woman who had devoted her life to remaining unmarried for his sake. Though the impact caused An Xiaohai considerable discomfort, he bore no resentment towards her. Instead, he tenderly wrapped his left arm around her and caressed her flowing hair, reminiscent of cascading waterfalls. In another lifetime, upon stepping out of prison, the first sight that greeted An Xiaohai was that of his mother, Pan Zhuangwang, alongside this Navi woman. By then, Lin Xiena's hair had already turned a silvery white. Before long, she was pulled away. Initially, She could only converse with Xiaohai from the window outside the room, but upon seeing him, bandaged and wounded, she disregarded all restraint and rushed in. Xiaohai. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Lin Xiana wept inconsolably, her tears falling like raindrops on pear blossoms, unable to articulate a coherent thought, continuously blaming herself. The tragic incident that led to Xiaohai's unintended act of violence was all for Lin Xiana. Not long ago, during summer vacation, he had returned to the village and was engaged in a game of mahjong at the village entrance when Pan Zhuangzhuang hurriedly approached, informing him that Lin Xiana was being bullied. Without a moment's hesitation, Ban Xiaohai and Pan Zhuangzhuang rushed to her aid. Apogeo village was a fishing hamlet, predominantly inhabited by fishermen, and at the village's end lay a modest fish market where Lin Xiana often assisted her family in selling fish during her holidays. On that fateful day, a group of ruffians descended upon the market. Led by the son of the village chief from the neighboring Shatu village, a notorious scoundrel known for his tyrannical behavior, bolstered by his father's authority. Lin Xiana, celebrated for her beauty, became the target of their crude advances. Although she possessed an endearing appearance, her spirit was fierce. When Xiaohai and Pan Zhuangzhuang arrived, Lin Xiana was brandishing a sharp fish filleting knife, standing her ground against the gang, yet they had cornered her. Unable to bear the sight, Xiaohai charged into the fray without a second thought. In the ensuing chaos, a knife somehow found its way into Xiaohai's hands, and in a moment of confusion, he thrust it into one of the assailants. The events unfolded too swiftly for him to comprehend, and by the time the police arrived, he was still in shock. The man who had been stabbed had already succumbed to his injuries. This was the reason for Xiaohai's imprisonment. Xiana, do not weep. I am fine. Xiaohai's voice was steady and resolute, akin to a powerful sedative, quickly helping Lin Xiana regain her composure. Officer Lu, I implore you. Allow Xiana to stay with me for just a few minutes. Please. Xiaohai gazed earnestly at Officer Lu, his eyes pleading. This is against regulations. Officer Lu appeared visibly troubled. Just 3 minutes, please. I beg you. Xiaohai persisted. If Officer Lu were to acquiesce, it would not only grant him a brief moment with Lin Xiana but also present a rare opportunity for survival that Xiaohai could not afford to miss. Very well. But I must remain present. 3 minutes, you have only 3 minutes. Lu Tsong finally relented, harboring a trace of sympathy for the college student prisoner. Thank you, Officer Lu. Yan Xiaohai called out, prompting Lin Xiana to once again collapse into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Lu Tsong glanced at the pair before finding a place to sit. Bowing his head to peruse the registration book in his hands, which held little of interest, he merely afforded the utmost respect to Xiaohai and Lin Xiana. Xiaohai gently wrapped his arms around Lin Xiana, brushing his cheek against her hair. Unintentionally, he drew closer to her ear and whispered, Xiana, continue to cry, but listen carefully, you must assist me with a few matters. Lin Xiana continued to sob, yet her grip on Xiaohai's arm tightened slightly. Acknowledging his words. First, inform my mother to prepare 30,000 yuan at all costs, then go to Wanshuxing on Badingsi Street, speak to the owner to order Zhonghua cigarettes. Leave the money and depart without taking the cigarettes. But remember to write my name and the name of the prison on a note to slip with the money. Second, instruct Pan Zhuangzhuang to find Captain Wang Taijun of the Drug Enforcement Team in Deep Sea City in 6 days. He must find a way to deliver a note to him. The front of the note should bear the words Shanghai Yaozi, while the back should display my name, the prison, and the words confidential in red. Third, Pan Zhuangzhuang must refrain from loitering outside. He should seek employment on Guqiong South Road, disregarding the salary. Even if it means becoming an apprentice, we can discuss it when I am released. Lastly, you must not abandon your studies. Not being admitted to university this time is inconsequential. Take a year to prepare again, and apply for a major in biomedical science, finance and accounting. Or English, any of these will suffice. You must ensure these 4 tasks are accomplished. If you do so, I will have hope for an early release. Do you understand? Lin Xian ceased her sobbing and looked up at An Xiaohai, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had failed to gain admission to university after An Xiaohai's arrest, which, logically, meant he was unaware of this turn of events. Do you understand? An Xiaohai inquired softly, smiling as he gazed into her eyes. Lin Xian nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will see it through. Xiaohai. You must take care of yourself, I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes, I will always wait for you. Observing Lin Xian's earnest expression, An Xiaohai felt his eyes redden. No matter how long it takes, I will always wait for you. If this declaration were made 30 years hence, few would believe it, yet An Xiaohai knew that this foolish woman before him was truly capable of such devotion. Lin Xian had waited for him for a full 20 years. 20 years later, she unreservedly devoted herself to him, though he had been too reckless to appreciate her unwavering affection. This time will be different, I will take care of you for a lifetime. Unable to restrain his emotions any longer, An Xiaohai pulled Lin Xian close and kissed her. She trembled at first but soon responded passionately. Ahem. 3 minutes are up. Came Lu Tsong's reminder from the side. An Xiaohai bore no grudge against Lu Tsong. The extent to which Lu Tsong could accommodate them was indeed commendable. Gently, An Xiaohai pushed Lin Xian away. Xian, the time has come. Go now. And take good care of yourself. All right, I will take care of myself, and you must do the same. Lin Xian bit her lip, valiantly suppressing her tears, and turned away with resolute grace. From a young age, she had idolized An Xiaohai, his words were akin to gospel for her. The tasks An Xiaohai entrusted to her became her solemn vow. She understood that he was striving for self-redemption, and she could not allow his efforts to be in vain. Is it worth it? Lu Tsong could not help but inquire as he watched Lin Xian depart. He was well acquainted with An Xiaohai's circumstances and the intricate ties he shared with Lin Xian. Absolutely, An Xiaohai replied with a gentle nod and a smile. To Lu Tsong. This affirmation weighed heavily, as if it bore the gravity of 1,000 pounds. Very well, Lu Tsong exhaled lightly. Make sure to rest well. From this day forth, focus on your studies, strive for reform, and aim for a reduced sentence. Yes, I will. Thank you, Officer Lu. Lu Tsong cast a glance at An Xiaohai, initially intending to say more, but ultimately, only a deep sigh escaped him. Lu Tsong then departed. An Xiaohai lay upon the hospital bed, gazing at the ceiling, finally releasing a long-held breath. What needed to be done had been accomplished, now, all that remained was to await the outcome. Chapter 006, The Meaning of Life. The entirety of life's significance lies in waiting and hoping. The Count of Monte Cristo. An Xiaohai harbored a profound admiration for the literary works of Alexander Dumas and his son, particularly The Count of Monte Cristo and La Dame aux Camélias. Regrettably, in another existence, literature did not endow An Xiaohai with the strength to transcend adversity. Nor did he transform into the vengeful Edmond Dantes. In the narrative, Dantes' first love, Mercedes, did not await him, instead, she wed his enemy. In stark contrast, Lin Xian remained steadfastly devoted to An Xiaohai, waiting until her very last breath. In this regard, An Xiaohai surpassed Dantes in resilience. An Xiaohai did not linger long in his waiting, for on the 4th day, young Yuanbing appeared in the hospital room. Young Yuanbing was the head of the first prison of Deep Sea City, having dedicated a decade to this institution. After 10 years, he was unexpectedly transferred to the Public Security Bureau of Deep Sea City. Followed by a position at the Provincial Public Security Bureau of Haidong, his ascent was nothing short of meteoric. However, in the anti-gang crackdown of 2015, young Yuanbing fell from grace due to corruption and bribery. The Wanshu Trading Company, a tobacco and alcohol merchant on Badingsi Street, was owned by Yang's sister-in-law and served as one of his hubs for receiving bribes and laundering money. Young Yuanbing appeared somewhat gaunt, his gaze unsettlingly erratic. Who instructed you to act in this manner? He inquired. An Xiaohai merely smiled in response, choosing not to divulge any information. Some matters are best left ambiguous. as they may yield greater advantages. You must understand, your situation is quite troublesome. Yang Yuanbing sat down, fixing his gaze on An Shaohai as he spoke in a hushed tone. I am aware that my circumstances are not as straightforward as they seem, Ban Shaohai nodded. However, there is no need for you to fret, Chief Yang, my demands are not as exorbitant as you might imagine. Oh! Yang Yuanbing's brow furrowed. An Shaohai's demeanor and tone belied his mere 19 years. It was evident he understood the gravity of his predicament and the implications of provoking the wrong individuals, rendering the situation all the more intriguing. Intriguing, indeed, do elaborate, Yang Yuanbing urged. It is quite simple. Chief Yang merely needs to facilitate my transfer to Area A. As for other matters, if you can assist, I would be grateful, if not, I shall not impose. You wish to be transferred to Area A? Yang Yuanbing's frown deepened. The A block of the first prison of Deep Sea City was no haven, it housed only the most dangerous criminals, a significant portion of whom were death row inmates. The atmosphere was fraught with peril and suffused with the specter of death. No one in their right mind would choose to reside in Area A. Yang Yuanbing could scarcely fathom that An Shaohai's request was such. He was not seeking a plea for leniency or protection, but rather, he actively sought a transfer to the most notorious section. This was indeed perplexing. Yes. I wish to be transferred to Area A. If Chief Yang can assist me in this matter, we shall be even, An Shaohai asserted. Yang Yuanbing did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he lowered his gaze, stroking his chin, clearly contemplating the ramifications of his potential actions. Transferring An Shaohai to Area A was not an insurmountable task. Yang could concoct a justification with ease. The crux of the matter lay in whether such an action would offend the powerful figure involved. After a lengthy pause, Yang Yuanbing finally lifted his head once more. You must disclose who taught you how to do this, otherwise, I will find it challenging to proceed. Yang Yuanbing believed that the one shoe hung on Badingsi Street was exceedingly clandestine, known to very few. An Shaohai, evidently a novice, had only been around for a few days. Yet he somehow became aware of this passage and adhered to its protocols. This revelation instantly stripped Yang Yuanbing of his sense of security. He needed to clarify this matter urgently. Director Yang, sometimes it is better to remain somewhat oblivious, even the mightiest have adversaries. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. What do you think, Director Yang? An Shaohai replied leisurely. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yang Yuanbing realized with sudden clarity, and that made perfect sense. Although that individual wielded immense power in Deep Sea City, he certainly had his enemies. If that were the case, An Shaohai was correct, it was wiser to feign ignorance in this situation, as it would avoid offending either side and might even yield future advantages. Moreover, the task An Shaohai sought his assistance with was exceedingly simple, unlikely to provoke any discontent from that individual. Indeed, with a different approach, it could even earn commendation. This An Shaohai, or perhaps the person behind him, was quite remarkable. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yuanbing stood up and asked, when would you prefer to go? The sooner, the better. Well, that's feasible. But it will require a bit of time, as you understand. Thank you, Director Yang. I will cherish this kindness, An Shaohai remarked, casting a glance at Yang Yuanbing before slowly closing his eyes. As Yang Yuanbing departed, he suddenly turned back at the door and asked, would you like me to arrange a greeting for you? That's unnecessary, I believe I can manage on my own. How could I possibly trouble you, Director Yang? An Shaohai opened his eyes and smiled at him. Yang Yuanbing was momentarily taken aback, nodded, and exited. Exhaling deeply, An Shaohai released a long breath. 30,000 yuan was indeed a substantial sum in this era, especially when the average salary in state-owned enterprises hovered around 300 to 400 yuan. Initially, An Shaohai was concerned that his mother might hesitate in making such a decision, but seeing Yang Yuanbing's promptness, she had acted without any second thoughts. An Shaohai felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow. He was touched by his mother's love, yet saddened by his own previous recklessness. In another life, His mother had exhausted all her resources to extricate him, but to no avail. And Xiaohai's mother, being an ordinary villager, was naturally unaware of the intricate schemes at play. Half of the task had been completed, and now it was up to you. And Xiaohai closed his eyes once more. To remain safe within this cage until his release, merely managing Yang Yuanbing was evidently insufficient. He needed an additional layer of security, which could only come from Pan Zhuangzhuang. After leaving the ward, Yang Yuanbing too released a long sigh. Despite An Xiaohai's youth, the intensity in his gaze was remarkably oppressive, even inducing a sense of unreality in Yang Yuanbing. What on earth is happening? Is it a celestial clash? Yet it seems somewhat different. Yang Yuanbing suddenly felt as though he was being observed, and he paused, glancing around nervously. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. How unsettling. Nevertheless, it was not an outrageous request. He might as well assist him. 30,000. Yang Yuanbing resolved firmly. 4 days later, at the Deep Sea City Public Security Bureau, the hour had struck midnight, and Wang Taijun showed no inclination of heading home. He sat despondently on the sofa, chain-smoking. The Seahawks were the most notorious drug trafficking organization in Haidong province, and they were Wang Taijun's lifelong adversary. Earlier that day, the undercover agent he had embedded within the Seahawks had gone missing. Today was supposed to be the day of their rendezvous, yet as of now, the agent had not shown up, and his fate was unknown. Based on past experiences, it was highly likely that this undercover officer had been compromised once exposed. The consequences were dire. This marked the 5th undercover agent to be exposed, all of whom were exceptional police academy graduates. Individuals Wang Taijun had personally guided onto this perilous path. Yet, he had failed to lead them to victory. Guilt, frustration, anger, and self-reproach. These overwhelming negative emotions nearly shattered Wang Taijun. He spent an entire day recuperating, finally mastering the courage to rise once more. With a flick, he extinguished his cigarette and exited the office. He could not afford to remain in despair. There was much work to be done. Only by eradicating this band of drug traffickers could he honor the spirits of his fallen comrades. Wang Taijun climbed into his jetta, intending to return home for a shower and a brief rest, but as he drove out of the bureau's gates, a shadow suddenly darted from the nearby greenery, obstructing his path. Chapter 007, Waiting and Hope. Are you out of your mind? Wang Taijun shouted in fury as he rolled down the car window. If he had braked just a moment sooner, he would have likely collided with the reckless young man blocking the road. The lad, slender and dark-skinned, was of modest height with a thick head of naturally curly hair. His demeanor did not suggest that he was a delinquent, which only fueled Wang Taijun's anger further. I am looking for Captain Wang Taijun of the Drug Enforcement Team, Pan Zhuangzhuang said softly. Looking for me? Wang Taijun was taken aback. He recalled that someone had mentioned a young man around 18 or 19 years of age seeking him earlier that day. However, at that time, he was preoccupied with concerns about an undercover officer and had no time to attend to him, thus dismissing him without a second thought. Could this be the very youth they spoke of? A flicker of hope ignited within him, quickly followed by a pang of guilt. Might this young man be delivering messages for the undercover officer? It was indeed a possibility he had overlooked. I am Wang Taijun. Get in the car, he commanded, unlocking the door. Despite the youth's mysterious arrival, Wang Taijun deemed it unnecessary to be overly apprehensive. After all, this was the entrance of the municipal police station, a place where no one would dare to misbehave. May I see your identification? Pan Zhuangzhuang mustered the courage to ask. See my ID. The excitement surged within Wang Taijun. This young man was so cautious that he might indeed be sent by the undercover officer. Without hesitation, Wang Taijun presented his police badge. Pan Zhuangzhuang did not take it but leaned in to examine it closely. Captain Wang, someone asked me to give this to you. Pan Zhuangzhuang tossed a prepared note into the car window and swiftly turned to flee. Wang Taijun quickly opened the note, and the 3 words written on it left him utterly astounded. Seahawk. How could it be Seahawk? This information was classified. Ordinary individuals could scarcely be privy to such knowledge. Even Wang Taijun had only confirmed the organization's name a month prior. He hastily opened the car door in pursuit of Pan Zhuangzhuang, but the youth had already vanished into the night, leaving no trace. Resuming his seat in the car, Wang Taijun examined the small note repeatedly until he finally noticed a line of text on the reverse side: Deep Sea City No. 1 Prison, Anshaohai, Confidential. Anshaohai spent most of his time lying in a hospital bed. Though his rib and arm fractures were beginning to heal, he continued to feign a grave condition, refusing to rise. This was standard protocol within the prison. Staying in the infirmary was far more comfortable than being confined to a cell. And many inmates would go to great lengths to secure a spot in such a setting. Given his circumstances, why would Anshaohai not take advantage of it? Only a fool would choose to return. That night, the door to the ward swung open once more, and as he watched Wang Taijun enter step by step, a hint of a smile crept upon Anshaohai's lips. Wang Taijun, unkempt and scruffy, bore little resemblance to the polished figure seen on television. In Anshaohai's perception, Wang Taijun embodies a tragic hero, having devoted nearly everything to dismantling the Haikuzi, including his parents, beloved, children, and ultimately, his very life. If one were to seek a wholly trustworthy and upright police officer in Deep Sea City, Wang Taijun would undoubtedly be the most fitting candidate. He serves as Anshaohai's second layer of insurance. Only by entering Wang Taijun's field of vision can one wield a measure of power to counteract the formidable figure lurking behind, for Wang Taijun would never conspire with them. However, to attain such support, one must be prepared to pay a steep price. This path is irrevocable. Everything Wang Taijun faces, Anshaohai will inevitably confront as well. Perhaps even under more perilous circumstances. Should the shadowy hand behind the scenes become aware of the connection between Anshaohai and Wang Taijun, they need do nothing more than disseminate the information that Anshaohai is affiliated with Wang Taijun, and he would be doomed to a grave without a resting place. Yet, Anshaohai finds himself with no avenue for retreat. He is resolutely prepared, for this is the only course available. The nuances of his relationship with Wang Taijun must be navigated with utmost caution. Wang Taijun did not speak immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Anshaohai for an extended moment before producing a note, waving it before Anshaohai's eyes before igniting it with a lighter. How did you come to know of them? Wang Taijun's gaze was piercing. I had it, Anshaohai replied. From whom did you hear it? While I was in prison. Who else could I have heard it from? Who specifically? I need a name. I'm afraid I cannot divulge that. Do you think this will be tolerated? I have no choice. If I provide you with a name, it may yield no results for you, but I will undoubtedly lose my life, and even you, Captain Wang, would be unable to protect me. This is something you must surely understand. Wang Taijun fell silent, for Anshaohai spoke the truth. Wang Taijun had captured members of the Haikuzi group, yet he could never extract any confessions. Those individuals would rather face the death penalty than speak, clearly stating their reasons. If they remained silent, only one life would be lost. Should they speak, entire families would perish. There was no choice for them. If Anshaohai were to provide a name, it was uncertain what information could be gleaned, but once Wang Taijun departed, Anshaohai's life would be in grave jeopardy. If Wang Taijun could not even safeguard his own undercover agents, how could he ensure Anshaohai's safety? A profound sense of helplessness welled up within Wang Taijun. If that is the case, what is your purpose in seeking me? There is a powerful figure intent on my demise, and I seek your protection. Is it merely because you know the name Haikuzi? No, it is because you are a people's police officer, and it is your duty to protect the citizens. Wang Taijun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Anshaohai's rationale for seeking his protection would be this. Indeed, Wang Taijun was a police officer, entrusted with the safety of the lives and property of the people. I cannot guarantee that, he replied, taking a deep breath and shaking his head. I am the captain of the city's narcotics team. The prison does not fall under my jurisdiction. Even if I wished to help, I lack the capacity to do so. Captain Wang's concern is sufficient. I seek nothing more than this, should I one day meet an inexplicable demise within these prison walls. It must be the work of foul play. I hope that Captain Wang will clear my name. However, I am a narcotics officer. In return, I shall act as your informant, assisting you in dismantling the operations of the drug traffickers. Just based on your word? Yes, indeed, solely on my word. Convince me. It is quite simple. A faint smile graced Xiaohai's lips as he remarked, I have heard that the number 2 drug trafficking route around Haifeng town is rampant. Yet you seem unable to uncover their transport routes. Wang Taijun furrowed his brows, scrutinizing Xiaohai for a prolonged moment before finally nodding gently. I believe we should not solely focus on those clandestine paths. Sometimes, the most obvious routes are the ones that are most easily overlooked. You are suggesting that? Wang Taijun abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes finally alight with a glimmer of hope. Shoo. Xiaohai gestured for silence. I am merely speculating. Whether it is indeed as I surmise, Captain Wang must verify for himself. However, if they can utilize the open routes, it indicates that someone within the system is aiding them. I understand. Wang Taijun turned to leave, but paused after a few steps, glancing back. If the information you provide is accurate, I may consider accepting you as an informant. Yet, I sincerely hope you will refrain from overthinking this. Trust in the government. I can confidentially acknowledge your contributions, which would greatly aid your sentence reduction. Huh? Xiaohai chuckled softly, I trust in the government. But I harbor doubts about the few bad apples hidden within. Very well, Wang Taijun nodded. Captain Wang, I must remind you. It is best to handle this matter discreetly to avoid leaks. Furthermore, our meetings should remain confidential. You needn't remind me, I know how to proceed. I shall take my leave. Wang Taijun departed briskly, seemingly eager to investigate the number 2 transport route. This route, in fact, was one that Wang Taijun himself would apprehend. Albeit 6 months later. The news reports provided a clear account, revealing that the individual responsible for transporting the drugs on this route was an employee of the Haifeng County Post Office. When Wang Taijun and his team raided this hideout, a gunfight ensued, causing quite a commotion. In the prison, time was allotted for study, during which inmates were organized to watch the news and learn about policies. Although Xiaohai felt like a mere shell of a man during that time, his hyperthymesia allowed him to remember every single word from the news with remarkable clarity. If he wished, he could relay the identities of most drug traffickers operating in Haidong province directly to Wang Taijun, yet he could not do so without raising suspicion. Too much of a good thing can be detrimental. If Wang Taijun began to harbor doubts about him, it would lead to greater troubles. Xiaohai exhaled deeply, acknowledging, I indeed possess the capability to save more lives, but first and foremost, I must save myself. Although Wang Taijun made no promises to Xiaohai, he inspired a sense of reliability far exceeding that of young Yuanbing. Next, we are left with nothing but to wait. Chapter 008 Wang Taijun. After departing from the first prison, Wang Taijun did not return home but instead headed straight back to his team. He was not one to take Xiaohai's words at face value regarding the situation in Haifeng town. In truth, he had long harbored his own suspicions. And Xiaohai merely pierced through the veil of uncertainty. Wang Taijun seized the telephone on his desk, poised to summon the anti-narcotics team members, but hesitated and set the receiver down. Xiaohai's words echoed persistently in his mind, I trust the government. But I am wary of the few bad apples hidden within it. Could there truly be such elements among the anti-drug unit? Wang Taijun was reluctant to doubt his comrades. He had always held an unwavering belief in their integrity, convinced that his team comprised the finest, most resolute public security officers. However, a series of recent setbacks had begun to shake his faith. The notion that it is better to be safe than sorry weighed heavily on him. Any minor misstep in his work could result in catastrophic consequences, potentially costing the lives of undercover officers. The gravity of this responsibility was overwhelming. He resolved that he could not afford another failure. To do so would be a devastating blow to the confidence of his team. With renewed determination, He grasped the phone once more, but this time, he sent a message only to his two most trusted subordinates. Having lain in his hospital bed for 10 days, An Xiaohai could no longer tolerate the confinement and was compelled to stand and stretch his limbs occasionally. Remaining in bed any longer would surely lead to further ailments. No one came to urge him back to his cell, and the demeanor of the doctors and nurses seemed to have improved slightly, perhaps due to Yang Yuanbing's intervention. Liu Song visited An Xiaohai daily, arriving punctually in the morning and afternoon, merely inquiring about his condition before departing. An Xiaohai refrained from engaging in extensive conversation with him. As for Liu Jun, he had not made an appearance throughout the entire ordeal, and An Xiaohai felt no inclination to inquire about him. An Xiaohai was well aware that his own strike had been both precise and forceful, far more so than the blow Liu Jun had dealt him. Liu Jun was effectively incapacitated. He was likely languishing in some hospital outside, as the prison medical facility would be unable to tend to his injuries. In such circumstances, unless fueled by deep-seated enmity, incidents within the prison rarely prompted reports. Should someone dare to report, the whistleblower would find it impossible to survive within the confines of that institution. This was the unspoken law of prison life. One could engage in deadly brawls, but could not seek the assistance of law enforcement. On the 12th night, Wang Taijun finally reappeared. An Xiaohai silently exhaled in relief. Wang Taijun's presence indicated that his efforts had borne fruit, for he would not have come otherwise. "Let us discuss your conditions," Wang Taijun stated, cutting straight to the point. "I have already articulated my conditions previously." "It is just those," An Xiaohai replied. "Indeed, just those. This operation has been highly successful, yielding considerable results. I can file a report and seek to assist in reducing your sentence." "No need, your interference would only hasten my demise." "Are you certain someone wishes to harm you?" Wang Taijun's brow furrowed once more as he pondered. An Xiaohai's concern likely stemmed from the fact that once he filed a report, the number of individuals aware of this matter would increase significantly. However, Wang Taijun possessed means to circumvent this risk. What puzzled him was An Xiaohai's incessant claims of being targeted. After all, what could a mere youth of his age possibly threaten? "Quite certain." An Xiaohai nodded affirmatively. "Might you disclose the identity of this individual?" "Truthfully, I am unaware, but it undoubtedly relates to the person behind my demise. I can assist you in uncovering the truth." "That won't be necessary, thank you." An Xiaohai decisively shook his head. Wang Taijun was too principled, while he could apprehend drug traffickers without issue. Investigating this matter was best avoided. Firstly, it would overstep boundaries, and secondly, An Xiaohai was convinced that Wang Taijun was not equipped to handle such a confrontation. Should Wang Taijun fail, it would not only endanger himself but also jeopardize Wang Taijun, whose circumstances would not be any safer than An Xiaohai's, a truth An Xiaohai was acutely aware of. Wang Taijun lit a cigarette, deep in thought, though steadfastly upright. He was by no means foolish. He comprehended An Xiaohai's words and understood the underlying apprehensions. "You have been sentenced to 10 years. I cannot afford to wait for your release." After a prolonged silence, Wang Taijun spoke again. To enlist An Xiaohai's help in dismantling the Seahawk group while confined within prison walls would yield little efficacy. "Indeed. 10 years is an eternity," An Xiaohai exhaled softly. "Captain Wang, I presume your pursuit of the Seahawk has extended far beyond a decade." Wang Taijun paused in surprise, his expression swiftly turning frigid. "Yes. My investigation into the Seahawk has indeed spanned over 10 years. Throughout these protracted years, Wang Taijun had endured significant losses, including 4 undercover operatives he had meticulously selected and trained, along with a comrade as dear as a brother, Luo Xiangyang. Wang Taijun and Luo Xiangyang had shared a bond since childhood, attending the same classes from elementary school until, more than a decade later, they both joined the police force. At that time, Luo Xiangyang was assigned to narcotics, while Wang Taijun pursued criminal investigations. However, one fateful day, Luo Xiangyang vanished without a trace, leaving his family in a state of frantic search, yet time passed with no word. Wang Taijun naturally took part in the search. But he too was unable to locate Luo Xiangyang. This loss plunged him into a prolonged state of despondency. Though bewildered, he felt powerless. As if Luo Xiangyang had evaporated from existence. It was not until several years later that Wang Taijun uncovered the truth through other investigations. Luo Xiangyang had gone undercover. And within merely 2 months, he had gone missing. By that time, there was no further information, and superiors concluded that Luo Xiangyang had likely perished. 3 days after receiving this news, consumed by grief, Wang Taijun submitted a request to transfer to the city's narcotics unit. The memory of Luo Xiangyang was a source of profound pain for Wang Taijun, an indelible obsession that haunted him. Since that time, Wang Taijun began an unrelenting pursuit of various drug lords. Deep within his heart lay a flicker of hope that Luo Xiangyang was still alive, merely imprisoned by the drug traffickers. Although he knew this hope was incredibly faint, Wang Taijun was resolute in not allowing it to wither away. The criminal organization that Luo Xiangyang infiltrated years ago was likely the Seahawk. You know too much, which raises my suspicions. Wang Taijun raised his gaze. And his eyes pierced through An Shaohai like blades. An Shaohai met his stare unflinchingly, his eyes resembling an abyss. After a moment, he lowered his head to evade Wang Taijun's penetrating gaze, not out of weakness, but out of a desire to spare the honest officer from discomfort. Captain Wang. Whether you believe it or not, this is all I know for now. I have applied for a transfer to the monitoring district. And I should be reassigned to Area A soon. An Shaohai spoke again after a brief silence. Area A. Yes, it is filled with serious offenders, many are escapees. If I put in some effort, I should be able to gather substantial information for you. Are you merely gathering information for me? Of course. It's also for my own benefit. I will report to you monthly. However, I need to think about the specifics of the reports. The fewer people who know about this matter, the better. You need not reiterate that point. Your true intention is for me to monitor your situation each month. Should anything untoward happen to you, I will be informed swiftly, correct? Indeed, nothing escapes Captain Wang. An Shaohai smiled softly. Very well, let me arrange our communication method. I will also find ways to provide you with necessary training. I truly appreciate it, Captain Wang. However, training is unnecessary. Unnecessary. You must understand the type of desperate individuals you will face. Precisely because I am aware, I believe it is unnecessary. You carry a unique scent. And I fear becoming tainted, that would be far more dangerous. An Shaohai's words momentarily stunned Wang Taijun, sending a tremor through his heart. An Shaohai was not without reason. Undercover officers, having undergone extensive, systematic police training, inevitably bear numerous constraints, rendering them somewhat distinguishable from true criminals. This might indeed be one of the reasons for their potential exposure. Wang Taijun gazed deeply at An Shaohai. The appeal submitted by your family has been accepted by the court. Do you truly not require my assistance? Not at all. An Shaohai replied firmly. If Captain Wang truly wishes to help, it must not be through official channels. It is best if it appears as though a door has been opened discreetly. I assume this is not your forte. Wang Taijun did not respond, but continued to regard An Shaohai for a while before turning to leave. As he heard the sound of Wang Taijun's footsteps gradually fade, An Shaohai exhaled deeply. Observing Wang Taijun's demeanor, he was certain that the officer would not remain idle. This conviction was unwavering. Captain Wang, I sincerely hope you do not bring about misfortune. An Shaohai directed his gaze towards the window. The window of the infirmary, albeit barred with thick iron railings, was considerably larger than the ones in the detention cell. At that moment, the door of the infirmary was abruptly thrust open, and a hospital bed was wheeled in with exaggerated groans accompanying its arrival. Upon recognizing the occupant of the bed, An Shaohai's brow furrowed in dismay. Chapter 009. Su Tia knew the individual in the hospital bed bore an inexplicable familiarity. Yet An Shaohai could not recall where he had encountered him before. Such occurrences were not uncommon. A typical person, engaged in social activities, would inevitably encounter numerous strangers daily. most of whom merely brushed past or were glimpsed fleetingly in the crowd. And Xiaohai possessed hypothymesia, which allowed him to retain impressions of anyone he had encountered. It was highly probable that this person in the hospital bed fell into that category. "Ah, it's you, idol. What a coincidence to see you here," and Xiaohai exclaimed as he observed the patient. The man in the bed also recognized him, his eyes lighting up as he spoke, and even his exaggerated groans ceased momentarily. And Xiaohai furrowed his brow. The bedridden man appeared to be of similar age, quite handsome, with a shock of golden hair. He likely had just been admitted, otherwise he would not still have long hair. Yet, no matter how hard and Xiaohai tried to recall, he could not place this individual. "Idol, it seems you don't recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Tianyu, pleased to meet you." Su Tianyu extended his right hand, as if to shake hands with An Xiaohai, though they were at least 2 or 3 meters apart. And Xiaohai remained composed, though a tempest raged within him. He finally recognized the man before him. Su Tianyu was the son of a notorious drug lord, known as Hai, whose father, Su Chonghua, was infamous throughout Haishi province. Years later, it was Su Tianyu and his associates who found themselves surrounded by police on an island. Armed with various weapons, they resisted for nearly a month. And by the time they were captured, he was emaciated, little more than skin and bones. The final confrontation was broadcast live. Su Tianyu was dragged from a concealed cave, captured in a close-up shot. Yet, An Xiaohai still felt that his familiarity with Su Tianyu did not stem from that news footage. "Come on, idol. Show some courtesy and shake my hand. Don't ignore me," Su Tianyu said playfully, appearing harmless. And Xiaohai raised his right hand, mimicking a handshake with Su Tianyu from a distance. He was acutely aware of Su Tianyu's terrifying nature. Despite his jovial demeanor, if things did not go his way, he might just as easily plunge a knife into someone with a smile. This man was a lunatic. It was wiser to avoid conflict, so An Xiaohai decided to comply. "Ha ha ha. Finally shook hands with my idol. How delightful." Su Tianyu laughed, his body shaking with mirth, even attempting to rise for a hug, only to be forcefully pushed back down by a young police officer beside him. "Su Tianyu, behave yourself," the officer admonished. Su Tianyu spread his arms and made a face at An Xiaohai, expressing mock helplessness, and he ceased his antics. The doctor lifted the sheet covering Su Tianyu, revealing his legs meticulously wrapped in bandages stained with blood. After cutting through the bandages and tending to his wounds, the doctor administered an injection. As Su Tianyu slowly succumbed to slumber, the entire group departed. The police officer who had followed came and handcuffed Su Tianyu's hands to the hospital bed, giving An Xiaohai a fierce glare before departing. The room descended into silence. An Xiaohai rubbed his aching temples, still perplexed by the inexplicable sense of familiarity he felt towards Su Tianyu. Where could it possibly stem from? One thing was certain. This familiarity did not arise from the news footage. Perhaps he had encountered him on the street before. Giving up on contemplation, An Xiaohai pulled the thin blanket over his head and succumbed to sleep, contemplating whether he should simply request to return to the detention center. Compared to Su Tianyu before him, the others in the cell seemed far safer. The night passed swiftly. When An Xiaohai groggily awakened, a strange feeling nagged at him. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find Su Tianyu's face alarmingly close to his own, the breath from his nostrils tickling An Xiaohai's skin. Startled, An Xiaohai turned to see that Su Tianyu had broken one of the bed's railings and dragged the entire hospital bed closer to him. "How absurd. What do you intend to do? Idol, are you about to leave? You seem to be recovering quite well." Su Tianyu, however, disregarded An Xiaohai's question and instead asked, "Indeed. I should be returning to the detention center in a couple of days. I will miss you." Su Tianyu pouted, his expression one of feigned grievance. An Xiaohai's hair stood on end. Could this guy possibly be into men? Just as he pondered how to respond, Su Tianyu suddenly lunged forward, smashing his head down onto An Xiaohai's casted right arm. A loud crack echoed, leaving everyone uncertain whether it was the cast that had broken Su Tianyu's head, or if An Xiaohai's arm had fractured again. Pain surged through An Xiaohai, causing cold sweat to break out as he assessed the situation. Convinced that the cast had indeed cracked and his bone was likely fractured once more. Before he could fully comprehend the agony, Su Tianyu raised his head and struck the cast again with force. An Xiaohai finally let out a harrowing scream. The pain was unbearable. Su Tianyu, bloodied and wild-eyed, exclaimed, "Idol, just bear with it a little longer. It will be over soon. If I break your arm again, we can spend more time together. Get away from me." An Xiaohai shouted in fury, enraged by Su Tianyu's bizarre behavior. Instinctively, he kicked out, landing a solid blow to Su Tianyu's abdomen. Su Tianyu let out an exaggerated cry of pain but did not retreat. Instead, he clung tightly to An Xiaohai's leg and bit down hard. An Xiaohai's anguished scream pierced the air once more, a heart-wrenching wail. Finally, officers and doctors rushed in, struggling mightily to pry Su Tianyu away from An Xiaohai. Su Tianyu's face was smeared with blood, and even his teeth bore the crimson stains as he smiled. The wounds on his legs were completely torn apart, blood pooling around him. Yet, his gaze and expression were devoid of any pain, instead radiating sheer exhilaration. This unsettling scene sent shivers down An Xiaohai's spine. The infirmary was bustling for an entire hour before it was finally restored to order. Su Tianyu was then transferred to a sturdier steel-framed bed, his hands and feet shackled, his body wrapped in bandages, resembling a zongzi lying on the bed. Unfortunately, this was the only observation room in the prison's infirmary. An Xiaohai's right arm was once again encased in plaster. The recently healed bone had indeed cracked anew. "Why did he attack you?" Liu Song inquired, with San Li still recording nearby. "Attack me? No, we were just fooling around," An Xiaohai replied casually. "Fooling around? Do you think we are all fools?" Liu Song's anger flared. An Xiaohai's demeanor and expression bore no resemblance to that of a university student wrongfully imprisoned. He appeared more like a seasoned veteran of the prison life. "It was truly just a prank," An Xiaohai said, offering a helpless smile. "This is an undeserved calamity. Had I known, I would have preferred to return to the dormitory sooner." "Don't intimidate my idol," Su Tianyu shouted from his bed, unable to move but still restless. "Shut your mouth. I'll deal with you later." Liu Song, increasingly frustrated, shouted at Su Tianyu before turning back to An Xiaohai. "Why does he call you idol, bro? Do you know each other?" "I don't know why he calls me that. We were not acquainted before," An Xiaohai responded calmly. Liu Song's face was etched with disbelief. "Because he is my idol. That is why I call him idol, bro. We didn't know each other before." Su Tianyu continued to shout. Liu Song, feeling quite helpless, found no better course of action. With no means to silence Su Tianyu, he posed a few more questions but realized he could glean nothing useful. Thus, he prepared to leave. Once San Li exited the infirmary, Liu Song hurried back, leaning closer to An Xiaohai and whispering, "I warn you, Su Tianyu is dangerous. Do not associate with him, or your life will be ruined. They are a group of ruthless criminals. During the capture operation in Haifeng town, they fired upon us, injuring 2 of our armed police officers. Take care of yourself." "Thank you, Officer Liu, I understand," An Xiaohai expressed gratefully. Liu Song's words were a breach of protocol. Yet he spoke them nonetheless. This upright young prison guard genuinely wished to save him. It turned out that amidst this dark world, there truly existed a glimmer of light. However, in another life, An Xiaohai had overlooked these faint rays of hope. Chapter 010. The fish falls for the wind. In the ensuing days, Su Tianyu maintained an astonishingly calm demeanor, spending his time either languishing in bed while humming tunes or boasting to An Xiaohai about his illustrious past. An Xiaohai listened quietly, rarely interjecting, while Su Tianyu spoke with great enthusiasm, thoroughly engrossed in his own tales. Yet, as An Xiaohai listened, a sense of caution grew within him. Although Su Tianyu appeared somewhat eccentric, his words were measured and never broached any critical matters. He recounted only trivial anecdotes of his past glories and romantic escapades. Nevertheless, An Shaohai managed to glean some hints from Su Tianyu's narratives. For instance, both the Hai Yaozi group and the Haifei group appear to have suppliers stemming from the same power base, with deep-seated conflicts leading to violent territorial disputes among their subordinates. Haifeng County had recently become the focal point of this contention, and Su Tianyu's presence there was primarily aimed at confronting the second-in-command of the Hai Yaozi group. An Shaohai contemplated seizing the opportunity to inquire about the identity of this second-in-command, but after careful consideration, he refrained. Such an inquiry would be too conspicuous and perilous. Su Tianyu's arrest had been precipitated by the intelligence An Shaohai provided to Wang Taijun, suggesting that these events might not have transpired had it not been for An Shaohai's rebirth. This indicated that many occurrences were beginning to deviate from their original course. An Shaohai was uncertain of the future implications of this shift. Nonetheless, he resolved never to allow the tragedies of his past life to unfold anew. Days passed, and An Shaohai felt his arm was nearly healed, as Su Tianyu's head had impacted his arm primarily against the protective cast. Although it seemed severe, the actual damage was limited. Just as An Shaohai intended to request a return to his cell, Lu Tsong appeared once more. An Shaohai, someone has come to visit you. Do you wish to meet them? Visit? Has it really become September so swiftly? An Shaohai was momentarily taken aback. Visits were permitted only once a month. And since Lin Xiana had come in August, this new visit indicated that September had indeed arrived. Yes, today is the 1st of September. Would you like to meet them? Of course. Very well, please wait. After Liu Tsong departed, he soon returned with An Shaohai's mother and Lin Xiana, though this time they could only communicate through the iron bars. Upon seeing her son, An Shaohai's mother was unable to contain her tears, speech failing her as An Shaohai offered gentle reassurances. Mom, please do not be distressed, I am well. Thank you for everything you have done for me, he said, referring specifically to the financial support. His mother nodded fervently, and in that moment, she felt her son had matured considerably. Shaohai, what should we do next? Lin Xiana inquired anxiously. An Shaohai responded with a reassuring smile, we shall proceed as necessary, but remember, the foremost priority is to take care of yourselves and await my return. I implore you to take good care of yourselves. Even if our appeal fails, I shall only spend a decade in prison. I am still quite young. In 10 years, I will be merely 29, and we can embark on a new life. I hope that upon my release, everyone will be well. Shaohai, fret not, we shall look after ourselves. At that moment, An Shaohai's mother appeared considerably calmer and spoke, your grandparents and great-grandparents have arrived, but only a limited number can enter at once. I understand, mother. Please advise them to remain patient and take good care of their health. Once I am out, I will honor them properly. Very well. An Shaohai's mother nodded vigorously. Xiana, it is already September, why are you still here? Shouldn't today be the day for enrollment? Where is Pan Zhuangzhuang? Why has he not shown up? I took a leave of absence, today is merely for registration, and there are no classes. I will return to school in the afternoon. Pan Zhuangwang heeded your advice and has gone to work at the electronics market in Guiqiang South. Lin Xiana provided An Shaohai with the contact number for Pan Zhuangzhuang's company front desk. Oh, that is good. As I have said, you should pursue your own endeavors while taking care of yourselves until my return. Certainly. Lin Xiana nodded earnestly. Shaohai, I have completed our song. I wish to sing it for you. Splendid. It has been ages since I last heard you sing. An Shaohai then noticed that Lin Xiana had come with a guitar. Very well, I shall sing for you. Lin Xiana hurriedly began to prepare. An Shaohai glanced at the time. There was just over a minute left for the visit, and he wondered if Lin Xiana would have enough time to finish her song. As the chords resonated, Lin Xiana's voice began to soar. The wind cannot penetrate the depths of the sea, and I am nearly breathless. Longing for you, an inexplicable emotion. Hiding in the profound dark sea. If the waves signify our meeting, I shall wait in tranquil waters. If the clouds represent our promise, I will pursue them as they drift away. My love is like the sea, awaiting your arrival beneath the sky. I open my mouth, yet cannot cry out, praying you can comprehend. My love is like the sea, watching the evening glow while accompanying your reverie. I watch you pass by, hoping you will return. In that fleeting moment, I gently embrace you. As Lin Xiana sang, Ban Shaohai's eyes finally glistened with tears. Lin Xiana was an excellent swimmer. An Shaohai remarked that she resembled a fish. Lin Xiana, delighted, asked An Shaohai what he would choose to be if given the option. An Shaohai replied that he wished to be the wind, for the wind is free. Thus, the song A Fish Falls in Love with the Wind emerged. In another life, Lin Xiana continuously wrote, altering the lyrics time and again, yet until her last breath, she never shared it with An Shaohai, unaware that she had completed it long ago. The fish cannot close its eyes, and I see only you. To love you is to let you go. My mind is filled with your silhouette. If a tsunami heralds your departure, through the tempest, I shall swim forth. If the sky is where you reside, I will leap without hesitation. As I breach the surface of the sea, do you see me? Dance with your life, even if just for a fleeting moment. I leap above the ocean's surface, yearning for you to behold the foolishness of my being, the ardent love I felt upon our first encounter. Lin Xiana's song has finally concluded. When An Shaohai regained his senses, the figures of his mother and Lin Xiana had long since vanished from beyond the iron bars. An Shaohai's heart ached like a knife wound. In another life, while sorting through Lin Xiana's belongings, he had perused her songbook, only to find the pages containing The Fish Falls in Love with the Wind torn away, leaving behind a solitary phrase, if only I were truly a fish. How wonderful that would be, a fish weeping in the sea, unseen by anyone. It was only at this moment that An Shaohai comprehended the emotions that had compelled Lin Xiana to inscribe those words. And he fully grasped the profound depth of her feelings for him. Xiana, fear not, I vow that in this lifetime, I shall never again bring you to tears. I am the sea, An Shaohai, and the tears you shed in the water reside within my heart. My love is like the ocean, steadfastly waiting for you to arrive. Suddenly, a strange and discordant voice erupted. Su Tianyu was once again indulging in his antics. Silence. An Shaohai whirled around, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. The plaster on his right arm shattered into fragments. Should Su Tianyu dare to utter another word, An Shaohai would ensure he could never speak again. Chapter 011, Survival in the Crevice. Enough. Silence. I shall remain silent. Su Tianyu seemed utterly terrified. As he spoke while burrowing his head beneath the blanket but attempting to evade the murderous gaze of An Shaohai. An Shaohai took several deep breaths, forcefully suppressing his fury, while a profound sense of despair surged within him. 10 years. It is simply too long. In the archives of the first prison of Deep Sea City, Wang Taijun was perusing the files, this time with utmost transparency, requesting the records of incarcerated drug traffickers. His true aim, however, remained An Shaohai. Previously, he lacked a legitimate reason to access An Shaohai's files. Any undue inquiry would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Now, with An Shaohai's impending transfer to Area A, it was entirely justifiable for Wang Taijun to examine his records. The files were meticulously detailed, chronicling An Shaohai's criminal activities over several pages. And with each line Wang Taijun read, his furrowed brow deepened. The records indicated that upon arriving at the scene of the incident with Pan Shuozhuang, An Shaohai immediately engaged in a scuffle with Zhou Tai and his gang. Shortly thereafter, they separated, with neither party gaining any advantage. Had the matter concluded there, it would have been inconsequential. Even if the police were notified, it would likely have resulted in nothing more than a reprimand for both sides. Zhou Tai was likely to face far more severe repercussions than An Shaohai, as all involved were merely students, with An Shaohai being a university student from a prestigious institution. The police would naturally be more inclined to sympathize with An Shaohai. However, Zhou Tai was unwilling to let the matter rest, vowing revenge against Lin Xiana, which led An Shaohai and Pan Zhuozhuang to confront Zhou Tai's group once more. It was during this tumult that An Shaohai, amidst the chaos, stabbed Zhou Tai, who subsequently succumbed to excessive blood loss. What a pity! Wang Taijun sighed inwardly. Had Zhou Tai been stabbed during the initial altercation, An Shaohai would not have faced such grave consequences. Unfortunately, the incident transpired during the second confrontation, at which point Zhou Tai's group had already ceased their aggression towards Lin Xiana. This alteration fundamentally transformed the nature of the incident. Nonetheless, a 10-year sentence seemed excessively harsh. Zhou Tai. Wang Taijun flipped through Zhou Tai's dossier, which revealed that he was the son of Zhou Weguang, the village head of Shetujio. Could a mere village head possess such influence? Wang Taijun pondered, skepticism creeping in. Framing An Shaohai was not a trivial endeavor. It would require collusion across various judicial and penal institutions. Could a humble village head wield such power? Wang Taijun remained unconvinced. An Shaohai had adamantly claimed that someone sought to harm him, a statement Wang Taijun initially dismissed. Yet, after successfully dismantling the drug trafficking organization in Haifeng town based on information provided by An Shaohai, his confidence began to waver. Through their interactions, An Shaohai left a lasting impression on Wang Taijun, far exceeding his initial expectations. Composed, astute, meticulous, profound, yes, profoundly so. Wang Taijun exchanged glances with An Shaohai multiple times, feeling as though his gaze was unfathomable. A year ago, An Shaohai had gained admission to the National Defense University's Information Engineering Department with a top 10 score in Haidong Province, undoubtedly a prodigious scholar. Were An Shaohai not a prisoner at this moment, Wang Taijun would certainly have sought every means to recruit him into the drug enforcement team, for in every regard, An Shaohai epitomized a promising candidate. Would such a young man engage in baseless thoughts? Would he inexplicably believe someone intended to harm him? Most likely not. If someone truly wished him harm, who could that individual be? Who possessed such formidable influence? Captain Wang, haven't you finished reading? Yang Yuanbing's voice interrupted Wang Taijun's contemplation as he stepped through the door. Oh, nearly done, Wang Taijun replied, rising to close An Shaohai's file, but at that moment, a sudden realization sparked in his mind, prompting him to reopen the file and scrutinize it anew. Lin Xiana. Lin Xiana. Why does that name sound so familiar? Wang Taijun furrowed his brow. What is wrong, Captain Wang? Is there an issue? Yang Yuanbing inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. For Wang Taijun was notoriously resolute. He had discreetly assisted in transferring An Shaohai to a different cell had Wang Taijun uncovered something amiss. It's nothing. Is there any information on this Lin Xiana? There should be, Yang Yuanbing responded, approaching the file, rummaging through it until he finally located the page pertaining to Lin Xiana and handed it to Wang Taijun. The information regarding Lin Xiana was rather sparse, merely documenting her basic details and her parents' names. After a cursory glance, Wang Taijun returned the file. What is the matter, Captain Wang? Is there an issue with Lin Xiana? No issues, I'm just a bit curious. It turns out the girl An Shaohai assisted is only 18 years old. This is clearly a case of youthful romance. Yes. There is indeed a suspicion of early romance. However, at 18, one is not considered a child any longer. In the past, one could have been a mother by this age. It's merely that society now advocates for later marriages and childbirth, Yang Yuanbing chuckled, secretly hoping Wang Taijun would depart swiftly. All right, I'll take my leave. Keep a close watch on these fellows, especially that Su Tianyu, the lad is exceedingly unruly. I can only rest easy knowing he is awaiting trial under your supervision. Rest assured. Yang Yuanbing replied, wait a moment, I'll see you off. No need. You handle the rest. Thank you for your trouble. Wang Taijun bade farewell and departed. Yang Yuanbing exhaled in relief, whistling as he began to tidy the files. He felt quite satisfied, having just reported to a superior regarding An Shaohai's transfer to Area A, feigning nonchalance. Initially, his superior had expressed some displeasure, but after reflection, had instead commended him. It seemed their attitude towards An Shaohai had shifted somewhat, as if there was no longer an urgent need to take action against him. Upon further contemplation, this was understandable. Once An Shaohai was in Area A, mingling with drug traffickers and murderers daily, what positive outcome could possibly arise? Even if released in the future, he would likely tread a treacherous path. Yang Yuanbing had witnessed far too many such cases, inevitably. An Shaohai would meet a much grimmer fate. It was as if they were determined to ensure his demise, and in a manner devoid of mercy. What could possibly warrant such animosity? He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. This was of no concern to him, he harbored no ill will towards An Shaohai. His actions were merely an attempt to curry favor with a certain individual, aspiring for a future of unimpeded success. To consider it from another angle, the transfer to Area A was proposed by An Shaohai himself. There was something rather uncanny about him, thought Yang Yuanbing, shaking his head again. Recently, An Shaohai's gaze had lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Who could be the one aiding An Shaohai from the shadows? Yang Yuanbing pondered, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, thus, An Shaohai's supporter must surely be a political adversary of that person. Political strife is the most perilous, he hoped not to be ensnared within it. Could it be that Wang Taijun was on the opposing side? No, it couldn't be. Wang Taijun was notoriously a stone in the cesspool, a man unlikely to take sides lightly. Yet, one could never be certain. Who knows if Wang Taijun's demeanor was merely a FAOD? How frightening. Yang Yuanbing felt a pang in his chest upon reflection. Both An Shaohai and the individual behind him were formidable. Merely shifting a cell had relaxed the opposing side's stance considerably, granting An Shaohai some breathing room, provided he could maintain his principles in that new environment. Nonetheless, since An Shaohai had the audacity to propose the move, he must possess confidence in his ability to handle the situation. One was the son of a village chief from a small fishing hamlet, while the other was the son of a widow. It was astonishing how deeply intertwined their fates had become. Perhaps it was best to err on the side of caution. One could not afford to offend either party. Yang Yuanbing resolved to treat An Shaohai with greater consideration moving forward. After all, that individual was unaware, and it would be wise not to provoke either side. Meanwhile, Wang Taijun, seated in his departing vehicle, was laughing heartily. How amusing. My dear boy. Who told you that Wang Taijun wouldn't pull strings? I shall open a back door for you, and in broad daylight. It seems Lin Xiena is indeed the daughter of the founder. What a delightful coincidence. Chapter 012, District A232 Commander Wang Taijun, what brings you to my humble abode today? Chief Prosecutor Gao Zheng greeted with a warm smile as he poured tea for Wang Taijun. Well, one does not visit without a purpose. Wang Taijun replied with a chuckle as he accepted the teacup. Honestly, aside from work, you seem to have little else in your life. I am truly in awe of your dedication. Is there any other option? You are the chief prosecutor and I am the head of the drug enforcement team. We dare not engage in any frivolous camaraderie outside of our duties. You, Gao Zheng sighed with a wry smile. Now, do tell, what is the matter? I have come regarding a case. Wang Taijun recounted the details of An Shaohai's case. I have heard of this case. An Shaohai was quite a promising student. It is indeed a pity. Yes, it is quite unfortunate, which is why I sought your assistance in hoping for a lighter sentence. What's this? The sun must be rising in the west today, Gao Zheng exclaimed, taken aback. Did I hear correctly? The illustrious Commander Wang is seeking a favor. And from me. No less. However, I believe you may have approached the wrong individual. This is the prosecutor's office, not the court. I am well aware this is the prosecutor's office and that you, Chief Gao, are renowned for your unwavering integrity. However, do you know why An Shaohai committed murder? I've heard it was to defend a young lady who was being harassed by a group of thugs, which led to this incident. Do you know who this young lady is? I do not. I did not pay attention to that. Let me enlighten you, old Gao. This young lady's name is Lin Xiena. Lin Xiena. Oh. I recall that Lin Jiangwo's daughter is named Lin Xiena. Could it be her? Indeed, it is she. It is precisely because this case involves Lin Xiena that I have taken a keen interest in the matter. I have found numerous inconsistencies, particularly in the timeline from the incident to the filing of the case, the interrogation, the verdict, and ultimately, the imprisonment, all within a span of less than a month. What? Less than a month? Gao Zheng was equally astonished. Such efficiency was alarming. It was not a major case requiring expedited handling. And he understood that such rapidity indicated something was amiss. This won't do, Taijun. We must go. Where to? Of course, to the court to confront old Xing. I must inquire directly how he intends to explain this situation. Let us go together. At the Deep-Sea Municipal Committee, within a conference room, Zhou Weiguang, the village chief of Shatuzhou, and his wife sat anxiously. Each had a cup of tea before them, untouched, as they gazed intently at the door, seemingly awaiting someone. After a considerable wait, the young woman clad in a white blouse entered, her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. Secretary San, what news do you bring? Zhou Weiguang stood and slightly inclined his body, though his gaze lingered unintentionally on the young woman's figure. Secretary San's figure was indeed striking. Her blouse stretched to the brink of bursting. Secretary San cast a glance at Zhou Weiguang, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes, though her expression remained unchanged. The higher-ups wish for you to accept compensation and sign a letter of understanding. Accept compensation? What about An Shaohai? Rest assured, he cannot escape prison. He is likely to be sentenced to 3 to 5 years. What? Only 3 to 5 years? This is unacceptable. A life has been lost. Zhou Weiguang's wife immediately protested. Secretary San's countenance darkened. This was the internal office of the municipal committee, and her loud outburst was utterly inappropriate. Zhou Weiguang swiftly silenced his wife, Secretary San. Please don't be angry, this countrywoman knows nothing. Secretary San, if we are to accept compensation, how much should we demand? The higher-ups suggest 40,000. What? Only 40,000. I believe we should ask for at least 100,000. Zhou Weiguang's wife had just begun to speak when Zhou Weiguang shot her a fierce glare, compelling her to fall silent once more, though she continued to mutter under her breath. 40,000 is already generous, we've assessed their assets. They have sold all their property and borrowed from relatives and friends, they might just scrape together 40,000. That will suffice to utterly ruin the An family. If you wish to ask for more, be advised that should they be unable to pay, they would prefer to serve additional time in prison rather than meet your demands. And you may end up with nothing, not even the 40,000. Consider your options. Having said this, Secretary San intended to leave. She had had enough of this couple. Since establishing contact with the Zhou family, she had been the one dealing with them, and it had been quite exhausting. Secretary San, please wait. If we receive the money, the funds. You may keep the money, after all, you have supported him for many years. Is there anything else? No. We simply feel that An Shaohai is getting off too easily. Humph, you know very well what kind of person Zhou Tai is now that he is gone. That individual cares far more than you do. Do you think this will conclude so easily? Enough, it is wise to know when to withdraw. Secretary San was on the brink of losing her temper, yet recalling the Zhou couple's character, she patiently elaborated further, this is the only option available. The Municipal Public Security Bureau and the Procuratorate have already intervened, making matters complicated. Do not trouble yourselves with it. All right, do not create any more issues. I have conveyed the message. How you choose to proceed is your decision. If you complicate the situation, you are well aware of that individual's temperament. Indeed. We will behave ourselves. Zhou Weiguang nodded fervently. Very well, you may return now. With that, Secretary Sun hurriedly departed, while Zhou Weiguang's wife attempted to say something further, only to be silenced again by Zhou Weiguang's fierce glare. The couple then exited the Deep-Sea Municipal Committee through a familiar side door. Soon, An Shaohai faced the verdict of the second trial. The An family was ordered to compensate the Zhou family 40,000. And An Shaohai's sentence was reduced to 3 years and 6 months. An Shaohai's family rejoiced, while Pan Zhuangzhuang danced with delight. Upon the judge's conclusion of the verdict, An Shaohai's gaze shifted to Wang Taijun, who was observing him intently from the audience. The two maintained their silent exchange for an extended moment. Once back in the infirmary, An Shaohai began to gather his belongings. Su Tianyu, who had only been there a short while, was transferred. His case remained undecided, and his presence in the prison infirmary was a precautionary measure for his recovery. Consequently, An Shaohai lingered in the infirmary for a while longer. Fortunate that no one urged him to leave. As he was organizing his things, Yang Yuanbing arrived. I've arranged room 232 for you in Area A. It's a smaller room, accommodating only 4 individuals, and you've been assigned the vacant bed. It should be reasonably comfortable. Thank you, Section Chief Yang. An Shaohai replied with a smile and a nod. Not at all. Yang Yuanbing waved his hand dismissively. Your 2 cellmates are as follows. One is named Hu Jianming, 35 years old, incarcerated for drug trafficking. He has only a year left until his release and is unlikely to cause trouble. The other is Yang Bo, involved in a more dangerous trade. Yang Yuanbing gestured with his hand to mimic a gun. This Yang Bo is somewhat perilous. I've spoken to his leader. As long as you don't provoke him, he should not trouble you without cause. Understood, Section Chief Yang. I shall always remember your kindness. An Shaohai maintained his cheerful demeanor, his tone steady and composed. It's nothing. Assisting inmates in their rehabilitation is our duty. As long as you comply with the regulations and embrace this opportunity for transformation, striving for merit to return to society, our work will be deemed successful. If you encounter any difficulties in daily life or have thoughts and suggestions, feel free to reach out to me. All right, I understand the rules. An Shaohai was well aware that Yang Yuanbing was hinting at a favor. Haha, once you are ready, follow me. I'll escort you to your former cell. You can tidy up there as well before I take you to room 232 in Area A. Thank you, Section Chief Yang. Yang Yuanbing personally led An Shaohai to his previous cell, assuring him he would return in half an hour to escort him, before locking the door and departing. An Shaohai smiled slightly, his gaze drifting to Wu Guanhai, who was seated on the bed. Chapter 013, Revenge should not be delayed. Wu Guanhai sat there, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet An Shaohai could discern a profound unease within him through his body language. Wu Guanhai's posture was evidently defensive, perhaps fearing that An Shaohai might suddenly lash out. An Shaohai stood still, observing Wu Guanhai intently, causing a creeping discomfort in Wu Guanhai's heart. Just as he was about to inquire about An Shaohai's penetrating gaze, An Shaohai abruptly turned away. Lu Jiang also kept a watchful eye on An Shaohai, his gaze tinged with curiosity as well as a hint of provocation. An Shaohai offered a faint smile, deliberately avoiding Lu Jiang's scrutiny. Generally, this could be perceived as a sign of weakness, but An Shaohai was indifferent. The unseen forces at play were already troublesome enough, and he was reluctant to invite further complications. Wang Bulai was visibly excited, reclining on his bed and making exaggerated gestures as if to jab at An Shaohai, mimicking the action from that night when An Shaohai had used a toothbrush to poke Lu Jun. Indeed, Wang Bulai had been awake that night. An Shaohai returned Wang Bulai's smile, radiating warmth, which only heightened Wang Bulai's enthusiasm as he gave An Shaohai a thumbs up. Having been accustomed to bravado, Wang Bulai naturally held greater respect for those who exhibited fierceness. To him, An Shaohai was undeniably a formidable individual. As for Pen Yuangue, An Shaohai did not even spare him a glance. Pen Yuangue's demeanor was excessively grim, and An Shaohai wished to avoid any entanglement with him. He strode directly to his own bed, leisurely tidying up his belongings, though there was little to organize. Yang Yuanbing's actions were merely a means to convey to others that An Shaohai was under his protection. "Brother Hai, can you step out?" Wang Bulai inquired. Jumping onto Pen Yuanguo's bed and lying down. "Such good fortune is elusive. I have changed rooms and am moving to Area A. Area A. Impressive. That's where the big shots are." Wang Bulai's eyes sparkled with excitement. An Shaohai felt a twinge of discomfort. He yearned to escape this prison. Yet some took pride in being confined within its walls. Wang Bulai's enthusiasm was palpable, while for An Shaohai this prison represented a total obliteration of his future. An endless abyss. However, for individuals like Wang Bulai, it was a splendid arena to bolster their reputation. Nonetheless, one should not linger too long within its confines, lest it become a torment. Wang Bulai's sentence was likely not extensive. "How shall I address you? Should I call you Brother Wang or Brother Lai? You are the true leader, just call me Lai. But I must call you brother." He laughed. "Your skills are impressive. Teach me. How could I compare to you?" "Oh, don't be modest. I believe your skills would suit me perfectly, just look at my height, ideal." "Brother Hai, did you know? I heard that Lu Jun, that fool, still can't get up. He's been pissing blood every day." "How utterly delightful." Wang Bulai was quite short, likely not even reaching 1.5 meters. And he was indeed well suited for stealthy attacks. However, An Shaohai understood that while Wang Bulai could jest about his height, others were not permitted to do so. "Ha ha." An Shaohai chuckled softly. "Hematuria is quite commonplace, not experiencing it would indeed be peculiar. In another realm." An Shaohai continued to suffer from this condition for 3 to 4 years. "Just aim and stab, it's not particularly challenging. Indeed, as they say, just stab." Brother Hai has evidently received an education and possesses considerable skill, haha. "Alai, how did you come in?" An Shaohai casually inquired. Though he was well aware of the reason for Wang Bulai's arrival, having been informed by Yang Yuanbing. Wang Bulai had severed someone's hand outside, reportedly for a sum of 5,000 yuan. Consequently, his family compensated the victim far beyond that amount, yet Wang Bulai remained indifferent, in his view. Money not in his possession was not truly his. Having engaged in a minor business venture, he found himself ensnared, facing 3 years of confinement, a regrettable loss. Wang Bulai shrugged. "That is indeed a loss. One must exercise greater caution next time." "Absolutely, I was foolish. I should have confronted him fast and devised a plan for after my arrival here, thus avoiding such an extensive sentence." That makes sense. However, the monetary value within these walls tends to diminish. They only offer 2,000, damn it, Wang Bulai lamented, shaking his head. "Oh, that price is certainly low. What if it were to be akin to Lu Jun's case? That would undoubtedly be substantial. I estimate at least 10,000, thus. Brother Hai must impart his wisdom to me, or I shall be incapable of seizing such opportunities in the future." "I see, simple enough." An Shaohai approached and tapped 2 spots on Wang Bulai's lower back. "Just these 2 points, plunge the knife and do not withdraw. It will be excruciating for a lifetime, yet it will not be fatal." "Truly remarkable, thank you, Brother Hai." Wang Bulai once again gave a thumbs up. "Alai. How about I introduce you to a business opportunity?" "Certainly, whom shall we target?" "If the individual is outside, you must at least wait 3 years. However, if Brother Hai offers a generous price, I can summon my brothers from outside to handle it." "No need, the person is not outside, but right here." An Shaohai nonchalantly indicated Wu Guanhai, "Just him, 2 hands and 2 feet, collectively I can offer you 20,000. "Really?" Wang Bulai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course. It's true, or how could I dare deceive you? However, I lack funds at present. I can only provide it after I exit." "Naturally. If you were to pay me now, I have no place to enjoy it. So, is it settled?" "It is settled." Wang Bulai extended his hand. And they exchanged a slap of agreement. And Xiaohai, what do you intend to do? Wu Guanhai could no longer contain himself, but Xiaohai's blatant provocation felt rather unpleasant. What I wish to do has been made abundantly clear, and Xiaohai continued to organize his belongings without even glancing at Wu Guanhai. I bear you no grievance. Silence. Wu Guanhai's words were cut short by An Xiaohai's abrupt interruption. An Xiaohai turned to face Wu Guanhai. His gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent poised to strike. We bear no animosity. I dare you to repeat that. An Xiaohai spat through clenched teeth. Wu Guanhai found himself momentarily speechless. To act boldly yet fearfully invites disdain, and while this may seem inconsequential in the outside world, the ramifications of such a perception in prison can be dire. I am merely a hired hand, with no enmity towards you. Every grievance has its origin. And every debt its creditor. Wu Guanhai is genuinely apprehensive, but Xiaohai has become rather ominous, as if transformed into an entirely different person, leaving Wu Guanhai bewildered. The corners of An Xiaohai's mouth curled slightly upwards. He recognized Wu Guanhai's palpable fear. The implication of his words was unmistakable. Should An Xiaohai choose to spare him, he could betray his employer. This is a perilous position to find oneself in. Betrayal is the gravest transgression within these circles. Though many engage in such treachery, few would dare voice it so brazenly. To speak it aloud is tantamount to courting death. Indeed, Wang Bulai let out a derisive scoff, prompting Lu Jiang to glance at Wu Guanhai. Brother Hai, is what you say true? Pen Yuanguo's voice suddenly emerged from behind An Xiaohai, startling him. Turning around, An Xiaohai saw Pen Yuanguo unusually gazing intently at him, his expression unsettling. What is true or false? An Xiaohai momentarily faltered. If I were to sever his hands and feet, can you truly provide 20,000? Yes, but not right now. You must wait until I am released. Understood. I shall accept this task. Pen Yuanguo gritted his teeth resolutely. This may not be prudent. I have already made promises to all. An Xiaohai directed his gaze towards Wang Bulai. I am indifferent. Wang Bulai shrugged, extending his hands. Everyone earns their keep through their own merit. I have no objections. But it can be sold separately, right? Of course, but the person must remain alive. I might find myself interested later and wish to play with him slowly. Understood. Hehe. Wang Bulai and Pen Yuanguo exchanged malevolent glances at Wu Guanhai, who was now perspiring profusely. Do not be arrogant. Your family is on the brink of ruin. Do not find yourself unable to pay and end up dragging me down with you. Wu Guanhai spat through gritted teeth. Huh. You seem to know quite a bit. An Xiaohai silently scoffed. He could not let this man off the hook now. You bring up a valid point, but as I mentioned earlier, my skills are worth 10,000. If necessary, I can undertake a couple more jobs to ensure I do not owe my brothers anything. However, Wu Guanhai, you are utterly ignorant of my ability to generate profit. I advise you to contemplate how you shall live without hands and feet. At that moment, An Xiaohai had gathered his belongings, and with Yang Yuanbing yet to arrive, he reclined upon the bed, closing his eyes. An Xiaohai spoke the truth. In another life, 20,000 would have been an unimaginable fortune for him, yet for the current An Xiaohai, such an amount is trivial. An Xiaohai possesses countless means to acquire this sum swiftly, all within the bounds of legality. This grudge against Wu Guanhai, he is determined to repay. The suffering he endured prior shall serve merely as interest accrued. Chapter 014, The One Who Hands Over the Knife. The reasons behind human transgressions, aside from psychological aberrations, invariably boil down to love, hatred, and self-interest. Among these, love is the most perilous, cloaked in a resplendent guise that renders it the most unpredictable. While hatred and greed often leave discernible trails, the fervor for crime stems, apart from psychological deviance, from either the relatively low costs of criminality or the substantial gains it promises. Embezzlement falls into the former category, while drug trafficking aligns with the latter. For those seeking quick or substantial wealth, one might peruse the penal code, for the pathways to such riches are largely inscribed therein. In another existence, when Anshauhai encountered this notion, he regarded it merely as jest, yet here, it stands as an undeniable truth. As most inmates in Area A have arrived through such means. Certainly, a minuscule fraction did not come for monetary gain. Yet they remain ensnared by the complexities of love and enmity. It is said that those who are ostentatiously arrogant are often mere petty thugs, while true leaders exude a demeanor of benevolence. This adage is vividly exemplified in A. 232. Hu Jianming greeted Anshauhai with a cheerful smile, even going so far as to prepare a bed for him, claiming that the room felt somewhat desolate until Anshauhai's presence enlivened it. The atmosphere began to resemble that of a welcoming abode, and had one not been previously informed, it would be difficult to fathom that Hu Jianming was a remorseless drug dealer. Young Bo, equally amiable yet reticent, cast a gaze upon Anshauhai that made him feel profoundly uneasy. Although the environment appeared to have improved significantly, the diminutive size of the room rendered it more stifling than before. Life seemed to settle into a tranquil rhythm: a rise, wash up, roll call, drills, breakfast, work, a lunch, work, dinner, watch the news, engage in 2 hours of permitted leisure, sleep, and every 3 days partake in political education and ideological reports. This cycle perpetuated ad infinitum. Anshauhai had long since adapted to such a lifestyle. After all, in another life, he had endured it for a full 20 years. Even without this foundational experience, he would not find it particularly unbearable, given that he attended the National University of Defense Technology, a militarized institution with stringent demands that often surpassed those of a prison. However, while university typically leads to a radiant future, prison often descends into a darker abyss. The extreme regularity of life can profoundly transform a person's mental state, either cultivating self-discipline and aspiration or spiraling into despair and collapse. Anshauhai currently relished this existence, for he genuinely required time to reflect and strategize. Individuals with hyperthymesia, if endowed with formidable willpower, can actively suppress superfluous memories. In his previous life, Anshauhai's resolve had long since disintegrated, leading him to block everything out, immersing himself solely in a ceaseless tide of tormenting recollections. This time, however, the situation stands in stark contrast. Anshauhai must now shield himself from all anguish, unlocking the treasure trove of memories he had previously concealed, and discern how all of this had transpired, leaving only meticulous planning ahead. Formulating a plan to safely and smoothly endure the 3.5 years in prison, devising strategies for survival upon release, and uncovering the shadowy hand that orchestrates these events to sever it at the root. Hu Jianming and Yong Bo appeared outwardly calm, yet Anshauhai could keenly sense that they were teetering on the brink of collapse and despair. These two individuals resembled ticking time bombs. Once they erupted, they could incinerate Anshauhai along with them. Thus, whenever possible, Anshauhai opted to remain in the reading room, minimizing his interactions with them as much as he could. The prison encouraged learning, and the reading room was well stocked with books, including various acclaimed literary works from both domestic and foreign authors, as well as an array of practical reference materials, such as technical manuals for electricians, carpenters, and machinists. Anshauhai seldom engaged with the literary classics. He dedicated most of his time to studying technical literature. His approach to learning was remarkably straightforward. Upon acquiring a book, he would skim through it briefly to imprint its contents in his mind, allowing him to study and comprehend it anytime and anywhere. When fatigue set in, Anshauhai would indulge in relaxation, with the most effective method being to recall the specific events of the day the incident occurred. At that moment, Anshauhai was in a state of extreme exhilaration, focused solely on how to defeat his opponent, rendering his capacity for rational thought nearly non-existent and dulling his awareness of his surroundings, making memory reconstruction exceedingly challenging. The sharp knife in Anshauhai's possession originated from a nearby fish stall, and he was certain that someone had placed it into his hand. This detail was crucial, as it could direct Anshauhai's investigation down two distinct paths. In one scenario, if the shadowy figure behind this was seeking revenge for Zhotai's death, Aiming to ruin his family and inflict lifelong suffering, then Zhou Tai was the pivotal factor. However, if someone had indeed thrust the knife into his hand, the entire situation grew considerably more intricate. What motives lay behind this act of handing him the knife? Was it to assist him or to sabotage him? Or did this individual share a similar hatred for Zhou Tai, hoping to see Zhou Tai wounded by An Xiaohai's retaliation? Alternatively, perhaps this person's true target was An Xiaohai himself, intending to harm him all along, seizing the opportunity to execute their plan. The latter scenario was the most terrifying, indicating that someone had long desired to undermine him. Even Zhou Tai's presence at the fish market, teasing Lin Xiena, could merely be a cog in this larger scheme. Could such a possibility exist? An Xiaohai did not dismiss it, believing the likelihood to be substantial, otherwise, the shadowy figure would not have pursued him for 30 years, leading to his family's ruin and entangling his two closest friends in the aftermath. But what was the underlying motive? What drove this individual to relentlessly target him and his loved ones for decades? Such profound animosity and hatred. An Xiaohai could not fathom this aspect. He was born into an ordinary fishing family in a Bojo village, where his father abandoned him and his mother when he was very young, leaving his mother to raise him single-handedly. An Xiaohai's grandparents were also native villagers of the fishing community. His grandfather possessed some skills in boat repair and joined a large shipping company in his 40s, where he worked modestly as a technician. His grandmother, on the other hand, was an exceedingly ordinary housewife. His grandparents led unremarkable lives as workers in a small enterprise in Deep Sea City, which hardly qualified as state-owned and was merely a small collective at best. The elders of the family were known for their honesty and kindness, never having offended anyone in their daily interactions. In such a household, what conceivable reason could there be for someone to expend such great effort to shatter their lives? An Xiaohai found this perplexing, leading him to suspect that the cause lay with Zhou Tai. If that were the case, the situation would become considerably simpler. By tracing Zhou Tai's family, it was highly likely that he could uncover the hidden hand behind the turmoil. However, if the matter were of a more serious nature, the only clue would be the individual who handed him the knife. Currently, it was impossible to investigate Zhou Tai's family, and all An Xiaohai could do was to try to recall who had delivered the knife to him. The act of passing the knife had been executed with great discretion. An Xiaohai remembered that after being knocked down by Zhou Tai, he had struggled to rise, only to find the knife in his hand. Moreover, during the process of getting back on his feet, the person who had passed him the knife had seemingly assisted him. This individual had remained hidden behind An Xiaohai, which explained his lack of any impression of them. Nevertheless, this was not insurmountable for An Xiaohai, since he had not seen the person at that time. The most rudimentary approach would be the process of elimination. By excluding all those who could not have handed him the knife, he could narrow down the possibilities to the remaining individuals. This had been An Xiaohai's focus during this period, methodically ruling out those who could not have been the one to hand him the knife. It was an exceedingly challenging task. An Xiaohai had been in a rush to assist Lin Xiena and had not deliberately memorized the faces of everyone present, leaving him with only a vague recollection. Furthermore, although only a little over a month had passed on the surface, for An Xiaohai, it felt as if it had been 30 years since the incident occurred. Thus, the progress had been remarkably slow. Nonetheless, he had achieved some results. At the very least, the pool of suspects had been narrowed down to about 10 individuals. Even this would significantly ease the difficulties of subsequent investigations. As for Wu Guanhai, An Xiaohai chose not to concern himself with him any further. While Wu Guanhai appeared crucial, he held little actual significance. Even if he revealed the individual who had orchestrated his actions, that person would likely be akin to a subcontractor. This was evident from Wu Guanhai's demeanor. If such a person could be easily uncovered by An Xiaohai, they would be far too incompetent to have caused his family such profound harm. Regarding Wu Guanhai and his associates' awareness of An Xiaohai's family's impending downfall, it was likely an exaggeration. To persuade someone to commit wrongdoing, one must first provide them with several reassurances. An Xiaohai's family is on the brink of ruin. The underlying message he wishes to convey to Wu Guanhai is that even if he were to eliminate him, he would face no repercussions. For Wu's family would inevitably suffer misfortune, rendering them incapable of seeking retribution. With decades of incarceration under his belt, Wen Shaohai is acutely aware of the intricacies involved. The prison environment is notably insular. To manipulate someone within its confines requires an individual of considerable influence, one who is unlikely to commit egregious errors. At times, Wen Shaohai ponders whether he might be overestimating his adversary. Yet, it is far more prudent to err on the side of caution than to underestimate. Thus he resolves to regard his opponent as exceptionally formidable. Perhaps, despite this elevated perception, he remains naive in their eyes. Considering all factors, pursuing Wu Guanhai further seems of little merit and may even lead him astray. Nevertheless, should the opportunity arise, a deeper understanding could prove beneficial. Currently, Wu Guanhai is paralyzed by fear. His capacity to endure prolonged torment is limited. And it is only a matter of time before he approaches Wen Shaohai to divulge everything he knows. Wen Shaohai need only bide his time. However, after a span of 10 days without news from Wu Guanhai, Wen Shaohai received unexpected developments. The 232-cell block underwent a stringent inspection, and all 3 inmates therein were summoned to the interrogation room for individual questioning. As he traversed the corridor, Wen Shaohai surmised that this was likely a summons from Wang Taijun. Chapter 015 The Unreliable Captain. Upon entering the interrogation room, Wen Shaohai was momentarily taken aback. Instead of Wang Taijun, he was greeted by a young female officer he had never encountered before. The young officer was strikingly beautiful, with short hair that framed her face. A delicate oval visage, large expressive eyes, and perfectly straight brows. Her demeanor exuded both an air of elegance and a palpable chill. With a well-proportioned figure that combined the graceful curves of femininity and the robust physique of a soldier, she possessed a uniquely captivating charm. A frown creased Wen Shaohai's forehead. Could it be that I have made a mistake? After the prison guard secured him in the interrogation chair, he exited the room, conveniently shutting the door behind him. Wen Shaohai cast a glance at the camera position behind the young officer. The absence of a lit indicator confirmed that it was not operational. The young officer was also scrutinizing Wen Shaohai, but she gleaned little information from his expression. I am Officer Xia Jing from the City Drug Enforcement Unit. I will be your liaison moving forward. If you have any information to share, you may do so directly with me, she stated after a prolonged silence. Her voice harmonized perfectly with her striking appearance, carrying a coolness tinged with a hint of softness. I'm sorry, but I do not comprehend what you are saying. Wen Shaohai feigned ignorance. It was absurd. The prison was rife with parole, and an unseen hand was orchestrating events from the shadows. How could he be expected to trust her based solely on her words? There is no need for such caution. Team leader Wang sent me. He is currently interrogating Hu Jianming. I was assigned to coordinate with you to avoid raising suspicion. This was your request, was it not? My request. I am unaware of any such thing. I'm sorry, but I do not understand what you are saying. Xia Jing appeared thoroughly perplexed by Wen Shaohai's responses. Momentarily at a loss for how to proceed, Wen Shaohai's heart sank. Though the young officer was indeed beautiful, her abilities seemed woefully inadequate. Should Wang Taijun truly have appointed her as his liaison, Wen Shaohai would vehemently refuse. The atmosphere grew tense as they remained at an impasse, regardless of Xia Jing's inquiries. Wen Shaohai consistently claimed ignorance, resolutely unwilling to engage in discourse. After a lengthy silence, Xia Jing, having exhausted her options, stood up to leave. Wen Shaohai exhaled deeply. The young officer's beauty was almost breathtaking. Honestly, under her intense gaze, maintaining a tranquil heart was a formidable challenge. However, Wen Shaohai harbored no thoughts beyond Lin Xiana. That was indisputable. Xia Jing's absence extended for over half an hour, yet Wen Shaohai felt no impatience. His mind was occupied with myriad thoughts. And even if he were to remain seated there all day, he would not feel the slightest twinge of boredom. At last, the door to the interrogation room swung open once more, revealing Wang Taijun. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with Xia Jing? He inquired, closing the door behind him and tossing his hat onto the table. There's nothing to be dissatisfied about, she is simply too inexperienced. And I cannot place my trust in her, An Shaohai replied. Indeed, she is rather green, having just graduated. Are you aware that a significant part of the reason I brought her to the narcotics team is because of you? I intended for her to serve as your liaison. She is unsuitable, An Shaohai replied succinctly. Why? She is too beautiful, too eye-catching, and easily memorable. You have a point, yet I have my reasons for seeking her out. Pray, elucidate. It is as follows: Xia Jing is your senior, having just graduated from the National Defense University with outstanding academic and professional capabilities. Her aspiration is to become a police officer, which is why she participated in the recruitment examination for the police force. It is precisely because Xia Jing is your senior that she would make an apt liaison for you, assuming the cover identity of your girlfriend. You met during school activities. And there was mutual affection, thus her coming to Deep Sea City to find you post-graduation makes your subsequent interactions quite natural, minimizing the risk of raising external suspicions. She is older than me. Does that matter? Xia Jing is an exquisite beauty, her allure often leads one to overlook her age. And she is only 2 years your senior, besides, you appear considerably more composed than she does. I believe the two of you would look quite fitting together. I have stated it before, it is not suitable. Apart from being too conspicuous, she is also too inexperienced. I fear that collaborating with her could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, have you considered, Captain Wang, what would happen if Shena were to find out about this? What would the repercussions be? Shena would tear her apart. Do not bring me trouble of this magnitude. Wang Taijun remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking again. An Shaohai, I understand why you sought me out. On one hand, you wish for me to secretly protect you, enabling you to navigate these years of incarceration smoothly. On the other hand, you are also planning for your life post-release, correct? You aim to use me, through achieving merit, to erase your criminal history. Or at least to ensure it no longer serves as an impediment in your life, am I correct? An Shaohai, you are indeed astute, this is a commendable strategy. However, I must caution you that our work is perilous. If you truly wish to become my informant, I advise you to sever ties with Lin Xiana first, otherwise you are endangering her. We have accumulated numerous bloody lessons in this regard. I am sorry, but I cannot do that, I must remain with Lin Xiana. She is one of my greatest sources of strength to survive and fight on. I cannot abandon her unless she chooses to abandon me. Yet this would create a significant vulnerability. Every person has their soft spots, I certainly have mine, and not just one. Captain Wang, do you not have any vulnerabilities? Wang Taijun fell silent once more. Indeed, he too had vulnerabilities, his wife, children, and parents were all his soft spots. But for the sake of work, should he forsake them? Never mind, let us set this question aside for now. If you do not accept my proposal, what is your alternative? Pan Zhuang. The lad who tossed me the note that night. Yes, that is indeed him. However, I sense that he seems somewhat lacking in intellect. It is not imperative for him to be exceptionally clever, reliability suffices. Are you certain you wish to drag him into this predicament? There is no alternative. He is my closest friend, and from the very beginning he has been ensnared in this situation, with no means of escape. So, very well. What are your plans? Pan Zhuang is currently employed at an electronics company in Guiqiong South, where the reception has a telephone. I have the opportunity once a week to call family and friends, during which I shall convey the message to him. You may regularly retrieve it from him. Should an urgent matter arise, I shall ensure he delivers it to you. That seems acceptable. Wang Taijun tapped his fingers on the table. May I consult Pan Zhuang about the method of relaying messages? There is no need for such complexity. Simply provide him with your pager number, and he will send the code to your pager. Code? Yes, per code. Let us use a cipher book format, page number. Line number, and word number, grouped in threes. You are familiar with this? Captain Wang seems to have forgotten that I was once a student at the National Defense University. Indeed, you were once a student there, ranking among the top 10 in the college entrance examination in Haidong province. I admit, I underestimated you. Which book shall we use for the cipher? Let us utilize the 1987 edition of The Count of Monte Cristo, published by Deep Sea City Press. Is that book available in the reading room? Yes. That's fine, but there remains an issue. What if an emergency arises? And you have no opportunity to consult the reading room for the book. I will find a way. You need not worry about that, Captain Wang. Very well. Let us proceed with this for now. If I encounter an urgent situation requiring your assistance, I shall still send Xia Jing over. It would be rather conspicuous for me to come alone too often. In what capacity will she come? And Shanghai frowned, clearly reluctant to relinquish Xia Jing. As your senior. Your secret admirer, surely that will suffice. Yet she has already appeared here in her police uniform. You need not fret, when she arrives, she will wear a mask. And no one has seen her face. If she changes into civilian attire and applies some makeup, no one should recognize her. Rest assured. This is merely a precautionary measure for unforeseen circumstances, which may not even be necessary. All right, time is of the essence. Do you have any news to share with me? Indeed. Oh. What news? It pertains to matters unrelated to drug dealers. Captain Wang, would you like to hear it? Certainly. Wang Chejuan's demeanor became serious. I am a police officer, and any criminal is my target. Drug enforcement is merely my primary duty. And I welcome any information you may have. Very well. I happened to overhear that someone has procured weapons with the intent to rob the Deep Sea City Precision Instrument Factory. Do you know who it is? Do you know when it is planned for? Wang Taijun immediately took this seriously, even pulling out a notebook and pen to record the information. The Deep Sea City Precision Instrument Factory is no ordinary establishment. Wang Taijun is well aware that they typically store a substantial amount of cash within their financial office. Should criminals succeed in a heist, it would undoubtedly become a sensational case that would send shockwaves throughout the entire city. While the identity of the perpetrators remains uncertain. The timing is likely to be this month, as they plan to strike before payroll is disbursed at the factory. Armed with this knowledge, Wang Taijun promptly recorded the information. Is there any further news? He inquired. None, came the reply. Very well, I must take my leave. As I understand it, payroll at the factory is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. I need to return and coordinate with the relevant departments. Make sure to remember this, Wang Taijun urged. Jotting down his pager number in a notebook and tearing out the paper to hand it to An Xiaohai. An Xiaohai accepted the note and pretended to meticulously memorize it before returning it to Wang Taijun, deeming it unnecessary to keep on his person. Have you committed it to memory? Wang Taijun asked, his brow furrowing, sensing An Xiaohai's overly casual demeanor. Absolutely. Rest assured, An Xiaohai recited Wang Taijun's pager number. As I said, it's best that your actions remain discreet. The fewer who know, the better. I understand. Wang Taijun nodded, his expression becoming somewhat grave. Is there anything you require of me? Indeed. An Xiaohai nodded in return. I am in need of funds. You know. My family incurred significant losses due to my situation. The prison food is subpar, and I am still growing. I require protein. Moreover, making phone calls also incurs costs. An Xiaohai had come to appreciate the importance of maintaining his health and intended to utilize any spare time to exercise. Relying solely on the prison's meals made it difficult to ensure a well-rounded diet, prompting him to seek alternative means of sustenance. The prison has a small shop. But prices are considerably higher than those outside. An Xiaohai was reluctant to burden his mother with these expenses and saw this as an opportunity to solicit financial assistance from Wang Taijun. After all, it was worth a try. Wang Taijun was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded in agreement. Very well, I will give the money to Pan Zhuangzhuang, and he will bring it to you. Thank you. Captain Wang. Don't mention it, Wang Taijun waved dismissively. Take care. As Wang Taijun hurried away, Pan Shaohai chuckled and shook his head. Captain Wang is quite endearing at times, even managing to recruit a stunning beauty as his liaison, how unreliable. He mused. Does he truly believe that wearing a mask would conceal her identity? Such presumption. Even if Xiaojing covered her entire head, I could easily recognize her. Meanwhile, Wang Taijun sighed in bemusement. Ban Shaohai is somewhat challenging to deal with. Is he contemplating an escape? Surely not. Chapter 016, Bottomless Depths. The municipal building of Deep Sea City. Young Yuanbing approached the entrance with a smile, having recently accomplished several tasks for his superiors. Much to their satisfaction. Not only did he represent the Deep Sea City First Prison at a meeting in the Judicial Bureau, but he also received the opportunity to study at the party school afterward. It was widely understood that attending the party school could potentially signal a promotion. With a beaming demeanor, Young reflected on his apparent stroke of good fortune. Suddenly, a charming voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he discovered it was Sun Jianchun, the secretary to the Vice Mayor Lu. Secretary Sun, it has been quite some time. You look increasingly youthful and beautiful. Yang Yuanbing chuckled, secretly swallowing hard at her allure. However, he was acutely aware that her affections were beyond his reach, as was commonly understood. Such sweet words. Sun shot him a teasing glance, causing Yang to tense. I heard that you've earned a spot at the party school. Oh, merely fortunate to have Vice Mayor Lu's support for my studies, she replied with a laugh. I was just contemplating finding an opportunity to pay a visit to Vice Mayor Lu to receive his guidance in person. I wonder when he might be available. Lu Min, the Vice Mayor of Deep Sea City, oversaw political and legal affairs, and Sun Jianchun served as his secretary. As a mere section chief at the first prison, it would ordinarily be inappropriate for Yang Yuanbing to seek a meeting with the Vice Mayor, given the considerable hierarchy. However, with Sun initiating the conversation and steering it in that direction, Yang quickly grasped her implication. Vice Mayor Lu is indeed available at the moment. He just mentioned you and praised your work. If you wish to see him, now would be an opportune time. Wonderful. I shall go up at once. Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Go ahead, I have other matters to attend to and shall not accompany you, Sun replied, swaying her hips as she departed. Leaving Yang parched with longing. Never mind, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. Yang quickly redirected his focus and turned toward the elevator in the hall. The municipal building of Deep Sea City was modest in height, consisting of only 8 floors, with city officials stationed on the top level. Yang swiftly located Vice Mayor Lu's office. After adjusting his attire, he gently knocked on the door. Come in, resonated Lu Ming's voice from within, instantly donning a smile. Yang cautiously pushed the door open. An Shaohai lay on his bed, meticulously recalling his recent meeting with Wang Taijun, ensuring he had overlooked nothing. The robbery incident at the Deep Sea City Precision Instrument Factory was not something he had merely inquired about. He had gleaned the information from watching the evening news in another realm. According to the normal timeline, the gang of robbers not only succeeded in their heist but also murdered several accounting personnel, a scandal that garnered significant attention, even making it onto the evening news. And Shaohai remembered numerous similar cases. Regrettably, reports concerning drug-related incidents were exceedingly sparse in the news. Such cases, even when resolved, rarely make it to the news. And when they do, the details remain scant, merely reporting the quantity of drugs seized and the number of traffickers apprehended. All other information is deliberately obscured. If a narcotics officer appears in the news, it signifies only one grim reality: that officer has sacrificed their life, often leaving behind a bereft family. Otherwise, their identities must remain shrouded in secrecy. Such is the cruel nature of this world. Associating with Wang Taijun is akin to embarking on a path of no return. Yet, in a desperate bid for survival, Ban Shaohai finds himself compelled to intertwine his fate with Wang Taijun, as this is the only avenue they could conceive. Consequently, An Shaohai must also devise a means of retreat. Should he fail to identify a reliable escape route, His life may well be no more comfortable than in a previous existence. He must tread cautiously, step by step. Meanwhile, Yang Yuanbing emerges from Lu Ming's office, nodding and bowing in farewell as he gently closes the door behind him. The moment the door clicks shut, Yang Yuanbing cannot suppress a deep exhale. Reaching for a handkerchief to wipe the perspiration from his brow, Lu Ming engaged him in extensive conversation. Yet what surprised Yang Yuanbing was how the topic ultimately circled back to Anshaohai. Lu Ming expressed a heightened interest in Anshaohai due to his peculiar circumstances. But Yang Yuanbing was not persuaded by this rationale. Surely, there are numerous offenders with unique backgrounds, yet Lu, the mayor, never showed such concern for them. This was undoubtedly irregular. Despite his lingering doubts, Yang Yuanbing did not hesitate to provide Lu Ming with a comprehensive report on Anshaohai's situation. Lu Ming inquired further, even suggesting that Su Tianyu be placed in cell 232 alongside Anshaohai. Now, this became intriguing. Yang Yuanbing had arranged for Anshaohai to return to his previous cell through a discreet recommendation from the leadership of the Deep Sea City Prison Administration. Thus, when Lu Ming first mentioned Anshaohai, Yang Yuanbing assumed Lu Ming was an ally of Anshaohai. However, after prolonged discussion, Yang Yuanbing realized that Lu Ming was subtly targeting Anshaohai as well. Su Tianyu was no ordinary adversary, he was a volatile and ruthless drug dealer, recently sentenced to life imprisonment, exhibiting highly unstable emotions. Placing him in the same cell as Anshaohai could lead to nothing but trouble. This was clearly a scheme to endanger Anshaohai. Who exactly was Anshaohai to warrant such attention? Yang Yuanbing felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Although Lu Ming was responsible for legal affairs, he was certainly not aligned with the prison administration's leadership, and Lu Ming might have powerful figures backing him, otherwise he would not need to take such a personal interest. Nevertheless, recalling Anshaohai's calm demeanor, Yang Yuanbing felt a measure of reassurance. The fact that so many prominent individuals were targeting Anshaohai, yet he remained composed, indicated that Anshaohai possessed formidable backing. The situation became increasingly enigmatic, and Yang Yuanbing even found himself contemplating retreat. Perhaps it would be best to proceed cautiously, step by step. Yang Yuanbing held a rather favorable impression of Anshaohai. Despite his youth, Han exhibited an extraordinary composure and, most importantly, possessed a profound understanding of human relations. Observing his self-assured demeanor, it was indeed uncertain who would ultimately prevail. Perhaps Anshaohai would not find himself outmatched by these influential figures. The outcome would ultimately hinge on the clandestine skirmishes among the powerful behind the scenes. Given this, it would be unwise to offend Anshaohai, yet maintaining a certain distance was prudent to avoid collateral damage. Yes, that would be the approach. As long as Anshaohai demonstrated his discernment, I would endeavor to meet the demands of both parties. In doing so, regardless of which side emerged victorious, I would stand to gain something beneficial. Indeed, it was fortuitous to have the opportunity to attend this meeting and learn, largely thanks to Anshaohai's influence. Furthermore, Anshaohai's mother had recently sent 600 yuan to Wan Shuhang, which, though not a substantial sum, was indicative of her sincerity, especially considering their current struggles for basic sustenance. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yang Yuanbing departed from the municipal committee compound, convinced of his own benevolence and capacity for empathy, moved even by his own reflections. At Pan Zhuanghuang's residence, Anshaohai's mother, along with his grandparents, gathered. To cover the compensation, Anshaohai's mother had sold their house and land, a sacrifice echoed by his grandparents and maternal grandparents. Now, this large family found themselves without a home, prompting Pan Zhuangzhuang to take them in. Anshaohai's maternal grandfather, employed at a large shipbuilding company, resided in a small dormitory and did not move in, while Anshaohai's grandmother joined him there. "And, please take this," Pan Zhuangzhuang insisted, pressing several bills into Anshaohai's mother, Chen Shuifen's hands. "What are you doing, child? We are already so grateful for your hospitality. How could we accept your money?" Chen Shuifen quickly declined. "Please, aunt, my parents passed away early, And had it not been for your caring for me as if I were your own son, I might have perished long ago. Now that I am working in the city, this house will deteriorate if left unoccupied. Consider it a means of watching over it for me. Xiaohai is my dear brother. A lifelong companion. He is facing difficulties now, and I must assist him. Keep the money, I have no need for such a sum. And you are in greater need than I am, Pan Zhuangzhuang stated earnestly. Pan Zhuangzhuang spoke from the heart. His father had passed away long ago. And his mother worked far away. At the tender age of 8, when he fell gravely ill and was delirious from a high fever. It was Chen Shuifen who had discovered him in time and carried him through a torrential downpour for over 30 miles to the hospital, potentially saving his life. Over the years, Pan Zhuangzhuang had consistently shared meals with Xiaohai's family, and Chen Shuifen had never asked for compensation. Understanding Pan Zhuangzhuang's steadfast character, she bit her lip and accepted the money, recognizing their pressing financial needs. And, may I visit Xiaohai next month? You have all seen him. But I have yet to go. Very well, next month you shall accompany Xiaohai's grandmother to visit him. She is quite elderly and her mind is somewhat muddled. You must take good care of her. If Xiaohai has any messages, please convey them on my behalf. Certainly. I shall ensure that the grandmother is well looked after and that I bring back Xiaohai's words. I must now head to the city for work. Pan Zhuangzhuang was filled with joy, and after speaking, he dashed away in a hurry. He had finally accomplished the task entrusted to him by Xiaohai. Chapter 017. What a coincidence! The individuals in the cell were gradually escorted back, and both Hu Jianming and Yongbo appeared exceedingly fatigued. Upon their return, they collapsed onto their beds without any inclination for conversation. And Xiaohai lay motionless on his bed, his mind incessantly reconstructing a myriad of information. As lunchtime approached, the prison guard arrived to escort them to the cafeteria. Due to a surprise interrogation in the morning, the inmates of Block 232 had not participated in any work. Yet the afternoon would inevitably require their return, with the possibility of overtime in the evening to compensate for the morning's absence. Casting a glance at the expressionless middle-aged guard behind him, Xiaohai couldn't help but recall Lu Tsong, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. He wondered how the vibrant and compassionate young guard was faring now. During meals, inmates from the same cell were required to sit together. And since Block 232 consisted of only 3 individuals, they often had to share tables with others. And Xiaohai had long noticed that several people would intentionally or unintentionally position themselves nearby, whispering to him in an attempt to establish rapport. He maintained a cheerful demeanor, exuding respect and humility, yet his heart brimmed with caution. Those who sought to harm you often needed to draw close fast, otherwise, their endeavors would be significantly more challenging. And Xiaohai was all too aware of this truth. Hu Jianming and Yongbo scarcely exchanged words, nor did they engage in any form of eye contact with these individuals. In numerous television dramas, prison cafeterias often serve as the primary arena for escalating conflicts among inmates, a narrative demand that starkly contrasts with the reality of such environments. In truth, the regulations within a prison cafeteria are exceedingly stringent. Queuing is mandatory, and conversation during meals is strictly prohibited, let alone any loud commotion. The moment a voice rises or a movement becomes too pronounced, the guards promptly intervene. However, this does not imply that life is more bearable than portrayed in television shows. Social interaction is one of humanity's most fundamental needs, yet prison life relentlessly strips individuals of these basic necessities, and the resulting repression can become overwhelmingly burdensome. And Xiaohai, having previously been a university student, was assigned the task of handling various electronic products. Upon a brief examination, he discovered that the items he was working on were likely part of an electronic access control system. Such systems would become commonplace in a decade or two, evolving rapidly with advancements in card scanning, passwords, visual systems, facial recognition, and NFC technology, all of which could be easily implemented. Yet, during this era, electronic access control systems were only just beginning to take root in the country, with only a handful of international brands capable of producing them, alongside manufacturers from Guqiang, Nan. Touted as Asia's largest electronic distribution hub, The seemingly trivial electronic access control system encompasses a broad spectrum of specialized knowledge, including electronic circuits, microcontroller design, and computer programming. In this period, talent in these fields was exceedingly scarce within the country. However, this posed little challenge for An Xiaohai. With a major in information systems and augmented by his hyperthymesia, the intricate standards, circuits, and programming were virtually effortless for him. This is also the greatest source of confidence for An Xiaohai. Even if he were to do nothing else after stepping outside, merely assisting others with microcontroller designs and crafting small programs would afford him a comfortable and affluent life. Moreover, the professional knowledge residing in An Xiaohai's mind is a staggering 30 years ahead of this era. Upon examining the circuit board in his hand, he swiftly comprehended its design principles. In An Xiaohai's perspective, the design of this circuit board is rather crude and will likely lead to numerous minor issues in subsequent applications. However, for this era, it is still commendable. This product likely originates from small electronics factories in Guoqiang South, as larger enterprises have their production lines automated, leaving no room for such rudimentary creations. After exhaling gently, An Xiaohai commenced his work. Having performed similar tasks countless times before, his efficiency was remarkably high, and the soldered joints he produced rivaled those of machines, achieving near perfection. By the end of the afternoon, An Xiaohai had already completed a full day's work. When he reached the last two circuit boards, he pondered briefly before retrieving a few discarded wires, extracting the fine copper strands within to create some jumper wires for the circuit boards. These jumper wires altered the operational logic of the circuit boards, thereby preventing many minor issues that might arise during later use. An Xiaohai's motivation for this endeavor was merely a small experiment. Once this batch of circuit boards was processed, the factory would undoubtedly conduct quality inspections. Thus, should his modifications be detected by the factory's quality control, they might recognize that such changes rendered the circuit design more rational. Conversely, if they went unnoticed, it mattered little. After all, they were just two circuit boards, unlikely to result in any significant repercussions. Those who could find work in a prison often possess some connections within, and should they discover a talent like An Xiaohai in their midst, they might seek to establish contact with him. This could provide An Xiaohai with an additional opportunity to connect with the outside world, allowing him to make some preliminary arrangements to save time and effort upon his release. Deep Sea City is an economic special zone, renowned as a hub for the electronic industry in Asia. Guoqiang South, for the next decade or two, will remain one of the pillar industries of Deep Sea City's economy. To neglect such an advantage would indeed be a waste. An Xiaohai's decision to have Pan Zhuangzhuang work at an electronics factory in Guoqiang South is a strategic preparation in this regard. Regarding the various opinions on how to amass wealth quickly after traveling back several decades, perspectives differ. For An Xiaohai, the methods are plentiful. Ventures such as supermarkets, factories, or real estate do not fall within his considerations. In his view, these endeavors are overly complex, requiring the establishment and management of extensive networks, as well as addressing a multitude of accompanying challenges. The investment is substantial, the risks considerable, and the endless cycles of effort are not worth it. Such pursuits neither align with An Xiaohai's philosophy of quietly accumulating wealth nor would they prevent him from becoming ensnared in relentless toil. As for real estate speculation, that remains outside his current contemplation as well. The time span is excessively lengthy. It is currently 1993. And we must await at least another decade before the housing market experiences its explosive surge. By then, we shall see, first and foremost, the issue of initial accumulation must be addressed, otherwise, we will merely engage in minor speculative ventures. The prison guard was noticeably taken aback when he observed that An Xiaohai had completed a full day's workload within a single afternoon. However, he refrained from elaborating further, merely retrieving the circuit boards that An Xiaohai had meticulously processed and placing them on the shelf. Within the prison, a system of work points exists. Should An Xiaohai act recklessly, his points would be deducted, resulting in corresponding penalties, a matter the guard was disinclined to oversee. With the work accomplished, After finishing dinner and watching the evening news broadcast, An Xiaohai had no intention of lingering. Hu Jianming and Yang Bo were still engaged in overtime, leaving An Xiaohai with a rare moment of solitude. As soon as the dormitory door swung open, he was greeted by a familiar and piercing voice. "Idol brother. Is that really you? What a coincidence. It was that rascal Su Tianyu. Damn." Chapter 018, The Hidden Master in Prison at the Qiaoyu Electronics Company in Deep Sea City. Tian Xiaoming forcefully stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth, chewing vigorously while gulping down water. Glancing at his wife, who was soundly asleep on the sofa, he rose and made his way toward the factory entrance. This meager fare of bread constituted Tian Xiaoming's dinner, a routine he had maintained for an extended period. It was not due to a lack of funds to enhance his meals, but rather the overwhelming absence of time to indulge in the luxury of dining. Initially, Tian Xiaoming had worked as a technician at a foreign-funded electronics factory, but he had since ventured out to establish Qiaoyu Electronics Company, investing a significant sum of over 100,000 yuan. The pressure was immense. His wife, Song Xiaoyu, had previously been a salesperson at the same foreign electronics firm, possessing numerous clients, which provided the couple with the confidence to embark on their independent venture. Tian Xiaoming's reliance on bread was not a reflection of Song Xiaoyu's lack of diligence. In fact, she bore an even heavier burden, often accompanying clients for drinks, returning home intoxicated and frequently vomiting uncontrollably, only to collapse in exhaustion on the sofa in Tian Xiaoming's office. He felt a deep sense of concern for her, yet found himself powerless to alleviate her struggles. To be candid, the company did not lack for business. Song Xiaoyu's sales acumen was remarkable, capable of securing substantial orders. The challenge lay in Tian Xiaoming's inability to fulfill these requests. Although he had been a pivotal technical figure in the former foreign electronics company, the incessant and diverse demands from clients left him feeling overwhelmed. As a small enterprise, he could not offer competitive salaries, making it difficult to recruit skilled technicians. Even those willing to work lacked sufficient expertise, resulting in the overwhelming burden of research and design resting solely on Tian Xiaoming's shoulders. Given adequate time, he was confident in his ability to gradually realize these designs. However, the commercial arena operated like a battlefield. Clients were not inclined to grant such luxury. Failure to deliver would compel them to seek alternative manufacturers. Regardless of the cordiality of their relationships, financial interests prevailed, and if he could not meet expectations, he bore the blame alone. The inability to seize opportunities that were within reach could hardly be attributed to anyone else. Fortunately, Tian Xiaoming's brother, Tian Xiaoguang, had recently been assigned to the first prison of Deep Sea City. Through his connections, Tian Xiaoming was able to enlist the assistance of inmates to handle certain products, significantly reducing his costs. Today, a batch of products processed by the prison had arrived, bringing him considerable relief. With just 2 more days required for assembly, he could finally deliver them to the clients. Tian Xiaoming was acutely aware of the existing design flaws within this batch of products. Once they were utilized by clients for a period, a myriad of issues would likely arise, resulting in immense time and cost expenditures for after-sales service and maintenance. Yet, there was no alternative. The clients were pressing him for urgent delivery, and the risk of losing a client due to delays was a burden he could not bear, especially considering the sacrifices of his wife. The quality inspection was under the purview of Engineer Zhao, the most technically proficient individual in the company aside from Tian Xiaoming himself. According to the timeline, Engineer Zhao should have completed the inspection long ago, yet he has not arrived, which leaves Tian Xiaoming feeling increasingly anxious. Could something have gone awry? The factory, as it is referred to, is merely a modest workshop of over 200 square meters, with Zhao's workspace adjacent to it. Tian Xiaoming pushed open the door to the studio and found Engineer Zhao bent over his desk, engrossed in some task. "Zhao, what is the matter? Is there an issue?" Tian Xiaoming inquired cautiously. "Xiaoming, I was just about to look for you. Come quickly and take a look." Zhao's tone was imbued with palpable excitement, prompting Tian Xiaoming to hasten over. Zhao had assembled a complete testing circuit, and as he pressed various buttons, a row of small green lights connected to the circuit flickered to life. Once all the green lights illuminated, Tian Xiaoming felt a surge of emotion. The testing circuit boasted over 20 tiny lights. A green light indicated no problems, while a red light signified an issue. This circuit board had undergone testing during its design phase, and it was expected that at least 10% of the lights would exhibit red. Yet, astonishingly, not a single red light appeared, all were green. What could this mean? Take a look at this board, Zhao exclaimed, handing the testing circuit board to Tian Xiaoming while he began to fiddle with another circuit board on the testing apparatus. Upon examining the circuit board, Tian Xiaoming's eyes widened in disbelief. There were at least 6 jumper wires, which had completely altered the original circuit design. Without pausing to ponder further, he quickly retrieved the original design blueprint to compare the positions of the jumper wires, realizing why Zhao had dedicated such extensive time to scrutinizing these 2 circuit boards. The craftsmanship was remarkably sophisticated, with all the solder points indicating the work of a true expert, a skill level that both he and Zhao could only aspire to. In awe, he thought, this is incredible. Why hadn't I considered this approach? Time slipped away, and Tian Xiaoming sprang from his seat. Having finally grasped the thought process of the individual who had executed the jumper wires, he felt profound admiration for the person who had devised the modifications. It was noteworthy that he and Zhao had spent over half a month designing this circuit board, while the other party had deduced all the principles merely from the finished product and made highly effective improvements. This was utterly astonishing. To reverse engineer the principles of a circuit board without any schematics, relying solely on the finished product, is an extraordinary feat that only a select few could achieve. Such expertise not only requires a deep understanding of microcontroller design but also an intimate knowledge of every electronic component on the circuit board. Even a professional team, equipped with specialized tools, would need a considerable amount of time to thoroughly analyze and improve it. Yet, this batch of circuit boards had been processed in a mere day or 2. How could this be possible? Unless the individual was a master among masters. Perhaps even a genius. Xiaoming, what is it? At this moment, Song Xiaoyu had already awakened. Noticing that Tian Xiaoming was absent from the office, she donned a garment and made her way over. Xiaoyu, we have made a remarkable discovery. Come and see this, Tian Xiaoming exclaimed, extending the circuit board towards his wife. Song Xiaoyu examined the circuit board closely, turning it over in her hands, yet she could discern no significant details. While she excelled in business, her technical knowledge was rather limited. This circuit board was sent to the first prison for processing. Someone has improved it, addressing all design flaws. It's simply extraordinary. Really? Song Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If this batch were to gain the client's approval, the potential benefits would be substantial, simultaneously alleviating her efforts in client maintenance. Indeed it is. I believe there is a true master among the inmates at the first prison. If only we could bring this talent to our company, but alas. Tian Xiaoming lamented, striking his palm with a fist. The circuit boards were operated on by inmates, making it nearly impossible for him to recruit such a talent for the company. Xiaoming, I believe you should not give up so easily. You might consider reaching out to Xiaoguang, he might have a solution, Song Xiaoyu suggested encouragingly. You're right. I will seek out Xiaoguang first thing in the morning to see if he can devise a plan, Tian Xiaoming resolved. Such talent must not be overlooked. Even if this master cannot leave prison, assisting with design or improving their plans would present a tremendous opportunity for the company. What about this batch of goods? Should we start anew? Engineer Zhao inquired. No, we cannot start over. The client urgently needs this batch, we must not delay. After a moment of contemplation, Song Xiaoyu proposed. Let us assemble and deliver the current order, then immediately commence production on new mainboards. Once the new boards are ready, we can replace them under the guise of product upgrades. This approach would essentially serve as our follow-up service, and the client would be even more pleased. Agreed. That is the plan. Tian Xiaoming declared, slapping his thigh in delight. Having such a supportive wife felt like a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, An Shaohai of 232 furrowed his brow. Su Tianyu had caused quite a commotion before finally settling down, leaving An Shaohai utterly exhausted and devoid of energy to contemplate anything else. The source of An Shaohai's concern was that Su Tianyu appeared somewhat different this time. What exactly had changed, he could not precisely articulate. The immediate sensation was that the violent tendencies within Su Tianyu seemed to be in a constant state of turmoil, and An Shaohai found it exceedingly difficult to keep them restrained. Chapter 019, A Terrifying Adversary in the Realm of Incarceration. The most perilous locales are undoubtedly the showers and restrooms, a truth well understood by those acquainted with prison life. While the chaos depicted in television dramas may be exaggerated, the sordid reality of these two specific areas is often far worse, yet such grim realities are seldom captured on screen, and if they were, they would likely be deemed too controversial for broadcast. One can choose to resist, which typically results in a brutal beating, or one may seek assistance from the guards, a path that often comes at the cost of one's very life. Thus, one must either endure and acclimate to the circumstances or suffer the consequences of physical punishment. However, if one is fortunate enough to be accompanied by a group of comrades to the showers or restrooms, the risks diminish substantially. An Shaohai and Su Tianyu, both youthful and possessing strikingly handsome features, found themselves at an even greater risk. In another life, An Shaohai was resolute in his defiance, leading to frequent and severe beatings during his bathing sessions, a factor that contributed significantly to his physical decline upon release. He harbored a psychological aversion to the prison's showers and restrooms. An Shaohai initially believed that with Su Tianyu's connections and influence outside, no one would dare to target him. However, the reality proved to be quite the opposite. Su Tianyu faced even harsher scrutiny than An Shaohai. It dawned on An Shaohai that, at this moment, Su Tianyu and the drug trafficking organization led by Haifoi had not yet fully established their power. Fortunately, An Shaohai refrained from disclosing Su Tianyu's true identity to Wang Taijun, lest the truth be revealed. Regrettably, in this life, An Shaohai could not escape his fate. After a fierce struggle, both he and Su Tianyu found themselves in the infirmary. Pain radiated throughout his body, and as An Shaohai gritted his teeth, he moved his hand, concerned about the potential for lifelong injury due to the repeated trauma to his right hand. Su Tianyu lay eerily silent, his gaze hauntingly vacant as he stared at the ceiling. In the dead of night, An Shaohai sensed something amiss. Groggily awakening, he was startled to find Su Tianyu's face looming before him. A jolt of fear coursed through An Shaohai, prompting him to instinctively protect his right arm. Idol. Don't be alarmed, I mean you no harm. We are in the same cell now and see each other daily, so there is no need for that. Su Tianyu reassured him, though An Shaohai was too apprehensive to trust him, hastily sitting up. Su Tianyu's appearance was indeed intimidating due to his notorious reputation. He remained shackled to the hospital bed and had somehow maneuvered himself closer. With a soft grunt, he half lay on An Shaohai's bed, attempting to find a more comfortable position. Idol, I may not get out of here. Could you do me a favor? Su Tianyu murmured quietly, and for the first time, An Shaohai perceived him as a semblance of a normal person. What is it? An Shaohai hesitated, unwilling to fully agree or risk offending Su Tianyu, responding in vague terms. If you manage to get out, please visit my father in Haishi province and remind him that Guelu must perish along with his entire family. Let him not forget. Su Tianyu stated calmly, a tranquility in his voice that sent shivers down An Shaohai's spine. Su Tianyu's father is none other than the renowned Haifoi. Guelu, originally named Gue Jiluan, is a figure whose background remains a mystery to An Shaohai, who only knows him as one of the most powerful leaders in Area A. The individual who assaulted them in the bathhouse today was not Guelu. An Shaohai nodded gently, understanding it was merely a message, nothing of great significance. Whether Guelu's entire family would face demise was of no concern to him. Had it been the old An Shaohai, He would not have acquiesced to Su Tianyu so readily, but this rebirth had granted him clarity. No one is entirely innocent. Su Tianyu's words began to clear the fog in An Xiaohai's mind. The fact that Gue Lu dared to lay hands on Su Tianyu indicated a lack of fear towards the infamous Hai Foi, or his backing must be formidable. For to incite violence against Su Tianyu is tantamount to courting death. It is even plausible that Gue Lu's faction is inherently adversarial to Hai Foi, making one ponder the true identity of Gue Lu supporters. An Xiaohai consented to assist Wang Taijun in dealing with Hai Yaozi, largely out of necessity. Yet this matter lingered in his thoughts. It had little to do with justice, but rather for the sake of Wang Taijun himself. The darker the world becomes, the more light is needed to illuminate it. Wang Taijun was that brilliant light, though ultimately, he faded into obscurity. Consider it a reciprocal gesture, since you have aided me. I must return the favor, while the affairs of others remain insignificant to me, An Xiaohai reasoned quietly. It was merely a matter of enduring some blows. One grows accustomed to it over time. An Xiaohai exhaled softly, saying, just bear with it for a while. In a few years, when I manage to get out, I will speak to your father, or you could find a way to relay the message, and your life will improve significantly. You don't understand, Su Tianyu shook his head. I might not live to see that day. Upon finishing his sentence, Su Tianyu surprisingly smiled, his eyes sparkling with newfound brightness. It's quite good, this is karma. Idle bro. Let me share a secret with you, I killed Gue Lu's elder brother, and it was quite a gruesome end, hehe. An Xiaohai was taken aback. It appeared that the conflict between Su Tianyu and Gue Lu was not merely gang rivalry but also intertwined with personal vendetta, leaving no room for negotiation. Idle bro. Do you know why Lu Jun, that fool, is targeting you? No, An Xiaohai shook his head, maintaining a facade of calm, though turmoil churned within. I do know. Su Tianyu's eyes twinkled mischievously as he continued, a significant figure desires to see you suffer, offering a price to maim you but not to kill you. Even I was tempted by that price. Who told you about this? An Xiaohai inquired, his demeanor still composed. Su Tianyu gazed at An Xiaohai for a prolonged moment before responding, I overheard a fan in the detention center discussing it. I cannot disclose the identity, but you understand. The information is credible. I have always been curious as to why this prominent figure wishes to target you. Have you been with his wife and daughter? He chuckled. An Xiaohai smiled gently. Until now, he could confidently say that apart from the village chief, Zhou Tai's father, he could not think of anyone else who wished for his demise. Are you not curious about the identity of that significant figure? Never mind. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Su Tianyu suddenly waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, there are only a few days left anyway, it is pointless. Let me tell you, the one who seeks to harm you is Hu Haikong. Hu Haikong. An Xiaohai's heart trembled violently. Hu Haikong was renowned throughout Haidong province. He was the owner of Haikong Real Estate Company in Shenhui City and the richest man in Haidong province, a figure who rose from the underworld. Over 2 decades later, the Haikong Real Estate Company was implicated in a corruption scandal and was seized. Yet Hu Haikong had long since transferred his assets overseas and managed to evade capture until the year An Xiaohai met his end. So it was him. No wonder he wielded such influence in Shenhui City. An Xiaohai's heart sank, if what Su Tianyu said was indeed true. Then his path of vengeance would be fraught with difficulties. If even the individual confronting him was of such a caliber, one could only imagine the terrifying figures hidden behind the scenes. Chapter 20, The Suspicious Corridor. In the following 2 days, Su Tianyu remained exceedingly quiet, spending most of his time lying motionless in bed with his eyes wide open, lost in thought. On the 3rd day, he was wheeled into another room for an examination. And suddenly, young Yuanbing, who had not been seen for some time, hurried in. Are you well acquainted with Tian Qiaoguang? Young Yuanbing asked bluntly as he entered. I know him. But he may not recognize me. We aren't familiar, An Xiaohai replied promptly. Tian Qiaoguang was a prison guard at the first prison of Deep Sea City. primarily responsible for managing the reading room. An Xiaohai naturally knew him, but whether Tian Xiaoguang knew him was uncertain. An Xiaohai's answer was straightforward and unequivocal. Yang Yuanbing had specifically come for this matter, implying there was a reason behind his inquiry. Some matters must be handled with ambiguity, yet others require clarity. If everything is left vague, it may leave those who wish to assist you at a loss. Despite Yang Yuanbing's greed, he had thus far proven to be trustworthy. An Xiaohai was cautiously maintaining his relationship with him, as frightening him away would be detrimental. Ah, so he truly is interested in your skills, Yang Yuanbing mused, stroking his chin. An Xiaohai immediately grasped the implication. His improvements to the circuit board had yielded results, and rather swiftly. Tian Xiaoguang filed a report stating he needed to call you for a period to assist our partner company in resolving some technical issues. However, his request was declined by higher-ups. Ordinarily, I shouldn't disclose this to you. I understand, thank you, Section Chief Yang. Well, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. By the way, keep your distance from Su Tianyu, he is likely to, never mind. Take care to reform and avoid excessive mental burdens. With that, Yang Yuanbing departed, leaving An Xiaohai furrowing his brow in contemplation. Another month had passed. And his family must have gone to buy cigarettes again. Yang Yuanbing was evidently returning the favor by imparting some information. Given Yang Yuanbing's hesitant demeanor, it was likely he had knowledge regarding Su Tianyu, and his half-spoken words seemed to suggest that An Xiaohai should relay this news to Su Tianyu. Possibly for his own gain. Yang Yuanbing's actions once again challenged An Xiaohai's worldview. He was willing to exploit Su Tianyu's situation without hesitation. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed inconsequential. Individuals like Yang Yuanbing were inherently parasitic, unconcerned with one's background unless it could facilitate their ascent to power and wealth. As for the underworld, they held little regard for such matters. Even if he extorted them, they would merely smile and fill his pockets with money. The true adversaries of those in the underworld were individuals akin to Wang Taijun. Su Tianyu was soon returned, still exhibiting a vacant stare. An Xiaohai chose silence, recognizing the need to weigh the pros and cons meticulously before making a decision. Behind Su Tianyu stands the Hefuai group, whose influence extends throughout Haishi province. They are in a competitive and adversarial relationship with the Hayatsi group. Should An Xiaohai choose to assist Su Tianyu, he would inevitably find himself opposing the Hayatsi, thereby not only jeopardizing his own safety but also complicating his commitment to Wang Taijun. Is there any advantage in aiding Su Tianyu? Evidently, there is. To speak of benefits, with Su Tianyu's protection, An Xiaohai would find his 3 years in prison considerably more bearable. The might of Su Tianyu's faction could shield him from the majority of threats posed by fellow inmates. However, this is contingent upon Su Tianyu's ability to safeguard himself. Or better yet, to secure his release. If Su Tianyu remains incarcerated, the protective effect would be significantly diminished. Ideally, Su Tianyu would regain his freedom. As long as he is alive and thriving outside, any potential aggressors within the prison would think twice before targeting An Xiaohai. It is not that An Xiaohai harbors any illusions about Su Tianyu being a man of honor. Neither Su Tianyu nor Yang Yuanbing, nor even Wu Guanhai, can be described as loyal. In their world, such loyalty is often a hindrance to success and can lead to an untimely demise. Their motivations are purely self-interested. When the stakes are high enough, even a father can be betrayed. The true embodiment of loyalty is Wang Taijun. Yet to label him solely as loyal would be a gross simplification. He possesses a noble sense of justice. However, individuals like Su Tianyu must cultivate the appearance of loyalty. Otherwise, they risk losing a crucial tool for controlling their subordinates. Assisting Su Tianyu while ensuring he remains discreet about it, all while finding a way to protect himself, presents a daunting challenge. In the afternoon, Pan Zhuangzhuang arrived at the prison with An Xiaohai's grandmother for a visit. An Xiaohai couldn't help but smile bitterly. For every time his family and friends came to see him, he was confined to the infirmary. How ironic. His grandmother could no longer articulate her thoughts clearly. She simply wept at the iron bars, and no amount of An Xiaohai's reassurances could provide solace. During the visit, Pan Zhuangzhuang kept his words to a minimum, merely informing An Xiaohai that they had brought him clothes, money, and a letter from Chen Shuifen. An Xiaohai immediately understood that all pertinent information was contained within that letter. An Xiaohai and Pan Zhuangwang had devised a highly secretive code for communication, originally designed to facilitate cheating on exams. This ensured that, even if caught, the teachers would find no incriminating evidence. Only Pan Zhuangzhuang, Lin Xian'an, and An Xiaohai knew how to utilize this coded language, relying heavily on An Xiaohai's remarkable memory. He had not anticipated that this method of communication would prove useful in this context. The items could not be handed directly to An Xiaohai but would first be taken to the security inspection room, where he would retrieve them after the inspection was completed. After bidding farewell to his grandmother and Pan Zhuangzhuang, a guard soon arrived to escort An Xiaohai to the inspection room to collect the delivered items, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. Under ordinary circumstances, prisons seldom exhibit such remarkable efficiency. Could it be that a shift change is imminent? That seems improbable. An Xiaohai was acutely aware of the precise shift change times within the prison, and it was still far from that moment. He discreetly scrutinized the guard escorting him. This individual left little impression on An Xiaohai. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting pronounced dark circles under his eyes, which were somewhat mitigated by his deeply tanned complexion. An Xiaohai moved at a leisurely pace, while the guard remained silent, exuding a palpable sense of impatience. Ahead lay the security inspection room. You can proceed there to collect your belongings, be quick about it and don't dawdle. At a corner, the guard abruptly halted, simultaneously extracting a cigarette and lighting it. An Xiaohai's instincts screamed alarm. This was decidedly unusual. From his current position to the security inspection room, there existed a corridor. Once An Xiaohai entered this corridor, he would be out of the guard's line of sight, and after traversing nearly 20 meters, he would need to turn left to reach the inspection area. Although this segment was enclosed, escape was not an option. However, within the confines of the prison, especially in non-fixed areas, it was an unwavering rule that inmates must not be allowed to stray from sight, a cardinal principle of the institution. An older guard would never commit such a fundamental oversight. What was his intention? Was he genuinely that negligent, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Chapter 21, The Struggle Between Life and Death. In an instant, a torrent of thoughts surged through An Xiaohai's mind. He was no longer the naive university student he once was, and his trust in the entire system of the first prison was utterly non-existent. Despite his vigilance, An Xiaohai dared not reveal a hint of his apprehension. He simply nodded and continued forward. Only by feigning ignorance could he disarm his adversaries. Should they discover that he was already prepared, they would undoubtedly resort to even more insidious tactics against him. As he turned the corner, a dimly lit corridor unfolded before him. In this era, video surveillance remained an exceedingly expensive endeavor, and even within the prison, coverage was far from comprehensive. Just as he suspected, this corridor beyond the designated area was devoid of cameras. The absence of surveillance signified a lack of evidence. What transpired here could not be adequately articulated with mere words. The darkened hallway loomed like a monstrous maw, seemingly poised to engulf An Xiaohai the moment he stepped inside. How could this be? An Xiaohai's brow furrowed in concern. Had they discerned his intentions? Or had he misjudged the severity of their ruthlessness? His thoughts raced with urgency. An Xiaohai devised a plan to summon Area A, which would serve to disrupt his opponent's arrangements while simultaneously lulling them into a false sense of security. The criminals confined in Area A were notorious for their malevolence, and as a university student who had made a tragic mistake, his arrival here was akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. Logically, they should have observed him for a while, waiting for either his downfall or his gradual descent into despair before methodically eliminating him. This would grant An Xiaohai a moment to breathe and prepare for the onslaught of persecution and challenges ahead. Yet, little did he know, his adversaries had no intention of granting him such a reprieve. Within just a month, a new wave of persecution arrived, sudden and without warning. Though countless thoughts raced through his mind, only a fleeting moment had passed. And Xiaohai walked slowly but persistently, never halting his advance. To evade this imminent peril, the optimal choice would have been to turn back and summon the guards to accompany him to the security room. However, An Xiaohai was resolute in his decision to refrain from doing so. If he acted in such a manner, his adversaries would quickly realize that he had uncovered their scheme, transforming the nature of the situation entirely. These individuals were likely motivated by self-interest should they discover that their machinations had been exposed. Their first instinct would be to eliminate An Xiaohai as swiftly as possible. After all, silencing him was the only way to prevent their misdeeds from being revealed. An Xiaohai focused on regulating his breathing, feeling his muscles tighten in response to the tension. He understood that he must confront this peril head-on while maintaining the facade of ignorance regarding his adversary's true nature. Only in this way could he buy himself precious time once more. At this moment, An Xiaohai comprehended fully that, despite his identity as a reincarnator and having endured 30 years of relentless suffering, he had perhaps been overly benevolent and had overestimated the limits of his adversaries. To triumph over the malevolent entity lurking in the shadows, he must embody a greater ruthlessness than that of his foe. An Xiaohai's current condition was far from ideal. His arm was still encased in a splint, and his body was riddled with pain. However, the tension of life and death allowed him to temporarily overlook his ailments, sharpening his senses considerably. As he cautiously advanced, he began to unravel some of the bandages on his right arm, extracting a piece of wood to wield as a makeshift weapon should anyone leap out to confront him. Traversing the corridor of approximately 20 meters, he had taken nearly 100 steps, and thankfully, his injuries allowed him to feign care for his wounded arm, thus evading suspicion. As he approached the final 2 or 3 meters, An Xiaohai suddenly leapt forward, covering nearly 2 meters in an instant. At the corner, a figure trembled, clearly taken aback by An Xiaohai's unexpected maneuver at the last moment. A swift glance revealed the assailant's stance, or he was lying in wait, poised to ambush, brandishing a glinting object, a spoon with one end honed to a sharp point. In that fleeting moment, the assailant realized he had been discovered. Yet he chose not to retreat but instead charged towards An Xiaohai, teeth clenched in determination. An Xiaohai refrained from calling for help, focusing entirely on his adversary. Shouting for assistance would be futile, given the nature of the trap set against him. His cries would elicit no fear in the assailant, then by the time aid arrived, he could very well be incapacitated and gravely injured. It was more prudent to concentrate all his strength on preserving his own life. Without hesitation, An Xiaohai hurled the piece of wood with all his might. The assailant, caught off guard by An Xiaohai's unexpected possession of a weapon, faltered as the wood struck his face, momentarily halting his advance. "Help! Murder!" An Xiaohai cried out, simultaneously launching a kick into the assailant's abdomen. The man grunted in pain but, rather than retreating, pressed forward, lunging once more at An Xiaohai. Panic surged within An Xiaohai. He was undeniably too frail, mismatched in weight and strength against his opponent, rendering it challenging to inflict any meaningful harm. Yet if the assailant succeeded, the consequences would be dire. In a critical moment, An Xiaohai sprang into the air, raising his right fist to strike at the man's face. The assailant smirked wickedly, raising the spoon to jab at An Xiaohai's right hand. With a resounding crack, the sharp spoon collided with another splint on An Xiaohai's arm, causing it to splinter. Undeterred, the spoon continued its trajectory, plunging into An Xiaohai's right arm with a sickening thud. A searing pain surged through him, yet An Xiaohai paid no heed to his already wounded right hand. At this moment, even the slightest oversight could obliterate the hard-won advantage he had fought for. Gritting his teeth, An Xiaohai hastily unraveled a portion of the bandage from his right arm and swiftly wrapped it around the opponent's head and face twice. Simultaneously, he lunged his body heavily onto the adversary. The man's hands and neck were ensnared by the bandage, preventing him from escaping immediately. Seizing the opportunity, An Xiaohai thrust his right knee upward with all his might, delivering a crushing blow to the man's groin. This time, The man could no longer withstand the assault and let out a piercing scream, collapsing limply to the ground. And Xiaohai's mind was clear, although he held the upper hand. He was nearing his limits, with his right arm beginning to tingle and lose sensation. He could not afford to let his guard down. Even a moment's respite could grant the opponent the chance to retaliate. Both men tumbled to the ground, with Xiaohai's battered right arm striking fast, intensifying the pain that gradually morphed into numbness. Ignoring the agony, he tightened one end of the bandage with his left hand while his right hand continued to thrash, wrapping the bandage around the man's neck. The man writhed in anguish, rolling on the ground, but the blood that pooled beneath them made the surface slippery. And despite several attempts, he failed to turn over. And Xiaohai seized the moment to clamp his thigh around the man's neck, then with a fierce roar, he began to pull at the bandage with all his might, their bodies entwined in a frantic struggle on the floor. "What are you doing? Release him at once." The middle-aged prison guard and the security officer finally appeared, yet they chose to ignore the blood staining Xiaohai's body, instead brandishing their batons and loudly commanding him. Xiaohai clenched his jaw, remaining silent as he intensified his grip with both hands and legs. The two guards who arrived first were clearly accomplices. If he released his hold now, the man on the ground could easily rise and strike back. Thus, he must not loosen his grip. He had to endure until reinforcements arrived. "I command you to let go." The middle-aged guard's face contorted with desperation. If Xiaohai managed to wait for others to arrive, it would spell trouble for him. Not only would he fail to achieve his objective, but he would also face disciplinary action. Xiaohai feigned ignorance, relentlessly applying pressure. Fully aware that he was nearing his breaking point, his vision beginning to darken. "I order you to release him. Do you hear me?" The guard, filled with rage and humiliation, struck Xiaohai atop the head with his baton. Blood streamed down, blinding him as pain surged through his body. Yet, rather than rendering him unconscious, the acute agony sharpened his hazy awareness, causing his muscles to spasm and inadvertently increasing his grip. Gritting his teeth, Xiaohai raised his head to meet the gaze of the middle-aged guard, his face smeared with blood, which flowed into his eyes, painting his vision a crimson hue. The guard seethed with fury, but Xiaohai discerned a glimmer of fear in his eyes. "Xiaohai, what are you doing? Let go quickly." The familiar voice of Lu Tsong finally reached him. Xiaohai smiled broadly. He felt a sense of safety wash over him. As his mind relaxed, his entire body gradually succumbed to numbness, and Xiaohai collapsed to the ground, fainting. Chapter 22: Revenge while the iron is hot once again. The vast expanse of the dark sea loomed, this time devoid of moonlight, as if the heavens and earth were engulfed in ink. Xiaohai sat upon the black sands, accompanied by an imposing figure, though the face remained hidden from view. Within his heart, Xiaohai recognized that this formidable shadow was none other than his father from his memories. Reluctant as he was to have his father intrude upon his dreams, he found himself powerless to resist. "Xiaohai, remember, there are no paths upon the sea, for the sea itself is the path." The shadow spoke, as if recounting tales to Xiaohai or perhaps whispering to itself. The sea breeze, in response to the shadow's words, began to soften, ultimately transforming into a warm tempest. With a groan, Xiaohai finally roused from his slumber, and upon opening his eyes, he was met once more by the visage of Su Tianyu. This time, Xiaohai exhibited no reaction. He had grown accustomed to it. "Hey, idol, you're awake. I knew you wouldn't die so easily, haha." Su Tianyu laughed heartily, though his voice was subdued. "What time is it? How long was I out?" "It's nearly 1 in the morning. That old nurse just came to check on you. You've been unconscious for 2 whole days, heh." Su Tianyu waved his left hand, drawing Xiaohai's attention to the plaster encasing it. "I tried to see if I could twist my arm, but lo and behold, it actually worked. Huh. However, it truly hurts, but it's worth it. I get to spend a few more days with you alone." Surprised? Happy? Su Tianyu spoke lightly. Yet An Xiaohai understood that breaking one's own arm was far from a pleasant experience, it required immense willpower to accomplish. An Xiaohai managed a faint smile. Suddenly, he perceived Su Tianyu before him as less intimidating. In this sunless prison, while Su Tianyu had engaged in endless banter, he had never truly caused him harm. In contrast, it was those seemingly righteous individuals who had repeatedly pushed him to the brink of death. An Xiaohai attempted to move his body, fortunately. Aside from his right hand being in worse condition, all other parts were intact and functioning, albeit barely. He shifted slightly to the right, creating space, and then patted the bed beside him with his left hand. Though taken aback, Su Tianyu's eyes brightened, and with a grin, he deftly climbed onto the bed. Lying beside An Xiaohai. In the depths of night, two boys of similar age found themselves squeezed onto a single hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. One with a left arm in plaster and the other with his right hand wrapped in bandages, they appeared surprisingly harmonious. Su Tianyu, how do your friends address you? Hey. Actually, my name isn't Su Tianyu, I was originally called Su Jigang, but I later changed it to Su Tianyu. Why change your name? Su Jigang has a certain nostalgic charm. I find Su Jigang rather outdated, and since I'm out in the world, I thought it wise to have a name that invites divine favor, hence the change. Friends? I have none. Outwardly, people refer to me as Brother Tion. While behind my back, they call me the madman. As for you, my idol, feel free to address me however you please, it brings me joy. The term madman is indeed quite vivid. Have you read a great many books? An Xiaohai casually inquired. Although Su Tianyu appeared somewhat eccentric, it was evident from his articulate speech that he was not akin to the typical ruffian, whose conversation often revolved around vulgarities. No, I didn't even graduate from elementary school. Su Tianyu's tone rapidly darkened, clearly indicating his reluctance to delve into that topic with An Xiaohai. Consequently, An Xiaohai promptly fell silent. Everyone possesses corners they'd rather not explore. And given Su Tianyu's temperament, it was likely that he had even more such areas. If one failed to grasp his personality, it was prudent to speak less. Excessive chatter could lead to missteps, potentially provoking Su Tianyu into a fit. Hey, idol, don't stop. Keep chatting. Noticing An Xiaohai's silence, Su Tianyu nudged him with his elbow. Why do you call me idol? Don't tell me it's because you see me as your idol. That's a secret, heh? Su Tianyu suddenly packed up. Why is it a secret? If I say it's a secret, I certainly can't disclose it to you. Furthermore, revealing it would be quite embarrassing. However, if I am still alive when the day comes, I will tell you. An Xiaohai felt a stir within. Initially, he thought Su Tianyu calling him idol was merely a prank, yet now, considering his tone, there was likely a genuine reason behind it. But why could he not recall? This defied logic. An Xiaohai suddenly realized that his once proud memory was not as infallible as he believed, having encountered several significant lapses already. But you need not worry, idol. It might not be long now. I have a feeling I may not survive this month. Is it because of Ghost Lu? Nonsense. Ghost Lu is just a minor character. Utterly inconsequential. Stop asking, knowing this will do you no good. Let us discuss something else, like when you and idol sister might have a little idol of your own. Come on. An Xiaohai was struck with a wave of realization, simultaneously recognizing a pressing concern. Could it be that Lin Xiana inadvertently provoked this individual? This situation could escalate in significance. You needn't be so anxious, idol. I harbor no ill intentions toward idol sister, my heart belongs solely to you. Su Tianyu deliberately spoke in a high-pitched tone. Had it been in the past, then Xiaohai would have been filled with goosebumps, but now he felt somewhat numb. He had gradually begun to understand Su Tianyu's character. If what Su Tianyu said sounded like a joke, it was usually serious. Conversely, if he spoke earnestly, it was likely to be humorous. Fanboy, may I propose a deal with you? A deal? Certainly. I would be thrilled to make a deal with you, idol. However, my virtue is non-negotiable. I am not that kind of person. Get lost. And Xiaohai almost kicks the fellow off the ledge, but he restrained himself. I'll help you find a way out. Could you tell me why you insist on calling me idol brother? Really? Su Tianyu suddenly sat up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Do you have a plan? No, and Xiaohai shook his head. So what do you mean? Shoo. And Xiaohai gestured for silence. This is exhilarating. Idol brother. You are my true idol. Escaping prison. What a thrill. Su Tianyu mused for a while, finally lying back down. Idol brother, if we escape, will you join me? Of course, without hesitation, and Xiaohai replied. Su Tianyu, though a bit eccentric, was far from foolish. If An Xiaohai proposed an escape while opting out himself, Su Tianyu would struggle to place his trust entirely in him. Despite Su Tianyu's sweet calls of idol brother, the true thoughts in his heart were known only to the heavens. You only have to endure for a little over 3 years. Escaping seems a bit of a loss, doesn't it? Su Tianyu pondered, stroking his chin. A loss? Not at all. It's far better than dying here. That makes sense. Su Tianyu gave a thumbs up. So, how shall we proceed? Should we act now? No. We cannot act now. This is a one-time opportunity. If we fail, it will be troublesome, so we must wait for the right moment. How long must we wait? It won't be too long. Wan Xiaohai shook his head. Perhaps a month. Within a month, I will surely devise a way to escape. All right. It's all up to idol brother. Su Tianyu rested his head on An Xiaohai's shoulder and soon fell into a gentle snore. An Xiaohai, unfazed by Su Tianyu's slumber, continued to gaze at the empty ceiling, his eyes shining like stars. You have forced my hand. You wish for my demise. Very well. Let us see who will perish first. An Xiaohai's resolve grew increasingly steadfast. Indeed, vengeance must be seized in the heat of the moment. Delaying only sours the taste. Chapter 023. All our prison guards. In the ensuing 2 days, An Xiaohai spent most of his time staring blankly at the ceiling. It was inconceivable for him to escape from prison alongside Su Tianyu. Should he embark on such a perilous endeavor, there would be no turning back. He would either fall prey to drug dealers or meet his demise at the hands of law enforcement. At that juncture, the corrupt officers colluding with the shadowy figures behind the scenes would have no qualms about executing him in broad daylight without facing any repercussions. An Xiaohai yearned for a semblance of normalcy with his family and friends upon his release, and for that reason, he resolutely refused to pursue escape. If he were to seek freedom, it would be through channels that appeared legitimate and rational. In An Xiaohai's perspective, this was not an insurmountable task. 3 years, while not insignificant, paled in comparison to the prospect of an additional 20. As for aiding Su Tianyu in his escape, An Xiaohai's intentions were not mere words. If Su could flee, it would undoubtedly provide him with an extra layer of assurance. He had considered this matter with great clarity. Before the attack, he had no intention of aiding Su, for the latter was a remorseless drug lord and a central figure in the Haifei organization. And releasing him could lead to further devastation. However, An Xiaohai could no longer afford to dwell on such concerns. He did not shy away from saving another when he possessed the means, but only if he ensured his own survival first. Otherwise, all actions would be devoid of meaning. If destruction was inevitable, then let it be shared. Compared to drug trafficking organizations, the corrupt officials who clandestinely perpetrated wrongdoing and enabled these syndicates inflicted far greater and more insidious harm upon the populace. While escaping from the first prison of Deep Sea City might be a daunting task for others, it was not insurmountable for An Xiaohai. He was aware that a prisoner would escape from the facility exactly 1 month hence, and although this individual was swiftly apprehended after his flight, the tale had circulated among the inmates with an air of mystique. The methods and routes of this escape could certainly be adapted for Su Tianyu's benefit. In fact, by this time, the escapee would have completed most of the preparatory work, and should Su act promptly, his chances of success would be considerably high. Nevertheless, And Xiaohai had no intention of rushing, time was on his side, and if he could leverage this situation to ensnare the two corrupt officers who had wronged him, it would be even more exquisite. Since they showed no mercy, he would not be bound by righteousness. These past 2 days, and Xiaohai had been contemplating this very matter, seeking to resolve the threats against him, thus disrupting their plans and securing a precious respite for himself. Once he felt slightly better, a prison guard approached to take his statement regarding the events of that day. Naturally, An Xiaohai revealed nothing, merely stating that he had been attacked without provocation and claiming ignorance regarding all other details. The guard who took the statement kept his gaze lowered, rarely looking up at An Xiaohai. An Xiaohai knew all too well that this individual was the same person who had sat in the security room that day, an accomplice of the middle-aged police officer. Although his gaze had been primarily focused on his assailant and the officer, it did not hinder him from discreetly observing the man's physical features, which he committed to memory. Yang Yuanbing had visited once, merely peering through the window of the medical room without entering. Upon realizing that An Xiaohai had spotted him, he promptly departed. Yang Yuanbing's appearance served solely to convey his intent to keep a watchful eye on An Xiaohai. No further dialogue was necessary. Liu Zong had come several times, yet he spoke little, his demeanor heavy with unspoken thoughts. It was evident that this honest young officer had discerned the numerous inconsistencies surrounding the situation, but he lacked the means to alter the unfolding events, which rendered him somewhat disoriented. Liu Zong harbored a sense of guilt, despite having never directly harmed An Xiaohai. From the 4th day onward, Su Tianyu began to insist on returning, citing the stifling atmosphere of the ward as driving him to madness and expressing his distaste for sharing a room with An Xiaohai. An Xiaohai had subtly encouraged Su Tianyu's desire to leave, although the rationale was fabricated by Su himself. There was a peculiar merit to Su Tianyu's character. Regardless of how outrageous his behavior appeared, others found it inexplicably justifiable. An Xiaohai advised Su Tianyu to make preparations, specifically to procure a means of self-defense and to seek an opportunity to establish contact with the outside for assistance. The individual who had initially planned an escape had devised a feasible strategy, yet failed to consider how to evade capture thereafter, resulting in his swift recapture. An Xiaohai intended to rectify this oversight. As for the weapon, it was unnecessary, it merely provided Su Tianyu with an occupation, lest his incessant scrutiny become bothersome. Unbeknownst to An Xiaohai, the prison authorities swiftly acquiesced to Su Tianyu's request, and on the 5th day, Su Tianyu was escorted out of the ward. An Xiaohai silently exhaled a sigh of relief, indifferent to whether Su Tianyu would acquire a weapon or find assistance, as he did not intend to involve himself in those matters. This way, should any complications arise during Su Tianyu's actions, accountability would not fall upon him. As An Xiaohai mentally rehearsed his plans, Liu Zong returned. This time, upon discovering An Xiaohai alone in the ward, Liu Zong approached slowly, pulling a chair to sit beside An Xiaohai's bed. "How is your hand feeling now?" After a moment of silence, Liu Zong finally inquired. "Much better, thank you, Officer Liu," An Xiaohai replied with a smile. Had it not been for Liu Zong's timely intervention, his condition could have deteriorated significantly. Revenge must be exacted, and gratitude must also be acknowledged. Yet, the present moment did not afford the opportunity for either. Such matters could only await a more favorable time. Liu Zong evidently had much to articulate, yet ultimately, it culminated in a resigned sigh. Just as he stood up, intending to turn away, An Xiaohai unexpectedly spoke again. "Officer Liu, I would like to request one more favor from you." Liu Zong turned back to regard An Xiaohai for a moment before gently nodding. "Assisting you is no trouble, but it must remain within my capabilities and cannot involve any illegal matters. Officer Liu thinks too much of it. I merely feel rather bored here and would like your assistance in borrowing a few books from the reading room." "Oh, that is certainly acceptable. What kind of books are you interested in?" Liu Zong replied with a pleasant nod, and An Xiaohai noticed that Liu Zong visibly exhaled in relief upon making this request. "Anything will do, though technical books would be preferable." Liu Zong nodded once more before opening the door and departing. Before long, the books were delivered not by Lu Tsong, but by Tian Xiaoguang, the manager of the reading room. A smile once again graced An Xiaohai's lips. Tian Xiaoguang was slender, with dark skin. A typical appearance of a southerner, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving him a scholarly demeanor. Tian Xiaoguang was astute. He did not inform An Xiaohai in advance about his request to engage with him. Given that An Xiaohai had made modifications to the circuit board, he would undoubtedly not refuse this matter, nor could he. You were the one who made the changes to the circuit board, correct? Tian Xiaoguang wasted no time, diving straight into the topic as soon as he sat down. Indeed. I submitted a report requesting your assistance with the design, but it was rejected by the high-ups. An Xiaohai nodded. He had already been informed of this outcome by Yang Yuanbing. He was curious about who precisely had denied the request but restrained himself from asking. Could you utilize your spare time to assist with some circuit design? The factory can offer a certain remuneration, albeit it may be challenging to deliver it directly to you. But I could pass it on to your family. That is perfectly fine. Good, then. I shall take my leave now. We can discuss the specifics in detail the next time you visit the reading room, Tian Xiaoguang said, rising to depart. Officer Tian, I have a proposal. I wonder if you might be interested in hearing it. Oh. Tian Xiaoguang halted, turning back to look at him. Chapter 024, Undercurrents. Officer Tian, please take a seat. An Xiaohai said with a smile. Although Tian Xiaoguang hesitated for a moment, he ultimately complied. Internally, Tian Xiaoguang was conflicted. He valued his current position greatly and, subjectively, wished to limit his interactions with any offenders. However, he could not turn a blind eye to the situation concerning his elder brother, Tian Xiaoming. The Tian siblings lost their parents at a young age, and as the eldest, Tian Xiaoming resolutely abandoned his studies to work and support the family. It was through his unwavering support that Tian Xiaoguang was able to complete his university education. Outwardly calm, An Xiaohai's mind raced as he discerned Tian Xiaoguang's thoughts through their brief exchange. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the electronics factory held significant ties to Tian Xiaoguang, otherwise, he would not have sought An Xiaohai out privately after his superiors had denied his application. Furthermore, Tian Xiaoguang was not an inflexible individual. He would exploit his position to garner benefits, albeit within the confines of established regulations. In An Xiaohai's opinion, there was a fundamental difference between Tian Xiaoguang and Yang Yuanbing. The former navigated loopholes, while the latter disregarded the rules entirely. My expertise lies not in electronics, but in computer programming. An Xiaohai introduced a new topic. And what of it? Tian Xiaoguang inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. I could develop a specialized management program for the reading room, enhancing its administration to be more professional and efficient. Given enough time, I could even create a more complex work management system, elevating the overall modernization of the prison's management. An Xiaohai articulated his thoughts with measured pace. Tian Xiaoguang raised an eyebrow. An Xiaohai's proposal struck at the heart of the matter. As a mere officer assigned to the reading room upon his arrival at the first prison, Tian Xiaoguang had come to understand after a year or two that excelling in this position was exceedingly difficult, with little opportunity for accolades. An Xiaohai's suggestion was akin to illuminating a path for him. Whether it be the library management program or the work management system, if successfully developed and operational, it would undoubtedly represent a significant achievement. During internal meetings, the prison warden had repeatedly emphasized the directives from superiors, urging preparations for the 21st century and the advent of the information age. An Xiaohai's ideas clearly aligned with these directives. Moreover, if offenders were involved and contributed meaningfully, it would be a notable educational accomplishment, qualifying as an achievement in its own right. Of course, relying solely on this for rapid advancement was unrealistic. But recognition as a standout contributor was certainly within reach. This would undoubtedly bolster Tian Xiaoguang's prospects for promotion or reassignment. He desperately needed such opportunities, otherwise he risked remaining confined to that small reading room for a lifetime. Tian Xiaoguang refrained from immediately expressing his stance, lost in silent contemplation as he weighed the pros and cons meticulously. And Xiaohai chose not to disturb him, patiently awaiting Tian's response. The matter at hand presented considerable challenges. Programming necessitated a computer, which was not inexpensive. The likelihood of receiving approval from superiors for such a request was slim. After a prolonged period of deliberation, Tian ultimately shook his head, though his expression betrayed a sense of reluctance. The computer was merely a minor hurdle, and it wasn't imperative to secure upper management's consent. What do you mean? Tian inquired, his brow slightly raised. Indeed, the cost of a computer was substantial, and approval from superiors seemed exceedingly difficult to obtain. However, what if there were a donor? A spark of realization lit up Tian's eyes as he grasped the crux of one suggestion. If external funding were to be provided, then the higher-ups would have no valid reason to refuse, and this initiative itself would represent a significant achievement. As for the benefactor, it was simple enough, his elder brother. Tian Xiaoming would serve as the ideal donor. This not only alleviated Tian Xiaoguang's immediate concerns but also rendered the collaboration between Qiaoyu Electronics and the prison more justifiable, while simultaneously silencing the gossipers. Tian raised his gaze to An Xiaohai, suddenly aware that this young inmate, barely in his 20s, was perhaps far more complex and formidable than anyone had presumed. Could a mere 19-year-old have conceived such ideas? Was there someone of greater wisdom advising him behind the scenes? What price must I pay? Tian asked, taking a deep breath. At this juncture, Tian could no longer afford to underestimate An Xiaohai. He understood well that one does not receive gifts from the heavens without a cost. The price. An Xiaohai bit his lip before responding, "First, Officer Tian. I need a small favor, please help me safeguard my funds. My family has sent me money, which I trust you have in your possession. I would appreciate it if you could purchase some nutritional supplements for me. I require extra meals when I visit the reading room. I am rather frail, and I wish to grow stronger, especially since I am still in my developmental years." "That is not a problem." Tian nodded after a moment's thought. An Xiaohai's request was reasonable and easily manageable. Even if discovered, it would hardly be a significant issue, as he had ample justifications to defend his actions. Secondly, there are many books I wish to read that are not available in the reading room. I would like to ask Officer Tian to assist me in acquiring them. Of course, I will cover the costs. Additionally, I am eager to learn more about the outside world, and if it is convenient for you, I hope you can leave a variety of newspapers in the reading room. There's no need for you to search extensively, just the usual publications will suffice. That is also manageable. Tian nodded once more. Lastly, whenever a software is developed, Officer Tian must ensure my name is included in the reports. That is acceptable and indeed appropriate. However, I must caution you that there seems to be some scrutiny regarding your standing. Even if I submit your name, it may not guarantee a reduction in your sentence. Moreover, I am apprehensive that once I submit your name at the outset, this scheme is likely to fail. Damn. An Xiaohai cursed inwardly. Indeed, any discerning individual would recognize that he had been deliberately targeted. However, none of these perceptive individuals were willing to step forward to champion his cause. This was something I understood well, which is why initially, Officer Tian only needed to submit the report under his own name. Once the project received approval and officially commenced, you could then file a request for the cooperation of certain inmates. There is no need to explicitly mention me. Simply stating that some inmates are required for collaboration would suffice. As long as the leadership consents, the specific inmates needed for cooperation would be at Officer Tian's discretion. Understood. Tian Xiaoguang gritted his teeth and nodded. Are there any further requirements? None. Officer Tian is already graciously assisting me in securing work, allowing me to earn some money to alleviate my family's financial difficulties, for which I am immensely grateful. If I can be of assistance to Officer Tian, it would bring me joy. Very well, this matter requires careful consideration, then success is not guaranteed. I shall take my leave now, please focus on your recovery. Once you are well, do visit the reading room. Regardless, the task of circuit board design poses no issue whatsoever. Tian Xiaoguang rose once more. Very well, Officer Tian. Take care. I will make my way to the reading room as soon as I feel a bit better. I also need to return these books. An Xiaohai said with a smile, patting the 2 technical books that Tian Xiaoguang had brought. After Tian Xiaoguang gently nodded, he opened the door and departed. An Xiaohai took a deep breath, leaned back against the headboard, and slowly closed his eyes. This prison was akin to the ocean, even if the surface appeared calm. Beneath the waters, turbulent currents surged. Chapter 25, the enchanting sensation closing his eyes to ponder has always been An Xiaohai's habit. In the enveloping darkness, he constructs a dazzling tapestry of light and shadow through the power of imagination. He has already deduced the identity of the individual who handed him the knife during the altercation, Jian Long, whose gang stands as the primary suspects. Jian Long hails from Xiaoyong, a village situated near Abojio. The coastline comprises rugged stone beaches, sheer cliffs, and a multitude of bays. Coastal settlements typically choose to nestle near these bays, not only for their picturesque surroundings and pleasant climate but also for the natural protection they offer against the tempestuous sea. The concave parts of the bays are commonly referred to as Yong or Chong, while the protruding edges are known as Jiao. Abojio and Shatujio are the 2 prominent points of the same bay, with Xiaoyong lying in the bay's central indentation, making it the largest among 3 fishing villages. Jian Long, in his 30s and a native of Xiaoyong, enjoys considerable renown within the village, where he is affectionately called Brother Long. He possesses an extensive social network, boasting numerous acquaintances in both Abojio and Shatujio, often leading a group of companions through the 3 villages. On the day of An Xiaohai's incident, he was indeed playing mahjong with Jian Long and his companions. Later, when An Xiaohai confronted Zhou Tai and his group at the fish market, Jian Long's entourage was present at the scene. However, by the time An Xiaohai was handed a sharp knife and subdued Zhou Tai, Jian Long and his group had vanished from his line of sight, raising suspicions about their potential involvement. An Xiaohai would not hastily accuse Jian Long and his companions solely because they had slipped from view. Upon further contemplation, their presence at the scene seemed rather implausible. Upon hearing that Lin Shena was being bullied, he rushed to the scene with utmost urgency, only to find Jian Long and his group arriving shortly thereafter, an occurrence that felt distinctly abnormal. What motivated their eagerness? Did they traverse such a distance merely to witness the spectacle? Furthermore, An Xiaohai was acutely aware of Jian Long's formidable nature. In another life, after his release from prison, he had overheard villagers in Abojio recounting how Jian Long had perished in 2002, shot dead by the police in the streets for resisting arrest. The precise circumstances eluded An Xiaohai, and he bore no interest in delving further. But it was evident that being killed by the police while resisting arrest was unlikely to stem from benign causes. Another potential suspect was Jia Lawa from Abojio. In his 50s, Jia Lawa had earned a notorious reputation as a ne'er-do-well, having previously harassed An Xiaohai's mother for an extended period. At the time of the incident, Jia Lawa was present, yet he too had evaded An Xiaohai's sight when he acquired the knife. Jia Lawa certainly bore a motive to harm An Xiaohai, for his mother's refusal to consider a second marriage was attributed to the fact that her son had grown up. This reasoning was merely a facade. An Xiaohai held no objections to his mother finding companionship. However, Jia Lawa was a hopeless gambler, unworthy of bringing happiness to anyone. Associating with someone like him would only drag the entire family into despair. What could their motives be? An Xiaohai furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although the rationale provided by old Jia for the knife incident was more compelling, An Xiaohai remained more suspicious of Jian Long and his associates. Yet, if Jian Long's group intended to harm him, there must be a motive, mustn't there? What could that motive be? Could it merely be a penchant for reveling in chaos? While this possibility exists, it seems unlikely. An Xiaohai clasped his hands together, his left index finger twitching slightly. This habitual gesture surfaced whenever he engaged in rapid contemplation. The deeper he delved into his thoughts, the more discrepancies emerged, enveloped in an increasingly dense fog of uncertainty. A day later, Yang Yuanbing arrived, seeking An Shaohai's signature. The investigation into the assault on An Shaohai had yielded results. The assailant in the corridor was identified as Liu Deshang, who had been incarcerated 4 years prior for a violent crime. Characterized as an act of individual passion without any gang affiliations. Liu Deshang confessed that he attacked An Shaohai because the latter had uncovered his concealed weapon. This, of course, was utter nonsense. Nevertheless, An Shaohai readily signed the investigation report. As an inmate, he believed it was imperative not to trouble the government or his superiors. A fundamental principle he adhered to. Beneath this report lay another, detailing the assault by Su Tianyu. Although it was evident that Su Tianyu possessed considerable education, An Shaohai was nonetheless taken aback by the elegance of Su Tianyu's signature, which was more aesthetically pleasing than his own. Yang Yuanbing appeared in good spirits, humming a cheerful tune. An Shaohai's lips curled into a slight smile, as he had already surmised the reason behind Yang Yuanbing's buoyant mood. Since Yang Yuanbing had hinted at something, An Shaohai was determined to reciprocate. Seizing the opportunity while Su Tianyu was present for addressing change, An Shaohai discreetly informed him about the connections with Wan Shuxing, and it seemed Su Tianyu had already taken action. Judging by Yang Yuanbing's demeanor, Su Tianyu's response was undoubtedly generous. After signing the document, An Shaohai returned it to Yang Yuanbing, who glanced over it before closing the folder. An Shaohai, your family's financial situation isn't great, you should spend your money wisely and keep it modest, Yang Yuanbing remarked. An Shaohai smiled faintly. Sensing that Yang Yuanbing had indeed made a substantial profit this time, it was a case of reciprocity, akin to a referral fee. And Yang Yuanbing approached such matters with commendable precision, which he found rather amusing. Thank you, Director Yang. One must adhere to principles, since there are rules. They are meant to be followed. My family's financial struggles are our own concern, and they should not encumber others, especially those willing to assist me. After all, every endeavor carries risks, and I cannot allow my friends to suffer losses, can I? What do you think, Director Yang? Despite Yang Yuanbing's comments, An Shaohai was resolute in ensuring that his mother would not send any less money. Words were one thing, but if he were to act otherwise, it would surely displease those who cared. This phenomenon is known in psychology as loss aversion. It is not worth compromising for a few hundred yuan. Yang Yuanbing appeared somewhat taken aback, smiling as he regarded An Shaohai for a moment before giving him a thumbs up. Hearing Su Tianyu's account, I understand that both of you frequently sleep while bathing, often resulting in severe falls. He suggested that I devise a solution. It appears that the overcrowding, coupled with your slender frames, indeed makes sleeping quite probable. Thus, considering the mild weather, you may take showers in the dormitory from now on. If anyone inquires, simply state that I have given my consent. As for future arrangements, we shall address them later. That sounds splendid, thank you, Director Yang. With that, I shall take my leave. Please rest well. By the way, Shao Tian mentioned that you might be reassigned to assist him. Do you have any objections? None whatsoever. Helping in the reading room is far preferable to welding, An Shaohai replied with a smile. Very well, then. Yang Yuanbing exclaimed, raising the folder in his hand as he exited. An Shaohai exhaled deeply, surprised by how efficiently Tian Xiaoguang had acted. In less than 2 days, he seemed to have nearly completed the necessary processes. If that is the case, the remaining tasks will be far more manageable. First, determining how Su Tianyu can successfully escape. And second, acquiring the information on those 2 corrupt officers. Outside, Yang Yuanbing stroked his chin, his brows furrowing in contemplation. An Shaohai was becoming increasingly intriguing. Who could be guiding him from behind the scenes? Yang Yuanbing was certain that there was indeed a significant figure advising An Shaohai. For it was improbable that a mere 19-year-old university student could operate so flawlessly. He speculated about this person, someone who must have easy access to An Shaohai, otherwise Timely guidance would be impossible, suggesting that this individual likely resides within the prison. But who could it be? Tian Xiaoguang? That seems unlikely. Yang Yuanbing had begun to pay special attention to An Shaohai but had yet to uncover who was advising him or how An Shaohai communicated with the outside world. This was indeed perplexing. However, on the other hand, the greater the influence behind An Shaohai, the more advantageous it would be for Yang Yuanbing. A sense of inexplicable excitement surged within him as he relished this feeling of being well connected, reaping both fame and fortune, all without drawing attention. The thrill of operating from the shadows, with everything under his control, was simply exquisite. If only he could ascertain the identity of the formidable individual backing An Shaohai. It would be even more delightful. Chapter 026, Everything is up to fate. An Shaohai had lain in bed for another 2 days. Although his arm was still wrapped in thick bandages, he felt considerably better. The gaping wound appeared alarming, yet it was not as severe as it seemed. The real concern lay in the injury to his arm's bone, which would require a lengthy recovery period. Complete healing would take several months. Calculating the time, An Shaohai realized that he had been confined to his bed for nearly 10 days, so it was time to stretch his limbs. Just as he contemplated calling the guard to take him to the reading room, Tian Xiaoguang appeared as if by telepathy, arriving to deliver items to An Shaohai. That day, An Shaohai had not had the opportunity to retrieve the belongings his mother had sent. Tian Xiaoguang had kindly brought them over, alongside winter clothing and bedding. There was also 400 yuan and a letter. An Shaohai set aside the other items and handed the money to Tian Xiaoguang, who accepted it without hesitation, as they had previously made an agreement. After a brief exchange, Tian Xiaoguang escorted An Shaohai to the reading room. As they walked, they encountered several patrolling officers, to whom Tian Xiaoguang greeted cordially, appearing to maintain good relations with everyone. Since it was not the designated opening time, the reading room was devoid of any patrons. Upon entering, An Shaohai was captivated by a brand new computer positioned on a table in the corner. This was the latest model from Chongxiang, the Chongxiang 386 computer. Featuring an 80386 CPU, 4 MB of memory, 2 3.5-inch floppy disk drives, and 2 5.25-inch floppy disk drives. Hard drives and graphics cards were non-existent in that era. This configuration was already considered exceedingly luxurious. The massive chassis and cumbersome 14-inch Trinitron monitor occupied most of the desk space. In 2 decades, such a computer would merely be regarded as an antique, often unable to even power on. However, An Shaohai understood that this computer was undoubtedly valuable, likely worth approaching 10,000 yuan. Tian Xiaoguang had certainly invested considerably. Without further ado, An Shaohai approached the computer and took a seat. He inserted the system disk into the floppy drive and pressed the power button, listening to the whirring sounds of the disk reading. After a considerable wait, he finally accessed the DOS system, requesting a blank floppy disk from Tian Xiaoguang. He inserted it into the second drive and began to type rapidly on the keyboard. Half an hour later, he successfully created a simple marble game. As An Shaohai executed the program and manipulated the direction keys to control a line that continuously bounced a small ball upward, Tian Xiaoguang let out a long sigh of relief. For some reason, Tian Xiaoguang had overlooked a crucial question: could An Shaohai actually program? Even if he could, would he be able to accomplish what he claimed? It wasn't until the computer was moved to the reading room that this thought struck Tian Xiaoguang like a cold sweat. After all the effort he had put into this setup, what if An Shaohai had been lying and could not produce the program? That would be a disaster. Now it seems that with An Shaohai's effortless proficiency, the issue at hand is unlikely to pose any significant challenge. While Tian Xiaoguang remains oblivious to this predicament, An Shaohai had already contemplated it, albeit he did not anticipate such a smooth progression. The reason Tian Xiaoguang harbors no doubts about An Shaohai's assertions is twofold. On one hand, he is daunted by An Shaohai's commanding presence, leading to an instinctual trust. On the other, a fervent desire for gain has temporarily clouded his judgment. An Shaohai's ability to swiftly devise a simple program does not stem from extraordinary programming skills, rather, He had previously crafted this very program during his university days, and he recalls every character within it. The same holds true for other scripts. Any script An Xiaohai has encountered can be reproduced verbatim. Being a student of information technology, he has been exposed to numerous script examples. And programming remains one of the few interests he has retained after his release from prison. An Xiaohai's mind is replete with program scripts. And with merely a few adjustments to key values and keywords, creating programs relevant to this era becomes an effortless task. Let us take a moment to rest. I have brought some food for you, do you find this acceptable? Tian Xiaoguang announced, placing a large plastic bag before An Xiaohai. Thank you, Officer Tian. An Xiaohai replied with a slight smile. He found Tian Xiaoguang rather intriguing. Once he recognized An Xiaohai's true value, his demeanor shifted remarkably. However, An Xiaohai appreciated this change. Achieving such a rapport was already commendable. The plastic bag contained an assortment of high-calorie foods. An Xiaohai suspected that Tian Xiaoguang might harbor some misconceptions about nutritional sustenance. But he deemed it unnecessary to address such matters hastily. He extracted a box of wife cakes from the bag. First offering 2 pieces to Tian Xiaoguang before taking one for himself, tearing open the packaging and indulging in it. The sweet, greasy flavor exploded in his mouth, bringing immense satisfaction. Though An Xiaohai had never been fond of such treats, he found himself savoring them exquisitely in that moment. After thoroughly enjoying the wife cakes, An Xiaohai sampled several other snacks that piqued his interest. This is the recently designed circuit diagram from the electronics factory, pertaining to a new access control system. The blueprints are nearly complete. Please take a look and provide your feedback. If you have any suggestions, feel free to modify them directly on the documents. I assure you that if your improvements prove effective, a reward of 2,000 to 5,000 will be granted depending on the circumstances. Tian Xiaoguang stated as he presented a stack of blueprints before An Xiaohai. An Xiaohai nodded. Tian Xiaoguang was indeed quite generous with his remuneration. Although the range of variability was somewhat broad, indicating he was leaving himself some leeway. After examining the design for a considerable time, An Xiaohai furrowed his brow and remarked, "The functionality here is rather complex, especially since it requires integration with the surveillance system. The challenge is significant, and I will need some time." "Not a problem." Tian Xiaoguang replied with a decisive nod. Tian Xiaoming has already briefed him. This design blueprint is considered quite advanced within the industry. Tian Xiaoming collaborated with the chief engineer Zhao at the company for nearly 6 months to refine the drawings to this extent. So it is entirely reasonable for An Xiaohai to require some time. Simultaneously, Tian Xiaoguang's regard for An Xiaohai intensified. Not only is An Xiaohai capable of comprehending the blueprints, but his demeanor also reveals a sense of confidence. This stirred additional thoughts in Tian Xiaoguang's mind. An Xiaohai's sentence lasts 3.5 years and neither particularly short nor excessively long. Given his criminal record, securing employment upon release will undoubtedly be challenging. If he could be persuaded to join his brother's company, it would be an excellent opportunity. Indeed, this is a viable option. It seems that more influence will be necessary to ensure An Xiaohai's compliance. An Xiaohai, are you fatigued? If so, you may return to rest. I'm fine, not tired. After all, lying down at home is no different than resting here. The issues within the circuit diagram require a gradual contemplation. I wish to familiarize myself with the computer. It has been quite a while since I last used it, and I need to reacquaint myself. Besides, designing circuits necessitates the use of a computer. Very well. You may continue your work here. I shall head to the cafeteria to fetch us something to eat. Thank you, Officer Tian. An Xiaohai beamed, recognizing that Tian Xiaoguang's actions were evidently a gesture of goodwill. Leaving him alone in the reading room while he could not escape still posed significant risks for Tian Xiaoguang. All right, I will be back shortly, Tian Xiaoguang remarked as he stood up. Officer Tian, if it is not too much trouble, could you bring me some materials regarding the officers to peruse? I am not well acquainted with the personnel structure of the prison, and to develop an office management system. I must gather more information in this regard. A brief overview would suffice, such as a roster, along with some basic positions and responsibilities. This might be somewhat troublesome. Even filing a report may not yield results. Tian Xiaoguang's brow furrowed momentarily, but soon relaxed. I will check the conveyance room. If there are any basic materials available, I can bring them for you to review. You may only look, and I must return them immediately afterward. Do you understand? Understood. I only need to glance at them. Very well, I shall go. Tian Xiaoguang locked the door and departed, while the smile on Xiaohai's face gradually faded away. Whether retribution would arrive was left to the whims of fate. Chapter 027, I am almost ready. Tian Xiaoguang returned after a half hour, carrying not only 2 large lunch boxes but also a thick folder. I borrowed a roster of officers from the gatekeeper. I need to return it promptly, he remarked as he stepped inside. Officer Tian, may I eat first? I can smell the aroma of chicken, An Xiaohai said with a smile. Of course, Tian Xiaoguang replied, placing his belongings on another table. Let's have our meal fast, we are not pressed for time. An Xiaohai rose and took a seat across from Tian Xiaoguang, his focus entirely on the lunch boxes, neglecting the officer roster. Tian Xiaoguang appeared visibly more relaxed. The meal was sumptuous, predominantly featuring meat, precisely what An Xiaohai truly craved. He savored the food meticulously, partly in appreciation of the hard-won delicacies, and partly because he could only eat with his left hand. During the meal, An Xiaohai engaged in light conversation with Tian Xiaoguang, gradually gaining insight into his character. Tian Xiaoguang's life trajectory was remarkably straightforward. He was born into an ordinary Chazhou family in the province, the youngest among an elder brother and 3 sisters, and he was the most academically gifted in his family. Majoring in Chinese language and literature, he pursued civil service after graduation and was subsequently assigned to the first prison of Deep Sea City as a library administrator. His passion for literature was genuine, with a wide array of reading interests, and he was a devoted fan of San Mao. An Xiaohai discussed various works by San Mao with Tian Xiaoguang, ranging from The Weeping Camel to Stories of the Sahara. And from How Much Do the Flowers Fall in Dreams to Traversing Mountains and Rivers. The more they conversed, the more exhilarated Tian Xiaoguang became. To the point of almost losing himself in the moment, such a refreshing feeling had not graced him in a long time. Conversely, An Xiaohai's heart grew colder as the dialogue continued. It was apparent that Tian Xiaoguang was an emotional and passionate individual. Yet having worked in this frigid prison for less than 2 years, he seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. This prison confines every soul within its walls. Both the inmates and the guards are ensnared, merely separated by a barrier of cold iron bars. Their meal lasted nearly an hour, and Tian Xiaoguang still seemed unsatisfied. Noticing An Xiaohai flipping through the roster, he lowered his head, lost in thought. An Xiaohai browsed quickly, a smile increasingly evident on his lips. Perhaps to ensure that the guards at the entrance could recognize and remember each officer in the prison. The roster was meticulously compiled and included photographs of nearly all the staff. The 2 officers encountered in the corridor that day were included. The middle-aged officer named Chiu Peng, aged 42, was a regular officer in the first detention area, which the inmates referred to as Area A, though the correct term was the first detention area. Inside the security inspection room, the individual clad in uniform is Chen Yongqiang, aged 37. However, he is not a formally appointed officer but rather an auxiliary police officer without a permanent position, primarily responsible for the duties within the inspection room. To put it in the terms of a decade later, this fellow is merely a scapegoat, a temporary worker. An Xiaohai also took note of Yang Yuanbing and Liu Kong. Yang Yuanbing's rank cannot be considered insignificant, although his title is merely Deputy Section Chief. He serves as the Deputy Director of the first prison of Deep Sea City. A position that surpasses that of a district prison chief, wielding considerable power, which explains his ability to operate numerous matters behind the scenes. Liu Tsong, on the other hand, is just an ordinary officer still in his probationary period. Despite having worked for over a year, he remains an intern. However, An Xiaohai found this quite typical. as many organizations are reluctant to grant permanent status easily, making it easier to exert control over them. In the language of leadership, one might say, this young comrade still needs to be finely honed. And Xiaohai swiftly flipped through the entire roster, spending no more than 10 seconds on each page. This exemplifies the advantages and wonders of hyperthymesia. He does not need to scrutinize every word on each page, a mere glance is sufficient for him to retain the information, which he can later recall and retrieve, akin to capturing a photograph. Observing An Xiaohai's nonchalant demeanor, Tian Xiaoguang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What Tian Xiaoguang was doing undeniably contravened regulations. Should it come to light, the consequences could be significant, depending on An Xiaohai's true intentions in examining the roster. Yet now, Tian Xiaoguang felt entirely reassured. An Xiaohai merely took a cursory glance, if he could discern anything from such a brief observation or remember the information on the roster. Even Tian Xiaoguang himself would not believe it. It seems that An Xiaohai was indeed only fulfilling a programming requirement. An Xiaohai quickly finished reviewing the roster and promptly returned it to Tian Xiaoguang without any hesitation. I realized that to establish an efficient work system, every officer must possess essential information, name, officer number, and position, with the understanding that position and rank do not necessarily align. Furthermore, it would be beneficial to differentiate between prison districts. Distinguishing these districts is not particularly challenging. I believe a reporting system could be designed to facilitate information entry. Additionally, I pondered the possibility of integrating a management program that would allow for the generation of schedules and similar documents by merely inputting some key information, which could be easily printed out, thus potentially saving a substantial amount of effort in clerical work. This is an excellent idea. Is it feasible? Absolutely, just look. An Xiaohai and Tian Xiaoguang engaged in an in-depth discussion about the prison management system. Tian Xiaoguang remained relatively cautious, not disclosing any critical information about the prison. But that was sufficient for An Xiaohai. This management program posed no challenge for An Xiaohai whatsoever, it was merely a rudimentary office automation system. The time required for him to develop this program would be roughly equivalent to the duration he could continuously type the code, taking merely 10 days to accomplish. Certainly, An Xiaohai would never act in such a manner. It takes half a year to truly convey one's intentions, and in this era, such a time frame is undoubtedly reasonable, especially considering that An Xiaohai is but a solitary individual. By the time he returned to the hospital room, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Tian Xiaoguang personally escorted An Xiaohai back and took the initiative to explain to the doctor for quite some time. Tian Xiaoguang was somewhat agitated. The more he conversed with An Xiaohai, the more he discovered his profound depth. This was no longer confined to merely the development of a work software. An Xiaohai's viewpoints and insights often struck at the heart of the matter, frequently illuminating Tian Xiaoguang's understanding in ways he had not anticipated. Truly, this was a remarkable find. An Xiaohai harbored not an ounce of arrogance, fully aware that his prowess was not the result of his own greatness, but rather the design of fate. He merely possessed 30 more years of wisdom than Tian Xiaoguang and the people of this era. Qiupeng, Chen Yongqiang. I am nearly prepared, I hope you are as well. Gazing at the moonlight outside the iron bars, An Xiaohai propped himself up and lay down on the bed, soon closing his eyes gently. Chapter 028, Director Hon. On the second day, An Xiaohai requested to make a phone call. At precisely 8 p.m. he appeared in the duty room. The call rang only once before Pan Zhongzhong answered. After exchanging a few pleasantries, An Xiaohai relayed a lengthy sequence of numbers. With mere seconds remaining in the call, he promptly hung up. What do the numbers you just reported signify? The duty officer inquired, his vigilance piqued. They are lottery numbers. An Xiaohai replied. Lottery numbers. The officer felt a sense of unease, unable to pinpoint the exact cause of his suspicion. After furrowing his brow in contemplation for a while, he waved An Xiaohai away. The highest number in a lottery is merely in the 30s, which certainly could not encompass the information An Xiaohai intended to convey. Thus, a unique arrangement of the numbers was imperative, resulting in an increased quantity of digits. The sheer volume of numbers was not the source of the officer's discomfort, rather. It was An Xiaohai's seamless and uninterrupted delivery of over 100 numbers. Such a feat is challenging for an ordinary individual. Realizing this concern midway through, An Xiaohai concluded that next time he must feign writing on a small piece of paper to avoid suspicion. Upon returning to his hospital room, An Xiaohai composed a report requesting to rejoin the prison block in 2 days. With fewer than 20 days remaining, he needed to leave and prepare, thus advancing the plan. Another day passed, and once again, in the early hours, Wang Taijun appeared at the medical room, rousing the slumbering An Xiaohai. "What is going on? Why are you here again? What do you mean by asking me to procure the prison schedule for this period?" Wang Taijun bombarded him with 3 questions as he settled down. In a bid for self-preservation, An Xiaohai adjusted himself comfortably on the hospital bed and replied. "Self-preservation? Clarify." With a slight smile, An Xiaohai recounted the details of the attack he had endured a few days prior. Upon hearing this, Wang Taijun's brow furrowed deeply as he pondered for a considerable time before finally turning back to An Xiaohai. "This is indeed quite abnormal. I must find a way to investigate those 2 officers." "Please, don't." An Xiaohai quickly waved his hands. "Setting aside whether you can uncover anything if you investigate them, our relationship will undoubtedly be exposed, and I will be in a far worse situation than I am now." Wang Taijun was left speechless. An Xiaohai's assessment was astute. Any inmate associated with Wang Taijun would face dire consequences, especially since he was merely the captain of the drug enforcement team and lacked the authority to probe into the prison's internal corruption. "What does this have to do with your request for the prison schedule?" "Of course it matters. First, I want to ascertain who those 2 officers were that day. Second, I need to know their work schedule. If I cannot confront them, I can at least avoid them," An Xiaohai said, lowering his head. He understood that these reasons were rather tenuous, and Wang Taijun might not be inclined to assist him. He was merely attempting to see if it would work. If all else failed, he would consider other options. Wang Taijun gazed at An Xiaohai for a prolonged moment before biting his lip and producing a folder from his bag. Tossing it onto the table in front of An Xiaohai. "Look, but only look, it cannot be given to you." "Of course, it cannot be given to me. Thank you, Captain Wang." An Xiaohai hastily picked up the folder and began to peruse its contents. After scrutinizing the shift records from the day of his assault, he shifted his focus to the forthcoming 20 days of schedules. Throughout this time, Wang Taijun remained silent, fixated on the young man before him, increasingly finding him to be an enigma. Meanwhile, in a private room at the Paradise nightclub, young Yuanbing was pouring wine for a middle-aged man in his 40s. His demeanor and actions exuding a profound humility, even subservience. "Director Hon, this is a fine wine my classmate brought back from a vineyard abroad, please give it a taste." The man across from young Yuanbing was Hon Jianyong, the deputy director of the Deep Sea City Prison Administration, and one of the key figures young Yuanbing sought to curry favor with. It was Hon's directive that placed An Xiaohai and Lu Jun together. Hon Jianyong lifted his glass, swallowing the contents before bringing it to his nose for a sniff, then downing it in one gulp. "Good. Director Hon has a remarkable capacity for liquor. Allow me to toast you again." Young Yuanbing quickly poured another drink and likewise consumed it in one go. "The foreign wine pales in comparison to our hometown's Xinghua village," Hon Jianyong remarked, smacking his lips. Indeed. But how many can match Director Hon's prodigious tolerance? Thus, we make do with this lower-proof foreign wine. I happen to have a business trip to Shishan next month. I will certainly bring you a few cases of authentic Xinghua village wine. Haha, that would be delightful. Come by my home then, we shall enjoy a few drinks together. A most welcome proposition. Young Yuanbing replied, his face alight with smiles. Yang, what is the situation with Lu Jun? Such a significant incident has occurred in your prison. Have the investigations yielded any results? Well, Yang Yuanbing took a deep breath, aware that Hon Jianyong was not inquiring about Lu Jun, but rather about An Shaohai. It is rather peculiar, we have interrogated numerous times. Yet we have yet to uncover who the perpetrator is. What does Lu Jun himself say? He truly does not know. The assailant covered his head with a blanket prior to the attack, so he was unable to see who it was. Lu Jun's left kidney had already succumbed to necrosis. He had just undergone a removal surgery days prior and had not yet fully emerged from the brink of death. His life, it seemed, had been irrevocably altered. Yang Yuanbing elaborated meticulously, hoping to convey that Lu Jun was incapable of deceit. Are there any suspects? The prime suspect is Wu Guanhai. Why him? Hon Jianyong furrowed his brow. Cautious by nature, Hon Jianyong understood that Yang Yuanbing was merely responsible for arranging the cells, while the actual orchestration of the attack was entrusted to others. Hon Jianyong was acutely aware that Wu Guanhai was the one tasked with executing the plan. This was knowledge that Yang Yuanbing was oblivious to. Only Hon Jianyong held this understanding. Uncertain, Yang Yuanbing shook his head. When we inquired about who Lu Jun suspected most, his primary suspect was Wu Guanhai. Oh, is that so? Could it not possibly be someone else? Why not that An Shaohai? That seems improbable. The forensic expert has confirmed that the assailant used their right hand. At that time, An Shaohai had a fractured right arm. Even if he had the intent, he lacked the strength, especially since he was completely unaware of the toothbrush hidden beneath Lu Jun's bed. Could he not have committed the crime first and then broken his arm? That seems rather unlikely, Yang Yuanbing replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Director Hon, what sort of grudge do you hold against An Shaohai? How can it be impossible? Do not be deceived by appearances. Engaging in brawls and causing fatal injuries, can such actions be attributed to an ordinary university student? We must remain vigilant and avoid the pitfalls of empiricism. A thorough investigation is imperative. Yes, indeed, we shall conduct a rigorous inquiry. Good. An Shaohai has been transferred to the first prison district. He appears to be quite obedient. Does he not? Obedient, indeed. However, there has been a recent incident. While he was collecting supplies from his family, he got into a scuffle in the corridor, resulting in a severe injury with his arm pierced. It was quite grave, Yang Yuanbing remarked, observing Hon Jianying's expression. Though Yang Yuanbing did not state it explicitly, he was certain that Hon Jianying comprehended the underlying implication of his words. Hon Jianying was promoted from the first prison and was well acquainted with the circumstances within. Yang Yuanbing's comments hinted that someone was targeting An Shaohai, and they had nearly succeeded in taking his life. Is that so? Hon Jianying appeared visibly surprised. Yang Yuanbing was also taken aback. Was this not an order from you, old man? Hon Jianying lit a cigarette and, after taking several puffs, continued, this is utterly careless. What is happening in your prison? How could inmates be allowed to brawl in the corridor? Why was this not reported? Well, it simply has not been reported yet. It should be submitted by the end of the month. Director Hon Bai attended a meeting at the municipal committee recently, and it seems they are quite concerned about An Shaohai. Oh. Hon Jianying shot a glance at Yang Yuanbing but remained silent. Director Hon, we are here to unwind. Let us not linger on work matters. I have heard that a few charming young ladies have recently arrived here. Shall we invite them in for a drink? I believe there are even 1 or 2 university students among them. Really? Hon Jianying's eyes brightened. Then we must see them. Bring them in. Very well. Please hold on a moment. Yang Yuanbing promptly stood, opened the door, and whispered a few words to the attendant outside. Before long, a group of young women dressed in light attire entered one after another. Chapter 29, The Regret of Wang Taijun. As Yang Yuanbing stepped out of the nightclub, the night breeze swept over him, clearing the haze from his mind. Hon Jianyong, a former superior of Yang, had ascended the ranks rapidly in recent years. But his demeanor had grown increasingly formidable. He recalled 4 or 5 years prior, on Hon's 40th birthday, when several old subordinates whimsically arranged for 2 courtesans to celebrate with him. Initially, Young found this rather inappropriate. Yet the enthusiasm of the others compelled him to acquiesce and feign enjoyment. The women had been summoned to accompany Hon in his revelry. And when those present whispered to him that the ladies could spend the night, Hon's face flashed crimson in an instant. Young had braced himself for a disastrous outcome. But to his astonishment, after a prolonged stare at his companions, Hon finally managed to declare, "2 is excessive, I can handle but 1 at a time." It seemed that from that moment onward, Hon began to change gradually. Along with his insatiable thirst for alcohol, he developed an appetite for women. Now, he was no longer content with just 1 woman at a time, he sought at least 2 or 3 simultaneously, relishing the experience. Young naturally chose to indulge Hon's preferences, as this was an excellent means to cultivate camaraderie. After all, is it not said that the purest friendships are forged through shared experiences, whether in the trenches, dividing spoils, or indulging in vice? Young and Hon had certainly ticked off 3 of those boxes, solidifying a bond that could be deemed unbreakable. The Paradise nightclub was established by a former inmate, and during his imprisonment, Young had lent considerable assistance to him. Although compensated, the gratitude remained palpable. Thus, Paradise became one of Young's preferred venues for entertaining leaders, and all those who had been hosted there expressed their satisfaction. This time, Young chose to leave fast. Not out of disinterest, but rather due to a growing sense of unease. Just moments ago, buoyed by drink, Hon had quietly instructed him to propagate the falsehood that Lu Jun's incident was orchestrated by An Shaohai. Such a scheme was profoundly unscrupulous, effectively aiming to destroy An, along with his entire family. Frankly, Young was unwilling to partake in such treachery. Young's aspirations in life could be encapsulated in 4 words: to rise in rank and acquire wealth. He was prepared to go to great lengths for these ambitions. However, he also considered himself a man of principles and boundaries. Young believed in mutually beneficial cooperation. He saw no harm in shifting a prisoner to a different cell or easing their conditions for a fee, but personally taking action to harm another crossed a line. Such actions, if discovered by An Shaohai, would surely transform him into a relentless adversary. Young had no desire to become anyone's mortal enemy. Even a cornered rabbit can bite. And An Shaohai was certainly not a mere rabbit, he bore the guise of a wolf in sheep's clothing. From the very beginning, Young Yuanbing was convinced that Lu Jun was the one who wounded An Shaohai. It was an instinct he could not shake. Numerous facts had corroborated his intuition, which had consistently proven to be remarkably accurate. Moreover, An Shaohai was backed by a formidable force that supported him. Once Yang Yuanbing acted upon the information divulged by Hon Zhenyong, there would be no turning back. What was he to do? A frown creased Yang Yuanbing's brow. Navigating the corridors of power appeared glamorous, yet it was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin. When Yang Yuanbing mentioned to Hon Zhenyong that the municipal committee had sought him out, he was simultaneously demonstrating his own influence and subtly instilling a sense of caution in his counterpart. Hon Zhenyong undoubtedly grasped the underlying implications, yet he seemed unconcerned. This could indicate 2 possibilities: either Hon Zhenyong was emboldened by confidence, or even he was compelled to comply. This was quite thought-provoking. Yang Yuanbing suspected that Hon Zhenyong belonged to the latter category. His actions against An Shaohai were not solely his own volition but rather a directive from someone he could not refuse. After all, Yang Yuanbing had ascertained that there was no prior connection between Hon Zhenyong and An Shaohai. As Yang Yuanbing entered his car, he found himself, almost unconsciously, driving to the first prison. Upon his arrival, just as he intended to stroll through the prison area, he was halted by a guard. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Chief Yong, the prison is under lockdown. The municipal drug enforcement team has dispatched numerous personnel, claiming they are here to investigate certain matters and are currently interrogating some inmates. Our staff has temporarily withdrawn, except for those deemed essential. Perhaps you could wait a moment, they should conclude shortly." "Oh, I see. I won't wait." I've had a bit to drink and do not wish to return home to sleep. I shall rest in the dormitory instead. Yang Yuanbing waved his hand and proceeded toward the dormitory building. The operations of the municipal drug enforcement team were indeed unique. And it was entirely normal for the prison to cooperate with them. Furthermore, the team had recently garnered significant acclaim. Having solved 2 major cases, one involving drug trafficking and the other a robbery, totaling over $1 million in value. Yang Yuanbing preferred to avoid entangling himself with these individuals, opting to first refresh himself in the dormitory before addressing the situation once the drug enforcement team had departed. Meanwhile, An Shaohai diligently memorized the duty roster for nearly half an hour, although he should have rehearsed for a longer period. Eventually, he found himself unable to continue and returned the roster to Wang Taijun. Have you committed it to memory? Wang Taijun inquired, his gaze fixed on An Shaohai, laden with meaning. I believe I've got it down well enough. An Shaohai feigned a look of uncertainty as he replied. Shall I test you? An Shaohai glanced at Wang Taijun and nodded slightly. Wang Taijun opened the duty roster and began to assess An Shaohai, posing a series of questions. Waves of tumult surged within Wang Taijun as he noted that over 80% of An Shaohai's responses were correct. And even those he answered incorrectly were strikingly close to the right answers. Wang Taijun was acutely aware that achieving such proficiency was no simple feat. Even the most exceptional personnel he had encountered in special operations would not necessarily perform any better than An Shaohai. The duty roster is not extensive, comprising merely a dozen sheets of paper. Memorizing the textual content of these sheets may take half an hour, and many individuals with relevant training could grasp the general idea. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this is a duty roster. A duty roster signifies that An Shaohai must commit to memory the names of nearly 300 officers from the first prison within half an hour, alongside the specific days, regions, and types of work they are assigned to. The content of the duty roster lacks any discernible logic compared to an article, thus exponentially increasing the challenge of memorization. This task is exceedingly arduous. An Shaohai's performance surpassed Wang Taijun's expectations by a wide margin. Regrettably, Wang Taijun silently lamented. In retrospect, An Shaohai increasingly resembled the epitome of an ideal special operations personnel in Wang's mind. However, the unfortunate reality is that An Shaohai now bears a criminal record, extinguishing any prospects of entering the public security system. Regardless of how cooperative An Shaohai might be in the future, he would forever remain ensnared in darkness. Perpetually a nameless informant, always at risk of losing his life. Thus, it is indeed a pity. An Shaohai himself felt an unsettling turmoil within. Wang Taijun's examination of him using the duty roster was inherently peculiar. What on earth does Captain Wang intend to achieve? Chapter 030, in quick succession indeed. You answered most of the questions correctly, quite impressive. Wang Taijun closed the duty roster in his hands. That's reassuring. Thank you, Captain Wang. An Shaohai breathed a sigh of relief. After nearly an hour of performance, he felt utterly exhausted. You need not thank me. I should be the one expressing gratitude to you. The information you provided was invaluable. There was indeed a plot to rob the municipal precision instrument factory, which at that moment housed nearly 500,000 yuan in cash within its safe. The 2 criminals were from the security department of the neighboring mining factory and were armed with heavy weaponry. Had it not been for your tip-off, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Coupled with the recent dismantling of the drug trafficking route, our team has been awarded a collective second-class merit. I have distributed a total of 600 yuan as bonuses, and I will ensure you receive your share. Thank you, Captain Wang. An Shaohai felt a twinge of emotion. He had read Pan Zhuang's letter. Of the 400 yuan he had received previously, 300 yuan was provided by Wang Taijun, with his family contributing only 50 yuan, and another 50 yuan coming from Lin Xiena. It seemed Lin Xiena had given him her entire living expenses from school. He truly wondered how she would manage for herself. Can you honestly tell me? Why do you insist on this? Wang Taijun pointed at the duty roster once more and inquired. Captain, I have already told you, I am merely trying to save my life, that is the truth. Very well. Wang Taijun nodded. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Not at the moment. All right then, I shall take my leave. I might not come in person next time, my target is too significant. Once I arrive, the commotion cannot be minimal, do you understand? I comprehend. Should I learn anything pertinent, I will relay it to Pan Zhuangzhong promptly. Good, take care of yourself. I am leaving, if you require my assistance. Do not hesitate to inform me. Understood, Captain Wang, goodbye. As Wang Taijun departed, An Shaohai slowly closed his eyes. Collective second-class merit, a bonus of 600. How utterly ironic. An Shaohai exhaled deeply. Wang Taijun and his team walked daily on the precipice of life and death, solving 2 major cases involving nearly 1 million yuan. Yet all they received in return was a certificate of merit and a mere 600 yuan. This amount might not even suffice for a meal for those corrupt officials. Isn't that ironic? Moreover, this 600 yuan, Wang Taijun intended to give entirely to him, money earned at the cost of one's life. Time passed. And in a state between wakefulness and slumber, An Shaohai suddenly heard some commotion outside the ward, followed by the gentle opening of the door. An Shaohai's heart tightened. Could someone be coming to harm me? Surely not. He fought against the impulse to turn and see who it was. Remaining motionless on the bed while trying to steady his breathing, An Shaohai decided to take a gamble, wagering that the visitor was not there to take his life. After all, this was the prison infirmary, where no inmates could freely enter and exit than those who could were unlikely to personally carry out harm. Moreover, should any misfortune befall him here, the prison authorities would be implicated, for as long as he remains incarcerated, there are myriad ways to deal with him. Thus, there is no need to take such significant risks, he ought to be safe. A potent scent of alcohol wafted through the air, causing every muscle in An Shaohai's body to tense up, his left hand gradually reaching towards the edge of the bed. Concealed beneath the mattress lay a folding dagger. A gift from Su Tianyu. The newcomer made no excessive movements, instead pulling out a chair and sitting quietly beside An Shaohai's hospital bed. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor was unremarkable, neither overly conspicuous nor deliberately muffled. In an instant, An Shaohai's heart settled, this person harbored no malicious intent. For such actions would suggest otherwise. He cautiously withdrew his hand, striving to relax his body, feigning deep slumber. The visitor's breathing was heavy, and the aroma of alcohol grew increasingly potent, yet he neither turned on the lights nor spoke, merely sitting in silence, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Just as An Shaohai thought he could no longer maintain his posture, the stranger finally reached out and nudged his shoulder. An Shaohai, wake up. It was the voice of Yang Yuanbing. A wave of relief washed over An Shaohai, nonetheless he did not respond immediately. Instead waiting for Yang Yuanbing to nudge him twice more before pretending to awaken slowly. This pretense was necessary, Wang Taijun had just visited, and appearing overly alert might invite suspicion. Captain Yang, what brings you here? What time is it? An Shaohai feigned grogginess as he inquired. It's nearly dawn. Yang Yuanbing replied, though reeking of alcohol, his tone remained remarkably lucid. I have something important to tell you. What is it? An Shaohai continued to act as if he was still waking, yet his heart raced with apprehension, accompanied by an ominous foreboding. Yang Yuanbing, arriving in the dead of night, intoxicated and claiming to have news, likely did not bode well. I've recently caught wind of some rumors. Someone in the prison is spreading the word that Lu Jun's injuries were caused by you. I came to warn you. Lu Jun is the second of 3 brothers, and both his older brother and younger brother are notorious delinquents in the area. If this news reaches them, they may very well cause trouble for your family. Hearing this, An Shaohai's heart sank, and an uncontrollable surge of anger arose from deep within. Delinquents may seem inconsequential, yet to an ordinary person, they are far more perilous than someone like Su Tianyu. Once entangled with delinquents, a nightmare begins. They typically do not resort to extreme measures. Yet they can create ceaseless disturbances in your life. When plagued by delinquents, reporting to the police proves largely ineffective. After all, they have not inflicted any tangible harm. Even if the police arrive, they might only offer a few words of admonition or, at best, take them away temporarily, merely going through the motions. But once the police depart, or should the delinquents be released, they will invariably revert to their previous behavior. Even if the police detain them for a few days. Upon their release, they remain unchanged, or moreover, they often escalate their retaliatory actions. The audacity of these delinquents stems from their very nature. Each of them possesses a criminal record and has long since resigned themselves to a life of despair, thus feeling no compunction. They can entangle you for an extended period until they achieve their objectives, while ordinary individuals find themselves utterly powerless against them. Reporting to the authorities proves futile. Confronting them directly is hardly worthwhile. Who would willingly sacrifice their entire life for a few miscreants? Ignoring them is equally ineffective, for these individuals swarm around you like persistent flies, causing incessant annoyance. Nearly all decent people who encounter such individuals can only endure in silence or resort to financial appeasement. However, the situation faced by Xiaohai's family and friends is far more dire. This is not a matter that can be resolved with a mere sum of money. And if left unchecked, it is likely to escalate into a far more grave consequence. There are only two methods to deal with these miscreants: either enlist someone they fear to intervene or ensure they are rendered incapable of further wrongdoing. The only individuals that instill fear in these delinquents are those who are more ruthless than them or sufficiently authoritative police officers. Both types of individuals are accessible to Xiaohai. Su Tianyu is the former, while Wang Taijun represents the latter. However, Wang Taijun cannot be chosen, should he intervene. Xiaohai's connection to him would be exposed. Su Tianyu would certainly offer assistance, yet Xiaohai is reluctant to approach him. Firstly, he wishes to avoid deep entanglements with Su Tianyu, and secondly, Su Tianyu is notoriously unpredictable, making him difficult to control and unaware of limits. Entrusting him with this matter could lead to chaos of unforeseen magnitude. The greater the disorder Su Tianyu incites, the more severe Xiaohai's culpability becomes, as Su Tianyu would be causing such turmoil on his behalf. Thus, once Su Tianyu takes action, Xiaohai would find himself irrevocably trapped. A faint sense of powerlessness began to rise within Xiaohai. This was the first time since his rebirth that he experienced such a feeling. The breakdown of social order often commences when wrongdoers evade punishment, while benevolent individuals, or those who abide by the rules, find themselves without protection. Xiaohai considered his resolve to be sufficiently strong, yet in the face of this predicament, he felt somewhat at a loss. If these individuals were solely targeting him, he would harbor no fear. However, if their intentions were directed towards his loved ones, he indeed felt a twinge of panic. His grandparents and maternal grandparents are in poor health and are incessantly harassed by these people. Can they withstand such pressure? What if these individuals were to disrupt Lin Xiana's school or cause chaos at Pan Zhuangzhuang's company? What immense harm would that inflict upon them? Damn it! You have forced my hand. Xiaohai's teeth ground together in frustration. Chapter 031, the urgency intensifies observing the ever-changing expression on Xiaohai's face. Yang Yuanbing felt a profound sense of turmoil within. He was acutely aware of the formidable adversaries Xiaohai was confronting. And he felt an overwhelming helplessness for the youth before him. Do not be overly agitated, the situation may not be as dire as you perceive. There will always be a solution. Well, I should not have disclosed this to you. I must take my leave now. After a brief pause, Yang Yuanbing gradually rose to his feet. Director Yang, I have a favor to ask of you. Xiaohai, now gradually regaining his composure, fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Yang Yuanbing. Please, tell me. I am willing to assist you, though I cannot guarantee success. Could you perhaps suppress this matter for a while and prevent the news from leaking? That is possible, but I cannot hold it back for long. Would half a month suffice? Well, fine. Yang Yuanbing finally nodded in agreement. Although Hon Zhenyong had urged him to disseminate such information, he could not refuse outright. However, delaying it for half a month seemed manageable. Director Young, no need for gratitude, I shall remember this kindness, Ban Xiaohai finally smiled. Yang Yuanbing nodded, once again sighing inwardly as he turned to depart. In the darkness, Ban Xiaohai closed his eyes. Yang Yuanbing's actions were unmistakably clear. He was indicating that someone had instructed him to spread such news, and while he could not refuse, he chose to inform Ban Xiaohai in advance. This time, Yang Yuanbing had indeed rendered significant assistance. Regardless of his motives, the outcome was that he had secured Ban Xiaohai an additional 15 days for preparation. Ban Xiaohai had contemplated the potential retaliation from Lu Jun, though he had not taken it too seriously, believing that a useless person languishing in prison could pose no real threat. What he had not anticipated was that Lu Jun had two brothers. Yang Yuanbing would disseminate this information in the prison 15 days hence, and it would likely reach Lu Jun's brothers in no time. To effectively resolve this predicament, the most suitable individual appeared to be Su Tianyu. If Su Tianyu truly managed to escape, he would likely be in hiding for a considerable period, pursued relentlessly, leaving him little energy to concern himself with Lu Jun's brothers. It seemed imperative to accelerate the timeline. The sooner Su Tianyu was free, the more time Ban Xiaohai would have for preparation. As for the potential harm Su Tianyu might cause to his family and friends, there was no longer room for such considerations. One could only hope that he would remain in pursuit by the police, lacking the capacity to engage in further mischief. Ban Xiaohai's mind conjured the duty roster brought by Wang Taijun. Adjustments to the plan were necessary. The first prison of Deep Sea City stands as the largest correctional facility in Deep Sea City, and indeed in the entire Haidong province, housing over 2,000 inmates. The prison is divided into approximately 10 wards, each accommodating around 150 to 200 prisoners, while nearly 400 officers and auxiliary personnel undertake various duties within the facility. The first prison of Deep Sea City is a rather unique establishment, unlike other prisons that are typically situated in the outskirts. This one is remarkably close to the city center, positioned on the very edge of the main urban area, spanning nearly 20 square kilometers. The prison is nestled against the backdrop of Mehua Mountain. Its expansive grounds are largely a result of this mountainous terrain, with a residential area located just 500 meters in front of the main entrance. Within the prison complex, there are more than 20 buildings, including an office block, a dormitory for officers, and various facilities such as a cafeteria, a bathing area, an activity center, living quarters, and workshops. The first ward, where Ban Xiaohai resides, is a standalone two-story building situated at the heart of the living quarters, neither adjacent to the workshops nor the perimeter wall. Exiting from the first ward requires passing through 5 gates. The first gate is the main entrance of the first ward, though unguarded, it is secured with a lock. A barbed wire fence separates the ward from other areas, offering a relatively unobstructed view with no hiding spots, and officers conduct patrols every 10 minutes. Beyond this gate lies the general prison area. The second gate is the main entrance to the entire prison complex, similarly unmonitored but locked and subject to patrols. Upon passing through, one finds the office building to the left and the officers' dormitory to the right. The third gate is also locked, leading into a lengthy corridor flanked by barbed wire, culminating at the fourth gate, which is unguarded yet locked. The fifth gate is the prison's main entrance, where guards are stationed, though inspections are not particularly stringent. Despite the absence of guards at the first 4 gates, there is no concealment. Watchtowers along the prison walls can observe every angle, leaving no blind spots. Crucially, a real-time surveillance camera is positioned at the 4th gate, with a direct signal to the security monitoring room, should an officer wish to enter or exit the prison outside of shift changes. They must first inform the monitoring room and register their details. Any unauthorized entry detected by the surveillance will result in a thorough inspection at the main gate. The likelihood of escaping through these 5 gates is exceedingly slim. One would first need to acquire the keys to the initial 4 gates and obtain a set of ordinary clothing, preferably a police uniform, as attempting to exit in civilian attire could easily attract attention. Moreover, since inmates are typically shaved bald, procuring a convincing wig would also be necessary. Even if all these conditions were met, one would still need to devise a way to prevent the monitoring room from raising an alarm or choose to blend in with other officers during shift changes. Considering all these factors, attempting to escape through this facility is a daunting challenge. As for digging a tunnel, such notions are mere fantasies inspired by films and television. The reason the first prison of Deep Sea City was constructed at the foot of Mehua Mountain is due to the underlying layers of hard rock, even with suitable tools. Tunneling would take centuries to accomplish. Moreover, the prisons within the country differ fundamentally from those abroad. They lack the intricate ventilation systems available for exploitation and are not repurposed from other structures. They are purposefully designed and constructed as prisons from the outset, rendering them nearly flawless. Even if one were to escape, it merely signifies the commencement of an arduous journey. The likelihood of evading capture amidst the relentless pursuit of police, armed forces, neighborhood watch, community committees, and vigilant citizens remains exceedingly slim. The individual who managed to flee did so by sheer happenstance, seizing an opportune moment. During this period, the prison had undertaken a project involving the fabrication of prefabricated concrete slabs, which frequently saw cement trucks entering the facility to pour concrete. Naturally, when the cement trucks were operational, no inmates were present nearby. However, this individual spent 3 years meticulously sawing through the iron bars of a restroom adjacent to the parking area for the cement trucks. Thus, he capitalized on an opportunity. As soon as a truck completed its concrete pour, he snapped the already compromised iron bars and slipped out of the building. Remarkably, he evaded the watchful gaze of the sentinels and concealed himself within the cement tank of the truck, subsequently exiting the prison alongside it. Alas, misfortune struck. The moment he emerged from the tank, he was spotted and promptly apprehended by the workers at the construction site, who escorted him to the police station. In a mere hour, he transitioned from escapee to captured. It was not until he was returned to the first prison that the authorities even realized he had vanished. Su Tianyu could undoubtedly employ a similar escape strategy, however, the individual in question met his demise due to a lack of support. As the son of the formidable Haifoi, Su Tianyu would certainly have ample assistance. Nonetheless, An Shaohai does not intend for Su Tianyu to replicate that plan entirely. It is neither entirely secure nor does it align with An Shaohai's broader objectives. For instance, he aims to ensure that those 2 corrupt officers who harmed him face consequences. But the primary objective remains Su Tianyu's safe and successful exit. These additional goals can be seen as mere bonuses. Clearly, there remains a considerable amount of preparation to undertake. Chapter 032, The Dark Rules. What one intentionally seeks is often elusive. The arrival and departure of all things in existence adhere to their own temporal rhythms. San Mao, I inquired, idle brother, have you devised a plan? If it proves too difficult, let it be. I would rather not see you ensnared as well. After all, remaining here does not seem so bad. Su Tianyu flexed his biceps, speaking somewhat absent-mindedly. Hu Jianming and Yongbo were still engaged in their tasks, seizing the moment to take showers in the dormitory. An Shaohai discerned that Su Tianyu's words were a blend of truth and pretense. It was a fabrication that Su did not wish to escape. Through news articles, An Shaohai had learned that Su had likely been sentenced to a suspended death sentence. Should he remain here, it was probable that Su would grow old and die within these walls. Yet, Su Tianyu harbored little optimism regarding a successful escape. A sentiment reflected in his lackadaisical preparations. It was no surprise, considering the stringent management of prisons in the country, the likelihood of a successful breakout was almost negligible. The excitement Su displayed was largely feigned, a performance befitting his persona. An Shaohai had been striving to delve deeper into Su Tianyu's intricate and contradictory character. Su appeared to be well educated. His apparent madness stemmed partly from his nature and partly from the demands of his identity. As the son of a drug lord, Su Tianyu mingled among dealers. To appear overly refined would render him unable to navigate that world, hence his demeanor. However, this did not imply that his madness was entirely an act. He merely unleashed and amplified another facet of his true self. I beseech you, Fan Zai, have a little faith in me. I have devised a means of escape. It is merely that fleeing alone is easy, but with two, it becomes arduous. Idol brother. Why the urgency to escape? Is it because of idol sister? One cannot dine on seafood every day. It is not because of her. And Shao Hai shook his head. There are individuals seeking trouble with my family. Who? The family of that fool you killed. No, that issue is, for all intents and purposes, resolved. It concerns Lu Jun's two brothers. He has been grievously injured and is rendered incapacitated for life, yet he has latched on to me. But you are responsible for that. How could that be? Who told you such a tale? And Shao Hai furrowed his brow. Had Yang Yuanbing not adhered to their agreement to delay for half a month before divulging the news? Quite easy to deduce, isn't it? Among those few. Who else could it be but you? Furthermore, Wang Bulai has already begun taking on jobs outside, claiming to have mastered the craft of kidney stabbing. Then his suspicion is even greater. Do not pin this on me. And Shao Hai shot Su Tianyu a glare. And Shao Hai was unperturbed by the opinions of his fellow inmates, each individual in the dormitory bore suspicion. If inquiries were made, they would surely deflect blame onto others, rendering their words unreliable. Yang Yuanbing mentioned that the information being released refers to officials discreetly disclosing news, which enables Lu Jun's associates to potentially cause trouble for An Shao Hai and his family. Do those who navigate the underworld care about such matters? The answer is that most indeed do. In any realm, there must exist rules and systems. Without them, the world would inevitably collapse. Individuals of the dark world may be ruthless and disregarding of the laws of the light, yet they must still adhere to the regulations of their own shadowy domain. If those within the dark world fail to uphold their own standards, they would not require the intervention of law enforcement, as they would be capable of dismantling their world themselves. Consider the prison, a unique universe with its own set of rules. Even someone as formidable as Su Tianyu must abide by them. Within those confines, Su Tianyu has endured his share of beatings but has never threatened to retaliate against those individuals' families once he was free. At most, he might declare, once you are out, I will deal with you. Such is the nature of their code. However, during this period, An Shao Hai has come to realize that these details are not the crux of the matter. The real concern lies in the fact that Lu Jun's two brothers are nothing but troublemakers, individuals who do not hold stature or even belong to the dark world. They are likely to harass his family. These two nuisances must be dealt with. Of course, it can only be you. I have learned about those individuals. And only you would take such action. I assert that Lu Jun is indeed the one who Haikong dispatched to confront you, correct? He. And Shao Hai chuckled, his mind racing with alarms. How peculiar that Su Tianyu, in such a predicament, remains so concerned for his affairs. What could possibly be the reason for Su Tianyu's keen interest in me? Enough of the jesting, let us discuss the plan. I believe I can handle this alone. You need not move, as your sentence is not lengthy. The matters at home are trivial, I can resolve them with just a word. And Shao Hai glanced at Su Tianyu, who was calmly drying himself with a towel, appearing thoroughly normal. This was quite unsettling. It has long been concluded that the more normal Su Tianyu appears, the more likely his words are to be a jest. Idol brother, please do not look at me that way. I am aware of your interest in my physique. But alas, I am not that kind of person. All right, now that is more normal. But seriously, idol brother, please refrain from calling me fanboy in the future. It sounds like fool and is rather ominous. Come on, guarantee you just a fanboy. The head of the fanboys, no less. Idol brother, you must understand that in our line of work, fanboys hold the least status. Damn. So it's a matter of class disparity. If you call me idol brother, I will certainly call you fanboy. It's none of my concern. Fine, my fault. Su Tianyu raised his hands in surrender. Then I won't to refer to you as idol brother anymore, or how about just calling you by your name? Shao Hai. That works. How should I address you then? Tiangu or madman? Call me Tianyu. And Xiaohai observed Su Tianyu once more. Today, he was becoming increasingly unusual. Hu Jianming had privately warned An Xiaohai that Su Tianyu despised being addressed by his name. An Xiaohai displayed no signs of discomfort. Since Su Tianyu himself had invited the use of his name, he complied. All right, Tianyu. With a chuckle, he added, Sure, Xiaohai. Su Tianyu tossed aside the towel in his hand, raised an eyebrow at An Xiaohai, and flashed a broad smile. For a fleeting moment, An Xiaohai felt a sense of disorientation. The youth before him appeared not as the fearsome drug lord that instilled terror, but rather as a fellow student within a school setting. The dim, confined room seemed less like a prison cell and more akin to a university dormitory. You shouldn't gaze at others that way, it makes them shy. Life is so brief, cannot beauty be preserved a little longer? Damn it. At 8:30 in the evening, Hu Jianming and Yang Bo had yet to return. Seizing the rare opportunity, An Xiaohai refrained from visiting the reading room and instead reclined on his bed, deep in contemplation. Su Tianyu remained silent, allowing him his thoughts. In An Xiaohai's plan to escape this prison, 3 significant challenges loomed: image, timing, and keys. Ideally, the most inconspicuous guise would be that of a prison guard, as both guards and inmates are the most ordinary presences within a prison, drawing minimal attention. Given Su Tianyu's capabilities, portraying a young guard should pose no significant issue. The critical factors being his hair and uniform. The wig was already being prepared, a task Su Tianyu had taken upon himself, and An Xiaohai had refrained from inquiring, trusting that it would be executed competently. If Su Tianyu could not manage such a task, his years of experience would have been in vain. The uniform could be found in 3 locations. The first was, of course, worn by the guards themselves. The second was the guards' office within the prison, which might house spare uniforms. The third was the dormitory for the guards. Attempting to strip a uniform from a guard seemed impractical, fraught with excessive risk, akin to courting disaster. Thus, An Xiaohai dismissed this line of thought. Therefore, the only feasible options for acquiring a uniform were the office or the guard's dormitory. Accessing the office seemed unlikely. Even if he could sneak in during the day, the chances of encountering an officer were high. And even if he managed to obtain a uniform, there would be no place to conceal it. During the night, the situation became even more precarious. Exiting the cell was a challenge in itself, and security measures within the prison were notably heightened after dark. Hence, the sole viable location for acquiring a guard's uniform remained the guard's dormitory. Reaching it would require passing through 2 locked doors, which, while unmonitored, were secured. Thus, the crux of the matter lay with the keys. A subtle smile crept across An Xiaohai's lips. To others, the notion of obtaining keys to the 4 iron doors of the prison without arousing any suspicion seemed an insurmountable feat, yet for An Xiaohai, it was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Chapter 033, Between Deliberate and Accidental in the Reading Room. Taking advantage of the moment when Tian Xiaoming went out to fetch food, An Xiaohai sketched the outlines of 6 keys on a piece of printed paper. 5 of these keys were meant for the 5 doors of the prison, while the 6th was the key to the guard's dormitory. Although the main gate of the prison was under constant surveillance, there was a small iron door not far from it. Some officials within the prison possessed the key to this small door, such as Yang Yuanbing. An Xiaohai had an exceptional ability to remember what he observed, particularly after days of discreetly studying the keys worn by the guards at their waists. These keychains typically consisted of a jumble of keys. Yet discerning which were meant for the doors within the prison was a simple task. One merely needed to identify the duplicates. The keys possessed by the guards undoubtedly belonged to this prison. An Xiaohai quickly identified the keys for 4 of the iron doors. He merely lacked knowledge of their order. As for the key to the guards' dormitory, it belonged to Chiu Pang. If he intended to secure his entry, it must be accomplished. One could only wonder how Chiu Pang would feel upon discovering that Su Tianyu, clad in his uniform, was striding out of the first prison with such audacity. If Chiu Pang reported this incident, he would certainly face dire consequences. However, if he chose to conceal it, well, An Xiaohai could guarantee that this would mark the beginning of his nightmares. As for the temporary worker named Chen Yongqiang, there was no rush. He was merely a minor character, and opportunities to deal with him would surely arise in due time. Moreover, Qiu Peng's brazen attempts to undermine An Shaohai were undoubtedly orchestrated by the shadowy figures behind the scenes. Given his position and behavioral tendencies, he was privy to an abundance of information. Qiu Peng could very well serve as a pivotal entry point for An Shaohai in his quest to uncover the puppet masters. How are things progressing today? Tian Xiaoguang inquired, hastily shoveling food into his mouth, his words slightly garbled. Quite smoothly, An Shaohai replied. By the way, I have nearly finalized the circuit design. With another 2 or 3 days, I should be able to make the necessary modifications. Once revised, it will rectify the false alarm defects and address some potential vulnerabilities that could be exploited. However, there are still minor issues to resolve. Completely addressing all concerns may take an additional month or so. Really? That's wonderful, Tian Xiaoguang exclaimed, excitedly setting down his lunchbox and rushing to the table to scrutinize the large circuit diagram. Although he couldn't comprehend it, the myriad annotations made by An Shaohai provided him with a sense of reassurance. Tian Xiaoguang had not explicitly informed An Shaohai of the issues with the circuit diagram. This was his little secret. The 2 problems An Shaohai had just mentioned were precisely the ones that troubled Tian Xiaoming the most. An Shaohai had hit the nail on the head, indicating his remarkable prowess. That's sufficient, resolving these 2 issues is already quite impressive. We need not rush on the other matters, Tian Xiaoguang remarked, feeling a sense of urgency as he carefully folded the circuit diagram and placed it into his briefcase. Brother Tian Xiaoming once mentioned to him that if he could resolve these 2 issues, Qiaoyu Company would secure a monumental contract. This substantial agreement would not only address the company's survival for the next 2 to 3 years but also likely propel it to new heights. This diagram was of utmost significance to Tian Xiaoming and the entire Qiaoyu Electronics Company, and to his astonishment, An Shaohai managed to solve it in such a brief period. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. This has resolved a major issue for our company. Rest assured, once this diagram passes the test, the compensation will not disappoint you, Tian Xiaoguang exclaimed, even affectionately patting An Shaohai on the shoulder. An Shaohai smiled silently. Although Tian Xiaoguang exhibited a touch of utilitarianism, he was, by all accounts, quite simple and kind-hearted. Reflecting on the Shawshank Redemption, where the warden consistently denied Andy's reasonable parole requests to exploit him long-term, even going so far as to have Tommy killed to conceal the truth, one could see a stark contrast. Tian Xiaoguang appeared overly nervy in comparison. At that moment, the reading room door was rather rudely pushed open, and a thin, middle-aged man clad in a floral shirt and clutching a briefcase strode in. Upon locking eyes, both parties momentarily froze. You must be the little manager of the reading room, right? Come on, have a smoke. The newcomer was the first to react, approaching with a beaming smile while offering a pack of cigarettes, $5 a pack of baulu, quite popular among the locals. His wrist bore a luxurious golden watch that could dazzle the eyes of any onlooker. I'm sorry, but I don't smoke. Is there something you need? Tian Xiaoguang declined, the barely perceptible look of disdain flickering across his face. Oh, it's nothing. What could I possibly need? I just came from the warden's office and saw this reading room. I was quite curious, so I thought I'd come and take a look. Your work seems rather arduous. In this sweltering heat, there is not even an air conditioner in the office. How unfortunate. The man lit a cigarette while fanning his floral shirt. Despite being in the south, it was nearly late November, and the weather had turned quite cool. His remarks about the air conditioning were clearly a display of arrogance. Little Tian, you are indeed approachable, dining with inmates at the same table. TSK, I've heard you are busy with a significant project. You are quite the young achiever, full of promise. At this, An Shaohai understood why Tian Xiaoguang detested this individual. His manner of speaking was indeed very irksome. I am indeed leading an information technology project with the inmates, but it's merely a small initiative, nothing remarkable, An Shaohai replied. not anticipating that Tian Xiaoguang would not only respond but also provide some explanation. Not a small project at all. I just had the warden on the phone reporting to higher authorities stating that if this project is completed, it would be regarded as a model of excellence for the first prison. Boundless prospects await you, young man. The man could hardly stray from mentioning the warden. And one could easily deduce the nature of his character. In the depths of the first prison of Deep Sea City, there were two wardens. One named Wang Tao and the other Huang Tao, a rather amusing coincidence, leaving one to ponder the nature of their relationship. Tian Xiaoguang, suppressing his irritation, dealt with the individual until he finished his cigarette and left, wearing a broad grin that, while seemingly humble, exuded an unmistakable air of arrogance. Phew, he is finally gone. Tian Xiaoguang exhaled a substantial sigh of relief as he returned to his seat. Who was that? And Shanghai inquired. To evoke empathy, one must first resonate with others. Sensing Tian Xiaoguang's distaste, and Shanghai's tone was far from pleasant. His surname is Feng, then everyone calls him General Feng. I've heard he has quite the connections. The precast panel orders we handle in the prison are his. Apparently, he has some clout with the high-ups. Naturally, he compensates generously, and all his dealings are above board. Without hesitation, Tian Xiaoguang voiced his critique, only to realize he may have overstepped, quickly adding, I see, no wonder. I just find him rather ostentatious. Isn't that the truth? You should see his son, young Master Feng. I happened to encounter them on the street the other day. The lad is barely 18 or 19. Never mind that for now. Get some rest early tonight, we can tackle the programming matters gradually, there is no rush. All right, thank you, Officer Tian. I have a question I'd like to ask you. Go ahead. Given one's connections with those in power, shouldn't one be more discreet? Why was that man so ostentatious just now? And Shanghai was genuinely intrigued by this question. He was not lacking in textbook knowledge, but rather in insights that could not be gleaned from books. The enemies lacking in the shadows were undoubtedly those within the government system. And Shanghai yearned to understand this framework more deeply. Well, Tian Xiaoguang responded, slightly taken aback by Shanghai's query. After a moment's contemplation, he provided an answer. Isn't there a saying? The king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little ghosts are troublesome. This General Feng evidently harbors significant expectations regarding our prison, which is why he feels compelled to publicly declare his affiliations with the prison administration. Consequently, everyone is aware of his favorable rapport with the management, ensuring that in future endeavors, this connection will be taken into consideration, facilitating the progression of his ambitions. But won't this create animosity towards the warden? Can the warden allow him to behave this way? Animosity. Tian Xiaoguang took a moment to grasp the implication of the question, a chuckle escaping him. Oh, it won't incite much animosity. And the individual he is connected with likely welcomes this behavior. And why is that? Quite simple, testing. Tian Xiaoguang inhaled deeply before continuing. The institution serves as a miniature world, populated by all types of individuals. Leaders must understand the nature of their subordinates, and General Feng serves as the ideal litmus test. I remain somewhat perplexed. It is quite simple, one need only observe the reactions of those around. When General Feng wields his authority indiscriminately, the subordinates will inevitably exhibit a variety of responses. Some may choose to remain indifferent, while others may confront him directly. There are those who wear a facade of smiles yet gossip behind his back, then some who take it upon themselves to lodge complaints, even elevating their grievances to higher authorities. Naturally, there are also individuals who seek to ingratiate themselves with him, aligning themselves with the leadership. Consequently, the true nature and positions of all individuals are laid bare before the leader, a revelation that is undoubtedly pleasing to them. Is it not concerning that the leader might fear the troubles he could bring? Not at all. What is there to fear? If no trouble arises, then all is well. Should complications emerge, one can simply distance themselves from him, as it is the leader who bears no loss. As for General Feng, he is far from foolish, rather He is astute and adept at handling the more arduous tasks. From these circumstances, we can glean insights into the nature of his relationship with the authorities of the prison. I can only divulge so much, do you comprehend? Indeed, Officer Tion is quite impressive. A hint of bitterness lingers in Tian Chaoguang's smile. It is merely for the sake of survival. Life is challenging for everyone. Now, please eat quickly and rest early tonight. An Xiaohai recognized Tian Chaoguang's urgency. It appeared that the individual who entrusted him with the task of modifying the circuit diagram shared a profound intimacy with Tian Chaoguang, likely being a close relative. An Xiaohai hastened his dining, while the image of General Feng continued to resonate in his mind. Indeed, that which one deliberately seeks often remains elusive. The ebb and flow of all things in the universe adhere to their own timing. Chapter 034, Turning Against Each Other. Xiaohai, is this truly the key to the prison? Su Tianyu was evidently taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief, exhibiting a state he had never before manifested. To be precise, this was not an actual key to the prison, but merely a representation of one. This is quite extraordinary, Su Tianyu exclaimed, pressing his forehead, still struggling to accept the reality. Are you not afraid that I could simply sketch a random image to deceive you? Observing Su Tianyu's reaction, Ban Xiaohai was suddenly struck by a mood for jest. You wouldn't harm me. Su Tianyu chuckled, carefully folding the note and concealing it away. Xiaohai, aside from the key and the wig, what do the other items signify? Why the dress shirt and the lavish watch? What role do you intend for me to play? A petty thug or a nouveau riche? Neither a thug nor a nouveau riche. You shall portray a CEO. More accurately, the reckless son of a CEO. This time, you must embody two characters, the wayward son and the prison guard. I believe the role of the wayward son will pose no challenge for you, but to convincingly portray the prison guard, some training will be necessary. Your words sound rather peculiar, almost as if you are insulting me. Su Tianyu remarked with a good-natured grin, nudging An Xiaohai playfully. Enough of the banter. Time is of the essence. We must commence immediately. An Xiaohai declared as he sprang upright. Is such urgency truly necessary? You have not misunderstood. We are indeed racing against time. Rise, for we have less than 10 days remaining. A prison guard is typically either a graduate of a police academy or a related institution, or a veteran transitioning from military service, with Tian Chaoguang being a notable exception. These individuals exhibit traces of military demeanor, and to ensure Su Tianyu appears natural, he too must embody such characteristics. The more pronounced these traits, the greater the likelihood of Su Tianyu's successful disguise. Despite his protests, Su Tianyu's body responded obediently. Then he stood up without hesitation. All right, we are pressed for time. Let us begin with your stance. Stand tall, with your back straight, chest out, and head held high. Yes, precisely so, heels together. An Xiaohai began training Su Tianyu, who proved to be a quick learner, grasping the instructions with remarkable ease. An Xiaohai found himself contemplating that if Su Tianyu's father were not the notorious Haifoi, he might have led an entirely different life. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized there was little to lament. Even with the most fortuitous beginnings, life is seldom devoid of turbulence. An Xiaohai himself was a testament to this truth. Xiaohai, is this what you studied in university? Su Tianyu inquired, reclining on the bed with his hands propped beneath his head. Hu Jianming and Yang Bo were soon to return, prompting the cessation of their training. Certainly, but there is much more to it. I attended a university with military ties, however, at a standard university. Freshmen typically undergo military training before classes commence. Why do you ask? Are you considering attending university? Haha, you've hit the nail on the head. Once I am free, I shall certainly explore the campus. I understand now, it is not the university you wish to visit, but rather to see the ladies. Haha, you have seen through me. Enough of the laughter. Are you certain that everything can be prepared in advance? Of course, it can be arranged, so you needn't worry about that. Rather, You should contemplate how you will manage alone here after I depart. Me? I am indifferent, I will find a way. How about I spread the word that you are under my protection? Anyone who dares to harm you will face my wrath. What do you say? Thank you. Never mind. Do you look down upon me? Are you afraid I cannot protect you? Certainly not. You, young Master Su, are unrivaled in this realm, quite formidable indeed. However, the mightier you are, the stronger your adversaries become. I fear that once you declare me as your subordinate, I will be left to fend for myself. Do not forget. I still have to coexist with those like Gue Lu for several years. That is a valid point, nonetheless, I feel indebted to you. And it is a debt of life itself. Do not make a fuss here, it only counts once we are outside. But why say again? That is none of your concern. The debts of gratitude only seem to multiply. I, Su Tianyu, detest being indebted to others. Yet I do have a solution that can both safeguard you and prevent my enemies from targeting you. However, it may require some sacrifice on your part. What kind of sacrifice? And Xiaohai grew wary. Su Tianyu rose from the bed, a malicious grin on his face, cracking his knuckles ominously. And Xiaohai immediately discerned Su Tianyu's intention, but understanding did not lessen the pain of being struck. Can we avoid physical confrontation? Of course not, if we refrain from fighting. Who would believe us? Then, can we avoid slapping each other? If we do not slap, how would anyone notice? You jest. You dare to insult me? Take this. In an instant, room 232 erupted into vigorous sounds of combat and curses. The other inmates, hearing the commotion, began to cheer. In the prison, where entertainment is scarce, such events are naturally cause for celebration among the prisoners. The guards swiftly intervened, pulling apart the grappling and Xiaohai and Su Tianyu, both of whom were bloodied and had torn clothing, with distinct bite marks on An Xiaohai's shoulder. Su Tianyu fared slightly better, but not by much. Su Tianyu had indeed struck with great force, and An Xiaohai, fueled by anger, retaliated fiercely. Both achieved their goal and, after a brief medical examination and dressing of their wounds, were bestowed with 3 days of solitary confinement. Solitary confinement is considered a severe punishment. Many inmates would rather face harsher sentences or even self-harm than endure such isolation. Yet, for An Xiaohai, confinement represented a rare opportunity for solace within the prison walls. In the dim, cramped solitary cell, free from the scrutiny of others, he would never be disturbed. Meals were passed through a small window in the cell door. And once finished, they were promptly taken away, leaving no room for interaction. The solitary cell became an island, detached from the world. As soon as An Xiaohai closed his eyes, this island transformed into a realm of vibrant light and shadow. In this realm, An Xiaohai reigned supreme. It is often said that the greatest torment one can endure is solitude. However, when one's inner world is sufficiently rich, there remains no refuge for loneliness. 3 days swiftly elapsed, as fleeting as the blink of an eye. Upon An Xiaohai's emergence from the confinement chamber, Su Tianyu simultaneously stepped out through the door, their eyes meeting for a brief moment before quickly averting. An Xiaohai maintained his composure, a fact that Su Tianyu had anticipated, yet he was taken aback by Su Tianyu's seemingly unscathed demeanor, devoid of the disorientation often accompanying such isolation. The guards escorting the two certainly sensed the tension. Yet they refrained from uttering a word, silently guiding them back to cell 232. Inside 232, Hu Jianming and Yang Bo were present, both enveloped in silence. Yang Bo, disinterested in conversation, and Hu Jianming, intimidated into silence. After all, Hu Jianming was involved in drug trafficking, and to him, Su Tianyu was a figure of significant stature, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The performance must be complete, thus, An Xiaohai and Su Tianyu entered a state of Cold War, exchanging nothing but mutual disdain in front of anyone, forsaking all semblance of communication. Naturally, this development swiftly spread throughout Area A. And Xiaohai astutely perceived a notable reduction in the malevolent gazes directed at him. Evidently, Su Tianyu had a considerable number of adversaries in this place. Finally, he could allow himself a moment of respite, though caution remained imperative, for An Xiaohai's true foes did not stem from among these inmates. The estrangement from Su Tianyu held a concealed advantage. Should the hidden enemy catch wind of this news, they might postpone their intent to strike. After all, it was well known that Su Tianyu's background was exceedingly intricate, and provoking him would yield no favorable outcomes for An Xiaohai, thus, there would be no urgency in taking action. It was a strategy that achieved its aim while mitigating risk. Why not embrace it? One could only hope for such a turn of events. An Xiaohai turned his gaze toward the calendar hanging on the wall of the dining hall, noting that December was fast approaching. In just a month, the year 1993 would come to a close. Chapter 035, The initiation of action. The police uniform, the keys, and the opportune moment, these elements signify a resolution. And now only the timing remains. For Su Tianyu, the appropriate moment refers to when the prison guards are most likely to let down their guard, whereas for An Xiaohai, it pertains to the period when Qiu Peng is responsible for patrolling the prison. For instance, tomorrow presents an excellent opportunity. November 26th, to the casual observer, is merely an ordinary day. However, to An Xiaohai, this date is imbued with profound significance. For instance, on November 26, 1095, Pope Urban II called for the Crusades at Claremont. In 1832, the world's first streetcar commenced operations in New York City, and on November 26, 1922, the tomb of Pharaoh Tutankhamun was opened to the public. An Xiaohai harbors a wealth of such knowledge, which once burdened him with frustration. Yet now, he perceives these facts as bestowing upon him an extraordinary sense of being part of the grand tapestry of history. Xiaohai, tomorrow we part ways. Who knows when we shall meet again? At this moment, I long to compose a poem. Su Tianyu exclaimed, succumbing to a fit of whimsy. What nonsense is this? I'll be out in 3 years. It's as if you imply I'm to be imprisoned for a lifetime. Spare me such trivialities and quickly reiterate the key points. That's unnecessary, I've already memorized them. It is indeed essential to repeat them. We cannot afford to overlook any detail. Any omission could lead to failure. Very well, as you command, my dear brother An. Su Tianyu, with a sense of resignation, began to recount all the operational details that An Xiaohai had imparted to him. During this period of free time, Hu Jianming and Yang Bo were absent, providing the two a rare opportunity to practice. Recently, whenever possible, Hu Jianming and Yang Bo concocted various excuses to avoid remaining in the cell, their motives obscured. Nevertheless, this arrangement conveniently facilitated communication between An Xiaohai and Su Tianyu, though it also necessitated that the two frequently inflict harm upon one another. Listening to Su Tianyu's recounting, An Xiaohai appeared tranquil on the surface, yet within him, tumultuous waves surged. Su Tianyu's comprehension and logical abilities are exceptional. Such a talent could easily excel even at a prestigious institution like the National University of Defense Technology. It is perplexing how he found himself on this path. And one wonders what thoughts the divine Guanyin harbored when she sent such an outstanding son down a perilous road. All right, I have completed the recounting. Were there any errors or omissions? None, however, please repeat it once more. When Hu Jianming and Yang Bo returned to the cell, the tension in the air remained palpable. And An Xiaohai and Su Tianyu bore new bruises on their faces, though they appeared not to be severe, indicating that the two had engaged in yet another altercation. Hu Jianming and Yang Bo exchanged a glance and silently climbed onto their respective beds. Due to the limited space of the room, 232 is equipped with bunk beds, with Hu Jianming and Yang Bo naturally occupying the lower bunk, while An Xiaohai rests on the upper. Upon Su Tianyu's arrival, Hu Jianming graciously relinquished his bunk to him. Consequently, Su Tianyu now occupies Hu Jianming's bed, allowing An Xiaohai to see him with a mere turn of his head. His face burned with a sharp sting, prompting An Xiaohai to move his jaw slightly. Su Tianyu was deliberately provocative. Despite their agreement to avoid striking each other, he continued to target An Xiaohai's face. Unable to resist, An Xiaohai glanced at Su Tianyu, who was staring intently back at him. Noticing An Xiaohai's gaze, Su Tianyu exaggeratedly smiled and flashed a victory sign. This behavior was quintessentially Su Tianyu. The more amiably he smiled, the more perilous the situation became. An Xiaohai then glanced at Hu Jianming across from him, who indeed looked upon him with a gaze full of sympathy. An Xiaohai had mentally rehearsed Su Tianyu's escape plan countless times, and it seemed feasible. The thought that Su Tianyu would leave the next day stirred a twinge of reluctance within An Xiaohai. He never anticipated that, within the cold and merciless confines of this prison, the son of a notorious drug lord, whose behavior was deemed eccentric by outsiders, would provide him with the greatest warmth. The irony of the situation was palpable. November 26 arrived as scheduled, yet no one perceived the day's peculiarities. Rising, grooming, exercising, and working, everything unfolded with remarkable normalcy. As lunchtime approached, Tian Chaoguang sought out An Xiaohai in the factory, requesting his presence in the reading room to address some computer program issues during lunch. Tian Chaoguang appeared rather animated, indicating that the design blueprint had achieved its intended effect. His request was likely not merely about computer programs, but rather concerning the design itself. An Xiaohai, however, did not place much significance on the outcome of the blueprint. Success was a certainty, failure would be the anomaly. Nevertheless, An Xiaohai declined Tian Chaoguang's invitation, suggesting he would attend during the evening's free time instead. Today at noon, he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Tian Chaoguang did not insist and readily acquiesced. Having undergone a subtle transformation in his perception of An Xiaohai, now considering him a person worthy of respect. Most individuals respect status and wealth, while those distanced from the trappings of fame and fortune tend to honor ability. The wait proved excruciatingly tedious, with the morning stretching interminably, akin to a century. An Xiaohai felt a pang of nostalgia, pondering how Su Tianyu had endured the same morning. At last, lunchtime arrived, and An Xiaohai, along with others, was escorted by the guards to the cafeteria. Hu Jianming and Yang Bo were already dining, but Su Tianyu was conspicuously absent. An Xiaohai silently exhaled a sigh of relief. Su Tianyu's absence signified that his first step had been successfully executed. Quietly, An Xiaohai joined the line to collect his meal and naturally settled at Hu Jianming's table. At that moment, he sensed a menacing gaze upon him. When he looked up, he found it belonged to Qiupeng. Today, Qiupeng was on duty, patrolling the prison area. Considering the challenges he was about to face, An Xiaohai generously bestowed upon him a broad smile. Qiupeng was momentarily taken aback. In the past, An Xiaohai's animosity towards him was unreserved, yet today he inexplicably offered a smile. What was this madness? At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. The prisoner, having just received his meal, suddenly slipped and fell heavily to the ground. As he tumbled, the tray he held flew from his grip, striking Qiupeng squarely and showering him with food. "I'm sorry, God. I didn't mean to. Truly, it was unintentional." The prisoner, realizing the gravity of his blunder, attempted to approach Qiupeng to assist him but was restrained by another officer nearby. Qiupeng felt utterly miserable. Although the food was not scalding, the dish contained chili peppers, and the fiery spice caused tears to well up in his eyes. The prisoner continued to apologize profusely, but Qiupeng could scarcely focus on his words. He waved his colleague away to handle the situation while he rushed to the restroom to wash his eyes. Such talent in misfortune. After witnessing this entire scene, An Xiaohai began his meal, increasingly contemplative. The fallen prisoner was certainly not a mere accident. This was orchestrated by Su Tianyu. Unexpectedly, this fellow's acting skills could rival those of a cinematic star, far surpassing the so-called young idols of later generations. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the offending prisoner was escorted away, yet Qiupeng had still not reappeared. It seemed the second step of the plan had been successfully executed. "Su Tianyu, the moment of truth rests upon your shoulders," An Xiaohai thought, exhaling deeply. Meanwhile, Su Tionyu had pried open the nearly one steel bar on the window of the workshop restroom. Damn it, couldn't it have been ground down a bit more? It nearly thwarted my efforts. Carefully, Su Tionyu set the steel bar down, wiped the sweat from his brow, and, in a state of exasperation, squeezed himself through the remaining bars. Chapter 036, The Two Iron Gates. The area outside the workshop restroom, which was once entirely unobstructed, was now cluttered with construction materials, providing Su Tionyu with a perfect hiding spot. He swiftly shed his prison uniform and donned a pre-prepared ensemble consisting of a shimmering golden jacket, a flamboyant floral shirt, an extravagant gold watch, and a golden wig. Wasn't this a bit too ostentatious? Su Tionyu could vividly picture his current appearance. There was no time for second thoughts. He slipped on a pair of sunglasses, took a deep breath, and, following Xiaohai's instructions, boldly emerged from his concealment. The scene outside was somewhat chaotic, with two cement mixers rumbling as they poured freshly mixed cement into the reinforced molds. A dozen or so inmates toiled nearby, while several guards kept a watchful eye from the corners. Su Tianyu's flamboyant appearance immediately drew attention. As soon as he appeared, many noticed him. The workers from outside did not seem surprised. Instead, they greeted him with nods and bows. Adhering to Xiaohai's directives, Su Tionyu refrained from responding and maintained an air of arrogance. A guard stood ahead, and though Su Tionyu felt a surge of anxiety, he forced a playful grin and offered a pack of cigarettes. The guard waved him off, signaling for him to leave promptly. Naturally, Su Tionyu dared not overstep. He tucked away the cigarettes with a smile and departed. Remarkably effective. Su Tionyu strolled nonchalantly towards the designated location, pondering how Xiaohai had devised this plan. Particularly how he had acquired such intelligence. Upon reaching the specified area, he halted. This spot was conveniently located near the iron gates of the prison block, wide open, with nearly all sentry posts able to observe him. The guards at the two nearest posts clearly noticed Su Tionyu and had turned to face him. His legs felt weak, yet he knew he could not show fear at this moment. Thus, Su Tionyu, following Xiaohai's advice, continued to grin and wave playfully at the guards above. The guards returned his gesture, urging him to leave quickly. Su Tionyu found himself caught in a dilemma. Neither leaving nor staying felt appropriate. He could only maintain his cheerful facade, feigning ignorance of their intentions. The guards were not inclined to let this go. One had already begun to descend. Su Tionyu braced himself. The tension was truly unbearable. Just then, a figure hurriedly emerged from within the prison block. Then Su Tianyu's eyes lit up. "Captain Chiu, is that you?" "I'm Xiao Feng, the son of Feng Zong. We've met before, do you remember me?" he asked, warmly extending a cigarette. "Who would remember you?" Captain Chiopeng retorted, feeling irritable. His eyes strained to the point where he could barely make out Su Tionyu, only noticing the glaring golden hair. However, Chiopeng was aware of this Xiao Feng. His father, Feng Zong, had a good relationship with Warden Huang and was rumored to be involved in questionable asset packaging. Thriving in both the underworld and legitimate circles, such individuals were best not to offend. Chiopeng accepted the cigarette but did not ignite it. Instead, he tucked it into his pocket. The social grace was acknowledged, yet the moment was unsuitable for smoking. "What brings you here, Director Xiao?" "I'm rather preoccupied at the moment. As you can see, I must return to change my attire. Of course, I have a favorable proposition to discuss with Captain Chiu. It was the warden who advised me to seek you out, haha." Su Tionyu felt a surge of satisfaction. The young man had performed commendably, and there would surely be rewards awaiting him upon his departure. "A prisoner clumsily spilled food on me, so I need to return to my dormitory to wash my face and change my clothes," Chiopeng patiently elucidated. He appreciated being addressed as Captain Chiu, a title that had only recently been conferred upon him during an internal meeting, with few privy to this development. The fact that this blonde fellow was aware of it suggested a close connection with Warden Huang. This was, in truth, a delightful misunderstanding. And Xiaohai had merely suggested that Su Tianyu refer to Chiu Peng as captain to lend an air of respect akin to calling everyone a CEO in the business world. Unbeknownst to them that it would inadvertently strike true. As for whether Chiu Peng would fall into their carefully laid trap, Ban Xiaohai believed it was highly probable. Chiu Peng, being a corrupt officer, could be swayed by discussions of profit. Given the relationship between Director Feng and the warden, Chiu Peng was unlikely to refuse Su Tianyu. Indeed, it was quite possible that he was aligned with the warden behind Director Feng. Such carelessness. This prisoner must face severe consequences. Su Tianyu interjected, however, Captain Chiu. Our matter is rather urgent and requires immediate discussion. If we miss this opportunity, it may never arise again, and the potential gain is substantial. He gestured vaguely with his hand, and Chiu Peng, with some effort, discerned the shape of the figure, an 8,000 or 80,000. Surely Director Feng. Such a prominent figure wouldn't be so eager to approach me over a mere 8,000, it must be at least 80,000. A flurry of thoughts rushed through Chiu Peng's mind as he regarded the young man with newfound favor. Very well. But I truly am not in a position to discuss this now. Perhaps we could reconvene after I freshen up and change my clothes. We can find a suitable place to converse afterward. He gestured to the stains on his attire, which were minimal, yet his hair and face were quite disheveled. Particularly around the eyes, causing him considerable discomfort. No need to find another place, my Captain Chiu, let us go to your dormitory. There are no others around. And this matter is best addressed swiftly. I'm concerned that a delay might lead to complications. Chiu Peng hesitated momentarily. The officer's dormitory was not typically accessible to outsiders, however. Considering the connection to Warden Huang, he deemed it manageable. Yet he remained curious about the urgency of this young man's request. Very well. As long as Director Feng does not mind. Follow me. With that, Chiu Peng began to walk towards the iron door. Su Tianyu hurriedly followed with a cheerful smile. His heart nearly leaping into his throat. Everything unfolded just as An Xiaohai had anticipated, progressing so smoothly that it felt almost surreal. Yet, this was a fortuitous turn of events. Discreetly, Su Tianyu touched the dagger concealed within his jacket. Its cold, unyielding surface provided him with a sense of reassurance. This dagger was his ultimate safeguard. Should Chiu Peng detect any anomaly, he would resort to this blade to eliminate him, subsequently donning his attire to make a hasty escape. Yes, that was the plan. Su Tianyu cast a sidelong glance at several guard posts, finding everything to be in order. Ever since he had engaged in conversation with Chiu Peng, the sentinels had ceased to pay him any heed. Chiu Peng proceeded to unlock 2 iron gates within the detention area, and as he did so, Su Tianyu deliberately noted which 2 keys he employed. An Xiaohai had specifically instructed him to pay close attention to this detail. If one were to test each key in full view of others, it would likely arouse suspicion. Su Tianyu wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that indeed the minutiae could determine success or failure. Over the past few days, he had become intimately familiar with those keys. And he was well aware of which 2 Chiu Peng had utilized. Among the remaining 3 keys, An Xiaohai had confirmed that one unlocked the outermost small door. Thus, the last 2 keys corresponded to the final 2 iron gates, presenting a choice between 2. It was entirely plausible to mistakenly use the wrong key once without raising suspicion. Xiaohai, you truly are remarkable. After successfully passing through the 2 iron gates, Su Tianyu felt a wave of gratitude swell within him. Chapter 037, A Successful Escape. Subsequent events unfolded with greater ease. After leading Su Tianyu to the dormitory, Chiu Peng uttered a brief remark before hastily retreating to take a shower, neglecting even the courtesy of offering tea to Su Tianyu. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, Su Tianyu promptly set his plan in motion. Chiu Peng, torn between unease and eagerness to discuss lucrative opportunities, would undoubtedly rush through his shower, leaving Su Tianyu with minimal time. Swiftly, Su Tianyu donned the police uniform that Chiu Peng had discarded, accepting its slight dirtiness. For from a distance, such imperfections would hardly be discernible. After changing into the attire and donning another wig, He located a briefcase within the room and tucked it under his arm before gently opening the door and slipping out. The corridor was tranquil, devoid of any presence. Su Tianyu steadied his breathing, employing the stealthy strides he had practiced in secrecy over the past few days as he made his way towards the exit of the dormitory building. At that moment, Su Tianyu held profound admiration for An Shaohai, knowing that all that remained was to execute the plan they had rehearsed countless times. The guard stationed at the watchtower noticed Su Tianyu's emergence from the dormitory but did not raise any alarms, although the young officer appeared unfamiliar. It was evident he was a recent addition, still exhibiting the rigid posture typical of military training, suggesting he was among the more accomplished students at the police academy. Fortune favored Su Tianyu, and against a 50% chance, he triumphed with absolute certainty. He successfully unlocked the third iron gate on his first attempt. After closing the gate behind him, he traversed the lengthy corridor encircled by barbed wire. At this juncture, Su Tianyu felt an unusual tranquility, a calm born from overwhelming tension. His face was pale, though from a distance, it would be difficult to discern, leaving observers with the impression that the young man was excessively serious. As he opened the fourth iron gate, Su Tianyu had already identified the location of the small door. Upon exiting the fourth gate, he walked directly towards the small door, offering a slight nod to the guard at the main entrance. The guard, oblivious to any irregularities, reciprocated the gesture. But only Wei Chuanguang in the transmission room furrowed his brow. The youth appeared too unfamiliar. Wei Chuanguang was certain he had never encountered him before. Could he have been summoned by a superior for some task? Otherwise, he shouldn't possess the key to the small door. However, the notion of a superior handing over such a key to an outsider seemed implausible. Wei Chuanguang contemplated stopping the young man for inquiries, but in that moment of hesitation, Su Tianyu had successfully unlocked the small door and exited the prison. After careful consideration, Wei Chuanguang decided against pursuing the matter further. Having served diligently for many years, he was on the cusp of retirement in a year or two. There was no need to complicate matters at this juncture. He mused to himself. Having devoted his life to diligent service only to end up guarding the entrance, what folly it all was. Meanwhile, within the prison guard dormitory, Qiupeng clutched the clothes Su Tianyu had changed out of, drenched in cold sweat, lamenting that his recent shower had been in vain. Gazing at the clothes before him, as well as the police uniform and briefcase he had lost, Qiupeng could no longer be oblivious to the unfolding situation. Someone must have escaped. Donning his police attire and carrying his briefcase, making a brazen exit. The gun. My gun. At this thought, a cold sweat broke out anew, and in a flurry, he discarded the garments and hastily opened the drawer where his firearm was stored. Fortunately, the gun remained. Qiupeng's clothes were once again drenched in cold sweat, and he sank onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. What should I do? His mind was in turmoil. His attempt to deal with An Shaohai had gone awry. Although his superiors were dissatisfied, they still granted him a chance to be a team leader, considering the considerable risks he had taken in the matter. However, if this incident were to come to light, it would spell disaster. Should he conceal it? Could it be concealed? Perhaps it could be hidden. A glimmer of hope emerged in Qiupeng's heart, akin to a drowning man clutching at straws. Then finally, his mind began to churn. The more he pondered, the more he sensed the strangeness of the situation. The escaped convict had pretended to be Xiaofeng, attempting to get close to him, yet how could an inmate know of Xiaofeng? And how did he happen upon Qiupeng specifically? How could he be certain that Qiupeng would bring him to the dormitory? More importantly, how had this individual reached the prison gate? What was the origin of his disguise? A multitude of questions swirled in Qiupeng's mind, leaving him increasingly agitated. After a prolonged moment of calm, he recognized an even graver issue. The escaped convict's profound knowledge of the prison and himself suggested there was likely someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Who could this guiding figure be? Surely it must be someone within the prison. If that were the case, his predicament was far from clandestine, as at least that individual would possess clarity on the matter. Yet, perhaps this was a silver lining. Hope surged within Chiopeng. The person who had guided the convict's escape would undoubtedly anticipate that he might uncover this issue, and this individual would certainly not desire the matter to be disclosed. Thus, everyone would be trapped in a precarious situation. This person held leverage over me, yet I too possessed leverage over him. Perhaps a peaceful resolution was attainable. Chiopeng mused. Humanity often behaves in such a manner, preferring to believe in their own inclinations, and at this moment, Chiopeng was no exception. And Xiaohai had indeed miscalculated. He feared that Chiopeng would immediately raise the alarm upon discovery, thereby significantly diminishing Su Tianyou's chances of escape. However, Chiopeng had never truly intended to expose the matter, perhaps he had considered it fleetingly. Throughout, his primary focus had been on how to keep this incident under wraps and the ensuing advantages and disadvantages of doing so. Chiopeng forced himself to regain composure and meticulously retraced the sequence of events. No issues arose as long as one family asserts their disconnection from the prison break. There remains no threat to their safety. At least, no one possesses compelling evidence against them. The lost briefcase contained no personal belongings, and thus, no one could ascertain its ownership. As for that Mr. Fong, let him be. Should anyone inquire, one could merely state that a brief conversation occurred on the way back to the dormitory, after which he departed on his own. This predicament could be left for Warden Huang to resolve, for Mr. Fong's family has ties with him. As for dealing with the individual lacking in the shadows, it would be prudent to navigate this hurdle fast. Yes, that shall suffice. Chiopeng resolved firmly. Now, only two pressing matters remained, the identity of the escaped convict and the urgent need to dispose of the belongings left behind. In a flurry of anxiety, Chiopeng hastily stuffed Su Tianyou's possessions from his dormitory into a backpack, meticulously checking every corner of the room to ensure nothing was overlooked. Only after confirming the absence of any omissions did he collapse onto the sofa once more. It was at this moment that the alarm finally blared throughout the prison. Chapter 038, Uneven Aftermath. A prison, by design, rarely harbors significant flaws. The true vulnerabilities reside within the human heart. Two inmates managed to escape, one of whom is the notorious Su Tianyou. The incident at the first prison of Deep Sea City could not be concealed any longer, resulting in an uproar within the prison system. Almost the entirety of Deep Sea City's police force was dispatched, with both overt and covert surveillance established in no fewer than 100 locations, determined to recapture Su Tianyou and his accomplice. However, due to the sensitive nature of the case, this matter was kept from public knowledge. After all, Su Tianyou poses an extraordinary threat, and involving the public could lead to unwarranted chaos. The other escaped inmate is named Luoji, the very individual who had painstakingly ground down the iron bars of the restroom window. Initially, Luoji was scheduled to break free in 2 days, however. Upon returning to the restroom to continue his work, he discovered that the bars had already been severed by someone else. This indicated that his secret had been unveiled, and that someone had utilized the broken bars to effect their own escape. Faced with the imminent exposure of his plan, Luoji had no choice but to hastily execute his own breakout. Perhaps fortune favored him by association with Su Tianyou, as Luoji's escape was remarkably successful. He eluded detection by the workers and vanished, much like Su Tianyou. And Xiaohai speculated that Luoji likely seized an opportunity to disembark during transit. Yet, such details seemed trivial in the grand scheme. What truly mattered was that Su Tianyou had successfully made his escape. And Xiaohai remained oblivious to the ramifications this event would have on him personally, or the broader implications for the city. He could only proceed one step at a time. As one of Su Tianyou's closest companions within the prison, the remaining 3 members of Cell 232 were subjected to the most rigorous interrogations, including An Xiaohai. All 3 feigned ignorance, leaving the authorities with no leverage. The conflict between An Xiaohai and Su Tianyou was widely known, thus his suspicion was minimal. Investigators generally believed that Su Tianyou and Luoji had conspired together to orchestrate their escape. Luoji was a mere foot soldier in the underworld, as Su Tianyou described. existing at the lowest rung of the drug trade hierarchy. To outsiders, Su Tianyu's collaboration with him during the escape seemed entirely plausible. One could only wonder what expression Luo Ji bore upon hearing the news. That afternoon, Wang Taijun arrived. 2 drug traffickers had fled, both of whom he had previously incarcerated, necessitating his presence. Are you truly uninvolved in this matter? Wang Taijun regarded An Shaohai with evident skepticism. Captain Wang, why would I assist Su Tianyu? Please provide me with a reason. An Shaohai replied, his tone tinged with impatience. His irritation was not genuine, rather. It was the natural response of a young man wronged, as he sought to maintain a facade of normalcy. Should he appear too composed, Wang Tiejuan's suspicions would only deepen. An Shaohai was reluctant to arouse Wang Tiejuan's doubts. If their relationship were to be jeopardized, the fragile barrier he had painstakingly constructed would undoubtedly crumble. If you learn anything, you must inform me, otherwise you will be in grave danger. You should be well aware of what Su Tianyu is capable of. Wang Taijun spoke with utmost seriousness. He had been discreetly observing An Shaohai. Aware of the several public altercations between An Shaohai and Su Tianyu, their palpable animosity possibly genuine, though it could also be a mere performance. Should Su Tianyu escape and An Shaohai remain oblivious, their conflict would indeed be authentic, rendering An Shaohai's situation perilous now that Su Tianyu had fled. Conversely, if An Shaohai was privy to Su Tianyu's escape, their discord would be a ruse aimed at diminishing An Shaohai's culpability post-escape. In either scenario, An Shaohai faced significant danger, not in terms of physical safety, but rather the risk of his complete moral decay. Wang Taijun scrutinized An Shaohai for an extended period, yet discerned no revealing signs. After a lengthy silence, he exhaled in relief. The escape of a drug dealer was not inherently terrifying. Capturing him again was a certainty in Wang Tiejuan's mind, convinced that if he had apprehended him once, he could do so a second time. However, the irrevocable downfall of a youth was a far graver concern, one that might prove impossible to rectify. Enough of this discourse. If you claim ignorance, so be it. Have you had any new tidings recently? I have caught wind of some rumors, though their veracity remains uncertain. Do share. I've heard that there are individuals selling drugs at the Moonlight International Club, and the quantity is considerable. However, this information came from a drug user who, after being ridiculed, let it slip. I cannot ascertain its truth. It is true that a dealer from Taiwan was indeed distributing drugs at the Moonlight International Club. But that case would only arise a year later. An Shaohai was unsure if this individual had commenced operations yet he divulged the information nonetheless. He needed to provide Wang Taijun with some leads to divert his attention away from himself. If Wang Taijun were to apprehend someone, it would serve as a form of compensation for An Shaohai. Understood. Is there anything else? None. The prison's limited recreation time affords little opportunity for contact. So the information I can gather is quite restricted. I believe it is still quite commendable. Wang Taijun closed his notebook. At least the accuracy of the information you provided is remarkably high. Both pieces of intelligence were spot on. By the way, you were the one who incited that project with Tian Xiaoguang, weren't you? What do you mean by incited? That term is rather harsh. This is clearly a mutually beneficial arrangement. A win-win collaboration. He can achieve merit and rewards through this opportunity, while I can seek a reduction in my sentence. Why not seize the chance? Besides, I am in dire need of funds, as you well know. If you genuinely wish for a sentence reduction, I can assist you, Wang Taijun stated earnestly. Given An Shaohai's 2 instances of providing valuable information, should Wang Taijun report it properly, An Shaohai could potentially see his sentence reduced by at least a year. Never mind. Thank you, Captain Wang. As for the reasons behind it, I prefer not to elaborate further. In any case, I appreciate your help. Very well, as you wish. You may leave now. Lingering too long may raise suspicion. All right, farewell, Captain Wang. Wang Taijun nodded and opened the door, summoning the prison guard to escort An Shaohai away. Observing the retreating figure of An Shaohai, Wang Tejuan's brow gradually furrowed. He had an intuitive sense that the matter of Su Tianyu's escape was inextricably linked to An Shaohai. One could only hope that this lad would not stray further from the path. Meanwhile, An Shaohai, growing increasingly vigilant, could not shake the feeling that Wang Taijun possessed an intimate knowledge of the prison's inner workings. Who, then, could be supplying him with information? Was it a fellow inmate or perhaps a guard? Within the confines of this prison, it was entirely plausible that Wang Taijun had his spies. A double-edged sword that could yield both advantages and disadvantages. It seemed prudent to exercise greater caution henceforth. A week passed in the blink of an eye. And Su Tianyu had seemingly vanished without a trace. Even Luo Ji, who had escaped on the same day, was nowhere to be found. All those involved in the pursuit understood that after such a prolonged period, it was likely these two had fled far beyond reach, rendering any hopes of recapturing them through existing means exceedingly dim. On the 8th day, the restrictions on the inmates in Block 232 were lifted, returning them to their normal prison lives. Upon his return to the dining hall after the 8-day interval, Ren Xiaohai's eyes immediately fell upon Qiupeng, who spotted two prominent dark circles under his eyes. This fellow had not reported the incident involving Su Tianyu. It was indeed commendable, yet perhaps for the best. A faint smile graced An Xiaohai's lips. Simultaneously, the pristine Mercedes-Benz W126 came to a halt before a somewhat dilapidated fisherman's cottage in Shetujo village, attracting a curious crowd of villagers. This was the renowned Tigerhead Benz, a luxury not easily afforded by the common man. Who could possibly be the distinguished guest arriving here? A chauffeur, clad in a suit and white gloves, alighted from the vehicle, briskly circled around to open the rear door, expertly gesturing to shield the doorframe as he did so. A young man with slicked back hair, dressed in a fashionable suit, emerged from the car. Handsome and tall, he donned a pair of slender black-framed glasses, exuding an aura of affluence and refined elegance. The young man instructed the driver to open the trunk and personally retrieved an array of exquisite gifts, taking a deep breath before inspecting his attire. Only then did he make his way toward the fisherman's cottage. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. It appeared this young man had come to seek out Chen Shuifen. The cottage belonged to Pan Zhuangzhuang, who currently resided there with the elderly woman. Who, one might wonder, was this young man? When had the An family or the Pan family become acquainted with such a distinguished figure? Alas, the timing of his visit seemed ill-fated. For trouble was likely to find him soon. As the villagers speculated and lamented, had An Shaohai been present, he would have been utterly astonished. For the young man in question was none other than Su Tianyu himself, the very individual who had escaped from the first prison 8 days prior. Chapter 039, Bodacious Encounter. Who are you looking for, handsome? Su Tianyu gently knocked on the door for a considerable time before Chen Shuifen hesitantly opened it just a crack. Upon recognizing Su Tianyu, she anxiously inquired. The term handsome was not merely a polite formality. At that moment, Su Tianyu genuinely warranted such an appellation. You must be Shaohai's mother. Auntie, I am Shao Su, Su Jigang. I am a classmate of Shaohai and a good friend who shares a bunk bed with him. I sleep on the bottom while Shaohai occupies the top. Realizing he was a classmate of Shaohai's, Chen Shuifen visibly relaxed, her posture easing against the door. Although the door had opened wider, she showed no inclination to invite Su Tianyu inside. Shao Su, I apologize. Our family has been overwhelmed with recent events, so I cannot invite you in for a visit. Thank you for remembering Shaohai and making the effort to come here. However, you should leave quickly, those people will be back soon. And I worry you might get into trouble. Please, hurry and go, Chen Shuifen urged with a hint of urgency. Over the past few days, a group of ruffians had appeared, claiming that their brother had been injured by An Shaohai in prison and was now bedridden, rendered a mere shell of his former self. Their sole demand was money, starting at 200,000 yuan, threatening to disrupt their lives if their demands were not met. Each day they returned, creating chaos and damaging numerous household items. Chen Shuifen was terrified. She thought to herself that if they wanted to create a ruckus, let them. If they wished to vandalize, so be it. Her only concern was to protect her elderly parents. She could not fathom that An Xiaohai would harm anyone without cause. If he truly had caused the injury, she would willingly compensate him, no matter the amount. Yet, she found herself utterly incapable of producing any funds. As the case had drained their family's resources dry, leaving them in significant debt. If it weren't for a young man with the surname Tion who had recently given them over 2,000 yuan, they would have been unable to afford meals. The young man mentioned that the money was earned by Xiaohai while in prison. Chen Shuifen was unaware that one could earn money in prison. But since it was from An Xiaohai, she accepted it with a sense of relief, feeling sorry for the boy's plight. "Auntie, please let me come in. I can't have made this trip for nothing. Look, I've brought so many things, and I'm quite exhausted. Allow me to catch my breath, won't you?" Su Tianyu pleaded, attempting to squeeze through the door. Chen Shuifen reluctantly stepped aside. "This child, why bring gifts? You're all students, there's no need to be extravagant," she remarked. "Not at all, Auntie. How could I visit Xiaohai's home empty-handed? Everyone knows of his situation, and we all feel quite distressed. Rest assured, my family is quite well off. These are merely trifles. Please accept them," Su Tianyu replied cheerfully, placing all the gifts he had brought onto the table. He then unceremoniously took a seat, his curious gaze surveying the surroundings of the home. "Xiao Su, you've come, and your thoughtful gesture has been received. However, Xiaohai is not at home." "As you are aware," Chen Shuifen responded. "In light of the circumstances, it would be prudent for you to depart promptly. Auntie truly fears that you may attract trouble." "No worries, trouble is the last thing I fear." Su Tianyu nonchalantly waved his hand, his gaze continuing to scrutinize the furnishings of the room. Chen Shuifen wished to offer further counsel, but at that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside, unmistakably the raucous gang had returned. "This is truly the worst timing. Child, you must leave at once. Look, those individuals are back, or hurry, before you find yourself in a predicament." Chen Shuifen urged anxiously, reaching out to pull Su Tianyu away. Seizing the opportunity, Su Tianyu grasped Chen Shuifen's arm and resolutely guided her to sit down. "Rest assured, Auntie, I assure you, trouble is my least concern. They cannot enter, my driver will handle the situation. Listen, the commotion outside has subsided, has it not?" "Your driver?" Chen Shuifen was taken aback once more, as she had not realized Su Tianyu had arrived by car. In this era, those who could afford a vehicle were certainly not ordinary individuals. And Su Tianyu had a dedicated chauffeur. "Your classmate, Xiaohai, must come from a well-to-do family." Chen Shuifen's heart was slightly reassured, and indeed. The tumult from outside quickly diminished. It appeared that young Su's driver was quite capable. "Auntie, have no worries. I shall keep you company for a while longer before I leave, and I will thoroughly resolve the troubles outside." "Can you truly resolve it?" "They are demanding 200,000. "Oh, Auntie, they are merely trying to intimidate you. Such is the nature of business, prices are inflated and debts are settled. Everything can be negotiated. Trust me, these are minor issues, I am certain I can assist you." "Really?" Chen Shuifen hesitated, still unsure. "Of course it is true. Auntie. Let us set those matters aside, tell me about Xiaohai, particularly his childhood misadventures. I have inquired of him, yet he never shares, I am quite curious, haha." "Oh, my Xiaohai has always been so well behaved." The moment Chen Shuifen began recounting tales of An Xiaohai, she forgot everything else, engaging in lively conversation with Su Tianyu that lasted well into the afternoon. Indeed, throughout their discourse, the raucous voices of the gang were conspicuously absent. As lunchtime approached, Chen Shuifen warmly invited Su Tianyu to stay for a meal, but he graciously declined, citing a pressing engagement. Chen Shuifen accompanied him to the village entrance, where his car awaited, with the respectful driver standing by patiently. The troublesome gang had vanished without a trace. Chen Shuifen exhaled a sigh of relief. She had grown fond of this courteous young man and sincerely hoped that he would not become entangled in any troubles due to her family. It seemed that the ruffians had indeed been dispatched by young Sue's driver. "Auntie, I must take my leave now, please take care of yourself. Xiao Hai should be home soon, having merely injured someone by accident, his classmates will surely understand. When he returns, do not forget to tell him to visit me in Haishi. Thank you, Xiao Su, for bringing so many things, you truly have gone to great lengths." "It's nothing to worry about, Auntie. As I mentioned, I share a bunk with Xiao Hai, what is mine is his. Please don't forget to have him visit me in Haishi province. I must take my leave now, farewell, Auntie." Su Tianyu boarded the vehicle and departed, while Chen Shuifan stood at the village entrance, watching the car disappear from sight before turning back home. Meanwhile, in the luxury car, the young man said, "Where do you intend to take us to get the money? Do not presume that your lavish vehicle instills fear in us. This matter is a deep-seated grudge and will not be easily resolved." Liu Jun's elder brother spoke through clenched teeth. The Liu brothers had clandestinely conspired. Anyone capable of driving such an extravagant car must possess considerable wealth. If they were willing to compensate for Xiao Hai's family, it would not be a mere 200,000 that would suffice. At the very least, they would require double that amount. Moreover, once the funds were depleted, they could always seek them out again. Liu Jun's brothers were already exhilarated, scarcely remembering that Liu Jun lay in a hospital bed, their minds consumed with thoughts of how to lavishly spend their newfound wealth. However, the wait had proven quite trying after an entire morning had passed. "Rest assured, my esteemed brothers, we shall arrive shortly, I assure you it will meet your expectations." Su Tianyu spoke leisurely, turning back to offer them a broad smile. Chapter 040, Wang Chejuan's frustration upon returning home. Chen Shuifan concealed herself behind the door, peering outside for an extended period. Other than a few villagers who lingered, eager to witness the unfolding drama, the ruffians remained elusive. It seemed that young Su possessed quite the capability, one could only hope he would truly resolve this significant predicament. Should he succeed, she would certainly express her gratitude in the future. With a sigh of relief, Chen Shuifan hesitated to fully relax. Turning her gaze, she noticed the large bundles Su Tianyu had brought. After a moment's contemplation, she proceeded to unwrap them all. Though the gifts were exquisitely packaged, they contained practical provisions, grains, oils, and flour, each appearing rather refined, precisely what Chen Shuifan required at this moment. Among the gifts was a delicate envelope. Upon opening it, she was struck by the elegance of the handwriting. Inside lay a small stack of currency, though modest in amount, it varied in denominations, all appearing quite worn. "Auntie, though these items are not costly, they reflect my heartfelt intentions, I hope you will not refuse them. This money and these goods are the result of my own diligent savings, unrelated to my family, so please do not worry. Kindly relay this to Xiao Hai, assuring him not to be concerned. My home is far away, and I may not visit often, but I will come to see you whenever I have the opportunity. Thank you so much, dear child, your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated." Chen Shuifan wiped away the tears from her cheeks, feeling a mix of relief and pride. In recent times, she had faced relentless setbacks, with many relatives and friends discreetly distancing themselves, fearful of attracting trouble. Yet, a few of Xiao Hai's friends remained steadfastly supportive. There was no need to elaborate on Pan Zhuangzhuang, who not only invited the entire family to live in his home but also generously contributed every penny he earned from his labor. Lin Xiena, lacking other means, had resorted to extreme frugality, losing significant weight in just 2 months, which was heart-wrenching to witness. Now, with the addition of Yang Su, Chen Shuifan reflected, "Xiao Hai, your friends are truly remarkable, you must cherish these bonds and repay their kindness in the future." With a deep sigh, she counted the stack of bills, 322 yuan and 40 cents, indeed not a large sum, yet Chen Shuifan felt content, knowing it was meticulously saved by Su. While the money was modest, the sentiment was priceless. On December 15, Wang Taijun once again graced the fast prison with his presence. His visits had noticeably increased in frequency during this time. "What brings you here, Captain Wang? Is there an error in the information?" An Shaohai inquired cautiously, his demeanor betraying a sense of guilt. His caution stemmed from the fact that his mother had visited him on December 1. Not only inquiring about his well-being but also informing him of Su Tianyou's visit, urging him to remember this act of kindness and to repay it upon his release. Though An Shaohai maintained a composed exterior, internally, he felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, a cold sweat enveloping him. An Shaohai never anticipated that Su Tianyou possessed such audacity. At a time when the entire city was in pursuit of him, he brazenly appeared in his own home. If discovered, there would be no way to extricate himself from the situation. Nevertheless, the fellow demonstrated some intelligence by refraining from lavishly spending money in his house, otherwise it would have swiftly attracted unwelcome attention. That said, what was the significance of the 300 or so yuan? Su Tianyou's implication was clear: this sum was unrelated to drug trafficking, as it was earned through his own hard work, allowing An Shaohai to accept it with peace of mind. What else could Su Tianyou do to earn money aside from dealing drugs? Though An Shaohai felt perplexed, he chose not to dwell on it. Perhaps Su Tianyou was merely making a deliberate statement. The man's actions were often enigmatic and challenging to interpret. Fortunately, the amount was not substantial; he could always repay it after stepping outside. Meanwhile, An Shaohai felt a significant sense of relief. Liu Jun's two brothers had come to his home seeking trouble, and by sheer coincidence, they encountered Su Tianyou, effectively resolving that issue. As for the fate of those two brothers, An Shaohai could hardly muster the energy to contemplate it. Their animosity had persisted through 2 lifetimes, leaving little to ponder. It was best if they never crossed paths again. "No, your information is remarkably precise. The suspects have been apprehended, and 3 kilograms were seized." Wang Taijun held up 3 fingers. An Shaohai raised an eyebrow. In the vernacular of the underworld, 1 unit referred to 1 kilogram. This Taiwanese individual had quite the audacity, surrendering 3 kilograms in one go. It seemed likely that he would not escape a dire fate, and perhaps An Shaohai might even encounter him in the first prison. This was evidently good news, yet Captain Wang appeared rather unenthusiastic. "You are correct, I am indeed lacking in enthusiasm," Wang Taijun sighed, reclining in his chair as he stared at the ceiling. His demeanor piqued An Shaohai's curiosity. He had never witnessed such a state from him before. "What troubles you, Captain Wang?" "I cannot quite articulate it," Wang Taijun replied, shaking his head. "It just feels as though these recent cases, the arrests, have come too easily. If it were always this simple, how many brothers would not have sacrificed their lives? I cannot shake the feeling that I owe them an apology." An Shaohai found himself at a loss for words. He understood Wang Taijun's sentiments. The narcotics officers labored day and night. Yet the outcomes they achieved paled in comparison to the intelligence An Shaohai had provided. Consequently, Wang Taijun's confidence had undoubtedly been shaken. He was blaming himself, shouldering the burden of his comrades' sacrifices. An Shaohai had no retort for such a person. He comprehended Wang Taijun's nobility but did not entirely concur with it. "Captain Wang, I must apologize. This is not my achievement. All the credit belongs to you and your team. I merely relayed the information in advance, and I am truly sorry." An Shaohai silently expressed his contrition. "Enough of this, let us not dwell on such matters. I am here primarily to inform you about the situation at the Yueguan International Club. You have done exceptionally well, and on behalf of all my colleagues, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you." Wang Taijun's frustration emerged swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. "This epitomizes a true and qualified warrior. You need not be so courteous, Captain Wang." An Shaohai felt an increased sense of unease. "You should not feel this way. Merit is merit, and I shall ensure it does not go unrecognized. I have meticulously recorded all your contributions in a confidential dossier. Even should I one day make the ultimate sacrifice, your achievements will not fade into obscurity, rest assured." "Captain Wang, You truly need not go to such lengths. In that moment, An Xiaohai's heart ached intensely, igniting an impulse to reveal everything, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Very well. I shall take my leave. In a few days, I will send Xia Jing to visit your home. And I will find a way to deliver the rewards from these past instances to your mother. Thank you, Captain Wang. An Xiaohai lowered his gaze, striving to conceal his emotional turmoil from Wang Taijun. It is the least I can do. Have you truly considered allowing me to assist in reducing your sentence? These accolades could expedite your release. Truly, it is unnecessary, thank you. An Xiaohai's mind was in disarray, as he found no suitable words beyond gratitude. Very well then. I shall take my leave. You may remain here for a while longer to gather your thoughts. In 10 minutes, someone will come to escort you back. All right, thank you. At last, Wang Taijun departed, and after a prolonged, silent contemplation before the closed door, An Xiaohai rose, standing resolutely to render a perfectly executed military salute. Captain Wang. This salute is from An Xiaohai, the one student of the National Defense University. From this moment forth, that An Xiaohai is no more. You have your battlefield. And I have mine, we shall meet upon the field of conflict. At that moment, An Xiaohai could not foresee that merely 2 days later, he would once again encounter Wang Taijun within that very room, yet this subsequent meeting would be far from harmonious. Chapter 041 Reactions in the Office of the Deputy Director. Bureau of Prison Administration, Deep CCT, Yang Yuanbing was cautiously reporting on the situation. Hon Jianyong sat with his head slightly lowered, absorbed in his cigarette, his expression revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. The circumstances were such that, in the aftermath, we discovered that the iron bars of the factory area restroom had been deliberately tampered with, allowing 2 inmates to escape through there and subsequently hide in a cement mixer to exit the prison compound, ultimately jumping from the vehicle mid-journey. The steel reinforcement bars had been gradually ground down. To sever such thick bars without making significant noise would require at least 1 to 2 years. From this perspective, it seemed to be the handiwork of that Luoji. Su Tianyu simply lacked the time to accomplish such a feat as Yang Yuanbing concluded his report. He cautiously observed Hon Jianyong's expression. The drug enforcement team had labored to apprehend the offenders, yet they had effortlessly escaped. How could he possibly explain this to the drug enforcement team? How could he justify it to his superiors? After a prolonged silence, Hon Jianyong finally spoke. His tone languid. Yes, it is all our fault. Yang Yuanbing quickly considered, well aware of Hon Jianyong's temperament. The slower he spoke, the angrier he became. Regardless of the tone he employed. Apologize. On what grounds do you apologize? Who do you think you are? Shouldn't it be the higher-ups in your department who should be held accountable? Is Wang Tao not available? Why hasn't he reported the situation? Hon Jianyong erupted, slamming his fist on the table. Esteemed leader, please do not be angered. Director Wang went to the city to report on the situation. And since everyone knows you are my former superior, they assigned me to report to you in his stead. You all seem to be playing a clever game. Far more calculating than this old financier from Shangxi. Go back and tell Wang Tao that this charade will not suffice. He must come personally to explain how you have conducted your work. Can it still be done? If not, I shall replace you. All right, esteemed leader. Please do not be upset, do take care of your health, Yang Yuanbing urged repeatedly, and after a considerable time, Hon Jianyong finally managed to suppress his anger. In truth, the escape of Su Tianyu might not be entirely detrimental. How so? Are you suggesting this is a good thing? Hon Jianyong shot a sidelong glance at Yang Yuanbing. Well, Su Tianyu has a significant grievance with An Xiaohai. Recently, he has been making threats on the streets, declaring that An Xiaohai is his and forbidding anyone from interfering. He intends to deal with him personally. Is that all? Indeed, Yang Yuanbing shrugged his shoulders. Yang Yuanbing, do you consider this a positive development? What exactly are you trying to convey to me? Have you lost your mind? Hon Jianyong nearly shouted in frustration. Yang Yuanbing, startled, realized he had misspoken. Hon Jianyong, ever cunning, had never indicated his intent to confront An Xiaohai. By stating it so plainly, Yang had inadvertently brought the matter to light. Get out. Get out of my sight immediately. I truly cannot fathom what compels you to come here and spout such nonsense. Leave at once. Hon Jianyong erupted in fury. And Yang Yuanbing, in a state of panic, hurriedly gathered his belongings and departed, for remaining any longer would have been unbearable. As soon as Yang Yuanbing closed the door, the enraged Hon Jianyong instantaneously regained his composure, as if the furious individual moments prior bore no relation to him. This scene was exceedingly peculiar. Yang Yuanbing cautiously lingered outside the door, listening intently for quite a while. And only after confirming the office was silent did he breathe a sigh of relief and stealthily take his leave. Hypocritical. If you do not trust me, then do not enlist my assistance. Is this amusing? Yang Yuanbing could not help but mutter to himself, it seems I must seek another ally. For this Director Hon is likely unreliable in crucial moments, in the office of Vice Mayor Lu Ming at the Deep-Sea Municipal Government. Chairman Hu. What brings such a busy person as yourself to my humble office today? The tea here cannot compare to what you serve, so please make do with this, haha. Lu Ming smiled as he personally presented a teacup to Hu Haikong. Hu Haikong, the actual controller of Deep-Sea Haikong Real Estate Company, Limited, is a well-known figure in Deep-Sea City. In his 40s, he has already established a vast empire, making him an object of admiration for countless residents. Hu Haikong, neither too thin nor too stout, sports a crew cut, which lends him an air of shrewdness and efficiency. His exquisite black-framed glasses add a touch of elegance, setting him apart from the typical businessman. Lu Ming, as the vice mayor of Deep-Sea City, exhibits a degree of humility before Hu Haikong. Not due to his wealth or influence. No matter how affluent or powerful a businessman may be, he cannot outmatch a government official. What Lu Ming truly concerns himself with is the figure standing behind Hu Haikong. Hu Haikong is merely the latter's proxy, and not even a proper one at that, as his dealings are rather dubious. At best, Hu Haikong can be regarded as a grey glove. My dear Mayor Lu, please refrain from fabricating tales about me. We are both aware of our struggles, merely running errands for others, Hu Haikong stated with a wry smile as he accepted the teacup. Lu Ming dared not respond carelessly to this remark. While the majority perceive Hu Haikong simply as a successful businessman, Lu Ming knows well that Hu Haikong once worked in the provincial committee, sharing an office with that influential figure. A few years later, Hu Haikong abruptly resigned to venture into business, and in less than a decade, he built a tremendous empire. It is hard to believe that such success is without the backing of that influential figure. Thus, in terms of both wealth and position, Hu Haikong is not at all inferior to Lu Ming. Let us not dwell on that. What brings you here today, Chairman Hu? Lu Ming redirected the conversation to the matter at hand, for he had been quite occupied with the recent turmoil at Deep-Sea City's first prison. Nothing of great significance. Merely a visit to an old friend, and I wanted to inquire if there is anything I can assist you with. Or perhaps any favorable circumstances in which I might lend a hand, Hu Haikong replied. Oh, I understand. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming grasped the words of Hu Haikong. His visit was specifically to inquire about the first prison and the situation concerning An Xiaohai. It remained uncertain what information had reached that individual. However, the timing of Chairman Hu's arrival was rather unfortunate, as a significant incident had recently unfolded at the first prison, leaving me somewhat overwhelmed. Oh! What has transpired that has placed our esteemed Mayor Lu in such a predicament? 2 inmates have escaped. An escape? This is a grave matter. How could such an event occur? Who are these escaped criminals? Do they pose any danger? Indeed, they are quite dangerous. The 2 escapees are drug traffickers. Particularly one named Su Tianyu. Su Tianyu. Hu Haikong raised an eyebrow. Yes, that very Su Tianyu. He was originally housed in room 232. sharing a cell with that university student inmate. Somehow, with the assistance of another inmate, he successfully fled. This fellow is quite audacious. He has already threatened to retaliate against his fellow inmates, primarily targeting the university student. This situation has left us in quite a bind. We are at a loss as to the underlying issues between the two. The city's narcotics task force has reacted vehemently. You know Wang Taijun, he is notorious for his unwavering stance. Wang Taijun, I have only heard of him in passing, we have yet to cross paths. Oh, I see. Mayor Lu, I shall leave you to your affairs. Chairman Hu, will you not stay a while longer? Alas, I cannot linger, I shall visit again another day. Hu Haikong departed with a smile, and Lu Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. The matter concerning An Shaohai was indeed troublesome. Especially given that An Shaohai was somewhat beneath the dignity of a mayor's attention, or addressing a university student inmate seemed an excessive use of resources. Though Lu Ming had not exerted much effort, An Shaohai's misfortune was evident, having drawn the ire of a drug lord. It appeared that the problem had resolved itself without his intervention. Hu Haikong seemed satisfied with this outcome, yet Lu Ming remained unsettled, as it was a directive from above, warranting further confirmation. Shao-san, come in for a moment. Mayor, how may I assist you? As Lu Ming spoke, San Jianchun appeared at the office door. Please place a call to that young man at the first prison. What was his name again? Yang Yuanbing. Inform him that I need him for a matter and request him to meet with me. Should he come here to see you? Yes, on second thought. Perhaps we should arrange for him to meet in a more discreet location. It's not entirely appropriate for us to meet here repeatedly. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. San Jianchun turned to make the call, while Lu Ming reclined in his office chair. The paradise on earth is indeed captivating. Might Yang Yuanbing arrange for an experience there? It is said to be quite splendid. Many have already witnessed its wonders. I wonder if I, Lu Ming, shall have the opportunity to do so as well. Chapter 42, The sudden arson incident. During this period, An Shaohai distinctly sensed an unusual atmosphere within the prison. One that was unmistakably directed towards him. The other inmates appeared to be avoiding him, including Hu Jianming and Yang Bo. They refrained from uttering a word to him unless absolutely necessary. An Shaohai understood that this was likely the influence of Su Tianyu. He silently hoped for a spell of tranquility, yet dared not relax his guard. While Su Tianyu indeed wielded considerable intimidation over the underworld, An Shaohai was acutely aware that his adversaries were not solely confined to that realm. Hence, he could not afford to be complacent. That night, An Shaohai tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep, his heart inexplicably anxious. Inmate An Shaohai, get up. Do you hear me? Get up immediately. The iron door of the cell was struck, and the voice was unmistakably that of the young guard in charge of their unit. An Shaohai hastily scrambled out of bed and quickly adjusted his attire. Follow me. The guard opened the iron door and gestured for An Shaohai to proceed. An Shaohai furrowed his brow, hesitant to inquire about the reason for this summons, and silently followed the guard to the interrogation area. Upon entering the interrogation room, he was taken aback to find Wang Taijun seated there, accompanied by a female officer whose face was obscured by a tightly fitted mask. An Shaohai recognized her at once. She was Xia Jing, the strikingly beautiful officer he had encountered previously. The atmosphere felt decidedly off. A glance at the camera positioned nearby revealed its red light illuminated, indicating that it was recording, which confirmed that this was not a clandestine meeting but a formal interrogation. The young guard instructed An Shaohai to take a seat in the interrogation chair. After placing handcuffs on him, he saluted Wang Taijun and departed. Wang Taijun fixed his gaze on An Shaohai, remaining silent for an extended period. With Wang Taijun not speaking, An Shaohai felt no inclination to break the silence, especially given the formal nature of the interrogation, which was being recorded. Name: An Shaohai. Age: 19. Xia Jing commenced the interrogation according to procedure. Her cool, detached voice imbued the atmosphere with an inexplicable tension. Although An Xiaohai maintained an outward calm, he felt quite uneasy inside. This was not the first time he had faced such a situation. The first had been when he was initially brought into the police station and questioned about an assault. His recollection of that first interrogation was not particularly vivid. After the officers had gathered the facts, they had not been overly harsh with him once finished. They quickly released him from the handcuffs and placed him in the detention room. At that time, he had been in a daze. As if everything that transpired had occurred in a dream. Now, however, An Xiaohai felt an acute discomfort. An Xiaohai, you must be forthright. What is your relationship with Su Tianyu? What kind of relationship could I possibly have with him? We are merely prisoners confined within the same jail. Is it really as simple as that? Indeed, it is that simple. An Xiaohai, I urge you to speak the truth. If your connection with Su Tianyu is merely that of ordinary cellmates, then why did he orchestrate the arson of your family home? What? An Xiaohai's face turned pale. Instinctively attempting to rise, yet the handcuffs firmly restrained him in place. An Xiaohai, please remain calm. Wang Taijun finally spoke. The fire that Su Tianyu's associates set was aimed at your house, not at Pan Zhuang's, but the nature of this incident is exceedingly grave, severely impacting the safety of the populace's lives and properties. Therefore, An Xiaohai, you must disclose the truth about your grievances with Su Tianyu. If you do not, we will be unable to assist you. An Xiaohai's heart raced. He had indeed been momentarily shaken. He instinctively believed that Su Tianyu had targeted his family's current residence. Su Tianyu had visited, and he was aware of where his family resided. It was only upon hearing Wang Tejuan's words that An Xiaohai finally recognized his misunderstanding. Su Tianyu must have done this deliberately, both to solidify the belief that there was animosity between them and to provide An Xiaohai with a sense of vindication. After all, that house had already been compensated to the Zhou family, and it was uncertain whether anyone from the Zhou family had suffered harm in the blaze. An Xiaohai, what are you thinking? Speak up. Xia Jing's cold voice snapped An Xiaohai back to reality. How would I know? I only just heard about this from you. I apologize. I am a bit disoriented. An Xiaohai attempted to maintain his earlier emotional state, taking several deep breaths before lowering his head and covering his face with his hands. Xia Jing glanced at Wang Taijun beside her. Having recently emerged from the academic environment, the scene before her was somewhat overwhelming. An Xiaohai's initial impression of Xia Jing was that of a remarkably composed peer, seemingly impervious to any circumstances that might threaten his mental fortitude. Yet, at that moment, An Xiaohai's anxiety and confusion were profoundly palpable. Wang Taijun remained noncommittal, even avoiding Xia Jing's gaze. Once An Xiaohai appeared somewhat calmer, he resumed the interrogation. Naturally, An Xiaohai would divulge nothing, repeatedly feigning ignorance or inquiring about his family's well-being. Eventually, Wang Taijun grew impatient and concluded the questioning. Xia, you may step outside. I have a few questions to address with him alone. Certainly. Xia Jing stood and hurriedly exited. Once she departed, Wang Taijun said nothing, merely rising to approach the camera, rewinding the tape to erase his last statement before shutting off the device. An Xiaohai, I imagine being interrogated is quite unpleasant. Indeed, it is exceedingly uncomfortable. An Xiaohai sighed deeply in response. I understand that it is indeed quite distressing. Wang Taijun exhaled as well. However, An Xiaohai, you must comprehend that arson is a severe offense, with exceedingly grave repercussions and a profoundly detrimental impact. Since this situation arose due to you, your interrogation is unavoidable. This is for the best. I hope this incident imparts a few truths to you. First, individuals like Su Tianyu, the drug trafficker, possess no semblance of humanity. Do not harbor any illusions about them. If you find yourself entangled with him, I urge you to speak candidly. This is no jest. Second, consider this a wake-up call. A means for you to comprehend the deranged adversaries you may face in the future. How do you feel now? Do you still believe it was justified to involve your two friends in this matter? I apologize, Captain Wang, my mind is still in turmoil. And I require some time to reflect. Very well, take your time, I shall take my leave. As per usual. I will have someone come for you in 10 minutes to escort you back. I shall not assist you with the handcuffs. I hope you take this opportunity to truly grasp the discomfort of this experience. I wish not to interrogate you again in the manner of questioning a genuine criminal. You are an intelligent individual, do take heed of your actions. Captain Wang, what about my family? Rest assured. Our personnel have been assigned to protect your family around the clock. Thank you, Captain Wang. There is no need for gratitude. Did you not state upon our first meeting that I am a police officer? It is my duty to safeguard the lives and property of the people. I shall not forget my responsibilities. Wang Taijun departed, patting An Xiaohai's shoulder as he left. An Xiaohai remained in his original posture, burying his face in his palms. The performance must continue, for who knows if Wang Taijun or others might be observing him from unseen corners. Damn it. Su Tianyu, I truly thank you. Chapter 043, Turbulent Waters. The escape incident involving Su Tianyu shattered the tranquility of the first prison in Deep Sea City. On the surface, everything appeared unchanged. Yet beneath the surface, a tumultuous current affected every individual within. Seizing this opportunity, the prison administration conducted extensive personnel adjustments, resulting in a near-total reshuffling of the heads of various wards and prison guards. Many inmates could distinctly sense a shift in the way the guards regarded them. This sense of unease persisted for over a month, gradually fading, or perhaps it was simply that everyone had begun to adapt to the new normal. The undercurrents of turmoil had minimal impact on An Xiaohai, even providing him with a rare respite. Relying on his understanding of the prison system, he surmised that until the personnel changes were fully realized and positions firmly established, the shadowy puppet master would find it challenging to strike again. After all, such matters must remain in the shadows, then only when positions stabilized could a targeted response be devised. Nevertheless, An Xiaohai remained vigilant for that hidden adversary. Chaos might present its own advantages, allowing for opportunistic maneuvers to eliminate him without hesitation. Hence, caution remained paramount. The sole piece of good news was that Lu Tsong had finally secured his position and was assigned to the first ward. Over the past few days, An Xiaohai observed Lu Tsong, standing tall with his newly issued official ID proudly displayed on his chest, energetically patrolling the ward. Each time he saw Lu Tsong, a smile would inevitably tug at the corners of An Xiaohai's mouth. In the darkness, the sight of a glimmer of light, however faint, brightened his spirits. After handing over the revised circuit diagram to Tian Xiaoguang, it took merely 3 days for the circuit prototype to be completed, much to the latter's evident satisfaction. As conveyed through his slightly excited tone, the compensation was generous, amounting to a substantial 8,000 yuan back into Tian Xiaoguang's total annual income. An Xiaohai felt certain that Tian Xiaoguang had not taken any cuts from this sum. He instinctively wanted to offer him half the benefits, but was met with a resolute refusal, leaving no room for negotiation. This only solidified An Xiaohai's belief that the connection between the electronics factory and Tian Xiaoguang was profound, either childhood friends or close relatives, or perhaps a superior who could further assist Tian Xiaoguang's career. An Xiaohai requested Tian Xiaoguang to deliver 6,000 yuan to his mother, retaining 2,000 for improved nutrition and unforeseen needs. Tian Xiaoguang readily agreed, even expressing eagerness for the task. Tian Xiaoguang had taken the initiative to review An Xiaohai's file. Noting that he came from a single-parent household and shared a deep bond with his mother, whose current financial situation was precarious, Tian Xiaoguang saw this as an opportunity for his older brother, Tian Xiaoming, to personally deliver the money, allowing for an introduction to An Xiaohai's mother and the establishment of a favorable impression. This, he believed, would significantly enhance An Xiaohai's chances of securing employment at Xiaoyu upon his release. In truth, there was no need for Tian Xiaoguang to remind him. Tian Xiaoming had personally attended to matters the last time. For those who navigate the business realm, failing to recognize such nuances casts a shadow over their prospects. An Xiaohai was indifferent to Tian Xiaoguang's thoughts, thus the relationship was mutually beneficial. Up to this point, Tian Xiaoguang had proven to be a remarkably high-quality collaborator. With a certain level of financial security established, An Xiaohai's plan to enhance his physical fitness commenced in earnest. In addition to seizing every possible opportunity to exercise, he specifically requested a transfer to a labor-intensive position. This way, he could achieve a more comprehensive workout through rigorous physical labor. Though labor does not equate to exercise, with mindful attention, one can still yield commendable results. The prison guard overseeing An Xiaohai found this quite peculiar, as all inmates typically sought lighter duties. Yet, An Xiaohai chose to reverse that trend, applying for the most arduous roles. Nevertheless, the guard did not inquire further and simply submitted An Xiaohai's request. The next day, An Xiaohai appeared in the precast panel production workshop. From dawn until dusk, he barely found a moment's respite, consistently vying for the most grueling tasks. After a full day of labor, he returned to his cell and collapsed onto the bed, devoid of even the strength to move a finger. His entire body ached, particularly his shoulders and the palms of his hands, which had been rubbed raw. After a considerable pause, fueled by immense determination, An Xiaohai gritted his teeth and rose once more to continue his training. Hu Jianming and Yang Bo clearly could not comprehend An Xiaohai's actions, however, after exchanging glances, they opted for silence, their disdain for him unmistakable. An Xiaohai paid no heed to the attitudes of Hu Jianming and Yang Bo. To him, these two were merely fleeting figures in his life, not even worthy of that designation. So long as they did not provoke him, he could pretend they were non-existent. The physical pain served to keep him alert, enabling him to momentarily forget everything in the struggle against it. Intense training, ample nutritional support, coupled with An Xiaohai's youth, well-proportioned physique, and a year spent in military school, yielded particularly remarkable results. After more than a month, An Xiaohai exhibited a significant transformation in his overall demeanor. Though he appeared somewhat lean, the contours of his well-defined, taut muscles were evident once he shed his outer garments. He was quite satisfied with this outcome, resolved to maintain his efforts moving forward. The past month had an almost surreal tranquility. Aside from the daily rigors of prison life, nothing unexpected transpired. On New Year's Day, January 1, 1994, Chen Shuifen arrived early in the morning. After exchanging pleasantries, she informed An Xiaohai that the money he had sent for had been received, an exact sum of 666 yuan, graciously provided by the affable Mr. Tian, who had come accompanied by his wife and bearing numerous gifts. Chen Shuifen was exceedingly anxious, unable to comprehend how An Xiaohai, imprisoned, could amass such a considerable fortune in such a brief span. An Xiaohai spent a considerable amount of time explaining the source of the money to her mother, ultimately wasting precious visitation time, yet, if it brought her some solace, it was worth it. Once Chen Shuifen grasped the origin of the funds, she appeared significantly more relaxed, expressing that the money arrived at an opportune moment, enabling her to repay several relatives and friends to whom she owed money. An Xiaohai initially intended to advise Chen Shuifen against hastily repaying her debts. With so many loans, it would be wiser either to repay none or to address them all simultaneously, as a staggered approach could lead to unnecessary complications. However, upon reflection, An Xiaohai refrained from voicing these thoughts. Let her mother proceed as she wished, her happiness was paramount. As the time drew to a close, Chen Shuifen reluctantly departed. For reasons unbeknownst to An Xiaohai, he felt a lingering, unshakable sorrow etched upon her brow. When he inquired about her feelings, Chen Shuifen merely stated she was concerned for him. Though An Xiaohai harbored doubts, he chose to let it be. Perhaps he was overthinking. Perhaps it was his fault for causing such worry for his mother. Observing Chen Shuifen's retreating figure, he pondered these thoughts. Yet, in truth, An Xiaohai's instincts were not misplaced. Shortly thereafter, an incident occurred on Chen Shuifen's end that nearly obliterated all of An Xiaohai's previous efforts. Chapter 044, Relocation on New Year's Eve. The prison deviated from its customary routine, extending the period for recreational activities to a rare 4 hours, a welcome treat for the inmates. Most of the prisoners in the first prison opted to watch television, enjoying the liberty to select their preferred programs. For those confined in such isolation, this was a monumental blessing. The audiovisual room was crowded, with all eyes riveted on a small black and white television, the atmosphere hushed in reverence. The inmates ultimately chose to view the Hong Kong and Taiwan Pop Music Awards ceremony, and An Xiaohai found himself among the throngs, foregoing his usual exercise. Everyone requires moments of respite. After all, if a string is pulled too tightly, it is bound to snap. This era marked the zenith of pop music from Hong Kong and Taiwan, with a multitude of stars taking turns to perform, akin to celestial beings in a fierce contest. Songs such as The Sea is Vast and The Sky is High, Kiss Goodbye, The Ocean, Flower Heart, Clouds Made of Rain in the Wind, and Love Like Tides resonated deeply with An Xiaohai, who listened with rapt attention. In another reality, he perpetually languished in anguish, missing out on all the world's beauty without exception. This time, he vowed it would be different. Yet, when he heard the song The Fish That Swims All Day, he felt on the brink of breaking down. The boarding school that Lin Shena attended enforced regulations with extreme rigor. Outings were strictly forbidden except during holidays. And even writing letters was off limits. Anything unrelated to academics was categorically prohibited. Sometimes, An Xiaohai mused that the boarding school bore little distinction from the first prison. In that moment, a twinge of loneliness enveloped him. Unbidden, Su Tianyo's uxam visage surfaced in his mind, and An Xiaohai suddenly realized that since Su Tianyo's departure, he had been deprived of even a single conversation among the inmates. However, he dismissed thoughts of Su Tianyo. Ideally, they would never meet again. The following day, after an extended absence, Yang Yuanbing unexpectedly sought out An Xiaohai. Observing his radiant demeanor, it seemed he had gained some advantage in the recent personnel adjustments. I need to inform you about something in advance, he said, lighting a cigarette and offering one to An Xiaohai, who accepted it and lit it effortlessly. Nearly all inmates in the first prison smoked, and abstaining would render him even more conspicuous. However, An Xiaohai never inhaled. He merely swallowed the smoke in his mouth and expelled it. An Xiaohai refrained from responding immediately, aware that Yang Yuanbing had more to divulge. Do not overthink it. This is not a special circumstance, but rather a broader prison arrangement. Huang Jian has been promoted, and a new officer, Li Jian, has been appointed. A new official often makes a bold entrance, and this time, the first act has fallen upon you. Li Jian believes that the inmates are housed too dispersely, which creates management blind spots. Therefore, all small cells are to be abolished, and their inhabitants will be consolidated into larger dormitories. The small cells will be repurposed for other uses. You will simply have to make do with the crowding. What do you think? Is there a particular dormitory you wish to be assigned to? I can try to arrange it for you. Thank you, Chief Yong. I am not well acquainted with many people here. It is all rather the same wherever one goes. However, I do prefer a quieter environment, as I am not fond of excessive noise. An Xiaohai evaded Yang Yuanbing's scrutinizing gaze and feigned indifference as he spoke. The distinction between the large and small dormitories is indeed significant, a fact that An Xiaohai was acutely aware of. With the presence of each additional person, a new realm of complexities emerges. Although prisons in our country are managed with utmost strictness, there will always be corners where sunlight fails to reach. In a larger dormitory, the more individuals there are, the greater the obscured sunlight becomes. Very well, I shall take it upon myself to arrange for you a relatively quiet large dormitory. That's settled, off you go, Yang Yuanbing declared, discarding his cigarette butt, which he extinguished beneath his polished shoe, humming a little tune as he departed. An Xiaohai inhaled deeply, realizing that it would be quite challenging to maintain the comfortable and pleasant existence he had enjoyed thus far. With 2 years and 11 months remaining, he would have to endure patiently. The newly appointed deputy warden appeared to be a person of considerable efficiency. Merely 3 days after Yang Yuanbing conveyed this news to An Xiaohai, the order for relocation had already been issued. The 3 occupants of room 232 busied themselves packing their personal belongings. Hu Jianming remained as hypocritical as ever, simultaneously packing while cautioning An Xiaohai and Yang Bo to remain low-key in their new surroundings. Yang Bo remained non-committal, focusing solely on his own belongings. An Xiaohai understood that Yang Bo was a repeat offender and would not fall for Hu Jianming's charade. Naturally, An Xiaohai himself was not swayed by such antics. Yet Hu Jianming continued to act with remarkable sincerity, presenting a stark contrast to the man who had previously kept his distance. The trio was escorted by guards out of the dormitory, where they observed numerous inmates from the smaller dormitories also packing their belongings, indicating that this relocation was indeed extensive. The so-called large dormitory resembled a classroom, albeit with bunk beds replacing desks. Typically, such a dormitory could accommodate over 30 inmates, while larger ones might hold 70 or 80. There were no partitions between the beds. Guards standing outside could easily observe the interior conditions of the dormitory, rendering privacy virtually non-existent, particularly for those closest to the windows. The numbering of the dormitories was not sequential but rather randomly assigned. Those unaware of the underlying circumstances would find it difficult to ascertain the total number of such dormitories in the first prison, and consequently, the total number of inmates housed therein. An Xiaohai was well aware of these statistics as he was involved in the prison's administrative system. These figures were not closely guarded secrets and were easily obtainable. Although he had always deemed such data insignificant, today it proved somewhat useful, enabling him to estimate the approximate number of individuals in his new dormitory. Hu Jianming was soon assigned to his dormitory, though fortune was not on his side. He was allocated to the largest dormitory in the first prison, which housed nearly 100 inmates, highlighting the complexity that would ensue. Yang Bo, however, remained unassigned, trailing behind An Xiaohai until the end. The two were allocated to cell number 27. An Xiaohai exhaled gently. Cell 27 was considered the smallest among the larger dormitories, accommodating fewer than 30 inmates. It was uncertain whether Yang Yuanbing assessed the tranquility of the cells based on their occupancy. As the door to the cell swung open, the remaining inmates rose collectively, aligning information. Under the watchful eye of the guard, An Xiaohai and Yang Bo entered cell 27. As the iron door of cell 27 was shut and locked, An Xiaohai spotted a face among the inmates that he was most reluctant to see: Gui Shihuan, the infamous Ghost 6, and the arch-nemesis of Su Tianyu. Chapter 045 – New troubles. After the prison guard shut the door, the inmates naturally ceased their foolishness, either sitting or lying down, most of them curiously observing the two individuals, including Gui Shiluan. Yang Bo, evidently familiar with some people here, swiftly integrated himself into the group after placing his belongings. An Xiaohai, clutching his possessions, made his way to the assigned bed. The 27th cell housed precisely 27 prisoners, with bed number 27 situated in the innermost corner of the cell. An Xiaohai's brows instinctively furrowed. Logically, such a bed should not have fallen to him. Although the first prison forbids inmates from selecting their own sleeping arrangements, requests can be filed for changes. A bed as remote as number 27, once vacated, would undoubtedly become a coveted target among prisoners. How could it possibly be assigned to him? Was Yang Yuanbing lending a hand? Highly improbable. As a senior official, it was already quite generous of him to assist with transferring to a better cell, let alone managing bed assignments. Such a notion seemed unrealistic. An Xiaohai scanned the surrounding faces, noting the mocking glances directed towards him, which was hardly a promising sign. However, this was not the moment for delving into such matters. He could only take one step at a time. Just as he finished arranging his bed, the cell door swung open once more, and to his astonishment, a familiar face was ushered in: Pan Yuanguo, who had previously shared a cell with An Xiaohai. Observing Pan Yuanguo's timid demeanor, An Xiaohai's frown deepened. What on earth was happening? Was the unseen hand at play again? Pan Yuanguo's bed was not far from An Xiaohai's, and he quickly caught sight of him. In that instant, An Xiaohai perceived a flicker of an inscrutable glimmer in Pan Yuanguo's gaze. Fortunately, Pan Yuanguo was not so foolish as to rush over to greet him. He understood the necessity of assessing the new environment before engaging. At that moment, a wiry fellow, resembling a monkey, scampered over. grinning as he began to assist An Shaohai with his belongings. Just as An Shaohai was about to refuse, the individual leaned in and whispered, "I say, young brother, this bed was once occupied by a close associate of my elder brother. My brother has given orders, you may place your things here. But if you dare to sleep on it at night, well." The monkey-like figure glanced toward a certain direction. An Shaohai looked up to see, indeed, a man glaring fiercely at him from a few beds away, his eyes reddened with a menacing glint. Suddenly, An Shaohai began to understand why such a desirable bed had remained unclaimed. It belonged to a death row inmate who had likely already faced execution, otherwise that fearsome individual would not be in such a state. This was rather vexing. An Shaohai's brow furrowed deeply. In this prison, rife with malefactors, kindness and weakness found no refuge. Should An Shaohai display any semblance of vulnerability in this situation, he would be met with an unending tide of torment. In his previous life, the despondent An Shaohai succumbed to an extreme weakness, passively enduring everything except for the final bastion he clung to. However, his frailty garnered him neither sympathy nor understanding, instead, it invited relentless mockery and violence. Yet, should he choose disobedience, An Shaohai would only face an unending tide of conflict. He was unafraid of the psychological and physical torment, but the prison authorities' stance and penalties were what truly haunted him. If the authorities opted for a resolution of mutual blame, it would spell trouble, as An Shaohai's sentence would only prolong. This scenario was highly probable. The majority of prison guards were indifferent to notions of fairness and justice, solely concerned with whether one might cause them trouble. Should he perhaps temporarily acquiesce to their demands before devising an alternative plan? The moment this thought surfaced in An Shaohai's mind, he decisively banished it. He lifted his gaze towards the ceiling, his eyes seemingly piercing through layers of reinforced concrete to behold the infinitely distant sky. Had the heavens granted him a chance for rebirth merely to live as weakly as before? No. Absolutely not. An Shaohai shook his head. In his view, the former version of himself was fundamentally weak, his fear of harsher penalties was merely a convenient excuse he fabricated for himself. Did he receive a lighter sentence in his previous life? Certainly not. A 10-year sentence had turned into 2 decades of imprisonment. Thus, seeking to appease others through submission and self-sacrifice was futile within these confines. The prison resembled a dark jungle, governed by its own survival laws. Attempting to navigate it with earthly principles would lead to stagnation. Ironically, not long ago, An Shaohai had rejected Wang Taijun's proposal to train him, citing a desire to avoid being bound by police rules. Yet now, he found himself constraining his own actions with worldly norms and values. This irony was rather laughable. In prison, one must adhere to its established rules. An Shaohai was merely an inmate serving time, and to make his existence bearable, he had to adopt the mindset and value system of a prisoner. Forget it, he was no longer a university student, but an ordinary inmate in the first prison. Convicted of manslaughter, An Shaohai exhaled deeply, and in that moment he experienced a sense of lightness enveloping his being. Letting go, yes, that was the term. Only by genuinely releasing the past could true rebirth be achieved. His focus sharpened, and a smile began to blossom on his lips. I'm talking to you. Are you listening? What else with the laughter? Are you out of your mind? The monkey spirit. Seeing An Shaohai glance at his boss before fixating on the ceiling with laughter, quickly sidestepped, his face a mask of doubt and defiance. An Shaohai ignored him. Ceasing his tidying, brushing off his clothes, and striding towards the so-called boss, who remained fixated on him while a few lackeys nearby began to jeer. Oh! Look, look! The lad is approaching. What does he want? Is he looking for a fight? How audacious! Audacious, indeed, just take a good look at him. I reckon he has come to bow before the leader and plead for mercy. You might be right, he is rather handsome. And we ragged men could use someone like him, heh? You perverse wretch. I quite like him. An Shaohai paid no heed to these individuals and confidently strode to the front of the leader, nonchalantly plopping himself down on the bed opposite. Are you seeking death? Did I permit you to sit? Get up. Or I'll make you regret it. The surrounding lackeys immediately protested, clamoring in discontent. Can we not negotiate? My health isn't the best, I cannot withstand sleeping on the floor for long. How about we swap? You take your brother's bed, and I take yours. What do you say? The leader was evidently taken aback by Xiaohai's audacity, momentarily rendered speechless. Are you jesting with me? The bed once occupied by a condemned criminal is considered ill-fated. Your suggestion is worse than simply sleeping on that very bed. Then it seems there is nothing to discuss. Wouldn't you agree? I too believe there is nothing to discuss, hence, I shall leave you with your demise. Before Xiaohai's words could fully resonate, a swift palm struck fiercely against the leader's nose. Chapter 46, The outbreak of conflict. Growing up in a fishing village, fighting was almost a rite of passage for children. Moreover, Xiaohai possessed an abundance of practical experience in combat. Otherwise, upon hearing that Lin Shena was being bullied, he would not have rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. Xiaohai had even taken the time to study efficient ways to strike, how to protect oneself while under assault, and the various zones of vulnerability. He was acutely aware of where one could strike freely and where it was perilous to tread. During his military training at the National Defense Science and Technology University, Xiaohai had practiced military boxing for a brief period. However, at that time, he lacked the perseverance to truly commit to the training and could not endure the rigors, ultimately slacking off after just 2 days. Additionally, his physique was rather frail back then. Although he was knowledgeable about various combat techniques, he lacked the robust body necessary to execute them effectively. But now, things were markedly different. After several months of rigorous, intentional training, coupled with ample nutritional support, Xiaohai, while seemingly unchanged in appearance, was no longer the frail youth he once was. The nose, the only prominent feature on a person's face, is composed of soft cartilage, rendering it nearly defenseless. A direct blow to the nose not only risks injury but can also leave one momentarily incapacitated, seeing stars and shedding tears, thus losing all capacity to resist. To inflict damage to the nose, the most effective method is not to strike with a fist, but rather with an open palm, as the broader surface area ensures prolonged damage. Xiaohai delivered his palm strike swiftly and forcefully, as his hand connected with the opponent's nasal bridge. He distinctly heard a faint crack. This individual's nasal bone had likely fractured. The unspoken rule of fighting dictates, either refrain from engaging or strike decisively. Any hesitation tends to result in misfortune. After executing his palm strike, Xiaohai surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches with lightning speed, relentlessly targeting his adversary's vital points. The Adam's apple, philtrum, and temples were struck in rapid succession, leaving the leader dazed and bereft of the ability to resist. It was not that this leader was inherently weak. A truly feeble individual could hardly attain such a position within the confines of this prison. The crux of the matter lay in Xiaohai's deceptively unassuming appearance. Who would suspect that a student-like figure, with a soft-spoken demeanor, could launch an unexpected assault? The audacity to act was indeed shocking. Only then did the leader's minions react, cursing as they charged towards Xiaohai. 10,000. Xiaohai shouted at Peng Yuanguo. Showing no signs of retreat, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour upon the leader's vulnerable head. The throng of followers did not even comprehend what Xiaohai had shouted. Peng Yuanguo, however, was already bellowing as he leapt high, crashing into the crowd with all his momentum. When he began to fight, Peng Yuanguo was particularly frenzied, roaring as he attacked in a myriad of ways. Initially, the messenger monkey, caught off guard, was seized by Peng Yuanguo, who savagely tore a chunk of flesh from his shoulder, blood splattering as the poor soul let out a wail of agony. The scene descended into chaos, as the unrelated inmates scattered in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Although Peng Yuanguo's accomplices were formidable, and Xiaohai, at the epicenter of the storm, had endured countless assaults yet remained unfazed. In such tumultuous circumstances, it was not a matter of retaliating against each aggressor. The sheer number of adversaries rendered that impractical. Instead, he resolved to focus his efforts on a single target. Willing to trade a life for a life without regret. Consequently, An Xiaohai's assaults were predominantly directed at the gang leader, indifferent to the attacks aimed at him. Merely ensuring he avoided being grappled. Outside the cell, the sound of the guards' warnings and the creaking of iron doors echoed, signaling that his time was running short. The results of his skirmish were insufficient to intimidate his assailants. Seizing the fabric of the gang leader's shoulder, An Xiaohai summoned all his strength and delivered a knee strike to the leader's abdomen. Despite enduring a rapid succession of blows, the leader's experience in combat kicked in. And he instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. However, the force of An Xiaohai's strike, driven by his thigh, proved too much to fully obstruct. The leader emitted a muffled groan as the impact landed. Recognizing the fleeting opportunity, An Xiaohai swiftly pivoted, ensnaring the leader's arm before executing a shoulder throw. Aiming for the edge of the iron bed frame. The leader's back collided forcefully with the bed's edge, eliciting a scream uncharacteristic of a human. Racked by agony, he writhed on the ground like a worm in its death throes. Damn it, what a pity. An Xiaohai seethed silently. The fact that the leader could still move indicated that his spine remained uninjured. He had merely bruised his muscles, a relatively minor setback that would heal with time. Thus, it was indeed unfortunate. An Xiaohai had envisioned a more substantial outcome, wishing for the leader to sustain serious injuries, ensuring he would be deterred from causing further trouble for a considerable period. At that moment, the guards burst into the room. Most inmates halting their attacks under the guards' sharp commands, leaving only a few still assaulting An Xiaohai and Peng Yuanguo. Unable to reason with the unruly, the guards resorted to brandishing their batons to quell the disorder. The scene was a disaster. Iron beds lay askew, and various personal items were strewn across the floor. The leader writhed on the ground, moaning in agony, while An Xiaohai and Peng Yuanguo, both battered and bruised, lay on their backs, gasping for breath. Blood splattered everywhere, resembling delicate plum blossoms in bloom, the source of which was indistinguishable. This is outrageous. What are you trying to accomplish? Who instigated this? A relatively young guard, filled with frustration, pointed his baton at several inmates, demanding answers. Enough of that for now, let us tend to the injured first, an older guard gently interjected, reminding him to prioritize the wounded. Fine, you lot, carry the injured to the infirmary with me, we will deal with you properly upon your return. The young guard exclaimed in exasperation. The personnel transfers at the first prison had yet to conclude, and the newly appointed warden had not yet found an opportunity to instill discipline. Now, an incident of such magnitude had occurred in cell 27, and it was broad daylight. The commotion was too significant to conceal. Trouble was brewing. Several subordinates rushed forward to assist their fallen leader, who lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Yet none attended to An Xiaohai and Peng Yuanguo. Why aren't you helping him? Where is he? Must I ask each of you individually? The young guard was clearly on the verge of an outburst, but the subordinates dared not intervene with An Xiaohai and his companion. Assisting them would invite not just their own leader's wrath but further complications. Are you determined to resist to the very end? The young guard, visibly infuriated, began to approach An Xiaohai and Peng Yuanguo. Should he choose to assist them, it would irrevocably shatter the unspoken agreement he shared with the inmates, forever altering the dynamics within cell 27. Allow me. At that moment, a lean man, appearing to be in his 40s, stood up. Instantly, the inmates of cell 27 donned expressions of disbelief. Even Gue Lu, who had been merely observing, furrowed his brow in concern. Chapter 047. Lu Xuemei and Guo Xiangxue. Very well. Call 2 more individuals to assist them as we proceed. The young prison guard, visibly relieved, adopted a somewhat friendlier tone. Had it not been for Guo Xiangxue stepping forward, he would likely have found himself in an untenable position today. The prospect of facing criticism from superiors was one matter. Being humiliated in front of inmates would undoubtedly complicate his future endeavors. However, Guo Xiangxue was not to be underestimated, and the young guard had not anticipated his intervention today. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. The immediate priority was to address the current situation. You will accompany us, while the rest must expedite the cleanup here. When I return, everything must be restored to its original state. Do you understand? Without waiting for any response from the inmates, the young guard turned on his heel, with the remaining prisoners supporting several injured individuals closely following behind. The older guard shot a fierce glare at the inmates before gesturing towards a few among them. Then he too departed. In the infirmary, a doctor was administering treatment to An Xiaohai, her brow furrowed in concentration. The physician, Liu Xueme, appeared to be in her 40s and bore a slightly plump figure. She was the auntie referred to by Su Tianyu. Su had mistakenly believed Liu Xueme to be a nurse. In reality, she was fulfilling the duties of both roles. From the outset, Liu Xueme had taken a particular interest in An Xiaohai, for she had a son of a similar age. An Xiaohai was markedly different from the other inmates, exuding an aura of scholarly refinement. Liu Xueme found it perplexing how such a child could end up in such a place. Consequently, she had made inquiries with the prison warden about the circumstances of An Xiaohai's incarceration. Upon learning the details, her heart ached with pity. Recently, An Xiaohai had frequented the infirmary far too often, each time bearing significant injuries that were unmistakably indicative of severe bullying, which deeply saddened Liu Xueme. However, she could only conceal her concern, offering whatever support she could in secret. For instance, she exaggerated the severity of An Xiaohai's injuries to ensure he could spend more time in the infirmary. She also endeavored to arrange for him to have a private room, minimizing her own visits to afford him greater personal space. Such were the limits of Liu Xueme's ability to help. Xiao Emo, what is the situation with that inmate? Ha! Which inmate, Liu Jie? Which one are you referring to? Emo Qinglian, the young guard who had escorted An Xiaohai and others, scratched his head in confusion. The youngest one. Resembling a student, Liu Xueme indicated with a nod towards An Xiaohai. Oh, I see. I don't know much about him. Emo Qinglian shook his head. He just transferred here and immediately got into a scuffle with Zhao Da's group. I haven't had the chance to investigate further. Is that so? Zhao Da's group is indeed no good, Liu Xueme subtly defended An Xiaohai. If Zhao Da's crew were indeed unscrupulous, it was clear they were the ones perpetrating the bullying. Sister Liu, how can you say such things? Emo Qinglian chuckled, though he felt a touch of skepticism. After all, how many good people could one find in the first prison? As the head of the receiving cell, he had reviewed An Xiaohai's dossier and had formed some opinions about him. Regardless of others' perspectives, he believed that Lu Jun was most likely injured by An Xiaohai. If that were indeed the case, it would imply that An Xiaohai was not as innocent as he appeared on the surface. Although the Lu Jun incident was no longer frequently discussed, the investigation had not been entirely concluded. It had merely shifted from overt to covert, given the grave nature of the matter. Nevertheless, Zemo Qinglian would never confront Liu Xueme directly, for her husband held a significant position in the higher supervisory unit as a director in the Deep Sea City Prison Administration Bureau. Liu Xueme was also wary of gossip. Hence her diligence at work, taking on every task with enthusiasm, earning her respect within the prison. All right, Xiao Emo, prepare yourself. I need to take An Xiaohai to the City People's Hospital for an examination. Really? He can't be that seriously injured, can he? I believe Zhao Da's injuries seem even more severe. Emo Qinglian felt a surge of anxiety. On one hand, he feared that if the inmate were gravely injured, he would be subject to disciplinary action, and on the other, escorting an inmate for medical treatment was exceedingly troublesome. He had to keep a watchful eye on the inmate to prevent any escape attempts while remaining vigilant against any mysterious individual seeking to approach them. Each time he undertook such duties, it felt like a mental torment. You may not know this, Xiao Emo, but this isn't his first injury. In just these past few months, he has been brought here 4 or 5 times. His right hand has sustained repeated injuries, and I worry that if this continues, he may suffer a lifelong disability. If a permanent injury occurs, it would not bode well for anyone involved, would it? The conditions and equipment in the medical room are limited. It is indeed more prudent to have him examined at the city hospital. Xiao Emo, as a prison officer. We all understand that keeping an eye on these inmates is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in genuinely observing them, managing them, influencing them, reforming them, and guiding them towards a new life. That is the true duty of an exemplary prison officer, wouldn't you agree? Very well, I shall prepare at once. Emo Qinglian trudged off dejectedly to make the necessary arrangements. With Lu Xueme's words weighing heavily upon him, he felt cornered. Yet, this only intensified his aversion towards An Xiaohai. This fellow, arriving with such unrest. Throughout the journey to the hospital, An Xiaohai kept his head bowed, not once glancing out of the car window, which tugged at Lu Xueme's heartstrings. In her eyes, An Xiaohai was embodying the profound sorrow of a heart rendered numb. An Xiaohai was not merely pretending. He was lost in contemplation about what to do next. Although he had not suffered significantly this time, the situation was far from resolved. As for the scenery outside the window, it was merely that scenery. There would be ample opportunities to view it in the future. An Xiaohai did not harbor strong feelings towards this city. The patient's condition is somewhat severe, with multiple abrasions and soft tissue contusions across the body. The bone injury on the arm has healed quite well, attended to with a high degree of professionalism. With a little caution, there should be no significant issues. However, if circumstances allow, it is advisable to remain hospitalized for a few days of recuperation. After the attending physician reported on An Xiaohai's condition, he cast several curious glances in An Xiaohai's direction, feeling a resemblance to Lu Xueme. No matter how he looked at An Xiaohai, he could not perceive him as a remorseless criminal. "Thank you, doctor." Lu Xueme exhaled in relief, her heart also swelling with a hint of secret delight. Graduating from a nursing school, Lu Xueme was not a true medical graduate. Her medical knowledge was acquired through self-study, and she had invested immense effort to obtain her medical license. Despite this, her role as the prison doctor at the first prison had sparked considerable gossip, often insinuating that her position was secured through her husband. The doctor's words undoubtedly served as a validation. How could Lu Xueme not feel elated? Upon returning to the first prison, the focus shifted to investigating the recent incident. However, as expected, the inquiry yielded no substantial results. Both parties involved in the altercation claimed mutual disdain for one another, yet neither could elucidate how the confrontation ensued. Onlookers uniformly professed ignorance. Although such an outcome was anticipated, Emo Qinglian still felt a surge of frustration. An Xiaohai, honest. What a farce. He acted like a seasoned trickster, sporting an innocent visage. The resolution arrived swiftly. An Xiaohai received a formal reprimand, and after 3 days in the medical room, he was to face 3 days of solitary confinement, while all others involved in the scuffle were similarly reprimanded. After spending another 3 days in the medical room, An Xiaohai was escorted to the solitary confinement cell, coincidentally the very same one as before. As the heavy iron door of the confinement cell slammed shut, An Xiaohai sank to the ground, feeling an immense sense of relief. Exhaling deeply. Chapter 048, The Mediator. 3 days swiftly elapsed. As An Xiaohai was escorted back to cell 27, he could palpably sense the heavy atmosphere. Peng Yuanguo squatted alone in a corner, although his exterior betrayed no signs of distress. An Xiaohai knew that the parts of his body concealed beneath his clothing were undoubtedly marred with bruises. Zhao Da, the very leader whom An Xiaohai had struck, lay on his bed, fixated on An Xiaohai with a fierce glare emanating from his eyes. His nose, bandaged, rendered his appearance somewhat comical. Avoiding Zhao Da's gaze, An Xiaohai lowered his head and approached Zhao Da's bed. Just as everyone anticipated that An Xiaohai was about to relent, he unexpectedly raised his foot and brought it down hard upon Zhao Da's neck. A pained cry erupted, and chaos immediately ensued in cell 27. This time, there was no need for An Xiaohai to rally his comrades. Peng Yuanguo, who had been crouched in the corner, roared and joined the fray, his eyes ablaze with frenzy. Shortly thereafter, the guards arrived, followed by medical personnel and a trip to the municipal hospital, retracing the previous procedures. This time, And Xiaohai's injuries were far more severe than before. Zhao Da, too, suffered greatly. The force of An Xiaohai's foot had fractured his Adam's apple, making it likely that he would struggle to speak for a considerable time thereafter. Consequently, An Xiaohai faced more than just a warning. He received an additional 3 months to his sentence. Bazemo Qinglian had already submitted his report. As for the penalties Zhao Da and Peng Yuanguo would face, An Xiaohai deemed it inconsequential to concern himself, for such matters held no significance. More than 10 days later, when An Xiaohai entered cell 27 for the third time, the atmosphere had markedly transformed. The inmates no longer regarded him with mere mockery. Instead, their gazes were tinged with a hint of reverence. Peng Yuanguo no longer cowered in the corner. He sat on his bed, warily observing the others. This time, An Xiaohai did not immediately seek trouble with Zhao Da. He simply took a seat on his own bed. Though he appeared tranquil, every muscle in An Xiaohai's body was taut. He understood that the same tactic could only be employed once, a lesson well learned. To act as he had before would yield little effect and come at a significant cost. Certainly, while one could strike unexpectedly, others could employ the same approach. An Xiaohai waited patiently, and instead of an attack, he was approached by the wiry monkey. Ahem. An Xiaohai, my brother wishes to speak with you. Get lost. An Xiaohai backed, causing the wiry monkey to recoil as if stung by a bee. An Xiaohai, do not be too ruthless. An older associate of Zhao Da interjected. An Xiaohai recognized this individual vividly. He was the one whose ruthless attacks had inflicted several of An Xiaohai's more serious injuries. You seem quite aged. Having ended up here, why do you still indulge in jest? An Xiaohai scoffed. Doing things too ruthlessly. They bully others as if it is a matter of course, while those who resist are deemed to be taking things too far. What sort of reasoning is this? Nevertheless, the fact that they are willing to engage in verbal sparring is a positive sign. It indicates their cowardice. As for why they are inevitably cowed, An Xiaohai had already contemplated this thoroughly during his confinement. In prison, the gravest punishment for misbehavior is an extension of the sentence. This time, An Xiaohai received an additional 3 months. Next time, it could start at a year, and the time after that, 3 years at minimum. If there were further infractions, the consequences would be dire. Thus, even if An Xiaohai were to repeat the same offense twice more, it would merely amount to an additional 4.5 years in total. This added sentence is manageable for him, considering he was initially sentenced to 3.5 years. However, for others in this place, the added time may be unbearable. How does one extend a 10-year sentence? Or a 20-year one? What about a life sentence? Or a suspended death sentence? Can they afford to play such games? For An Xiaohai, an extended sentence merely translates to a few more years in prison, while for the others, it could mean the difference between life and death. Thus, one must learn to let go. Once you genuinely release your burdens, you will find that the world begins to transform. How could anyone hope to outmatch An Xiaohai in a verbal duel, especially when considering the disparity in education? The individual found himself momentarily at a loss for words, stammering for quite some time before finally glancing at Zhao Da, who lay on the bed. An Xiaohai also regarded Zhao Da, offering him a faint smile. Subsequently, An Xiaohai settled onto the bed, gently closing his eyes to relax and rejuvenate. Yet, it was evident to all that An Xiaohai would not simply relent. Should Zhao Da's side lower their guard, An Xiaohai would undoubtedly strike again. This tension persisted until the early hours of the following day. Zhao Da's faction finally began to falter. As an older individual approached for negotiations, his face marred by dark circles under his eyes. This time, his tone was considerably more amicable. An Xiaohai, please cease this turmoil. It is of no benefit to anyone, and you surely do not wish to face an extended sentence. Do you? Extended sentence. Frankly, I am indifferent. Do you think I can continue my studies once I am released? Wasn't it agreed that we would not discuss this? Are you intent on prolonging this charade? An Xiaohai, do not push your luck. Haha. The term excessive should not escape your lips, and Xiaohai chuckled. So, draw the line. What do you truly desire? I desire nothing, I only wish to serve my time in peace. However, if you seek trouble, I shall oblige. For prison can indeed be rather dull. Let us reach an accord, you may occupy this bed, and we shall coexist without interference. So, my 2 beatings would have been in vain? The added sentence would be for naught? Do you consider this acceptable? Then what is it that you truly want? Speak. The individual's patience had reached its limits, and the violent impulses within him began to stir once more. I have already stated, I merely wish to serve my time quietly. If you wish to see me perish, so be it, I find little meaning in such a life. However, the thought of departing this world alone filled me with a profound sense of solitude. It would be far more lively if we faced it together. And Xiaohai uttered these words with a smile. Within this cell, none truly wished for death, if one were to be singled out as the most eager for demise. And Xiaohai surmised it would likely be Penyuangue. This was an intuition. When an individual has grown indifferent to life itself, their concern for other matters, such as dignity, interests, and status, wane significantly. And Xiaohai had once been deeply immersed in such a sentiment, rendering his understanding particularly profound. Zhao Da and his associates, despite their imprisonment, still clung to notions of identity and the absurdity of reputation, indicating they harbored a robust desire to survive. Given this, the situation could be navigated with ease. As the saying goes, the stubborn fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are unafraid of death. To compel their compliance, one need only gamble with their lives. The individual was once more rendered speechless, their eyes betraying a glimmer of fear as they perceived in Xiaohai's gaze a certain madness. Unafraid of mortality. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Young man, do temper your anger. Harmony fosters prosperity, harmony fosters prosperity. Higi. A voice thick with a southern accent broke the silence, prompting Xiaohai to turn and discover it was Guo Xiangshui, the very individual who had assisted him to the infirmary on 2 occasions. It was evident that Guo Xiangshui sought to play the role of peacemaker. Chapter 049, Penyuangue and Xiaohai remained silent, casting a glance at Guo Xiangshui before lowering his head. In such moments, one must exercise utmost caution. Although this outcome was what Xiaohai most desired, he could not acquiesce too swiftly, otherwise, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. Guo Xiangshui, the seasoned fox, was well aware of the intricacies involved. He approached with a smile, sitting closely beside Xiaohai in an amiable manner. Ahai, let us each take a step back. Prolonging this conflict serves no one's interests. While you were away, the Mogwan taught us that if such an incident recurs on the 27th, including him, we shall all face dire consequences. For the sake of my good friend Shui, let us consider this matter settled, shall we? It is not that I lack respect for you, brother Shui, I have made it clear that I merely wish to serve my time in peace. They initiated this trouble. They cannot be entirely blamed. The bank you occupy belongs to Achong, who is a close ally of Ada. With Achong gone, Ada is naturally distressed. One must uphold loyalty in life. Guo Xiangshui urged, draping an arm over Xiaohai's shoulders, resembling a compassionate elder brother. Am I to let the punishment I incurred for this matter simply stand? Of course, what other recourse is there? We cannot expect Ada to compensate you, and besides, you have left him in quite a state. As a leader, does he not have his pride? He too has faced an extension of his sentence. All right. Let us all take a step back. We shall consider this matter resolved, granting him a favor, as well as one for myself, and for the sake of everyone involved. Sound good? Ada, what do you think? Speak up. If necessary, let Ahai take my bed while I sleep on the floor, thus preserving your dignity. How does that sound? Zhao Da remained non-committal, deliberately averting his gaze from Xiaohai and Guo Xiangshui, clearly preparing to relent. Yet, even if he wished to speak, his swollen throat rendered him incapable. Enough of this. Why make a mountain out of a molehill? A bit of amicability goes a long way, after all. We must coexist in the long run. All right, we have an accord, yes. And Xiaohai glanced at Guo Xiangshui, then fixed his gaze on Zhao Da for an extended moment. Ultimately nodding. Very well, I shall heed Brother Shui. However, should they provoke me again, it will be a matter of life and death. Haha, life and death. Listen to that, those who have been educated are simply different. Unlike us, who would just threaten to end you. Did you hear that? This matter is settled. You all ought to learn from a high henceforth. A lack of education is indeed a frightening thing. Thus, let us foster harmony and prosperity. Everyone, take a rest. With laughter, Guo Xiangshui departed, and the tense atmosphere in cell 27 finally began to ease. And Xiaohai uttered nothing further. After exchanging a glance with Pan Yuangue, he lay down upon the bed, finally allowing himself to rest after nearly a month of turmoil. That night, cell 27 was particularly tranquil. It was evident that whether the conflict between An Xiaohai and Zhao Da's faction had genuinely ceased would depend on the events of the night to come. An Xiaohai scarcely slept a wink that night, not out of fear of Zhao Da's retaliation, on the contrary. He was certain that Zhao Da would not provoke him in the near future. Otherwise, he would not have enlisted Guo Xiangshui as a mediator. It was already established that this prison was no sanctuary for the virtuous. Guo Xiangshui, who could converse freely in cell 27, was hardly a benevolent figure. And his motives for acting as a mediator were surely not as he portrayed. It could be that he was driven by self-interest. Unwilling to be embroiled in the ensuing chaos, or perhaps Zhao Da's faction had summoned him. There was even a strong possibility that he was the one instigating the tensions from the outset. Anything was conceivable. However, since Guo Xiangshui had spoken up, should Zhao Da choose to confront him, it would amount to a grave disrespect towards Guo Xiangshui, thus it was likely that Zhao Da's group would temporarily retreat. The reason for An Xiaohai's restless night primarily stemmed from a sudden influx of bizarre thoughts. What does one feel like upon death? Does everyone, like him, have the chance for a second life? The new year was approaching, and Lin Shena should be on winter break now. He wondered if she would come to visit him next month. He decided he must remind his mother to keep the news of his increased sentence from her. It was best she remained unaware. Suddenly, life seemed to revert to a semblance of normalcy, precisely what An Xiaohai had desired, yet inexplicably. He felt a profound sense of tedium. At this moment, he began to grasp why inmates occasionally stirred up trouble, easily igniting emotions. Any unexpected incident acted like a stone cast into a stagnant pond, adding a splash of intrigue to the monotonous prison existence. Thus, each person here, to varying degrees, awaited the occurrence of the unforeseen. An Xiaohai continued to navigate his days with quiet vigilance, his wariness growing not towards Zhao Da, but towards Gue Lu. From the beginning until now, Gue Lu's group had remained unnaturally silent. Much like the situation in cell 232, the inmates of cell 27 were deliberately avoiding An Xiaohai. With the sole exception of Pen Yuangue, who, apart from work and sleep, seemed to shadow An Xiaohai incessantly. An Xiaohai was genuinely curious about the immense allure that money held for Pan Yuangue, who would boldly oppose the prison's most dangerous criminals for the sake of wealth. Yet, he refrained from voicing his inquiries. Everyone had their own burdens, the more one knew, the more worries one accumulated. Pan Yuangue, are you in urgent need of money? If so, I could arrange for friends outside to send some to your family, An Xiaohai softly inquired during mealtime. Not urgent, Pan Yuangue replied, shaking his head. And then gestured to his head, there is something growing inside me, it's perilous, and I might lose my life at any moment. Is that why you need money for treatment? Will it help? How much do you need in total? An Xiaohai initially believed that Pan Yuangue's relentless efforts were motivated by familial love, only to discover that they were, in fact, driven by his own self-interest. Although the surgical procedure was touted as potentially curative and not excessively costly, amounting to 20,000, he resolved against undergoing treatment, adopting an indifferent attitude. The physician had cautioned that the operation carried significant risks and uncertainty regarding its success. His desire for money was not for this purpose, rather. He yearned to accumulate wealth for his son, for it was unacceptable to depart from this world leaving nothing behind for him. Ultimately, his motivations were rooted in paternal devotion. Upon realizing this truth, Anshauhai found it difficult to articulate his feelings. For Panyuangwa, this was an expression of fatherly love, yet for the victims, it was nothing short of calamity. "You owe me 15,000 in total, remember to settle that once you are out." Panyuangwa mumbled through a mouthful of food. His words somewhat garbled. 15,000. Did you handle Wu Guanhai? Indeed. Last month, while on shift, I crushed his kneecap with a stone. He should never stand again. If he is healed, I assure you I will strike him once more. In any case, your expenditure must yield value. Is that why you ended up in Area A? Yes, and I received additional time. How much more? 2 years, Panyuangwa replied, holding up 2 fingers. Anshauhai felt a sudden unease. He had nearly forgotten this incident. Yet Panyuangwa had not only remembered but had taken decisive action. "Anshauhai, your family has come to see you. After you finish eating, go meet them." Emo Qinglian interjected, tapping on the table. Anshauhai had intended to ask more questions, but he was compelled to hasten his meal and depart. The timing of his family's visit seemed unusual, stirring worries within him about the possibility of an unforeseen event. Chapter 050, Is this ever going to end? Anshauhai entered the meeting room, and outside the isolation window stood only Chen Shuifen. Lin Xiana was absent. A pang of anxiety gripped Anshauhai's heart. Yet he mastered a radiant smile before approaching. "Mom." As Anshauhai picked up the receiver and called out, Chen Shuifen broke down uncontrollably in tears. The news of the increased sentence was undoubtedly beyond her grasp. The prison's notification had already arrived at their home, and now, seeing her son, battered and bruised, she could no longer hold back her emotions. "All right, Mom, we can only meet once a month. Let us not just focus on crying. It's been a while since we last spoke, and I wish to have a conversation with you." Anshauhai gently comforted her, and after a considerable time, Chen Shuifen managed to regain her composure. "Xiana wanted to come, but I insisted she not do so. I knew you must have been hurt again. And I didn't want her to see you like this." Chen Shuifen murmured, as if in a dream. Anshauhai furrowed his brow. Something was clearly amiss with her. "Mom? Has something happened? If there is something, you must tell me. Don't let me speculate or worry unnecessarily, do you understand?" "Yes," Chen Shuifen nodded. "There have been a few incidents lately." "What kind of incidents?" After a moment of hesitation, biting her lip, Chen Shuifen finally spoke. "Xiaohai, it's quite strange. Recently, Jiala has been coming to our house incessantly, sometimes lingering to eat and drink without invitation. I've been powerless to stop him, and I can only endure, hoping he doesn't cause any further trouble." And Xiaohai's anger flared. He had not anticipated that Jiala would show up at such a time. Truly, there are limits to what one can endure. When the Lu Jun's brothers harassed the An family, he hadn't seen hide nor hair of Jiala. Now that one trouble had just been resolved, he reappeared, revealing his true nature. But indeed, something did transpire yesterday. Chen Shuifen paused, causing Anshauhai's heart to race. "What happened, Mom? He didn't harm the family, did he?" "Not at all." Chen Shuifen shook her head. "The incident involved him. The day before yesterday. After having lunch at our home, he left and didn't return by nightfall. I found it odd. Previously, he would have stayed for dinner. It was only this morning that I learned Jola died in the Chen family's rice paddies. The police arrived and cordoned off the area. They say he was murdered. Poisoned, yet he had lunch at our house yesterday. I understand now." And Xiaohai's heart sank. The circumstances surrounding this incident were too peculiar. Could it be that the unseen hand behind it all was at play again, targeting his mother instead? And Xiaohai felt a swirl of confusion. In times past, he wouldn't have worried so. His mother, kind and gentle throughout her life, would never resort to poisoning anyone. Since no wrongdoing has occurred, The police station will undoubtedly restore my mother's innocence. However, An Xiaohai no longer feels as certain. The complexities and darkness of this situation are beyond the imagination of an ordinary citizen. Particularly for someone as honest as my mother. She could easily fall into their trap unknowingly. Of course, An Xiaohai could not disclose such thoughts to Chen Shuifan, for the revelation might frighten her to death. Time for visitation was fleeting, and he needed to act decisively. Mother, listen carefully, every word I say must be etched in your memory. All right. Chen Shuifan nodded vigorously. Although An Xiaohai himself remained imprisoned, he was still her only pillar of support. Regardless of who inquires about this matter, simply respond that you do not know. Do not elaborate, the more one speaks, the more one errs. Be resolute in stating, Jia Laonyo indeed had lunch at our home, but you did not poison him. Nor do you understand the cause of his poisoning. Answer any questions with this response alone, refrain from saying anything extraneous or attempting to explain. Do you understand? I understand. Chen Shuifan exhaled deeply and nodded. Xiao Jing advised me similarly. Since both of you suggest this, I will heed your counsel. Xiao Jing? Your classmate Xia Jing, right? She has visited me several times lately, bringing quite a few gifts each time. How could you be unaware? She mentioned you were informed. Chen Shuifan felt a twinge of anxiety regarding Xia Jing. The girl was strikingly beautiful. And each visit filled Chen Shuifan with dread at the thought of Lin Xiana discovering it. Now, observing her son's reaction, her apprehension only deepened. I am aware. An Xiaohai quickly affirmed. He knew Xia Jing had been sent to check on their home per Wang Tejuan's instructions, but he hadn't anticipated her visits would be so frequent. Nonetheless, this was a positive development. Since Xia Jing was aware of Jia Laonyo's situation, Wang Taijun would also learn of it, thereby providing a layer of protection. Mother. Xia Jing is my senior, she has been quite helpful at school and is quite impressive. You can trust her words. That is reassuring. Chen Shuifan replied, patting her chest. But Xia Jing, she is extraordinarily beautiful, isn't she? An Xiaohai smiled broadly, fully aware of his mother's concern. Chen Shuifan was undoubtedly aligned with Lin Xiana, who had grown up alongside An Xiaohai and had already gained the approval of his family. They were all waiting for the day when the two would graduate from university and celebrate their union. Now, with the stunning Xia Jing in the picture, it was only natural for Chen Shuifan to worry. An Xiaohai understood well that Chen Shuifan held a deep-seated disdain for third parties and despised fickle men. His father had abandoned them in such a manner, a pain hidden deep within Chen Shuifan's heart. Rest assured, mother, there is nothing between Xia Jing and me. We are merely good friends. With her beauty, suitors could line up from our home to Timsha Sui, I stand no chance. Have no fear. She is not interested in your son. That is good to hear. Chen Shuifan sighed with relief. But what is wrong with my son? We don't care. A mother, once assured that the threat has been lifted, immediately begins to defend her child. In her eyes, her son is always the most exceptional. As visiting hours quickly came to an end, Chen Shuifan left, glancing back several times. An Xiaohai waved goodbye with a smile, but as Chen Shuifan's figure vanished from sight, the smile on An Xiaohai's face instantly froze. How many times has this happened? When will it end? His teeth clenched tightly, making a clicking sound. Gazing at the iron railings surrounding him, Van Xiaohai's fists tightened. He could help Su Tianyu escape from this place, thus, this prison could not confine him either. He hoped this was merely an accident. He wished they would know when to stop and not force him into a corner. If it came to that, he would ensure that everyone paid the price. The flames of fury in An Xiaohai's eyes surged. If unleashed, it would likely lead to utter devastation. That evening, Wang Taijun arrived at an opportune moment. Kid, I'm beginning to believe you, someone might indeed be out to harm you. Not only you, but they also intend to harm your family. Wang Taijun crushed a cigarette in his hand, his brow furrowed. An Xiaohai remained silent, his expression ominously dark. Try not to overthink it, perhaps this is just a coincidence. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on this matter and ensure your mother is not wrongfully accused. Let us hope so. An Xiaohai replied, doubt lingering in his voice. Wang Taijun shot him a look. I know what you're thinking, but enough is enough. This world is not as dark as you imagine, justice and fairness do exist, and you must believe in that. Do they? An Xiaohai questioned. Of course they do. Wang Taijun answered emphatically, taking a deep breath and rising to his feet. Rest assured, I will pursue this matter to the end, ensuring your mother's innocence is fully restored. Just wait and see. All right, I will wait, An Xiaohai nodded, his tone still heavy with gloom. Enough. I know words are futile. Just wait for my news and refrain from taking any action, understand? Also, what exactly is going on with Zhaoda? Why has it escalated to such severe penalties? What happened between you? Nothing much, just bullying. If I don't resist, I can only continue to be bullied. I'm unwilling to live that way, so I had to handle it as such. Very well. Wang Taijun felt helpless. The first prison was beyond his jurisdiction. And given An Xiaohai's aversion to revealing their relationship, even if he wished to help, he found himself powerless. I understand you are not a police officer. And I cannot impose police expectations on you. However, An Xiaohai, I hope you are fully aware of what you are doing. Survive this ordeal. And you will still have a bright future ahead, this you must grasp. I am well aware, thank you, Captain Wang. I know you are aware, otherwise you wouldn't have come to find me. Wang Taijun took a deep breath, uncertain whether his words were intended for An Xiaohai or merely to convince himself. Well, I must take my leave now. Await my news, and do not take any action, promise me. Very well, I promise you. Look into my eyes and repeat that. I promise you. An Xiaohai gazed into Wang Taijun's eyes, earnestly making his pledge. Chapter 051, The color of fire. Time flies swiftly, and before one realizes, it is New Year's Eve. During these festive days, visits from family are permitted, a rare and cherished privilege. Lin Xiena arrived, her guitar slung over her shoulder. The mere sight of Lin Xiena's radiant smile brought an uncontainable joy to An Xiaohai. Are you going to sing for me again? He asked. Yes. Lin Xiena replied with a beaming nod. What song will you sing this time? Are you singing our song? Not this time. I've learned a new song. Can you guess which one it is? I don't know. An Xiaohai shook his head, though he had already guessed correctly. He feigned ignorance, knowing that each time he pretended to stump her, Lin Xiena would be filled with delight. Haha, I knew you wouldn't guess. I'll sing it for you first. And then I'll tell you the title. All right. I'm ready. As Lin Xiena quickly tuned her strings, the room fell into a serene silence when the prelude began. An Xiaohai gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his smile, while tears threatened to cascade within him. I wish to be ensnared in your embrace, enveloped in your tenderness. Yearning not for the solitude of endless wandering, like a fish swimming in water, can your heart swim towards me? As anticipated. She sang The Fish That Swims All Day Long. Lin Xiena had altered some of the lyrics, although her modifications rendered them somewhat simplistic. Each line resonated deeply with An Xiaohai. Oh, fish that swims all day long, never ceasing, oh love that thinks of you all day, never resting. The vast ocean stretches endlessly, there is no turning back, as long as you hold me forever in your heart. By the second chorus, Lin Xiena's tears had blurred her vision, and her trembling fingers had strayed from the chords. Fortunately, An Xiaohai was there to assist her. Thus, the two young souls, separated by iron bars and thick bulletproof glass, completed the song together. Youth, truly a splendid thing. A somewhat older prison guard patted Emoching on the shoulder, sighed, and turned away, perhaps moved by the poignant display between An Xiaohai and Lin Xiena. Stirring something deep within him, Emoching furrowed his brow. Lin Xiena, with her ponytail, left a wonderful impression, pure, simple, and refreshing. Like a gentle breeze on a summer day. How could such a girl possess such unwavering affection for An Xiaohai? It seemed a tragic waste of beauty. For reasons unknown. A pang of jealousy stirred within Mo Qinglian. Xiaohai, you are bullying me again. Lin Xiana pouted in complaint. You said you didn't know what song I would sing. Yet you performed it even better than I did. I didn't. An Xiaohai protested earnestly. I merely know this song and figured you would love it. So I learned it in advance. Is that so wrong? Alright, you win. Lin Xiana scrunched her nose. If only you could play the guitar. Then you could accompany me while I sing, that would be perfect. Lin Xiana learned to play the guitar from An Xiaohai, who was the true expert in this art. Well, that might be a bit challenging. An Xiaohai bit his lip and spoke. Although the prison encourages various interests and hobbies among its inmates, there are considerable restrictions in place. Any sharp or metallic objects must be handled with extreme caution, as inmates could potentially use them to harm others or themselves. The guitar, for instance, falls into a particularly perilous category. Its slender and resilient strings serve as a dangerously effective weapon, capable of inflicting injury or even being utilized against the steel bars of the cell windows. Thus, it has been outright prohibited by the prison authorities. If An Xiaohai wishes to play the guitar again, he may have to wait until he steps outside the prison walls. A single song consumed the majority of their time, leaving An Xiaohai and Lin Xiana with little opportunity for conversation before they were hastily ushered away by Mo Qinglian. The scene that transpired that day in the prison visitation room lingered in the memories of many for an extended period. On the way back to the cell, An Xiaohai sensed an intensified animosity from Mo Qinglian, inexplicably so. He chose not to dwell on it. To An Xiaohai, Mo Qinglian resembled a machine, an automaton overseeing the prison. As long as he did not create difficulties for An Xiaohai, the latter had no intention of provoking him. That was the extent of their relationship. As the Lunar New Year approached, the prison naturally organized some social activities. Inmates were required to perform various programs, though both the format and content were relatively fixed. They either recited confessional poetry or sang songs like Tears Behind Iron Bars. The inmates sang with fervor, An Xiaohai included. The guards maintained a placid demeanor, while the prison leaders were notably enthusiastic, surrounding visiting dignitaries and extolling praises. Once the social event concluded and everyone returned to their cells to rest, the faint sounds of weeping persisted throughout the night. The eve of 1994 quietly passed in such an atmosphere. An Xiaohai spoke with Pan Zhuangzhuang over the phone. There had been no progress or deterioration regarding his mother's situation, which remained ensnared in an endless investigation. According to Pan Zhuangzhuang, his mother was managing adequately, which alleviated An Xiaohai's worry somewhat. Haizhou, the capital of Haidong province, although it does not possess the economic special status of Deep Sea City, it is nonetheless a provincial capital with considerable economic strength. The Tianhai Central Business District in Haizhou stands as one of the three major business districts in the nation and is the largest CBD in all of South China. Despite being the time of the Lunar New Year, the towering edifices of the Tianhai Central Business District remained brilliantly illuminated. The pursuit of profit over parting seemed to be perfectly embodied here. Within the tallest building of the Central Business District, a well-dressed middle-aged man stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly savoring a glass of red wine while admiring the vibrant, illuminated world before him. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed behind him, causing his brow to frown slightly. He recognized that sound all too well. He knew who had arrived. Are you not taking a break even during the new year? He murmured, not turning around, as if speaking to himself. Aren't you here as well? Replied the newcomer, her voice languid and magnetic, laced with a hint of allure. The man remained silent, merely turning to pour another glass of red wine, which he handed to the woman who was half reclining on the sofa. She seemed particularly fond of the color red, adorned in a crimson dress complemented by matching high heels, paired with sheer black stockings and cascading waves of hair, exuding an air of seduction. What brings you here? He inquired, taking a sip of his wine and lightly smacking his lips. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. she replied, swallowing the wine in her glass but refraining from taking a sip. The incident at Chateaujiu, was it your doing? The man said nothing. Yet his expression suggested tacit acknowledgement. I knew it was you. She shot him a glance. I am here today as a representative from above to convey a message. Cease these actions, they are perilous. Her index finger swayed as she spoke, the vivid red of her nail polish slicing through the air and casting a crimson shadow. I am aware of the danger, it shall be the last time, he stated. His tone resolute. The last time? Huh? She scoffed. And Zhahao, you must understand that having chosen this path, you ought to sever all ties to worldly affections, otherwise it may endanger us all. As she spoke, she leaned closer to him, gently grasping his tie. I truly cannot fathom what is so remarkable about a village woman that would compel a man like you to act against your principles for her, she mused. If you find yourself lacking in female company, you might consider me. I assure you, my allure will leave an indelible mark on your soul. Enough. My life is at stake. You are notorious for being a femme fatale, why would I dare to indulge? He retorted, downing the remaining wine in his glass and seizing the opportunity to discreetly free himself from her grasp. Ha ha ha. So, you, and Zhahao, can indeed feel fear. Ha ha ha. She laughed heartily. Having sampled so many women, how can you claim completeness without experiencing the charms of this femme fatale? Unfazed, she continued to flirt with him. All right. Spare me your antics. I will personally address this matter, there is no need for you to come here and perform. I do wish to ask. Was it you who meddled in Anshaohai's affairs? And Zhahao? Why have you become foolish upon associating with these two? You have been in this game for over a decade, you are practically one of us. Given your understanding of our nature, do you truly believe we would engage in such trivial pursuits? One would hope not, and Zhahao replied after a long silence, finally shaking his head. Well, the business talk is concluded, or shall we return to personal matters? Would you care to sample the charms of this femme fatale? Get lost. Chapter 052, The Enticement of Ghost 6. After the clamor of the spring festival, tranquility once again enveloped everything. The winter vacation was fleeting, and until the commencement of school, Lin Xiana had been unable to meet Anshaohai for a second time. Despite Guo Xiangshui's mediation, there were no further violent confrontations between Anshaohai and Zhao Da's group. However, the animosity between the factions remained palpable. After a period of observation, Anshaohai had a fairly clear understanding of the dynamics within Cell 27, which was divided into 4 factions comprising merely 27 individuals. Ghost 6, Guo Xiangshui, and Zhao Da stood as the leaders of 3 of these factions. Ghost 6 was a drug dealer, Zhao Da was the gang leader, and Guo Xiangshui's background remained shrouded in mystery. No one spoke of it, nor could any clues be gleaned from his own words. The organization of these 3 groups was quite meticulous, while another faction appeared more loosely organized, primarily consisting of individuals who banded together for mutual support. Yang Bo, who arrived alongside Anshaohai, belonged to this latter group. It was evident that this faction deliberately maintained distance from Anshaohai, as his arrival had thoroughly offended Zhao Da, causing them to shy away from entanglement with him. Despite the current peace, everyone understood that the situation was far from resolved. Anshaohai did not press the matter, he perceived the dynamics of the prison denizens clearly. They were incapable of sharing fortunes or facing adversities together. Their gathering was merely to bolster their numbers, to avoid being bullied, and occasionally to take advantage of others. However, if they encountered a formidable opponent, they would be of no use. Even if one were to align with a faction, life would not necessarily improve. The hierarchy within these small groups persisted, and bullying would continue unabated. Thus, Anshaohai and Peng Yuanghua had effectively formed the 5th faction within Cell 27. 2 individuals in the cell appeared particularly exceptional, one named Deng Wei and the other Lai Donglin, both of whom held virtually no status within Cell 27. They were vulnerable to bullying by anyone, and unfortunately, they were often victimized. The reason was simple: Deng Wei was a rapist. And such individuals generally fared poorly in prison, a universal truth. Lai Donglin, originally an accountant, had been incarcerated for embezzlement or similar offenses, yet he insisted on his innocence, writing appeal letters almost monthly, despite their inevitable disregard. Truthfully, witnessing the torment of these two men stirred an unsettling feeling within An Shaohai. In them, he recognized a reflection of his former self. Nevertheless, he never considered intervening on their behalf. Many matters were beyond the help of outsiders. To survive and perhaps thrive in this den of villains known as the first prison, one had to fight for oneself. Guo Xiangshui consistently presented himself as the amiable type and occasionally attempted to ingratiate himself with An Shaohai. Each time, Ban Shaohai responded with caution and politeness, striving neither to offend nor to draw too close. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, one must inevitably sacrifice something to gain. While aligning with Guo Xiangshui's group promised greater security, it would also mean becoming Guo Xiangshui's subordinate, subject to his commands and whims, unless absolutely necessary. An Shaohai does not wish to be anyone's puppet. A touch of danger is preferable, the current situation is quite satisfactory. One day, after An Shaohai and Pen Yuanguo finished their meal, they made their way towards the dining area of their dormitory. Upon approaching, they discovered that all the seats were occupied, save for those beside Guelu and Zhao Da. An Shaohai furrowed his brow, for it was evident that this was no mere coincidence. It was likely a deliberate arrangement by Guelu. An Shaohai could not possibly dine with Zhao Da, so he had no choice but to sit with Guelu. "What are you waiting for? Sit down and eat," urged Mo Qinglian from behind. Taking a deep breath, An Shaohai exchanged a glance with Pan Yuanguo, and the two proceeded to sit beside Guelu. "Come over, and I'll help you deal with the madman," Guelu said. After An Shaohai and Pan Yuanguo settled down, they quietly consumed their meal until, just as they were nearing the end, Guelu finally spoke. "Thank you, brother Gue. I have no deep-seated enmity with Su Tianyu, truly, thank you." An Shaohai replied. "Burned your home down, yet you claim there is no deep-seated enmity," Guelu remarked, casting a sideways glance at An Shaohai. An Shaohai quickly finished the last few bites of his meal, wiped his mouth, and then returned the gaze, offering Guelu a faint smile. "They say he is mad, it is only natural for him to occasionally lose his composure. Yet, I remain oblivious to what has provoked him. Everything was fine until he suddenly declared his intent to end my life. However, I cannot be certain that Su Tianyu is the culprit behind the arson. I will uncover the truth. Should he indeed be responsible, I shall not let him escape unscathed." How intriguing, quite impressive. "Brother, if you wish to act mad, feel free to seek me out." "Thank you, brother Gue, I have finished my meal. It's time for me to get to work, or I'll have to stay late today." Go ahead," Guelu nodded, returning to his meal, which he devoured with great enthusiasm, albeit at a rather slow pace. Once An Shaohai had cleared his dishes, he and Pen Yuanguo departed, walking at a leisurely pace. Not once did An Shaohai pause or glance back until they exited the dining hall. Observing An Shaohai and Pen Yuanguo vanish beyond the doorway, Guelu rubbed his chin. Where stubble was beginning to sprout, his expression a curious blend of amusement and annoyance. Once outside the dining hall, An Shaohai finally exhaled deeply in relief. Having been transferred to cell 27 for over 2 months, today marked his first interaction with Guelu. The exchange had been brief, yet An Shaohai gleaned much from it. Firstly, it was clear that Guelu and his associates outside had been keeping a close watch on An Shaohai, otherwise they could not have known about the destruction of his home. Secondly, Guelu genuinely seemed intent on recruiting An Shaohai as an underling, with his offer to help against Su Tianyu merely a FAOD. An Shaohai held little faith that Guelu could truly contend with Su Tianyu. If he possessed such prowess, Su would hardly be alive and well. Lastly, An Shaohai sensed that Guelu appeared to derive pleasure from his rejection. This is an intuition, devoid of evidence and perhaps not entirely accurate. Such resilience. One must not underestimate these individuals, mused An Shaohai. Guelu is undoubtedly Su Tianyu's arch-nemesis. And he is also a drug dealer, making it highly probable that he is the hawk Wang Taijun seeks. And Xiaohai had long concluded this. He genuinely intended to honor his commitment to Wang Taijun, which is why, since arriving at Cell 27, his focus has predominantly remained on Guelu. It is imperative to find a way to approach Guelu. After much contemplation, Ban Xiaohai ultimately decided to take no action and simply wait in silence. The hawk, Hai Yotzi, is Wang Taijun's lifelong adversary. In another timeline, Wang Taijun was unable to eradicate them even at the cost of his life, indicating their formidable nature. Investigating such an organization is fraught with peril. Any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. If Guelu is indeed affiliated with Hai Yotzi, Ban Xiaohai must exercise utmost caution. How can one approach them without arousing suspicion? The answer lies in refraining from direct pursuit and instead drawing them towards oneself. Only in this manner can one minimize their doubts. And Xiaohai's refusal to join Guo Xiangshui and his associates stems at least partially from this reasoning. Should he become one of Guo Xiangshui's men, he would be bound by the rules of the underworld, making it exceedingly difficult to switch allegiances unless the leader commits a grave betrayal, which would hinder future interactions with Guelu. Why reject Guelu's overtures? Again, it is to dispel any suspicion. People often undervalue what comes too easily. In the stillness of the night, Ban Xiaohai has pondered countless times how to appear more normal. His conclusion is that he must subtly delineate himself from all inmates, only then will he seem entirely ordinary. Imagine a freshman who, due to a moment of folly, finds himself imprisoned for murder. What should his demeanor be? Self-destruction is the most likely outcome. In another realm, Ban Xiaohai had succumbed to this fate, completely abandoning himself. Yet he clung to a glimmer of hope, fantasizing about resuming a normal life after his release. If such thoughts linger in his mind, he must maintain a certain distance from the criminals within the prison, lest he be entangled with them upon his eventual release. Thus, when faced with Guelu's advances, Ban Xiaohai must not appear overly eager, he must project resistance. This encapsulates Ban Xiaohai's strategy in dealing with Guelu. However, the drawbacks of this approach are evident. Guelu's reaction to rejection is unpredictable. It is quite possible that Ban Xiaohai may thereafter be excluded from his consideration. So he must devise a way to maintain Guelu's interest and prevent him from easily giving up. How challenging! It is daunting to encounter such difficulties at the outset. He truly wonders how he will navigate the future, Ban Xiaohai thought with a bitter smile. Chapter 053, The Girl on the Motorcycle. The work within the prison is not a privilege accessible to all inmates. Those with severe tendencies toward violence, such as Guelu and Zhaoda, are not afforded this opportunity. The majority of their time is spent confined within their small cells. Guo Xiangshui, while guilty of a serious crime, possesses an exterior and demeanor that are deceptively benign, which often leads to his assignment to various tasks, predominantly of a physical nature. Nevertheless, the inmates willingly engage in such labor. Even if it is exhausting, it provides a chance to stretch their limbs, a respite from the maddening monotony of their confinement. Political economics posits that once communism is achieved, labor and work transform into fundamental human needs. And Xiaohai was once skeptical of this notion, believing that people naturally shun toil. How could labor become a basic necessity? However, he has since come to accept this reality. Ahai, have you offended Guelu's gang again? Guo Xiangshui inquired quietly while shoveling sand beside Ban Xiaohai. Since Ban Xiaohai had openly rebuffed Guelu's advances, the latter's subordinates had taken to harassing him, with a few hot-headed individuals even resorting to harsh words. Ban Xiaohai endured it all, opting not to handle this situation as he did with Zhaoda. Guelu is distinct from Zhaoda. The former operates with a clear purpose and maintains a low profile. Typically, if one avoids provoking him, he is unlikely to take notice. As for Guelu's subordinates seeking trouble, this behavior could signify one of two opposing motivations, either genuine retaliation or an indication that Guelu has not fully relinquished his interest, using it as a means to apply pressure on Ban Xiaohai. Ban Xiaohai surmised that they belonged to the latter category. If it were true revenge, they would not exercise such restraint. No, I haven't offended them, Man Xiaohai replied. Really? It seems they are deliberately causing you trouble. Not at all. I think they are simply bored from being cooped up in this prison. They are likely just seeking some amusement, which I can understand. And Xiaohai refrained from divulging his encounter with Gue Lu to Guo Xiangshui. There was no need. And loose lips could lead to severe repercussions from Gue Lu and his associates. Should Gue Lu lose interest in him altogether, it would be a regrettable loss. That's good to hear. Those individuals are entirely different from Zhao Da's group. You must exercise caution. I will, thank you, brother Shui. Ahai. Please don't be so formal with me. It feels as though you are distancing yourself. Apologies, it's just a habit. Look at you, doing it again. By the way, Ahai, you should stop calling me brother Shui. What should I call you then? Just call me Uncle Shui. I'm nearing 50. Addressing me as uncle won't harm you. I have a daughter about your age, it creates a sense of familiarity. As Guo Xiangshui spoke. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then retrieved a photograph from his pocket and handed it to An Xiaohai. Ahai, this is my daughter. Take a look. An Xiaohai took the photograph. The girl depicted was not unattractive, one might even describe her as quite beautiful, albeit with a rather unsettling style. Her hair was palmed into a voluminous explosion and dyed a deep burgundy. Through her ripped jeans, the faint outline of a tattoo on her thigh was visible. She wore a fitted leather jacket and straddled a motorcycle, exuding an unmistakable air of rebellion. How is she? Pretty, isn't she? Indeed, she is quite beautiful. I told you so. Oh, but she is so disobedient. When I ask her to go east, she stubbornly heads west. It's quite vexing. She was well behaved as a child. Who would have thought she would transform so drastically as she matured? Never mind, let's not dwell on that. Once we step outside, I shall introduce you. Feng Feng is 2 years younger than you, and I believe young people like you should have much to converse about. Perhaps she will be influenced by your refined demeanor. Her name is Guo Fengfeng. No, just Guo Feng, I call her Feng Feng. Oh, that is a lovely name. Isn't it? I came up with it. Hee. You too. Stop chatting and get back to work. The irritating voice of Emo Qinglian intruded at an opportune moment. An Xiaohai silently cast his misfortune and returned Guo Feng's photograph to Guo Xiangshui, who promptly accepted it and tucked it away. The two resumed their labor with renewed focus. Even his daughter has been brought into this. How much effort you have put forth, Guo Xiangshui. An Xiaohai mused, pondering Guo Xiangshui's true intentions. In any case, An Xiaohai harbored no belief that Guo Xiangshui had any romantic interest in him or wished to introduce his daughter to a man recently released from prison. Guo Xiangshui always carried that photograph of Guo Feng, and Xiaohai often observed him gazing at it for hours while lying in bed. This indicated the depth of Guo Xiangshui's affection for his daughter. Such a cherished daughter, would Guo Xiangshui truly introduce her to someone like him? It seemed highly improbable. Moreover, An Xiaohai recognized the motorcycle Guo Feng rode, a Suzuki RG500, the same model that King Lu rode in the film If There Is Love. This motorcycle was priced at 500,000. Yes, 500,000 in this era. Just consider what that amount signifies today. It was merely the official guiding price. For such a popular motorcycle, the actual cost to acquire it would certainly exceed 500,000. This clearly illustrated how deeply Guo Xiangshui spoiled his daughter. And his considerable financial resources only added to the intrigue. Guo Xiangshui. An Xiaohai discreetly elevated Guo Xiangshui's threat level in his mind by 2 notches. Over the past 2 months, An Xiaohai had provided no intelligence to Wang Taijun, nor had Wang sought him out. He had not even appeared in prison. One could only speculate what he had been preoccupied with. The investigation into the case of Jia Laozhou was ongoing. Pan Chen Shuifan's suspicions had not been alleviated, but rather intensified. Chen Shuifan had been ordered not to leave Shanghai City, and An Xiaohai suspected that his mother was likely under covert surveillance by the police. This situation loomed over him like a heavy stone. Until it was resolved, An Xiaohai would find no peace. However, confined within the walls of the prison, An Xiaohai found himself devoid of any alternative, left only with a sense of anxiousness. Tian Xiaoguang approached An Xiaohai once more. This time not to request alterations to the circuit design, but rather to directly present a demand for research and development. He expressed the need for a visual intercom system utilizing analog signals. Upon hearing this request, Ban Xiaohai felt a tinge of surprise. It indicated that the company was experiencing rapid growth and that the owner possessed remarkable foresight. Although the current market for visual intercom systems remained relatively small, it was poised to become mainstream in the future. If they could seize the opportunity to develop and produce the system now, they would gain a significant first-mover advantage. For An Xiaohai, this endeavor posed no insurmountable challenge, yet he chose to delay, feigning considerable difficulty, resulting in a complete lack of progress over the course of 2 months. It seemed implausible for things to proceed as smoothly as before. Concurrently, An Xiaohai contemplated whether he might utilize this opportunity to meet with individuals from the manufacturer. Although such a meeting might not bear significant importance, it could potentially allow him to glean useful information from their interactions, thus serving as an additional channel for insights. Tian Xiaoguang harbored no dissatisfaction with An Xiaohai's procrastination. His elder brother, Tian Xiaoming, had already informed him that visual intercom technology was considered a high-end technology worldwide. He had tasked An Xiaohai with this design merely to test the waters, curious about the potential outcome. What if it succeeded? Yet, as 2 months elapsed, the situation proved to be more complex than anticipated. An Xiaohai had not provided any concrete proposals. But the design concepts he had gradually submitted had already ignited a sense of impatience in Tian Xiaoming. How wonderful it would be to meet this genius and engage in face-to-face discussions. Thus, Tian Xiaoming pondered after a night spent poring over the design drawings. Chapter 054, another individual in despair. An Xiaohai's physical training regimen did not cease with the change of his dormitory each day upon returning from labor. He diligently continued his exercises. Such is the nature of training, or once it becomes habitual, it can easily morph into an addiction. An Xiaohai now found himself ensnared in this very addiction, observing with delight as his muscles grew increasingly taut day by day. The euphoria he experienced was ineffable. Reminiscent of the thrill of leveling up in a video game. Squats, sit-ups, push-ups, and pull-ups using the upper bunk, he explored every conceivable method of exercise. While the noise he generated was not particularly loud, it was incessant as long as he persisted in his training. The other inmates in the dormitory grew increasingly exasperated, however. The senior inmates refrained from voicing their discontent. Given that An Xiaohai had even dared to confront Zhao Da fiercely, no one felt emboldened enough to speak out. Their glares, filled with anger, irritation, and resentment, seemed capable of consuming him whole. Yet, An Xiaohai remained undeterred, paying no heed to their scornful gazes. Adopting a principle of joining in rather than being outmatched, some inmates in cell 27 began to engage in exercise as well. They soon discovered that it was an excellent means to pass the time. Consequently, the fitness trend blossomed within cell 27, leaving the supervising guards perplexed. Ahai! Why are you exerting yourself so fervently? Guo Xiangshui inquired, clearly overwhelmed. Being older, he was reluctant to endure such exertion. But the younger inmates around him were fervently committed to their workouts, leaving him with no moment of peace. However, he felt it inappropriate to intervene, after all. His companions had finally found a pastime to occupy their time, how could he possibly thwart that? Physical fitness is the foundation of revolution. The better one is health. The quicker one can escape if they cannot win a fight. An Xiaohai gasped, maintaining his squat while casting a glance toward Zhao Da. Zhao Da's frustration boiled over. This An Xiaohai was becoming increasingly audacious. An Xiaohai found this amusing, or having spent ample time with these individuals. He had gradually discerned an intriguing pattern. If one wished to avoid provocation, perhaps it was wise to provoke others first. The more one did this, the more the opposing party would hesitate, resulting in a notable decrease in their taunts and jibes. However, this tactic relied on both parties maintaining a semblance of equality. If one side was overtly weaker, employing such methods would be tantamount to courting disaster. You, Ahai. You must refrain from provoking Ada, he has been quite reasonable. Hasn't he? He has kept his word and has not troubled you further, right? Let bygones be bygones, we are all well now. After all, one does not truly know another until they have clashed, a voice cautioned. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. And Xiaohai replied, pausing his workout and moving to his bunk to gather his belongings. In 20 minutes, it would be time for the news. During this hour, Tian Xiaoguang would come to escort An Xiaohai to the reading room to work on programming. An Xiaohai intended to seize this opportunity for a shower and a meal, necessitating some prior preparation. Just then, a sharp and piercing scream resonated through the cell, catching everyone off guard and causing them to shudder in surprise, including An Xiaohai, who initially thought someone had been unexpectedly struck. The scream persisted, and upon turning around, An Xiaohai discovered it was Lai Donglin, who, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, had suddenly erupted into loud cries from his bed. Damn you! Zhao Da, already exasperated by An Xiaohai and the others, was instantly infuriated and delivered a powerful kick to Lai Donglin, sending him tumbling from his bed. Lai Donglin's forehead collided with the edge of the iron bed opposite, blood gushing forth instantly. Seemingly oblivious to his injury, he briefly gasped for breath before resuming his desperate wailing. Why the hell? At this point, the inmates of cell number 27 were in an uproar, raining down punches and kicks upon Lai Donglin. Yet, Lai Donglin remained undeterred, continuing to scream without any sign of stopping. An Xiaohai watched, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably as Lai Donglin's voice cracked under the strain, morphing from frantic cries to a haunting wail amidst the relentless assault. Are you all plotting rebellion? Stand down. Move aside. Finally, Emo Qinglian appeared, brandishing a baton and reprimanding the assailants, though he made no move to intervene directly. His approach was remarkably professional. Had he rushed in recklessly, he might have faced the risk of being attacked and disarmed. The inmates, understandably intimidated by the supervising guard, began to retreat, muttering among themselves, though a few seized the opportunity to land a few more solid kicks on Lai Donglin. Everyone, return to your beds. Lai Donglin, cease your shouting immediately, Emo Qinglian bellowed. But Lai Donglin appeared deaf to his command, continuing to lie on the ground and scream after catching his breath. I command you to stop. Do you hear me? Emo Qinglian's expression darkened considerably, and upon seeing Lai Donglin's disregard for his orders, he frowned and moved forward to intervene. However, Lai Donglin abruptly sprang up from the floor and lunged at Emo Qinglian. Caught off guard, Emo Qinglian instinctively swung his baton, striking Lai Donglin squarely on the forehead. Blood sprayed forth, though it was unclear whether it was from his previous injury or the new one inflicted by the baton. Lai Donglin convulsed and collapsed heavily to the ground, his head hitting the floor with a dull thud that sent chills down one's spine. Why? Why must you harm me? My calculations were flawless. Risk is inevitable and relative. Mr. Hu, why can't you let me go? Lai Donglin, nearly losing consciousness, muttered incessantly until he finally succumbed into a deep unconsciousness. The scene was grim. All the inmates stood with their heads bowed by their beds, save for An Xiaohai, who fixed an unwavering gaze upon Emo Qinglian, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. An Xiaohai, what are you staring at? What's so captivating? Lower your head and stand properly. Do you wish to taste the baton as well? Emo Qinglian's face was marred with bloodstains, presenting a rather grotesque visage. He had been splattered with Lai Donglin's blood, and although his anger had been significantly quelled by shock, it reignited fiercely upon witnessing An Xiaohai's condition. Report the warden. I refuse to endure a beating with a police baton. An Xiaohai declared loudly, his voice devoid of any emotion. I have tasted the sting of the baton right here. He pointed to the top of his head. It was dealt by a warden. Others sought to kill me, and in the ensuing struggle, his baton struck me. That instance required 6 stitches. The warden who struck him was named Chiu Peng, and after that incident, he received a promotion. Now serving as the captain of the 4th squad in the 1st prison district. And Xiaohai's words fell like a bucket of cold water over Emo Qinglian, significantly dousing the flames of his wrath. There exists a certain tacit understanding between inmates and prison guards, as long as there are no fundamental conflicts of interest. Both parties generally afford each other some leeway. If the guards were excessively cruel, who could predict the actions of these desperate men once released? Thus, moderation is crucial. There is no need to transform professional duties into personal vendettas. However, this principle hinges on the inmate retaining a glimmer of hope for release. Should an inmate lack such hope, or if they are advanced in years upon release, this dynamic no longer applies. For inmates, most of this animosity must be resolved through their own hands, as they cannot rely on allies outside. The transient nature of relationships in the criminal underworld is starkly evident. Most leaders likely find their positions compromised upon release, especially those without the prospect of freedom. And Xiaohai, however, was clearly not in such a predicament. His sentence was not lengthy. If Emo Qinglian truly wished to sever ties with An Xiaohai, he would have to either devise a means to eliminate him within these walls or ensure he never sees the outside again, all while preparing for the inevitable retaliation. What do you mean, An Xiaohai? Emo Qinglian's expression contorted with frustration. Xiao Emo, let us not dwell on this. We must first attend to Lai Donglin. Other matters can be addressed later. The older guard standing behind Emo Qinglian interjected, gently tugging at his sleeve. Emo Qinglian's emotions finally calmed somewhat. After casting a fierce glare at An Xiaohai, he summoned Guo Xiangshui and others to assist Lai Donglin, hastily departing from cell number 27. What a pity he managed to restrain himself. An Xiaohai sighed inwardly. Today presented a prime opportunity. Emo Qinglian had been persistently and subtly making his life difficult. And An Xiaohai had indeed sought to provoke him. The moment Emo Qinglian laid a hand on him, An Xiaohai could have ensured he would regret it. Alas! That older guard had thwarted his plans. An Xiaohai's motives were twofold. The sight of Emo Qinglian striking Lai Donglin had stirred memories within him, and additionally, Lai Donglin's incoherent murmurings had piqued his interest. An actuarial model. So you are not just an ordinary accountant, but an actuarial accountant. Quite impressive. The distinction between an actuarial accountant and a mere accountant is as pronounced as that between a foot soldier and a general. Accounting addresses specific issues within the realm of finance, whereas actuaries tackle broader financial concerns, serving as adept designers and managers. In this era, obtaining the qualification of an actuary is exceedingly challenging, with the number of actuaries in our country being remarkably few, likely not exceeding 1,000 or 2,000 individuals. An actuary is one who assists Mr. Hu in his endeavors. But which Mr. Hu can afford the services of an actuary? Could it be Mr. Hu Haikong? Chapter 055, A meeting in the reading room. An Xiaohai, why do you speak on his behalf? An Xiaohai, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by Gue Lu's inquiry. Turning to face him, he found Gue Lu's gaze fixed intensely upon him. It's nothing. I merely detest their bullying of us, An Xiaohai replied with a slight shrug, then resumed tidying up his belongings. The disorder within the cell would inevitably be addressed. And it would be those often victimized who would take up the task. Among them was the rapist Deng Wei, who had already taken the initiative to fetch water and began to clean the bloodstains. Detesting their bullying of us, how intriguing. Gue Lu smirked, nodding at An Xiaohai. Then brought his right hand to his forehead, gently tapping it with his index and middle fingers. An Xiaohai smiled faintly and continued his work. This gesture was a sign of respect exchanged among inmates. An Xiaohai was taken aback by the unexpected effect of his words. Even Zhao Da, who typically regarded him with hostility, now exhibited a noticeable reduction in animosity toward him. After all, An Xiaohai was but a man, not a deity. And he had his own shortcomings. Being targeted by the inmates was inevitable. Aside from the machinations of the unseen puppet master, another undeniable factor was his distinct demeanor. An Xiaohai's essence stood in stark contrast to that of the inmates in the first prison. He believed firmly that he was fundamentally different from them. For while they each bore their own sins, he had not truly committed a crime but was rather a reborn avenger determined to clear his name. Though An Xiaohai concealed his true thoughts adeptly, the authenticity of his feelings seeped through his eyes and gestures. This dissonance made the other inmates uncomfortable, which naturally led to him being singled out. However, An Xiaohai had gradually begun to accept his identity as an inmate and, unbeknownst to him, had developed a semblance of empathy for those around him. This transformation was imperceptible to him but palpable to others. Just as he had observed, there exists a peculiar sense surrounding police officers that makes it easy for them to be identified when undercover. The same principle applies among inmates. Kindred spirits are naturally more adept at recognizing and accepting one another, while those perceived as different are often subjected to oppression. To the inmates, prison guards were undoubtedly seen as the other, standing in opposition. An Xiaohai's overt provocation of the guard and his attempt to incite Mo Qinglian had finally fostered a sense of identity recognition among the inmates of Cell 27. Thus, Gue Lu showed him respect, and Zhao Da eased much of his hostility. This was an unintentional turning point, yet the future that awaited An Xiaohai remained uncertain. Before Guo Xiangshui and the others returned, Tian Xiaoguang had already appeared. He said little, simply tapping lightly on the iron door of the cell, prompting An Xiaohai to gather his belongings and follow him without hesitation. Half an hour later, Guo Xiangshui returned to Cell 27. The dormitory was enveloped in silence, as the other inmates had gone to watch the news, leaving only Gue Lu, who feigned illness, to remain in bed. "Brother Shui, I think I might actually have developed a fondness for this fellow," Gue Lu murmured softly, lying beneath the same ceiling as Guo Xiangshui, who also lay in repose. "So, are you planning to compete for him?" "Competing is not quite the right term. What is it called again?" "Fair competition, yes, that's the phrase," Gue Lu continued. "You've been trying to win this lad over for quite some time, yet it seems to have yielded little fruit. Why not let me give it a try instead?" "Haha. Ague, I advise you to abandon that thought. It's futile, really." "What is the matter? Is there something to discuss?" Gue Lu, undeterred by Guo Xiangshui's dismissal, inquired with a hint of nervousness. "Who are high associates with is beyond your judgment, just as it is mine," Guo Xiangshui replied calmly, even slowly closing his eyes. After gazing at Guo Xiangshui for a while, Gue Lu reclined once more, and silence enveloped them. "Brother Shui, what is the justification for this?" "Isn't he just a university student? I've seen university students before." "Ague, enough. Do not pursue this any further, it's for your own good, truly. The situation with Ahai is more complex than you can imagine. We shouldn't interfere, nor can we will follow his lead, whatever he decides." "All right then. It seems there is no other option," Gue Lu replied, letting out a gentle sigh. "Brother Shui, to be honest, I'm utterly weary of this place. I truly don't know when I'll be able to leave. I envy you, you only have 2 years left. Inside or outside, what is the difference? After all, it's all about survival. Life inside is actually quite similar. I feel it's even more peaceful here." Gue Lu rolled his eyes, pulling the blanket over his head, choosing to disregard Guo Xiangshui's words. In the reading room, An Xiaohai followed Tian Xiaoguang into the space, only to spot a young couple who seemed to be newlyweds. The husband, slender and dark-skinned, donned a white shirt and a suit coat. With features strikingly similar to those of Tian Xiaoguang, it was evident they were related by blood. His wife, a quintessential southern beauty, had a round face and wore a red dress complemented by white high heels, a handbag, bracelets, necklaces, and earrings that formed a cohesive ensemble, exuding both fashion and affluence, with an astute glint in her eyes. Although they appeared to be entirely different types of individuals, there was an inexplicable harmony when they stood together. "Allow me to introduce you, this is Tian Xiaoming, the chairman and general manager of Qiaoyu Electronics in Deep Sea City, then my elder brother. This is my sister-in-law, Song Xiaoyu. They are the partners in the prison's electronics project. And this is An Xiaohai, the talented designer behind all those blueprints." Tian Xiaoguang introduced enthusiastically. It was truly a family connection, no wonder. Greetings, elder brother. Greetings, sister-in-law. And Xiaohai responded without hesitation, following Tian Xiaoguang's lead. Oh. Hello. Nice to meet you, Xiaohai. Eagerly anticipating our meeting, I was finally able to see you today. Tian Xiao was evidently overjoyed as she approached, grasping An Xiaohai's hand tightly and expressing her delight repeatedly. Song Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with approval, and Tian Xiao felt a sense of fulfillment, realizing that her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. The atmosphere was harmonious from the outset, with An Xiaohai and Tian Xiaoming engaging in enthusiastic conversation almost instantaneously, without any preamble. Tian Xiaoming, clearly a person of technical background, exhibited a straightforward approach, diving directly into technical discussions and losing himself in the exchange. An Xiaohai was equally engrossed. Tian Xiaoming left a remarkable impression on An Xiaohai. He was genuine and fervent, embodying all the essential qualities of a competent entrepreneur. It is precisely because Deep Sea City has attracted a sufficient number of such entrepreneurs that it is poised to achieve an economic leap in the next 2 decades. Transforming from a modest fishing village into a powerhouse that rivals both the capital and the Magic City in economic prowess. An Xiaohai excelled in his knowledge and skills regarding electronic devices and computer programming, while Tian Xiaoming possessed a wealth of practical experience. He held unique insights into international technological trends, the dynamics of the electronic market, particularly concerning customer demands. Their conversation flowed smoothly, with both parties benefiting from each other's expertise. Tian Xiaoguang and Song Xiaoyu, seated nearby, found themselves nearly unable to interject, yet they listened intently, thoroughly engaged. The array of food on the table, initially intended to enhance An Xiaohai's nutrition, was unknowingly consumed by everyone, bite by bite, until nothing remained. Xiaohai, this is wonderful. Your idea is incredibly useful. I will discuss it with Engineer Zhao when I return. Indeed, if it proves feasible, we will have resolved yet another challenge. If this issue is addressed, the development of the visual intercom system should progress significantly. Of course. However, I am concerned about potential conflicts between the various systems and circuits. We must integrate and test them to ascertain their viability. I believe we could approach it this way, brother. Wait. Just a moment. Tian Xiaoguang finally could not contain himself and interjected, "It is already 10:15, exceeding our bedtime by 15 minutes. Xiaohai must return. I fear there may be complications if we delay any further." Chapter 056, Conversations and Vigilance. Is it already past 10? How swiftly time has flown. Tian Xiaoming momentarily found himself at a loss. Indeed, Xiaoguang was nearly frantic, having signaled him for quite some time. Yet, he seemed oblivious. His gaze solely fixated on Xiaohai. "You ought to be more attentive," Song Xiaoyu chided playfully. "Oh, my apologies, truly, my apologies." Tian Xiaoming quickly conceded. It is such a pity that time passes so swiftly. He clearly felt a sense of longing. "Brother, there are still many days ahead of us. Let us take our time. For today, we must conclude here, but I shall seek another opportunity." Alas, what a shame. Tian Xiaoming expressed his regret openly. Sighing before turning to An Xiaohai, "Xiaohai, do remain well here and strive to emerge soon. Should you choose to join us, Xiaoyu will warmly welcome you. And I shall ensure you receive your share. You would have no trouble standing alongside me. Xiaoguang, you must keep a watchful eye on Xiaohai. Do not allow anyone to mistreat him, understood?" "Understood, big brother, but we cannot prolong this conversation any further. We shall discuss these matters in detail another time. I must take Xiaohai back now. Please wait for me here, I shall return to escort you out." "Very well, Xiaohai, remember my words. I will find ways to stay in touch. Do not find me bothersome, haha." With that, Tian Xiaoguang led An Xiaohai out of the reading room, while Tian Xiaoming gazed after them with a reluctant heart. Meanwhile, Song Xiaoyu, who had been smiling brightly, suddenly pouted and gently pinched Tian Xiaoming. "What on earth is wrong with you? Did we not agree when we came out? Do not mention shares just yet, or how can you not rein in your tongue? If they truly wish to stand alongside you, I wonder how you would handle that. Oh, my dear wife speaks wisely. Oh, I was indeed impulsive. It is difficult to restrain oneself when talent is so rare, Tian Xiaoming chuckled. He acknowledged that he had been a bit hasty, yet given another chance, he might very well make the same choice again. Although Tian Xiaoming hailed from a technical background, he was not lacking in business acumen. The coastal province of Haidong has historically thrived in commerce, leading many of its inhabitants to engage in trade for generations. Indeed, this is true for numerous coastal cities. Though Tian Xiaoming's family was engaged in agriculture, they only began farming post-revolution. Their ancestors had been merchants. This trend was reflective of the entire village, where the spirit of commerce was notably vibrant. Young people there would seize any opportunity to leave their hometowns, transitioning from farming to trade. Tian Xiaoming's business instincts seemed ingrained in his very being, otherwise it would be difficult for an ordinary person to forsake a stable, well-paying job to venture into entrepreneurship, especially under the pressure of significant financial burdens. While Xiaoyu's survival largely depended on Song Xiaoyu's professional prowess, it was Tian Xiaoming who truly anchored the company. Tian Xiaoming holds Anshao in high regard, not solely due to An's exceptional technical prowess, but more significantly, because he perceives a serene strength emanating from him. Tian is nearly certain that, should Anshao join Xiaoyu in the future, even with ample shares and complete freedom to act, An would harbor little ambition for the company, as he regards it with indifference. Although An appears to have nothing at present, Tian possesses an instinctive belief in him. Moreover, given An's capabilities, should he choose to venture out independently or be lured away by competitors, it would pose a considerable threat to Xiaoyu. Therefore, rather than engaging in mutual probing and pulling against each other, it would be more prudent to embrace sincerity from the outset. After all, Xiaoyu, like any other company, is merely a shell, or what truly matters are the individuals within. Naturally, Tian would not express these sentiments too explicitly to Song Xiaoyu. Each has their responsibilities, and they have agreed not to burden one another with their respective worries, which serves as a vital tool in maintaining the warmth of their relationship. Does Anshao look down on Xiaoyu? Yes, to some extent, he indeed does. To say he looks down may not be entirely accurate, rather, it is not his primary goal for the future, merely an additional avenue for financial gain. If a reborn individual still needed to toil painstakingly in industry, that would be rather disheartening. However, if Tian Xiaoming can remain true to his original intentions, Anshao would not hesitate to lend a hand. Tian's passion, sincerity, and vigor deeply resonate with An. On their way back to the dormitory, Anshao and Tian Xiaoguang remained silent, each absorbed in their own thoughts. The excitement they shared earlier had rendered them fatigued, and fatigue often leads to silence. Nevertheless, the bond between them felt significantly closer than before. Tian's silence was not due to a lack of conversation with An, but rather a shedding of his previous facade in An's presence. There was no need to feign enthusiasm or to pretend to value one another excessively, they could simply be themselves. This authenticity made Anshao feel more comfortable. All right. We've arrived. You can go in now. Remember, if you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek me out, my older brother has given his word, he said with a smile. Thank you, Officer Tian. It's truly a pleasure to have met you here in the first prison. Anshao replied cheerfully. Likewise. You are quite impressive, able to discuss literature with me and technical matters with my brother. Sometimes I admire and envy you, or you excel in both the arts and sciences. Ha, Officer Tian, you can't really envy me. True enough. Tian Xiaoguang laughed, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, he found it hard to envy An, who was still serving time, while he himself was increasingly able to overlook that fact. There's no need for thanks, I should be thanking you. To be honest, things have been quite challenging for my brother and the others recently. Without you, they wouldn't have been able to turn things around so swiftly. Enough of this commercial flattery, I shall take my leave. Officer Tion, you should hasten to accompany the elder brother and sister-in-law. It is inappropriate to leave them in the reading room. Very well, farewell. Tian Xiaoguang extended his clenched right fist, and An Shaohai reciprocated with a gentle fist bump. As An Shaohai stepped through the iron gate of the cell, Tian Xiaoguang hurriedly turned back, heading towards the reading room. Today, Tian Xiaoguang had delayed returning An Shaohai. And he would need to write a report detailing the situation to submit, ensuring greater prudence. The cell was enveloped in silence. An Shaohai was aware that not everyone was asleep. He refrained from turning on the light and instead made his way to his bunk. Guided by the moonlight filtering through the iron bars. Why are you back so late? They can't just exploit someone useful to the bone. It was the voice of Guo Xiangshui. Uncle Shui. An Shaohai was taken aback. How had Guo Xiangshui ended up in the bed beside him? I applied for a bed change a couple of days ago, and it was approved today. You know how it is, the fellows over there snore like beasts. Making it impossible to rest. Your side is much quieter, haha, Guo Xiangshui chuckled. An Shaohai did not trust a single word of Guo Xiangshui's banter. His wariness towards him intensified. Often, an overt adversary poses little threat. To harm someone covertly, the first step is to draw near. Guo Xiangshui was evidently attempting to ingratiate himself with An Shaohai. As An Shaohai arranged his bedding and lay down, Guo Xiangshui continued to engage him in low conversation. An Shaohai, cautious not to appear dismissive, responded with care. Just as he began to feel impatient with Guo Xiangshui's aimless chatter. The latter posed a question that jolted An Shaohai into alertness. Ahai, how could someone like you end up killing another? Were you framed? Chapter 057, Reflections in the stillness of night. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through An Shaohai's mind. Yet it lasted but an instant before the well-prepared response escaped his lips. Is that even a question? I was surely wronged. I am innocent. Nonetheless, that fool who dares to bully my girl will eventually face my wrath. The term girl refers to one's girlfriend or wife. A phrase borrowed from Hong Kong and Taiwan cinema. Indeed, what kind of man cannot protect his own woman? If it were me, I would find it intolerable. However, one must admit that he acted rather impulsively. There are myriad ways to deal with him, and it was unwise to confront him in front of so many witnesses. Perhaps it was simply a stroke of bad luck. Yet, the impetuosity of youth is quite natural. And that lovely young lady is fortunate to have someone like him who would go to such lengths for her. If a man were willing to kill or serve time for my daughter, I would rest easy. Alas, she seems to attract nothing but unreliable friends. None of whom possess any sense of responsibility. Guo Xiangshui continued to ramble on, lost in his own thoughts. For a moment, An Shaohai found himself perplexed by Guo's true intentions and could only respond with silence. By the way, ahai, that Lai Donglin is clearly just a Navi fool. Why would you choose to assist him? Could you possibly share a word of truth with Uncle Shui? The term Navi fool refers to someone easily exploited. An actuary. Isn't that just a more skilled accountant? Well, not exactly. An Shaohai proceeded to elucidate the distinction between an actuary and an accountant to Guo Xiangshui. So that's how it is. Who would have thought that this Navi fool was, in fact, a person of some significance? We have misjudged him, but thankfully, ahai. You are more knowledgeable. He. Guo Xiangshui chuckled, clearly harboring some ulterior motive. An Shaohai was certain that Guo Xiangshui would be intrigued by Lai Donglin, as his assets were undoubtedly substantial. Having someone like Lai Donglin to provide advice or directly manage affairs would be an immense boon for him. Guo Xiangshui had intended to discuss more, but a gentle knock on the iron door of the cell interrupted their conversation, signaling that the guards had taken notice and were reminding them to silence their voices. Guo Xiangshui promptly ceased his chatter, soon succumbing to the quiet sounds of sleep. Prisoners must rise promptly at 6:30 a.m. each day, and most are required to partake in arduous labor, rendering this moment one of exhaustion. Though An Shaohai kept his eyes closed, slumber eluded him. Guo Xiangshui had meandered through a long conversation, undoubtedly with a purpose. Yet An Shaohai found himself unable to decipher his intentions. In the blink of an eye, An Shaohai had been imprisoned for half a year. Though this time had been exceedingly arduous, the experiences he had encountered were far richer and more compelling than those during his university days. How ironically poignant. In another realm of despair, An Shaohai had once encountered the notion that the essence of life lies in experience. Every life, at its core, is fundamentally similar. The distinction between lives resides in their experiences. The more one experiences, the richer the essence of life becomes, and a life imbued with depth naturally holds greater value. In essence, life is defined by experiences. Experiences themselves are devoid of inherent value, differing only in their novelty, thus, regardless of what one endures. Each moment is a gift of existence, an integral part of life that should be embraced and cherished. Upon encountering this perspective, An Shaohai felt as though a drowning individual had suddenly discovered a lifeline. This philosophy sustained him through the final years of his journey until Lin Xiana departed. No. This is not the essence of life. Lying on his bed, eyes closed and utterly still, An Shaohai's consciousness gently shook its head. Life belongs to me. It is singular and immensely precious. I refuse to accept those unfavorable experiences. I wish for my existence to unfold according to my own desires. This is how life ought to be. Since fate has granted me a second chance, I must seize it. An Shaohai had nearly ascertained the identity of the shadowy figure who had conspired against him. With over 90% certainty that it was Jian Long from the neighboring Sheyong village. Although he had not seen the man's face, through careful deduction, An Shaohai recalled a faintly distinctive scent emanating from him. Confirming whether it was indeed Jian Long would be straightforward. Once An Shaohai ventured outside, he could find a way to approach him and ascertain if he bore that particular aroma. However, the mastermind behind the plot to harm him, the one who had secretly bribed the prison guards, might not be Jian Long at all. It could very well be connected to the deceased Zhou Tai, Zhou Tai's father. Zhou Weiguang, while the village chief of Shatuzhou, likely lacked the influence necessary for such machinations, indicating that deeper motives were at play. Either Zhou Weiguang had fortuitously befriended a significant figure, or Zhou Tai's background was more complex than it appeared. An Shaohai had already tasked Pan Zhuangzhuang with discreetly investigating this matter. Wang Taijun thought Pan Zhuangzhuang somewhat naive, yet this was far from the truth. His apparent simplicity was merely a guise. An Shaohai understood all too well how astute Pan Zhuangzhuang truly was. It is not solely beautiful women who can deceive. Seemingly loyal men are equally adept at manipulation. Entrusting this task to Pan Zhuangzhuang brought An Shaohai great confidence. Although the situation likely unfolded as suspected, An Shaohai sensed numerous inconsistencies, many of which defied rational explanation. For instance, why did Su Tionyu refer to him as idol brother? What prompted such immense goodwill and trust? The most perplexing of all was why he had set fire to his original house. This behavior seemed to suggest that Su Tionyu had exploited the situation to his own amusement while simultaneously avenging An Shaohai. Initially, An Shaohai held this belief. Yet the more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. The crux of the matter lay within Su Tianyu's character. He could endure being struck or scolded, but he would never accept being labeled as foolish. Burning someone else's house is not an act of folly, yet mistakenly incinerating the wrong property is undeniably a foolish endeavor. Given Su Tianyu's persona, he should not engage in actions that tarnish his own brilliance. Su Tianyu is far more likely to lead his men directly to assault Zhou Weiguang's residence, such is his modus operandi. There is no need to fabricate a narrative of feigned enmity under the pretense of protecting An Shaohai. When Su Tianyu descends into madness, there is no telling what he might do. His attentiveness to An Shaohai's emotions is indeed peculiar in itself. Moreover, what is the true nature of that character, Zhou Laonyo? How did he meet his demise, and who was responsible for it? An Shaohai possesses an acute understanding of his mother, Chen Shuifen. Her gentle disposition has led her to never confront anyone in her life, a quality both endearing and concerning to An Shaohai. The notion that Chen Shuifen could be involved in Zhou Laonyo's death is utterly implausible to him. Furthermore, numerous other matters raise suspicion. such as the formidable businessman Hu Haikong and the ominous presence of Guo Xiangshui looming over him. While these events may appear unrelated at first glance, Anshaohai harbors an unsettling conviction that they are intricately interconnected. Motives, yes, motives. With so many complications arising, what could possibly be their underlying intent? Anshaohai's brow furrows deeper in contemplation. Frustrated, he resolves to take a break and clears his mind. Engaging in such endless mental gymnastics can easily lead to a spiral of confusion, a sensation Anshaohai is all too familiar with. If clarity eludes him now, he will ponder it anew tomorrow. Nonetheless, on a separate note, it appears that Xiupeng has recently managed to regain his footing. However, seeing him thrive so comfortably stirs a sense of discontent within Anshaohai. Chapter 58, Baiyun Mountain Villa. In a villa nestled beside Baiyun Mountain in Haizhou City, Haidong Province, Liu Ming was engaged in a conversation with an individual whose demeanor hinted at a remarkable status, as evidenced by his modest posture, leaning sideways on the sofa. The man opposite Liu Ming, in his early 40s, bore a square face and striking features, exuding an air of refinement in his every gesture. Clad in a Zhongshan suit, his slightly curled hair was now graying, meticulously styled. This esteemed individual was none other than Zhou Jianhong, the vice-governor of Haidong Province. Governor Zhou. The situation is roughly as follows, Liu Ming spoke softly. To an uninformed observer, it might have seemed that Liu Ming was reporting on work matters. In reality, he was discussing the recent circumstances concerning Anshaohai. Understood. Xiao Lu, what do you think of Baiyun Mountain Villa? Zhou Jianhong inquired unexpectedly, shifting the focus away from Anshaohai. It's quite impressive. No, it's exceptionally splendid. Liu Ming, quick on his feet, adeptly adapted to the change in topic. Indeed. It is remarkable. Zhou Jianhong nodded gently. Compared to Western-style developments, I have a greater affinity for traditional Chinese gardens. Each step reveals a new vista, with winding paths leading to serene corners. A carved corridor, a patch of grass, a collection of sculptures, all contribute to an atmosphere that refreshes the spirit. Unlike Western garden designs, which tend to emphasize symmetry and grandeur, often lacking the depth and tranquility found in Chinese gardens. What are your thoughts? Governor, you speak with such insight. I am truly humbled, Liu Ming responded, eager to express his admiration. My dear brother, there is no need to remain so formal. Since we are now on familiar terms, let us address each other as brothers in private. As I am a few years your senior, you may call me Brother Zhou, Zhou Jianhong proposed. That would be wonderful. I shall not stand on ceremony. Liu Ming exclaimed, delighted. The signal from Governor Zhou was unmistakably clear. He appeared quite pleased with Liu Ming's performance. My brother, do you know who constructed this Baiyun Mountain Villa? Zhou Jianhong continued. Of course, it was built by Huayun Group. I have heard that they still retain several villas, each of a premier class, Liu Ming replied. Huayun Group is a well-known state-owned enterprise, involved in virtually every facet of life, including real estate. Indeed. I am surprised by your astuteness. I have a good relationship with Wang Goming, a vice president at Huayun Group. He has business interests here as well. When he is less occupied, I shall introduce you to him, Zhou Jianhong offered. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Liu Ming responded, momentarily struggling to adapt to the new form of address. Although Wang Goming was merely a vice president within Huayun Group, he was not someone easily accessible to a mere deputy mayor like Liu Ming. Establishing a connection with Wang Goming would provide significant advantages in future investment endeavors. Zhou Jianhong's gesture was undoubtedly a reciprocal act of kindness. Well, you are the mayor of a city after all. Humility is commendable, but do not be overly modest. Mr. Wang is quite the magnanimous individual. Perhaps with a mere wave of his hand, he could bestow upon you a residence at Baiyun Mountain Villa. Oh, I could hardly entertain such a notion. The Baiyun Mountain Villa is far beyond my means. Fear not, it is not truly yours, it is merely for your use. It provides you with a place to stay, facilitating our communications in the future. Should he propose it, simply accept it without hesitation. Sometimes, we must not appear overly unyielding. We should avoid leaving others to speculate. When clarity is required, it is imperative to provide clear information. Indeed, your wisdom is well noted, and I shall remember it. Liu Ming's heart soared with elation. This is Baiyun Mountain Villa. Although it cannot be officially transferred, the arrangement feels akin to ownership. Imagining future exploits with San Jianchun and others in such an environment, Liu Ming's heart raced with excitement. Very well, let us conclude this matter, await my further instructions. By the way, you mentioned that someone seems to be clandestinely dealing with An Shaohai. From whom did you receive this information? It was Yang Yuanbing who informed me. This young man is the section chief at the first prison of Deep Sea City. He is quite perceptive and adept at handling matters. He has executed the 2 tasks assigned to him with remarkable competence, and I believe he has a promising future. Yang Yuanbing. I shall remember that name. Zhou Jianhong murmured softly, nodding in acknowledgement. Given that An Shaohai has fallen to such depths, let us pause our actions for the time being. Especially since others are also addressing him, it would be prudent to observe the developments. Brother Zhou, do you think the other party might be orchestrated by Mr. Hu? No. Zhou Jianhong replied decisively, shaking his head. He always provides me with detailed reports of his arrangements. Those involved do not appear to be under his purview. Should I discreetly investigate who they are? No need for that, let us simply observe. I heard that Gao Zheng approached Xing Weigo regarding An Shaohai's case. And he specifically urged him to handle it impartially. What is the story behind this? Do you have any insight? Could it be that Gao Zheng has some connection to An Shaohai? Or perhaps An Shaohai's family sought Gao Zheng's assistance? I have some understanding of the situation. Liu Ming nodded. The matter is as follows: An Shaohai clashed with Zhou Tai and others over a girl named Lin Xiansheng. This Lin Xiansheng has a unique background. Her father, Lin Jiangwo, was a member of the armed police and sacrificed himself during an undercover mission years ago. This is likely why Gao Zheng has taken an interest in the case, otherwise, An Shaohai would not have received a mere 3-year sentence, which is rather unfortunate. I see. This complicates matters. Zhou Jianhong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Gao Zheng is quite the hardliner, a person not easily trifled with, and his connections and background are rather intricate. With Gao Zheng's attention on this case, we must exercise even greater caution moving forward. Therefore, please advise Yang Yuanbing to refrain from taking any action for the time being. Just as the meeting is about to commence, the provincial authorities are on the brink of initiating a new round of selections and evaluations, which is of paramount importance. Once the selection and evaluation are concluded and positions are assigned, the information will swiftly be disseminated to the city. For the time being, it would be prudent to maintain a low profile. I will also advise Lao Hu to do the same. Indeed, I will handle this matter with diligence, rest assured. My elder brother. Sighing deeply, Zhou Jianhong slumped onto the sofa, lamenting his culpability towards the mother and son. Zhou Tai's unfortunate predicament is indeed a consequence of my own missteps. We shall wait for a while and reassess the situation, regardless. I am determined to assist Zhou Tai in regaining his dignity. As Liu Ming exited Baiyun Mountain Villa, his steps grew notably lighter. Governor Zhou was indeed a man of integrity, a reliable ally in his endeavors. Zhou Jianhong's intentions were unmistakable, provided he could secure his position post-reorganization. Liu Ming would undoubtedly reap the rewards in the future. Liu Ming's mind raced with possibilities. Gao Zheng was a significant hidden danger, yet this threat could be easily mitigated. Primarily hinging on Lin Xiana. Gao Zheng's interest in An Shaohai's case stemmed from his fixation on Lin Xiana, who, in turn, harbored deep feelings for An Shaohai. However, this was not a grave concern. Youth is often fleeting in affections, and it is quite simple to redirect one's feelings. Moreover, An Shaohai was currently incarcerated, rendering him incapable of exerting any meaningful influence over Lin Xiana. It was rumored that the young lady was now attending a boarding school for a repeat year, preparing for university. Perhaps it would be best to wait until after her examinations, once she is free to act. I can devise a way for her to forget An Xiaohai. As long as Lin Xiena develops an affection for someone else, Gao Zheng will naturally lose interest in An Xiaohai. Yes, that is the plan. Liu Ming resolved firmly. As for the candidates, that would be a simple matter. The city committee courtyard was home to a group of aimless young scions whose skills may falter elsewhere, but they excelled in the art of courtship. With Lin Xiena's beauty, a little encouragement would have them clamoring for her attention. It's settled. In stark contrast to Liu Ming's buoyant mood, Qiu Peng was drenched in cold sweat, his gaze frantic like a startled deer. His pager displayed a message that sent shivers down his spine. Captain Qiu, I hope this message finds you well. Thank you for your assistance. To express my gratitude, let us meet on April 5th at 11 a.m. at Hongyun Tea House. I look forward to seeing you there. Tianyu. Chapter 059. The entangled Qiu Peng. The ghostly talent will not let you off easily. After a moment of sheer terror, Qiu Peng was consumed by a surge of anger. What on earth does Su Tianyu intend to achieve? Could it be that he seeks to blackmail me using this matter? Qiu Peng trembled all over. If that were the case, his future loomed like an unfathomable abyss of darkness. Humph, I am not so easily manipulated. Let us not forget, I am a police officer. Qiu Peng seethed with rage, gritting his teeth, and after a moment's contemplation, he dashed to his office and dialed a number. The call was directed to a friend at the Municipal Public Security Bureau with whom Qiu Peng maintained a solid rapport. He aimed to utilize this connection to investigate the origin of the information. If he could uncover the precise address, he might be able to track Su Tianyu's movements, allowing for a counteraction. If he could personally apprehend Su Tianyu, anything the latter claimed thereafter would undoubtedly be dismissed as mere fabrication. Yes, that is the course of action. Captain Qiu, what brings you to call me today? Came the languid voice of an old friend from the other end of the line. At that moment, Qiu Peng had no time for banter. He promptly articulated his request. Well, that is a bit tricky. I can certainly assist in the investigation, but the telecommunications company requires a procedural basis. I must have a reason to look into the sender of the message, his friend replied, sounding somewhat beleaguered. Brother, I beg of you, please help me. This matter is of utmost importance to me. Consider it a monumental favor owed to you, will you? I implore you. You must have a way. At this critical juncture, Qiu Peng cast aside his pride. All right then. I'll think of a way. Expect my news, his friend finally acquiesced, sensing Qiu Peng's urgency. After hanging up, Qiu Peng vigorously rubbed his face in frustration. April 5th, damn it, it's still my birthday. Is this merely a coincidence? Or did Su Tianyu orchestrate this deliberately? How did he even know my birthday? A myriad of thoughts flooded Qiu Peng's mind. An Xiaohai, distractedly consuming his meal, stole glances at Qiu Peng, who was patrolling nearby. It was evident that Qiu Peng had not rested well. Large dark circles adorned his eyes. The message received by Qiu Peng had been orchestrated by An Xiaohai via Pan Zhongzhong, intentionally scheduled for April 5th, Qiu Peng's birthday. This choice was not motivated by the significance of the date itself but rather by the fact that it was a little over 10 days away. Ample time for Qiu Peng to stew in anxiety. Hey, hi, why do you keep covertly observing Captain Qiu? Inquired Guo Xiangshui, who sat nearby, speaking in a hushed tone. Am I? An Xiaohai replied, astonished. He had merely been glancing out of the corner of his eye. How had Guo Xiangshui noticed? Of course you are. Guo Xiangshui shot him a disapproving look. Is it that obvious? Quite obvious, indeed. You are on the verge of bursting into laughter. Really? Is it that apparent? An Xiaohai stroked his chin contemplatively, realizing that he must enhance his acting skills moving forward. Uncle Shui, have you forgotten? Qiu Peng assaulted me, leaving me with over 10 stitches on my head. Last time, you clearly said it was 6 stitches. Does that detail truly matter? The crux of the matter is that he indeed struck me, While others conspire to end my life, he directs his blows at me instead. What purpose does your watchful eye serve? Can you foresee his demise? Perhaps that is a possibility. What if he succeeds? Rest assured, Uncle Shui. I possess a keen sense of judgment regarding people. I am certain that he will encounter misfortune soon. What you are doing is not judgment, it is merely observation. Regardless, I firmly believe he will face adversity. Very well, your word is law. Guoxiang Shui suddenly sensed that An Shaohai had undergone a subtle transformation. Though he could not articulate the nature of this change, it was simply evident. An Shaohai had indeed changed, not in any other aspect but in his mindset. Over the past 6 months, he had navigated the perilous brink of life and death, exerting every effort to evade both overt and covert threats, leaving him no respite. However, in recent times, circumstances appeared to have shifted quietly. At least, few criminals dared to approach him provocatively. An Shaohai understood that today's situation was not solely due to his relentless struggle. Su Tianyu had undoubtedly played a significant role in this change. This fellow. One could genuinely consider him my lucky star. An Shaohai couldn't help but smile wryly. It was precisely because of this newfound breathing space that An Shaohai initiated his counterattack against the hidden mastermind. Having determined that Xiaopeng was an accomplice of this shadowy figure, he resolved to strike at this henchman first. A decisive blow would be dealt. Even if this appendage could not be severed entirely, he would ensure it could no longer function effectively. Is it not said that the best defense is a good offense? If one merely cowers from the enemy's direct assaults, collapse is inevitable. Observing Xiaopeng's somewhat disheveled demeanor, An Shaohai suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. Engaging in a battle of wits and courage with these individuals is not solely fraught with tension. It also offers an exhilarating thrill. To survive is to struggle, and this unending conflict has allowed An Shaohai to truly feel the pulse of his existence. Unbeknownst to him, An Shaohai no longer resisted the notion of contention as he once did, nor could he discern whether this change was for better or worse. Xiaopeng, your future hinges upon the choices you make. An Shaohai, are you contemplating dealing with Xiaopeng? Zhao Da queried quietly from a distance. Mind your own business. An Shaohai furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why this fellow would pry into his affairs. Of course, it concerns me. If you intend to confront Xiaopeng, count me in. Moreover, should you succeed, we can consider our matters settled, and I can extend an olive branch. Zhao Da spoke with utmost seriousness. An Shaohai's brow furrowed further. Zhao Da did not appear to be jesting. Ahai. Do not harbor such intense animosity towards Ada, he indeed has a vendetta against Xiaopeng. That scoundrel Xiaopeng is quite ruthless. Zhao Da himself, along with several of his comrades, has suffered greatly at his hands. Rest assured, if you truly intend to confront Xiaopeng, Zhao Da will not intervene. Upon hearing Guoxiang Shui's words, An Shaohai cast a lingering glance at Zhao Da, neither rejecting nor accepting the notion, primarily apprehensive that this fellow might complicate matters. However, with Zhao Da potentially involved, it is indeed feasible to make slight adjustments to the plan, which may result in Xiaopeng encountering even greater misfortune. As time swiftly passed, the date of April 5th approached, looming ominously. Xiaopeng felt as though these days were nothing short of torment, even suspecting that Su Tianyu was being deliberately antagonistic. An Shaohai, too, found the wait to be quite exasperating, as this anticipation was far from a pleasant experience. The location from which the message was sent had been identified, and Xiaopeng had visited the site for investigation. It was an exceedingly remote convenience store, manned solely by an elderly woman. When Xiaopeng approached her with inquiries, the old woman was utterly oblivious, struggling even to comprehend Mandarin. Clearly, discovering Su Tianyu's whereabouts through this avenue seemed highly improbable, leaving Xiaopeng in a state of profound inner turmoil. Tomorrow marks April 5th, should he venture to the Hongyun tea house or refrain from doing so? Chapter 060, the anguish of the innocent Xiaopeng tossed and turned, unable to find rest, while An Shaohai also struggled with insomnia. Glancing at the moonlit sky, it was evident that it was already past midnight. Just as An Xiaohai resolved to force himself to sleep, he was startled by a faint rustling sound. He opened his eyes to see a shadow stealthily approaching the iron rack where the toiletries were kept. It was Lai Donglin. An Xiaohai furrowed his brow. Lai Donglin had returned just 2 days prior, yet since then he appeared to have transformed completely, his eyes vacant, spending his days in a daze upon his bed. He showed no reaction when called by the guards or when other inmates assaulted him. This state of affairs had persisted for 2 days, and now, in the dead of night, what was he intending to do? A disquieting feeling washed over An Xiaohai as Lai Donglin reached the iron rack. Carefully retrieving something from beneath his basin and concealing it in his hand, before cautiously making his way back to his bunk. This was troubling, he might be contemplating self-harm. Although the details were not entirely clear, An Xiaohai discerned the vague shape of what appeared to be a sharpened toothbrush. Damn it, not another toothbrush. There was no doubt that Lai Donglin wielding that object in the dead of night did not intend to harm others, otherwise he would not have returned to his own bed but rather sought to confront someone else. The fact that he had returned to his bunk indicated that he likely wished to inflict harm solely upon himself. An Xiaohai's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. He profoundly understood Lai Donglin's predicament and feelings. He could empathize deeply, for in another life, he was not unlike Lai Donglin. Were it not for his mother, Lin Xiana, and Pan Zhuangzhuang's unwavering support, he might have chosen the same path as Lai Donglin. Perhaps it was best to sleep. He had resolved not to meddle in other matters. An Xiaohai pulled the blanket over his head, yet the more he sought to escape, the more troubled he felt. Damn it. How did I end up witnessing this? What terrible luck. An Xiaohai cursed inwardly, acutely aware that ignorance would be bliss. But he had seen too much. Should he remain passive, this incident might become a burden, haunting him for a lifetime. Frustrated, An Xiaohai flung off his blanket and, barefoot, strode directly to Lai Donglin's bedside. Lai Donglin lay there, tears streaming down his face, his gaze fixed vacantly on the upper bunk, with a sharpened toothbrush pressed against his carotid artery. Had An Xiaohai arrived even a moment later, he might have already plunged it in. Move over. Make some space for me. An Xiaohai said irritably in a low voice. What? Lai Donglin failed to notice An Xiaohai's approach until he spoke. At which point he instinctively tucked the hand gripping the toothbrush beneath the blanket. I need to say a few words to you. Standing here might attract the guard's attention. So shift over a bit and give me some room. Just 2 minutes, I'll be gone once I finished. Although Lai Donglin was engulfed in confusion, his long history of being bullied compelled him to instinctively relinquish a considerable amount of space. Observing Lai Donglin, who curled up in the corner with a face full of terror and bewilderment, An Xiaohai felt his heart soften slightly. The image of Lai Donglin began to intertwine with another version of himself from a different realm. An Xiaohai gently lay down in the space that Lai Donglin had vacated and, after taking a deep breath, began to speak. There was a young man born in a small fishing village. Though his origins were unremarkable, he was cherished to the core by his mother, adored deeply by his girlfriend, and had friends to whom he would entrust his very life. Content with his lot, he vowed to rise above, pushing himself to excel in every aspect. His efforts bore fruit as he gained admission to a nationally renowned university with top provincial scores, truly becoming the pride of his village. Yet, just as he basked in the glory of his achievements, he inadvertently took a life, plunging from the heights of heaven into the depths of hell. At this juncture, An Xiaohai paused. Such a portrayal of one's life was far from a delightful experience. It was akin to tearing away all FAIDs and exposing one's wounds nakedly before others. You were speaking of yourself, weren't you? I've heard bits about your situation, but I never anticipated it would be like this. Lai Donglin murmured softly, his tone imbued with a hint of relief. But we are different. Thank you for coming to share these words with me. It was evident that An Xiaohai's words impacted Lai Donglin, albeit minimally. His tone was steeped in indifference. As one who had already resigned to despair views everything with apathy. Yes, that is indeed me, and we are certainly different. However, this difference is not as you envision. And Xiaohai inhaled deeply and continued, I did not come here to recount my own tale. I merely wish to impart a singular truth. How others perceive you is a reflection of your own projection. Conversely, how you perceive others is also a reflection of yourself. Life is singular and irreplaceable. Even if rebirth were possible, we must still strive for our existence. What do your words mean? Lai Donglin's gaze finally flickered with emotion. I trust you will grasp my meaning. What I can express and do is limited to this. Ultimately, the choices you make must rest solely upon you. Much better. I shall take my leave now, it is quite late. Please rest well. Having concluded his thoughts, An Xiaohai promptly rose and, with careful steps, returned to his own bedding and fell into slumber. He had said and done all that was necessary, and thus his heart found peace. Though sleep came late, An Xiaohai's long-established biological clock awakened him promptly. Instinctively glancing around the dormitory, he found everyone present. Lai Donglin was already tending to his toiletries in preparation for washing up. Despite his evident fatigue, his spirit appeared to have markedly improved. As Lai Donglin sensed An Xiaohai's gaze upon him, he turned to meet An Xiaohai's eyes. Though he said nothing and made no gestures, An Xiaohai could distinctly feel the gratitude emanating from him. An Xiaohai smiled at Lai Donglin and swiftly rose to his feet. For a captivating spectacle awaited him. Get away from me, stop loitering before my eyes, you are an eyesore. The lean monkey reprimanded Lai Donglin, relishing in his bullying. Emboldened by the support of others. Typically, Lai Donglin would have scurried away like a bee had stung him, but this time, he appeared oblivious to the taunts. Are you deaf? Before the lean monkey could finish his sentence, Lai Donglin erupted in a sudden fury, tackling the lean monkey to the ground. Wielding a sharpened toothbrush that he relentlessly drove into his opponent. How dare you bully me? I fear not death, so why should I fear you? I will obliterate you. Lai Donglin roared, his arms flailing in a frenzied assault. Blood splattered everywhere. For a moment, everyone stood frozen in shock at the scene before them. When had Lai Donglin become so ferocious? It was truly unfortunate for the lean monkey, already diminutive and frail, unable to withstand Lai Donglin's unexpected wrath. After a few agonized cries, silence fell, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. By the time the guards arrived to separate them, the lean monkey lay motionless on the ground. Goodness! Is this a bit too extreme? An Xiaohai shivered, a wave of goosebumps enveloping him. Once the guards departed, he dashed toward the washstand. Blood had splattered everywhere during the scuffle, and he dreaded the thought of having to scrub his towel for ages if it had gotten stained. Chapter 061, The Prosperous Tea House. Due to a recent malicious incident on the 27th, breakfast was postponed by half an hour. When An Xiaohai and his companions were escorted to the dining hall, the other inmates had already finished their meals, leaving them with nothing but remnants of cold dishes. An Xiaohai quickly scanned the room for the duty officer. Qiupeng was absent, evidently having fallen into a trap. Through Wang Taijun, An Xiaohai had glimpsed the duty roster for the month, and despite the recent personnel changes that altered the officers' shifts entirely, the pattern of their work and rotation remained unchanged. After a period of observation, An Xiaohai could easily deduce the current schedule. Today marked Qiupeng's third day on duty. He would need to work at least 2 more days before he could take a break. As a squad leader, his absence during breakfast likely indicated he had taken leave. An Xiaohai felt quite pleased, not because of Qiupeng, but rather from the gratifying experience of awakening a person's spirit. He enjoyed his breakfast with an elegant demeanor, as though he were not in a prison but rather in a fine dining establishment. Not far away, Zhao Da was covertly watching An Xiaohai. He had not slept well the previous night, for An Xiaohai had ultimately involved him in the plan against Qiupeng. In the end, An Xiaohai merely provided the idea, while Zhao Da had taken the initiative to arrange the details and execute the plan. Upon reflection, it seemed rather unworthy. Yet, if they could bring down Qiupeng, it might all prove worthwhile. He hoped fervently for the success of the plan. Truly, intellectuals are different, full of cunning schemes. With such conflicting and resentful thoughts, Zhao Da finished his breakfast and returned to the cell, while An Shaohai headed to the workshop with Guo Xiangshui. The workload today was substantial, as a considerable number of prefabricated panels needed to be completed within the day. Qiupeng arrived at the prosperous tea house. Not only did he arrive, but he did so quite early, reaching there by 3 a.m. Since he could not sleep, he thought it best to come here and keep watch. Qiupeng surmised that Su Tianyu had asked to meet here for a purpose, likely to set up plans in advance. If he could apprehend Su Tianyu early, it would allow this nightmarish ordeal to conclude sooner. Qiupeng waited through the entire night and into the morning. Now it was already 11 a.m. and no suspicious activity had occurred. The prosperous tea house catered to an upscale clientele, charging high prices, thus the flow of patrons was sparse. Furthermore, who among the elite would venture to a tea house so early in the morning? The pager had been buzzing all morning, but Qiupeng paid it no mind. It was merely a report of a fight in the cell, a common occurrence in the first prison district, happening almost daily. However, this incident seemed more severe, as one inmate had sustained a severe eye injury, likely irreparable, and it appeared that the assailant would face significant repercussions. Yet, none of these matters were of immediate concern to Qiupeng. His priority remained the resolution of the threat posed by Su Tianyu. He glanced at his watch, 11:10 a.m. Taking a deep breath, Qiupeng stepped out from his hiding place and made his way towards the prosperous tea house. Qiupeng understood very well that many matters could not be evaded, thus, it was better to confront them directly. The tea house was enveloped in tranquility, the young lady at the reception exuding elegance and serenity. "Sir, may I inquire about your membership card? Do you have a reservation?" Qiupeng shook his head. "I am not a member, nor do I have a reservation. I was invited here to meet someone." "May I ask the name of the person who arranged this meeting?" "The surname is Su." "Su. Oh. You must be Captain Chiu." Qiupeng nodded. "It is indeed an honor to have you here, Captain Chiu. You do have a reservation, and it is for a distinguished VIP. Miss Fong has been anxiously waiting for your arrival, thinking you might not come. Please, take a seat. I will fetch Miss Fong for you." The receptionist swiftly guided Qiupeng to a nearby seat, her demeanor transforming dramatically, her voice adopting a more flirtatious tone. "Captain Chiu, you have finally arrived. We were beginning to fear you would not show." Qiupeng did not have to wait long. Feng's voice preceded her entrance. As she swayed her hips, she caught Qiupeng's attention. In her 30s, with an oval face and large eyes, her exquisitely tailored qipao accentuated her curvaceous figure. The high slits of the qipao allowed glimpses of her shapely thighs and black lace stockings, easily igniting one's imagination. "Captain Chiu, this is not the place for conversation. The room is ready. Please follow me." Fong showcased an alluring silhouette at the staircase before turning to ascend. The lingering glance she cast was utterly captivating. Despite the precarious situation, Qiupeng could not suppress his reaction. Though Fong was not youthful, every aspect of her resonated deeply with him, combined with the unique charm that maturity bestows. With a sigh, Qiupeng followed Fong up the staircase. At that moment, his mindset underwent a subtle transformation. Perhaps Su Tianyu genuinely wished to express gratitude to him. Perhaps he sought something from him. Qiupeng felt a flicker of anticipation. Feng's pace remained steady, neither too fast nor too slow, maintaining a certain distance while occasionally guiding him with a slight turn of her body. Her demeanor further ignited Qiupeng's fervor. Truly a turning point. The VIP room at the Hongyun Tea House was spacious and adorned with an antique charm. Besides 2 private restrooms, it even featured a bedroom. The décor of the bedroom starkly contrasted with the tea room's rustic elegance, exuding an unmistakable air of intimacy. Wealthy individuals certainly know how to indulge, Qiupeng mused. The tea hall had been festooned with celebratory red decorations, a large birthday cake gracing the table alongside an exquisite little gift box. "Captain Chiu, please make yourself comfortable. I shall prepare some tea for you." Feng Jie gracefully pulled out a chair, and after Chiu Peng took his seat, she gently patted his shoulder and spoke. Her subtle fragrance intoxicating him. It appeared that the situation was perhaps not as he had anticipated. Su Tianyu's arrangement likely was not intended to embroil him in trouble. Chiu Peng understood that Feng Jie's claim of stepping away to prepare tea was merely a pretext. Her true intention was to provide him with a private space to receive a gift. He had encountered such circumstances numerous times before. Yet this occasion was marked by a grander display. As Feng Jie closed the door behind her, Chiu Peng surveyed the surroundings and eagerly unwrapped the small gift box. His movements tinged with impatience. To his expectation, nestled within the box lay a modest stack of currency. Although small, it sent his heart racing. These were Hong Kong dollars. Each valued at 1,000, and the 20 notes amounted to a total of 20,000. Beneath them was a small note inscribed with a single line, "To express my gratitude, everything in this room is yours today, including the people. You may do as you wish. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Until we meet again in the world." A fierce internal struggle ensued within Chiu Peng. Though it did not last long. He swiftly folded the money and tucked it into his satchel. There was little to contemplate. Su Tianyu already possessed leverage over him. And if he wished to coerce him, there was no need for such theatrics. Observing the details, it seemed that Su Tianyu harbored no intentions of harming him, notably. The note did not mention any names. This alone spoke volumes of sincerity. His heart raced, though this was not his first time receiving a gift. It was certainly the most substantial. Drug traffickers truly were generous. At that moment, although Chiu Peng maintained his guard, the anxiety that had plagued him began to dissipate. As long as Su Tianyu did not immediately threaten him with demands, Chiu Peng felt less apprehensive. He believed that with a sufficient buffer, he could navigate this ordeal. Humph. Do not think that 20,000 and a woman can buy my loyalty. I shall never find peace until you are thoroughly resolved. Chiu Peng thought fiercely. Captain Chiu. Are you ready? I am about to enter. At that moment, Feng Jie's voice resonated from the doorway, perfectly timed. Everything within this room belongs to me. A surge of excitement ignited within Chiu Peng. Chapter 62, A Match of Equals. Feng Jie entered with a tray of tea, having changed into a new outfit. This time, her chipa was even more daring, with an entirely open back adorned only by a delicate layer of black gauze, which rendered her all the more alluring. Captain Chiu. Will you indulge in cake first, or shall you savor the company? She inquired softly, her eyebrow arched playfully. Chiu Peng felt a rush of blood surge to his head as he instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Yet, years of experience urged him to retain a semblance of composure. Cake was certainly tempting, but one could not overlook the other pleasures. However, this was not the appropriate venue for such indulgences. Even in his most disoriented state, Chiu Peng would never consider such actions in a place orchestrated by Su Tianyu. Falling into a trap would lead to disastrous consequences. He had not sunk to such folly. Seizing the moment, Feng Jie leaned into Chiu Peng's embrace. Her breath warm against his ear as she whispered, Captain Chiu, you may choose any place to enjoy me, after all, I am yours for the day. And you can do as you please. With that, she playfully nibbled on his earlobe. The seductive gesture nearly unraveled Chiu Peng's resolve, yet he managed to maintain his calm. Once we leave here, head east for a block to Shanghai Road, where you can wait for me at the bus stop. I shall join you shortly. All right. But what of the cake? It is rather expensive. Handle it as you wish, keep it for yourself or gift it to someone else. It's entirely up to you. How can that be? This is your birthday cake, Captain Chiu. Perhaps I should hide a piece within my embrace, and you can enjoy it while I hold you. Good heavens. Chiu Peng felt as if his brain might explode. Enough. Go now, I can hardly wait. Consider it done, I shall leave at once. Feng Jie stood up, her movements languid and graceful, casting glances back as she departed. After enduring a brief moment of restraint, Chopin picked up his bag and exited. The receptionist did not require him to settle the bill, it had already been taken care of. Chopin had lost all interest in the subtle advances of the young woman at the front desk. How could she compare to the allure of Feng Jie? A woman of sophistication. Once outside the Hongyun tea house, Chopin nearly sprinted across several streets to find his car. Starting the engine, he pressed the accelerator and sped towards Shanghai Road. Upon arriving at the bus stop, however, he found no sign of Feng Jie. Just as anxiety began to take hold, she appeared, still clad in that irresistibly provocative qipao, now complemented by a long trench coat, enhancing her enchanting allure. With Feng Jie by his side, Chopin drove swiftly towards Huanggong Garden, where he had discreetly acquired a property meant for clandestine escapades. Today, it would serve a significant purpose. In a hurry, they ascended the stairs, and upon entering the room, Chopin grasped Feng Jie's arm and playfully tossed her onto the bed. She landed with a soft gasp, her lustrous hair cascading around her like a vast web spun by a spider. Chopin could no longer restrain himself, gasping for breath as he tore off his clothing and recklessly lunged forward. 6 chapters omitted. Hi. Zhao Da asked me to remind you that you owe him 13,000 Hong Kong dollars. Early the next morning, during the wash-up time, Guo Xiangshui spoke quickly. Yesterday. And Shanghai and Zhao Da waited all day for news, yet not a single word came, and Chopin had not returned either. And Shanghai and his companions had worked overtime until late the previous night, allowing them to arrive at work a bit later today. Zhao Da did not wish to disturb An Xiaohai's slumber, thus he asked Guo Xiangshui to convey the message before departing. 13,000. That can't be right. Isn't it supposed to be 10,000? Uncle Shui, could you please inquire whether this fellow has made a mistake? You should ask him yourself. I truly don't understand what sort of nonsense you two are up to. Guo Xiangshui replied irritably while brushing his teeth. And Shanghai and Zhao Da were both tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge their plans for dealing with Chopin. And Shanghai felt a sense of relief, although Zhao Da had inexplicably raised the stakes. It at least indicated that their plan had succeeded, though he was puzzled as to why the increment occurred. After finishing breakfast in a distracted manner, and Shanghai had just settled into his workspace when Zhao Da anxiously approached him. What's got you so flustered, Dagu? Did something go awry? And Shanghai's heart skipped a beat. No mishap, everything went smoothly. It's just that Chopin is extraordinarily capable. Feng Jie was tormented from noon until 3 in the morning. A full 14 hours, it nearly took half her life. Zhao Da exclaimed. Now she wants to increase the price, and I had no choice but to agree. Adding 1,000. Is this fellow even human? How can he be this intense? Oh, I see. 2,000 for Feng Jie, 3,000 for her. And now an additional 1,000, totaling 24,000. That means we each get 12,000, correct? You're asking me for 13,000 now, are you trying to swindle me? How could I dare to deceive you, my Haigu? No, my esteemed Haidai. I sent the tea house free of charge. Weren't you the one who said that tea house belongs to your brother? Why should there be a charge? That's rather inconsiderate. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Zhao Da was becoming agitated. Moreover, they are taking a significant risk by lending us the place, which shows great loyalty. As brothers, we cannot allow a fellow brother to suffer losses. It was unexpected that Zhao Da was quite reasonable in this regard. No wonder he could assume the role of a leader. All right, you have a point. I will accept this debt, but as previously agreed. I have nothing at the moment and will have to wait until I go out. Understood, I have already covered it, I truly fear you. Just accept it. It's not a trivial sum. But honestly, how should we handle that thing? Zhao Da appeared somewhat at a loss. Zhao Da, listen to my advice, throw it away. The farther the better. Ideally, toss it into the sea, where it cannot be retrieved, and Shanghai calmly suggested. What a waste to throw it away. Besides, keeping it might prove useful. Stop. Do not entertain such thoughts. Trust me, it is exceedingly dangerous. If this item is taken outside, its essence will change entirely. However, you are the leader. Ultimately, how to proceed is for you to contemplate. In any case, I have already alerted you, and this matter ends here. Having no further connection to me. Well, I suppose I shall heed your advice and dispose of it. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Da nodded in agreement. Additionally, that Feng Jia must be managed properly. She must not fall into Qiu Peng's hands. Rest assured. Feng Jia has long desired to develop her prospects in the metropolis. And now, with some funds at her disposal, I even made arrangements for her there. She is absolutely thrilled and should already be on the train. Did your people witness her boarding the train? Of course. If that bunch of rascals dares to deceive me, I will ensure they regret it. Enough of your worries. I truly must address you as big brother. I am quite in awe of you. On the other side, Qiu Peng lay in bed, stretching lazily, emitting a sound that was uncertain whether it expressed comfort or pain. It had been quite a while since he had indulged himself so freely. He did not expect to encounter an equally matched Feng Jie, which reignited his long-dormant desires for conquest and competition. The previous day's encounter had been exhilarating. The space beside him was empty, and Feng Jie had vanished without a trace. Qiu Peng vaguely understood that she must have departed early in the morning. When he opened his eyes, he had seen her, still languid, leaning against the wall to shower, filling him with an overwhelming sense of pride. Though fatigued, Feng Jie had tidied her belongings and left after showering, bestowing upon Qiu Peng a sweet kiss as she departed. Such thoughtfulness. Otherwise, upon waking, Qiu Peng would have felt compelled to offer her a token of appreciation. Nevertheless, he was willing to part with this money. Yesterday had been truly intoxicating. A satisfaction he had not experienced in quite some time. With immense determination, Qiu Peng rose from his bed. Today, he was scheduled to work. But he had wisely foreseen this and had instructed Wu Weihong, an older prison guard who often accompanied Emo Qinglian, to cover for him if he did not appear this morning. As Qiu Peng hummed a tune while showering, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat upon picking up his bag, realizing it was significantly lighter than the previous day. Trembling, he unzipped the bag, his anxiety causing him to struggle multiple times before it finally opened. The 20,000 Hong Kong dollars remained intact. Yet the gun he had brought was nowhere to be found. The gun. Where is my gun? Qiu Peng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Chapter 063, Turmoil and Revelry. Qiu Peng lay helplessly on the ground, making several attempts to grasp something in order to rise, yet each effort ended in failure. He ultimately surrendered to his predicament, collapsing where he was and gasping for breath. The ecstasy had turned to sorrow. Qiu Peng believed he had exercised utmost caution. Yet he found himself in a predicament of grave consequence, a misstep so monumental that it might lead to his eternal downfall. What should I do? His mind was a chaotic whirlpool. This situation had escalated to an irretrievable state. Prison guards were indeed armed, but they were strictly forbidden from carrying their firearms outside the prison without proper authorization, which required a detailed report and rigorous scrutiny. Qiu Peng had clandestinely come to this rendezvous, or rather, he had secretly sought to apprehend Su Tianyu, and naturally, he had brought his weapon, without having filed any report. There was neither a valid reason to file one, nor did he foresee any issues arising, believing that if nothing transpired, there would be no repercussions. If he managed to capture Su Tianyu, his superiors would likely overlook his transgression of carrying a firearm unlawfully. However, now the gun was lost. No matter how he tried to rationalize, Qiu Peng knew he could not explain this incident. He was already compromised, or how could he provide justification? The loss of a firearm was an exceedingly grave matter for any officer, and the implications of his uniform being stripped away were dire. If that weapon led to a greater calamity, he would be held accountable. In Qiu Peng's mind, it was inevitable that trouble would arise. For the gun had fallen into the hands of Su Tianyu. Who was Su Tianyu? A madman. Qiu Peng shut his eyes in anguish. reflecting that he was a prison guard, often arrogant and disrespectful towards the inmates, many of whom were hardened criminals with no hope of ever being released. If one day he were to find himself incarcerated, the consequences were all too easy to imagine. At that moment, it would be a true struggle for survival. A desperate situation indeed. No. This cannot be allowed to happen. With this thought, the shiver coursed through Chiopeng's body, igniting a flicker of strength within him, and he managed to rise from the ground. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Chiopeng meticulously searched the premises, both inside and out. After his thorough examination, despair enveloped him completely. The gun was certainly not here, it had to have been taken by that woman, Feng Jie. In a daze, he settled into his car and started the engine, uncertain of his destination. Unbeknownst to him, the car found its way to the Hongyun tea house. Although he was acutely aware that hope was slim, Chiopeng still harbored a fantasy of finding Feng Jie there. And this subconscious glimmer of hope propelled him to drive to this location. Just as Chiopeng was about to exit the vehicle, his gaze was drawn to a familiar figure entering the tea house. The moment he opened the car door, he froze in his tracks. That individual was a leader from the prison administration. Regardless of the reason for this leader's presence or their purpose for being there, Chiopeng realized he could not afford to create a scene today. The greater the commotion, the swifter the demise. If he dared to divulge the clandestine activities of the Hongyun tea house, his fate would be sealed even more hastily. Chiopeng's heart sank, feeling as though he had died. And with a resounding bang, he slammed the car door shut. "Suti on you. I will not share the same sky with you." After an indeterminate period of simmering rage, Chiopeng erupted within the confines of his vehicle, drawing the attention of passers-by who instinctively veered away, clearly disturbed by his outburst. With no other options left, Chiopeng gritted his teeth, ignited the engine, and sped away like the wind. The following day, an air of tension enveloped the first prison of Deep Sea City, as the schedule for the guards was thrown into disarray. Inmates were frequently taken out for questioning, while guards were summoned to the leadership's office for discussions. As days passed, the situation not only failed to improve but escalated further. Many were perplexed, nothing significant had occurred at the first prison recently. The inmates were utterly bewildered by the bizarre turn of events. The only two privy to the underlying issues were Anshaohai and Zhaoda. Anshaohai would never divulge the information, and Zhaoda, recognizing the gravity of the situation, chose to remain silent as well. In truth, the reality was far more tumultuous than the inmates perceived. Chiopeng had vanished, and he had done so while armed. The immediate concern of the prison authorities was whether Chiopeng had met with foul play. After all, he was a guard known for his flamboyant demeanor, which likely antagonized some dangerous individuals, making retaliation a distinct possibility. The prison leadership informed the relevant departments, urging an urgent investigation into Chiopeng's whereabouts, prompting swift action from the police and armed forces. Ultimately, news arrived from the border. On the afternoon of April 6, Chiopeng had crossed the Shenhui port into Honggang, carrying a substantial amount of cash and falsified documents from the first prison, all under the guise of executing official duties. This revelation detonated like a bomb within the legal and political system of Deep Sea City. It was impossible to keep this under wraps, especially since Chiopeng was likely still armed. The municipal committee realized the situation could not be concealed, leading them to report the matter upwards. The provincial leadership was incensed, issuing a directive for a thorough investigation. This inquiry revealed a plethora of issues surrounding Chiopeng. Astonishingly, he possessed 5 properties, all located in upscale neighborhoods, with a total value exceeding 1 million. Even if all were mortgaged, it would be inconceivable to acquire such assets without a substantial down payment. How could an ordinary guard, recently promoted to a team leader, amass such wealth? As the investigation deepened, more and more troubling revelations about Chiopeng began to surface, sending shockwaves through the entire prison and judicial systems of Deep Sea City. On May 1, Labor Day, the inmates enjoyed a day of rest. As usual, many gathered in the media room to watch television. This time, however, their request was peculiar. They did not ask for entertainment programming but insisted on watching the news from Haishi provincial television. Though the duty guard was puzzled, he acquiesced to their demands, as watching the news was not an unreasonable request. The news program from the Haishi provincial station predominantly covers matters pertaining to Haishi province. A multitude of prisoners listened in a state of drowsiness, yet no one dared to suggest changing the channel. Just as the guards grew increasingly perplexed, a startling news bulletin was suddenly broadcast. This station reports that at the first prison of Shenhui City, Haidong Province, last month, a heinous case of officer corruption and dereliction of duty, involving armed escape, occurred. The gravity of this incident is profound, causing significant repercussions, and has garnered the utmost attention from the leaders of Haidong Province. In related work meetings, it has been repeatedly emphasized that the involved officer must be apprehended and brought to justice. The report continued, detailing the former officer Chiopang, a 43-year-old male from Shenhui City, who is divorced. However, before the news could conclude, the television was abruptly turned off with a loud click, eliciting a chorus of protests from the captivated prisoners. No wonder the atmosphere in the prison had been so unusual of late. No wonder they hadn't seen Captain Chio for some time. Such explosive events had unfolded. How exhilarating. What are you all clamoring about? Silence. The duty guard, incensed, snapped at the prisoners while shutting off the television, yet at this juncture, the inmates were unwilling to heed his commands. The uproar only intensified. In times of upheaval, no snowflake is innocent. The once dominant guards, now tainted by such a disgraceful incident, had seen their scant authority crumble to dust in the eyes of the prisoners. Who would listen to the guards in such a moment? Rather, all the inmates were seizing the opportunity to unleash their pent-up emotions, disregarding all consequences. Chaos ensued. The guards present were utterly incapable of quelling the disturbance. Attempts to intervene only exacerbated the turmoil, drawing in even those prisoners who had not been in the media room. The inmates wreaked havoc on the various items within their cells, frantically pounding on the tightly secured iron doors, shouting at the top of their lungs, and releasing their emotions in a frenzy reminiscent of an apocalyptic celebration. Chapter 064. The incident exposed the unrest persisted for nearly 2 hours until the newly appointed Deputy Warden Li Wei intervened personally, forcefully quelling the disturbance with an unwavering demeanor. However, such an incident could not be contained. Soon, word reached the Bureau of Prison Administration, followed by the Municipal Committee of Deep Sea and the Provincial Committee of Haidong. How could this happen? What is your publicity department doing? How did this incident escalate to Haishi province and even get reported by the provincial television station? Liu Ming slammed his hand on the table, his fury palpable, leaving the leaders of the prison administration in a state of trepidation. No one dared to speak. Anyone who provoked Mayor Liu at this moment would surely face dire consequences. Investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry. There must be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. We must identify this individual. Interrogate those ringleaders among the inmates. Surely, some of them possess insider knowledge. And what about you? What have you been doing? It has been nearly a month. Where is Chiopeng? He has fled abroad, and we lack the authority to enforce the law. Director Zhou Zhongguo of the Deep Sea Public Security Bureau replied, his face etched with helplessness. This is an unforeseen calamity. Zhou Zhongguo, nearing retirement, was most apprehensive about encountering significant cases during his final years, which would jeopardize his peace of mind as he approached retirement. His greatest concern was his subordinate, Wang Taijun, whose reckless actions often resulted in major scandals, leaving Zhou to bear the brunt of the fallout. In recent months, Wang Taijun had seemed more subdued, allowing Zhou to breathe a sigh of relief, only for the first prison to once again be embroiled in turmoil. Truly, what one fears most often manifests. You are at a loss now that he has escaped. What about his wife and child? Have they been investigated? There must be some leads, right? Liu Ming persisted. Unrelenting. We have already investigated. They have been divorced for many years, and his son does not even acknowledge him as his father. They are likely unaware of anything. These are mere surface appearances, do you understand? Liu Ming nearly shouted, pounding the table. Criminals are seldom so compliant. Investigate. We must uncover the truth. This Chiu Peng is infuriating. Enough. You may all leave, attend to your duties and do not linger here to irritate me. After venting his frustrations, Liu Ming waved his hand, dismissing them. The group exhaled in relief, scurrying out of Liu Ming's office. The moment the door closed, the furious Liu Ming quickly regained his composure. The small-minded focus on trivialities, while those in power only consider their interests. The fast prison has been mired in disgrace. Losing one's temper resolves nothing. What matters most is what advantages Liu Ming can derive from this incident. Hon Jianyong is indeed a cunning fox. Is Chiu Peng not under his purview? His remarkable composure throughout this ordeal, uttering not a single word. How intriguing. Chiu Peng is no saint. This old fellow's hands are surely not clean. How captivating. Liu Ming stroked his chin, pondering for a while before finally seizing the telephone at the edge of the table and dialing. The ringleaders of the disturbance at the fast prison were all sentenced to 3 days of solitary confinement, including Zhao Da. Upon his release, though still somewhat dazed, Zhao Da promptly sought out An Shaohai. Brother Hai, how did you know that the Haishi provincial TV station would definitely report this news? Enlighten me. It was merely a guess, An replied. Given the magnitude of the incident involving Chiu Peng at the fast prison, the authorities surely wish to keep it under wraps, thus only issuing a limited notification. Zhao Da, upon learning this, felt a deep sense of injustice. After much effort yielding little in terms of noise, he vented his frustrations to An Shaohai, lamenting that the world truly operates on a system of mutual protection among officials. An Shaohai promptly suggested that if Zhao Da was dissatisfied, he could attempt to leak the information to the television station as a public tip-off. If they reported it, it would become common knowledge. Zhao Da was elated and immediately dispatched his subordinates to act. However, contrary to expectations, these revelations sank without a trace. No television station in Haidong province or Shanghai city reported anything at all. Zhao Da's discontent deepened, and his resentment toward society intensified. An Shaohai was not surprised. He understood the procedural workings of television stations. The notion that journalists are unofficial kings was sheer nonsense. Before covering a story, reporters must first propose a topic. Only with the producer's approval can they embark on the assignment. After filming, the footage must be edited and submitted for review by the producer, followed by the department head, and then the channel director. Only after the channel director signs off and affixes a seal can it be sent to the broadcasting department. For a story like Chiu Peng's to be reported in Haidong province would be akin to a miracle. If such news were to be aired, it would either indicate a collective lapse in judgment within the propaganda department, or a personal vendetta between the leaders of the television station and the fast prison. However, it was far more likely that the propaganda department was simply acting irrationally. Interpersonal animosities among leaders seldom manifest so overtly. As such actions would be a slap in the face to all involved, no one would be foolish enough to do that. Nonetheless, while it may not be reported in Haidong province, that does not preclude the possibility in other provinces. As long as the matter holds true and the leaders in other provinces have no ties to those in Haidong, they would naturally be eager to report such a story. Observing the turmoil elsewhere can be quite entertaining. It might even serve to undermine their competitors. Thus, in the news, the domestic situation always appears splendid, with citizens living in peace and prosperity, while abroad, chaos reigns and people endure great suffering. Such is the logic of the narrative. Consequently, An Shaohai proposed to Zhao Da that he could send his subordinates to Haishi province to try their luck. This endeavor indeed bore fruit after investigating the situation. Haishi Provincial TV not only praised Zhao Da's subordinate profusely but also rewarded him with a bounty of 100 yuan for the tip-off. According to Zhao Da, this fellow was so elated that he couldn't stop grinning for several days, claiming to have discovered a new avenue for wealth. This left Zhao Da feeling rather uncertain. What if this individual let the cat out of the bag? That would spell trouble for him. Nevertheless, the matter was successfully resolved. And after Zhao Da sternly intimidated the young subordinate, his mood finally lifted. That fool Qiupeng was doomed. What a relief. At this point, Zhao Da's expression grew serious. And Xiaohai, as I have stated, if you can deal with Qiupeng, I, Zhao Da, shall acknowledge you as a leader. I keep my word, so await my signal. Bright and early tomorrow morning. If we run out of wine, we shall have to make do with water. I hope you won't mind, my brother Xiaohai. Zhao Da's demeanor had never been so grave, and An Xiaohai took a deep breath, nodding slightly. There are rules on the streets. And those who rise to leadership are often the ones who adhere most closely to these regulations. Ironically, it is precisely these leaders who fear any disruption of the established order. Thus, An Xiaohai could not refuse. Soon, dawn broke, and during breakfast, the cell was empty save for Guo Xiangshui, who remained to tidy An Xiaohai's attire. Uncle Shui, is this really necessary? An Xiaohai felt somewhat awkward. In truth, there was little to arrange, as everyone donned the same prison garb. The only distinction was that today, An Xiaohai wore a shirt beneath his uniform. Ahai! You simply do not understand. Guo Xiangshui sighed softly. Today is not merely about Zhao Da acknowledging you. By doing so, he recognizes your status. With his acknowledgement, other leaders will likewise accept you. From this day forth, you are also a leader here, a figure of significance. It has not been easy, Ahai. And I am genuinely happy for you. So that was it. And Xiaohai finally grasped the weight of this revelation. Goodness, unbeknownst to him, he had somehow ascended to a position of leadership. He couldn't help but wonder how Wang Taijun would react upon hearing this news. Chapter 065, The Toast of Reconciliation. Today, the atmosphere in the cafeteria was distinctly peculiar. After receiving their breakfast, the inmates refrained from eating, sitting quietly in their designated spots as if awaiting something momentous. Despite the guards' persistent urging, which escalated to threats, not a single individual dared to lift their chopsticks. Just as the guards' tempers flared, An Xiaohai entered the cafeteria, accompanied by Guo Xiangshui. Instantly, all eyes turned in their direction, and Zhao Da rose to his feet. Who has arrived? Zhao Da inquired loudly. A profound silence enveloped the room, even the guards momentarily rendered speechless. An Xiaohai, his voice resonated calmly yet powerfully. Well, I am Zhao Da from the East Gate. Listen closely, my brothers. Today, I, Zhao Da, am here to propose a toast of reconciliation with An Xiaohai from Shatujio. From this moment on, the enmity between An Xiaohai and me is hereby resolved. After this toast, we shall all be good brothers. Zhao Da proclaimed. An Xiaohai, come forth and join me. Zhao Da lifted 2 cups of water, one for himself and the other extended towards An Xiaohai. A faint smile graced An Xiaohai's lips as he inhaled deeply and stepped forward. An Xiaohai, stop right there. You must not proceed. Lu Tsong, realizing the gravity of the situation, urgently shouted from a distance. Having worked at the first prison for over a year, he understood that accepting this cup signified a pivotal moment for An Xiaohai. Lu Tsong could not bear to watch the youth march towards his own demise. An Xiaohai disregarded Lu Tsong's pleas, his resolve unwavering. He had arrived at this juncture, leaving him with no alternative. An Xiaohai, have you heard me? Lu Tsong's anxiety escalated as he attempted to reach out and restrain An Xiaohai, only to be held back by Wu Yuehong. Qiupeng had fled, and Lu Tsong had volunteered to transfer to oversee the first district, not only seeking advancement but also to safeguard An Xiaohai. Thus, Lu Tsong became Wu Yuehong's new partner, while Mo Qinglian acquired a different associate. Old Wu, are we merely to stand by and watch? Lu Tsong expressed his desperation. Sighing deeply, Wu Yuehong replied, Little Lu, let it be. You cannot intervene. An Xiaohai cannot turn back now, the only path ahead leads to ruin. So, relinquish your efforts. Old Wu, this is against protocol. Is it not? Are we to merely observe as the inmates engage in such actions? Liu Song retorted. Indeed, it was against protocol. Yet it was prudent to allow them their course. They had committed no heinous act, merely raising their voices during mealtime. Once the situation concluded, the ringleaders could be dealt with according to regulations. If you intervene now, it will not only prove futile but may also exacerbate tensions between us and the inmates. Better to endure for now. A riot among the prisoners would leave us all in dire straits. Just observe the others, see how they remain unmoved. Liu Song surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, while the guards at the scene were intently focused on Anshaohai and Zhaoda, not a single one dared to intervene. Our fast prison can no longer withstand turmoil. Sai, Xiaolu, there are some matters we are powerless to change. Wu Weihong sighed again, releasing Liu Song's arm. Liu Song clenched his jaw, battling the urge to intervene multiple times, but ultimately surrendered upon witnessing the silence of his colleagues. Meanwhile, Anshaohai had taken the cup from Zhaoda's hands, and without hesitation, raised it to his lips and drank it all. Cheers erupted around the room. Well done. Brother Hai is indeed worthy of respect. From this day forth, Brother Hai shall be my brother, Zhaoda proclaimed. Come, let us greet Brother Hai. Brother Hai, good. Zhaoda's followers stood in unison, calling out to him. The other inmates joined in uproar, creating a scene of chaos. Just as the guards were about to act, someone initiated a chant, then suddenly all the inmates ceased their clamor, joining in song. How many true friends do we have in this world? How many friendships can endure? Today we part with a firm handshake, friendship remains in our hearts. Though we bid farewell for now, we shall surely meet again someday. Even if we cannot see each other, we shall always be friends. Oh, the tumult of prison life. Standing at the center of the dining hall, Anshaohai felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet truthfully, he was somewhat moved. So many people, regardless of their backgrounds, risking disciplinary action to sing in acceptance of him. What more could be said? Simultaneously, a flicker of apprehension ignited within Anshaohai. It turned out that Zhaoda held such influence in the first prison district. Not only did the inmates from his dormitory show respect, but those from other quarters did as well. Anshaohai was no longer the naive college student after spending considerable time in the first district. He had garnered some understanding of the various leaders there. This time, nearly all the inmate leaders had participated in the act. As the song concluded, normalcy returned. Inmates resumed their meals, and the guards began their routine patrols, all tacitly pretending as if nothing had transpired. However, Anshaohai and Zhaoda could not escape punishment, each receiving 3 days of solitary confinement and an additional 3 months added to their sentences. This penalty was quite severe. Both accepted their fates in silence. 3.5 years had now transformed into 4. At this rate, who knows when they would ever be released? In the confines of the solitary cell, Anshaohai gazed at the small patch of sky visible through the iron bars, offering a bitter smile, though it quickly faded, his expression turning serious. All of this is worthwhile. At least from now on, the threats from fellow inmates would diminish significantly, allowing him to dedicate more energy to confront the hidden adversary. And there was also the matter of the seabird. Anshaohai had never forgotten his promise to Wang Taijun. In Anshaohai's perspective, there are few individuals in this world worthy of his respect, thus, upon encountering one, he must not let the opportunity slip away. In the countless eons of the past, driven by greed, anger, and ignorance, he has engaged in numerous malevolent deeds, boundless and immeasurable. Anshaohai closed his eyes and silently recited sacred verses in his heart, as if seeking atonement, or perhaps engaging in a prayer. With each whispered incantation, a serenity began to envelop his heart. The journey of life offers no chances for retreat. Now that he has been granted an opportunity for rebirth, let this turning back be more profound. In a dilapidated, humid, and stifling little inn in country tea, Chiopeng lay on a filthy bed, laughing heartily, until tears began to stream down his face. Chiopeng was ill, afflicted by a grievous ailment that was notoriously difficult to cure. It was only at this moment that he realized how absurdly wrong he had been. The woman, enchanting though she was, led him to a chasm of despair, dark and fathomless. Even if Feng Jie had not confiscated Chiu Peng's sidearm that day, his fate would scarcely have been any better. In fact, had he not fled in time, it might have been even more tragic. But who could he blame? If it were not for his own insatiable greed. If not for the deeply ingrained inertia of his thoughts, how could Chiu Peng have fallen into such a trap? Yet, contemplating these matters was futile. Life offers no path for retracing one's steps. The only solace Chiu Peng found was in the decisiveness of his escape. He not only evaded capture but also managed to relocate a substantial fortune, sufficient for a prolonged period of carefree living in country T. If he were frugal, it might even last a lifetime. The reason Chiu Peng chose to reside in this filthy, broken-down inn was not due to financial constraints, but rather a desire to avoid drawing attention. After all, he was currently in the limelight. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He was all too familiar with the sordid affairs of the underworld. Should his identity be exposed here, while extradition might not be a concern, the local gangs would certainly not let him off the hook. Such a tempting morsel lying here would undoubtedly attract attention. What enmity had he incurred? Su Tianyu, why have you harmed me so? I have never wronged you. Though Chiu Peng had shouted these thoughts countless times within his mind, he still could not fathom the rationale behind it. Meanwhile, on the Xianluo River in country T, a speedboat sliced through the water like a bird in flight. Su Tianyu on the boat suddenly sneezed. What the hell? What is going on? In this sweltering heat, am I catching a cold, or is An Shaohai thinking of me? I wonder how he is. Since I left, has he been bullied even more? Su Tianyu rubbed his nose, lost in thought. This time, he was representing Lord Hefo to procure goods. But the other party was not yet prepared and would require a few more days. Just as Su Tianyu was feeling bored, a brother from the local underworld rushed over to share some news. It is said that a certain individual from the mainland has arrived here, lurking in the shadows and spending his days hidden in a modest inn without revealing himself. However, the young ladies incessantly call upon him, sometimes multiple times a day and often several at a time. Yet, this fellow is quite miserly, offering meager tips and frequently complaining about the poor service of the ladies. Su Tianyu initially paid little heed to the matter, but upon learning that this individual had come from Deep Sea City, his curiosity was piqued. Su Tianyu felt compelled to investigate and discern the identity of this man, wondering if he might recognize him. Chapter 66, The First Little Brother. 3 days of confinement. One might describe it as interminable, yet it also passed with surprising swiftness. Upon the return of An Shaohai and Zhao Da to the 27th dormitory, they immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. An Shaohai scrutinized the scene and realized that Lai Donglin had returned. However, this individual was evidently not in his usual state. He bore a stark contrast to his previously feeble demeanor. His eyes gleamed with a ferocious light, and his expression twisted into a grotesque mask, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. At that moment, Lai Donglin stood before An Shaohai's bunk, staring intently at him. Could it be that he had lost his mind? Just as An Shaohai pondered how to navigate this precarious situation, Lai Donglin suddenly approached with swift strides, dropping to his knees before An Shaohai with a resounding thud. Brother Hai, I understand that you have ascended to the role of a leader. I wish to follow you through thick and thin, without regret until death. Brother Hai, I implore you to accept me. With that, Lai Donglin bowed his head and struck the ground, producing a loud, echoing sound. For a moment, An Shaohai found himself at a loss. In all his years, he had never encountered a scenario quite like this. Congratulations, Ahai. It's remarkable that a brother wishes to align himself with you so swiftly. To be honest, I find myself somewhat envious, spoke Guo Xiangshui, noticing An Shaohai's bewilderment and promptly offering a reminder. The envy in Guo Xiangshui's eyes was unmistakable, for he had already recognized Lai Donglin's potential. Previously, Lai Donglin's character exhibited a degree of weakness, but he had undergone a complete transformation. He was now fierce and resolute. aligning perfectly with the preferences of those in the underworld. And Xiaohai quickly regained his composure, his heart a tumult of emotions. Lai Donglin, you must think carefully. To pledge your allegiance to me is no trivial matter, it could very well be a matter of life and death. You must comprehend the gravity of this decision. Moreover, your path alongside me may lead you down a road from which there is no return. I understand. Lai Donglin abruptly lifted his head, blood obscuring his vision. The wound on his head, which had not yet healed, had reopened, rendering his countenance even more fearsome. I have declared my unwavering commitment until death. My life is already yours, you resurrected me. Even if you were to ask for it back, I would not hesitate for a moment. Brother Hai, I beseech you. Accept me. With that, Lai Donglin once again prostrated himself on the ground. What say you, Da? And Xiaohai inquired of Zhao Da, who stood beside him. The monkey, who had been injured by Lai Donglin, was a subordinate of Zhao Da and had sustained severe injuries, with rumors suggesting he had lost an eye. If An Xiaohai were to take Lai Donglin as his little brother, he would need to shoulder the ensuing grievances. I have no objections, Zhao Da declared, shaking his head without a moment's hesitation. Their altercation is their own affair, and we all witnessed it. The monkey instigated the conflict, he lost and has suffered the consequences. He has only himself to blame for his carelessness. Nevertheless, as his elder brother, I must stand up for him. Since Lai Donglin has recognized you as his elder brother, I shall extend you the courtesy. Let us wait for the monkey's return, I will speak with him to discern his wishes. If he cannot swallow this grievance, let them fight once more. Fate will decide, and we shall not interfere. If the monkey is willing to negotiate, you ought to offer some form of compensation. Brother Hai, do you think this is acceptable? Certainly. And Xiaohai nodded, stating, the Gu, I am still new to this, and I have much to learn from you. How much do you think is a fair compensation? I believe it should be no less than 10,000. Zhao Da replied after a moment's contemplation. All right. If the monkey is amenable to reconciliation, we shall provide 20,000, I will bear this cost, but we must wait until I am out to secure the funds. No problem, I will speak to him. Zhao Da remarked, casting another glance at Lai Donglin, who remained kneeling, before returning to his own quarters. To be honest, Zhao Da felt a twinge of fear towards these two individuals, particularly An Xiaohai, whose ruthless methods in dealing with Qiupeng were utterly astonishing. Zhao Da was certain that Qiupeng had been utterly bewildered and left in disgrace, fleeing to a distant land, likely still unaware of who had orchestrated his downfall. Zhao Da himself was somewhat baffled, pondering how An Xiaohai had so quietly ensnared Qiupeng, compelling him to obediently carry a firearm to the Hongyun tea house, otherwise the subsequent events would not have unfolded as they did. Even Lai Donglin was no longer the easily intimidated simpleton he once was. The combination of these two could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Thus, it was wise to tread carefully. Lai Donglin, did you hear that? Aren't you going to thank Brother Hai? Guo Xiangshui promptly reminded him, clearly attempting to mend his relationship with Lai Donglin. Thank you, Brother Hai. Lai Donglin suddenly raised his head. His eyes filled with a wild fervor that made An Xiaohai's heart quiver slightly. Well then. An Xiaohai now had an additional little brother and a debt of 20,000. Adding the 15,000 owed to Peng Yuanguo and the 13,000 owed to Zhao Da, the total was nearing 50,000. An Xiaohai mused, rounding it up to nearly 100,000. Fine, more debts are nothing to worry about. Emo Qinglian and his new partner had been silently observing the entire situation, remaining mute and not intervening. However, once everything concluded, An Xiaohai was escorted back to the confinement room along with Zhao Da and Lai Donglin. For Zhao Da, this was indeed an unforeseen misfortune. This seems rather amiss. Previously, he was frequently visiting the infirmary, yet now he found himself confined instead. What on earth is happening? An Xiaohai chuckled bitterly, even laughing aloud. Fortunately, it was mid-month, otherwise, if his mother came to check on him and discovered he was once again confined, she would surely lose sleep worrying. Nonetheless, confinement was preferable to the infirmary, at least devoid of the chaos caused by Su Tianyu. And Xiaohai leaned against the cold wall, slowly closing his eyes. Meanwhile, in country T, Su Tianyu stared at the fallen Qiupeng, who was screamingly deranged on the ground, his heart filled with confusion. What has happened to this fellow? Has he gone mad? It certainly seems so. However, he kept shouting, questioning why I wished him harm. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that my escapade with his police uniform had been discovered? That shouldn't be the case. I haven't confided in anyone about it. Could it be that scoundrel Xiaohai had let the cat out of the bag? No, that doesn't add up. If Xiaohai was involved, he wouldn't have made it this far. Su Tianyu pondered, stroking his chin. Initially, he merely intended to take a glimpse of the fabled officer. Yet as fate would have it, he stumbled upon Qiupeng as he turned the corner. Upon recognizing Su Tianyu, Qiupeng was so startled that he collapsed to the ground, immediately succumbing to a fit of hysterical wailing. The crowd gathered, growing in number, rendering the situation quite awkward. Nevertheless, Su Tianyu relished the attention, or at least believed himself to be the center of it. Su Tianyu, brother Tian. I, Qiupeng, swear I have never wronged you. Truly, I have not. Why do you wish to harm me? What must I do for you to spare me? Qiupeng repeated this desperate pleas. Teetering on the brink of collapse. Despite any resentment he harbored towards Su Tianyu, he understood that this territory was essentially under Su's dominion. A mere gesture from Su Tianyu could spell his doom, and no one would come to his aid. In a state of extreme anxiety and fear, Qiupeng completely lost his composure. What a nuisance! Su Tianyu muttered under his breath, turning to leave, although he was often referred to as madman in hushed tones. He had little patience for such displays of panic. Given Qiupeng's current state and their lack of deep-seated animosity, he couldn't be bothered with him. However, from Qiupeng's perspective, Su Tianyu's departure carried a vastly different implication. He felt that once Su was out of sight, his lackeys would pounce upon him, tearing him to shreds. After all, Su Tianyu would not have come all this way to confront him otherwise. Brother Tian, please spare me. I will do anything you ask. By the way, aren't you at odds with Xiaohai? I have a score to settle with him too. I once contemplated eliminating him. The last time he was attacked in the hallway, that was my arrangement. I swear, I speak the truth. I truly have a vendetta against Xiaohai. And if you let me go, I can assist you in dealing with him. I possess all the pertinent information, including details about his friends and family. I have it all. Having already walked 10 paces away, Su Tianyu halted upon hearing those words. Qiupeng's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally eased. Albeit slightly. How intriguing. It seems you know me quite well. Su Tianyu chuckled, a radiant smile gracing his face. You've struck a chord with me. I find this matter exceedingly intriguing. Come, rise and speak, the ground is cold. Though it may feel warm here, one can still catch a chill. I myself have fallen ill and am sneezing. Su Tianyu gently assisted Qiupeng to his feet, his touch exceedingly tender. All right. Let us consider our past grievances settled. From now on, I shall look out for you, ensuring that your life here surpasses even that in your homeland. Come, follow me. This is not the place for conversation. Let us find a more suitable location to discuss this matter thoroughly. I assure you, my enthusiasm is irresistible. Thank you, brother Tian. Thank you, brother Tian. Qiupeng clambered to his feet, repeatedly nodding in gratitude. The once flamboyant Qiupeng now appeared utterly humble. Upon hearing Su Tianyu's words, Qiupeng felt as though he had miraculously regained his life. At that moment, he was completely devoid of rational thought. His mind consumed by the joy of having escaped a perilous fate. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that deep within Su Tianyu's gaze, An extreme danger and madness had begun to surface. Chapter 067, The Piercing Light of the World. And Shao Hai, Brother Hai. Pray tell, how should I address you now? Not only have you reconciled with Zhao Dahua, but you've also taken a calculating accountant as your subordinate. You truly are remarkable. Wang Taijun glared at An Shao Hai. His words laced with resentment. The day after An Shao Hai was released from solitary confinement, Wang Taijun, who had vanished for over 2 months, finally reappeared. The moment their eyes met, Wang Taijun launched into this tirade. Call me whatever you wish, Captain Wang, An Shao Hai replied nonchalantly. He had long suspected that there were spies in the prison reporting on Wang Taijun's movements. Little did he realize how astute these informants were. Just days after he had established his footing, Wang Taijun was already well informed. An Shao Hai, you must comprehend the path you tread, this is undeniably a road of no return. Captain Wang, it seems I've always been walking this road of no return, haven't I? An Shao Hai met Wang Taijun's gaze with unwavering resolve, his tone measured and calm. Wang Taijun was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, An Shao Hai had been on this irreversible journey since the moment he set foot in prison. Perhaps sensing the flicker of alarm and sympathy in Wang Taijun's eyes, An Shao Hai let out a soft sigh and continued to explain, Captain, tell me. What other options do I have? To be battered and bruised daily. To cower in a corner, awaiting the onslaught of hidden daggers from all sides. Show me what I should do. Moreover, I promised you I would help eradicate the Seahawks. I have not forgotten the commitment I made. But how can I investigate? As an unnoticed fish, bullied by everyone in prison, how can I possibly delve into a drug lord organization? Who would confide in me? Captain, guide me, please. I will heed your every instruction, just tell me what to do, and I shall comply. Surely, that is agreeable. An Shao Hai's barrage of questions left Wang Taijun momentarily speechless. Indeed, if one were to assess the situation purely from an investigative perspective, An Shao Hai's transformation had become exceptionally advantageous. At the very least, he now had access to a different echelon of criminals, which would undoubtedly yield more significant and pertinent information. Yet, simultaneously, An Shao Hai had become increasingly perilous. This danger did not merely pertain to his personal safety, it also encompassed his inherent threat. Not only was he acknowledged by the inmates, but he had also orchestrated a considerable spectacle, indicating that he had engaged in activities sanctioned by the collective. This was undoubtedly an ominous sign. Although Wang Taijun refrained from inquiring into the specifics of An Shao Hai's actions, he was profoundly certain of the implications. In his eyes, An Shao Hai was undeniably astute. A sentiment substantiated by his past achievements. Should such an intelligent individual become assimilated by the inmates, transforming into a fully fledged criminal, it would spell disaster for everyone and society at large. This is also the deepest concern and inner turmoil of Wang Taijun. It is precisely for this reason that he intended to train An Shao Hai from the very beginning. Unlike An Shao Hai's initial thoughts, Wang Taijun did not aim to inundate him with the rigid rules of the police force, rather, he sought to provide necessary guidance in terms of ideology. The foremost criterion for assessing police officers in Wang Taijun's eyes is not their performance or intelligence, but rather their character. As a narcotics officer, character must be the primary consideration. At that time, An Shao Hai presented compelling objections, and Wang Taijun believed that An Shao Hai's character was sound, thus he relented. However, in retrospect, it appears that his judgment was perhaps overly sentimental. An Shao Hai, your current state causes me great concern, I must consider terminating your assignment, or rather, our collaboration. However, rest assured, I will continue to monitor your situation. You have stated that I am a people's police officer, and safeguarding the property and safety of the populace is my solemn duty. This I have not forgotten. Captain Wang, are you threatening me? An Shao Hai's voice turned icy. This is not a threat, it is a reflection. Wang Taijun exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair as he lit a cigarette. I admit that when I learned you could assist in investigating the Seahawk, I acted impulsively. It has been proven that decisions made in a state of impulsiveness are often misguided. Subsequently, you provided us with 3 crucial leads, aiding in the resolution of 3 significant cases. These events left me increasingly lost, ultimately causing me to overlook your age and status. I apologize, it is entirely my fault. During this period, I have been handling cases in other locales, and the front lines have been manned by colleagues from outside. I have had a relatively easy time, allowing me to contemplate your situation thoroughly. This is why I returned to Deep Sea City just to meet with you. I genuinely wish for you to withdraw. This would afford you the opportunity to save yourself. Save myself. Captain Wang still believes I have this chance. And Shanghai gazed at the ceiling, convinced that from the day the case was decided, all his avenues for retreat had been severed. Of course there is an opportunity. This time. Wang Taijun was not taken aback by Shanghai's question, he decisively nodded. During my time away for cases, I reached out to several old classmates and former colleagues, detailing your situation to them. With their guidance, I have found a breakthrough for you. And Shanghai remained silent, staring blankly at Wang Taijun, unable to fathom that this man, who was not related to him by blood, could show such concern for his plight. Gradually, Shanghai began to understand why, in another timeline, Wang Taijun was unable to prevail against the Seahawk. The truth of Wang Taijun's heart was far too soft. How could a police officer with a tough exterior but a tender heart ever triumph over a merciless and ruthless drug lord? The notion of good triumphing over evil, it simply does not exist. In the eyes of Shanghai, only malevolence can conquer malevolence, and it must be a more profound wickedness. Even without resorting to nefarious deeds, one must comprehend the essence of evil. Wang Taijun, evidently, does not grasp this concept. Perhaps he does, but his understanding lacks depth. Yet, it is precisely this Wang Taijun who, in Shanghai's perspective, appears increasingly noble and admirable. Do not entertain thoughts of returning to an ordinary university. I lack the means to facilitate such an endeavor. However, there remains a slender opening at the police academy. I have verified that, based on your past record and your 3 significant contributions in solving major cases, you have the opportunity to enter the police academy through special channels, with an official endorsement. As long as you pass the examination and the physical assessment, and with my guarantee, you shall be admitted. What do you think? Surprising, isn't it? This world is not as dark as you imagine. There are still many who uphold the moral line and persist in righteousness. Do not speak to me of so-called hidden masterminds. Rest assured, I will find a way to unearth them. Evil cannot triumph over good. And Shanghai, you must trust me. The darkness before us is but temporary, and justice shall ultimately prevail. Suddenly, Shanghai felt a twinge of emotion in his eyes as Wang Taijun spoke these words. He seemed to radiate an ethereal light, a brilliance that pierced Shanghai's vision and seemingly seared the very fabric of the world. Captain Wang, are you jesting with me? After a lengthy pause, Shanghai's expression shifted, adopting a playful demeanor. Jesting? Is this amusing? Wang Taijun rose in indignation, his anger palpable. This young man oscillated between seriousness and levity, growing increasingly enigmatic and challenging to manage. Come now, Captain Wang, do temper your ire. I assure you, I am not acting recklessly, nor can I be swayed by the felons. My intentions are solely for self-preservation and to investigate the Seahawks. Please, do not fret on my account. Shanghai approached, bowing and feigning an attempt to assist Wang Taijun in sitting down. Yet, Wang Taijun continued to glare fiercely at him, his body rigid as iron. I believe you are still trying to deceive me. You are becoming increasingly cunning. Cunning? How so? It's simply a matter of necessity. Shanghai continued to engage Wang Taijun in discourse. Captain, consider this. I was only sentenced to 3.5 years. Even with an extended sentence, it would barely amount to 4 years. By the time I am released, I will only be 23, with a promising future ahead. How could I possibly act foolishly? I am not Navi. Moreover, Shena and the others are waiting for me outside. You are aware of this as well. Yet, my situation here is dire. Without employing certain tactics, I may not survive until my release. You know well that on several occasions during your visits, I was confined to the infirmary, correct? Furthermore, I have thoroughly researched the dangers of drug use. The Seahawks inflict significant harm, they must receive the punishment they deserve. Even if it were not the case, I would continue my investigation into them. However, their concealment is indeed remarkable. If I were to possess no status among the offenders, I would find myself utterly at a loss. Even if I were fortunate enough to locate them, approaching them would undoubtedly prove to be exceedingly challenging. Even if, by some stroke of luck, I were to gain their acceptance, would I then have to start from the bottom and work my way up? Wouldn't that lead to an even more dreadful fate? If it were to drag on for 3 years and then another 3, with no end in sight, it would truly be disastrous. Rest assured, Captain Wang, I have not changed, I have merely matured a little and adapted to my surroundings. Really? But why do I sense that you are still trying to deceive me? Wang Taijun fixed his gaze upon An Shaohai, his face etched with skepticism. Furthermore, what do you mean by 3 years and 3 years? Clarify this for me. Chapter 068, Unresolved Emotions. Wang Taijun departed, and An Shaohai ultimately declined his proposal, resolutely choosing to remain in prison. Wang Taijun, though taken aback, ultimately respected An Shaohai's decision. This time, An Shaohai requested an hour of solitude, as the usual 10 minutes felt woefully insufficient. To be candid, An Shaohai was tempted. Wang Taijun had unveiled an alternative path of life, one that hinged on the recognition of An Shaohai's 3 pivotal contributions of intelligence, which could potentially lead to a reduction in his sentence. According to Wang Taijun's assessment, provided the judge remained impartial, An Shaohai could expect a sentence reduction of at least 2 years. Furthermore, Wang Taijun proposed to act as a guarantor, recommending An Shaohai for specialized training as a member of the police force, subsequently allowing him to graduate and serve as an undercover agent, primarily targeting the elusive Hai Yaozi. As for the prison's administration, it would be a straightforward matter. Upon completion of his sentence, they could simply state that he was being transferred to another facility. Wang Taijun possessed considerable experience in managing all the necessary procedures and details effectively. This indeed appeared to be a promising avenue. However, An Shaohai steadfastly resisted this overwhelming temptation, opting instead for his original path. The reason was simple: Wang Taijun's unwavering integrity left An Shaohai with little confidence that he could vanquish the shadowy adversary, ensuring the safety of himself, his family, and friends. Even more daunting was the reality that accepting Wang Taijun's proposal would entail navigating numerous intermediaries, should any step falter. An Shaohai would be left with no means of escape. If that day were to arrive, it would be all too easy for the unseen manipulator to eliminate An Shaohai. Merely disseminating the information that he was an undercover agent for Wang Taijun, coupled with a modicum of evidence, would ensure An Shaohai's complete disappearance without a trace. Until the puppet master was dealt with, An Shaohai could not entertain Wang Taijun's offer. For now, it was preferable for An Shaohai to remain in the shadows, where the unseen adversary might believe he was slowly succumbing to despair, thus easing their pressure, allowing him a moment to breathe. Moreover, with one of the adversary's henchmen in the first prison already eliminated, An Shaohai had quietly begun to amass some advantages. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that locating another accomplice within the first prison would not be an easy task for the shadowy figure. After all, the act of subverting justice required immense courage. The outcome of this struggle remained uncertain. Taking all factors into account, An Shaohai resolutely rejected Wang Taijun's proposal. There was no rush once he emerged from this confinement. Resolved the threat of the puppet master and dismantled Hai Yaozi, he could still pursue that path. An Shaohai took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. In the blink of an eye, the hour had elapsed, as the prison guard entered to escort An Shaohai back to his cell. He couldn't help but glance at him twice. At that moment, An Shaohai appeared as though he had endured a fierce battle. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his prison attire dampened by perspiration, leaving him looking somewhat drained. Captain Wang is quite formidable. Despite An Xiaohai's youth, he is a tough character, and it is surprising that he was so intimidated after a conversation with Captain Wang. The dormitory feels somewhat vacant, with Zhao Da, Guo Xiangshui, Gue Lu, and Su Yun absent. Su Yun, the leader of the loosely organized group in Cell 27, bears the marks of a childhood illness that left his face pockmarked. His associates refer to him as Brother Yun, while his adversaries derogatorily call him Yun the Bitch or Pockmarked Yun. Su Yun was incarcerated for theft. But it was no petty crime. He orchestrated a heist on a jewelry store's vault, allegedly accompanied by a dozen or 20 brothers, arriving in vehicles. In truth, it would be more accurate to label it as robbery, considering there were individuals present in the vault at the time, though they were subdued by his gang. An Xiaohai took special interest in Guo Xiangshui's circumstances, and after hearing Wang Chejuan's introduction, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Guo Xiangshui's crime was smuggling. And due to the relatively modest sum involved and his cooperative demeanor, he received a mere 5-year sentence. Calculating the time, Guo Xiangshui would be released in just over 2 years, even sooner than An Xiaohai. An Xiaohai felt there was something amiss. Guo Xiangshui could not solely be a smuggler, for it would be improbable for him to attain his current standing within the first prison. While there were indeed smugglers among Su Yan's group, they occupied the lowest rungs of the hierarchy, often treated as subordinates. In stark contrast, Guo Xiangshui enjoyed a position of considerable respect. An Xiaohai had long elevated Guo Xiangshui's threat level in his mind, leading him to closely observe him. He noticed that whether it was Zhao Da, Su Yun, or even Gue Lu, their respect for Guo Xiangshui emanated from a profound sense of reverence, bordering on awe. This was decidedly unusual. However, An Xiaohai kept his suspicions to himself. Perhaps Guo Xiangshui was indeed merely a smuggler. Or perhaps he was a significant figure in the smuggling world. Such explanations were the only means to rationalize it. The news brought by Wang Taijun took An Xiaohai 3 or 4 days to fully process and come to terms with. Observing the inmates in his cell laughing and joking, An Xiaohai exhaled deeply. Having come to a resolution, he reflected on his mental journey over the past days with a sense of absurdity, even amusement. Upon closer examination, it was evident that the path Wang Taijun had presented was not truly a route to redemption for An Xiaohai but rather a potential return to the trajectory of his former life. The profound impact of this suggestion stemmed from An Xiaohai's subconscious desire for the past to remain unchanged. Yet, many events had already transpired. Even though An Xiaohai was a reborn individual, his imprisonment was an undeniable reality, and returning to a normal life path was no longer feasible. Regardless of whether he continued as he was or chose the path Wang Taijun offered, An Xiaohai could not revert to the past. Therefore, it was time to take control of his own destiny. There was truly no need for further internal conflict. Lai Donglin acknowledged An Xiaohai as his elder brother, spending every day inseparably by his side. He even submitted a request to be transferred to a position closer to An Xiaohai. Yet the prison authorities did not grant his plea. An Xiaohai could distinctly sense Lai Donglin's attachment to him, which transcended mere romantic affection. It was a profound sense of emotional reliance. It was evident that Lai Donglin truly regarded An Xiaohai as a savior, the singular beacon of hope in his life. In stark contrast, Pan Yuanghua displayed a shrewder demeanor. From the outset, he never expressed any intention of recognizing An Xiaohai as an elder brother. Instead, like Lai Donglin, he persistently lingered around An Xiaohai, effectively positioning himself as another of An Xiaohai's subordinates. This arrangement allowed him to reap the benefits without bearing the responsibilities typically associated with such a role. At times, he would even take advantage of his prior acquaintance with An Xiaohai to subtly bully Lai Donglin. An Xiaohai observed this behavior but chose to remain indifferent. Pan Yuanghua was playing with fire. Lai Donglin was no longer the easily bullied individual he once was. Should he ignite the flames of Lai Donglin's wrath, he would only have himself to blame. On this day, the annual medical examination at the first prison arrived. Due to additional work, An Xiaohai and his companions only made their way to the clinic after watching the evening news, with An Xiaohai being the last among the final group. Dr. Lu, As An Xiaohai stepped into the medical room, he greeted Lu Xueme with a broad smile. "Oh. Hello. An Xiaohai." Lu Xueme's eyes sparkled like crescent moons at his cheerful address. Chapter 069, The Overabundance of Maternal Love. It has indeed been a long time since we last met. Please lie down over there, and do remove your outer garment. Lu Xueme cheerfully beckoned to An Xiaohai, displaying none of the wariness she typically reserved for other inmates. Very well, Dr. Lu, An Xiaohai complied, moving to the makeshift hospital bed and shedding his outer clothing. Oh, my mouth. It's perhaps best we do not meet frequently in this prison. Your absence would imply you haven't been bullied lately. Oh. As Lu Xueme prepared herself and turned around, she was startled by An Xiaohai. While he had appeared as frail as ever in his clothes once he removed his shirt, Lu Xueme was taken aback by the astonishing transformation of his physique. Beneath the slightly loose prison uniform, there was no longer a weak frame, but rather a body defined by clear contours and robust muscles. Though his musculature lacked fullness, it exuded strength. My heavens, what is this? Lu Xueme momentarily found herself at a loss for words. An Xiaohai, who had been observing his own changes daily, had not noticed them as acutely. However, Lu Xueme, who had not seen him for several months, was indeed shocked. I have been consistently exercising, so fewer people dare to bully me now. An Xiaohai told a small, benevolent lie. Lu Xueme had a rather favorable impression of An Xiaohai as well, although they had exchanged few words before. He radiated a maternal gentleness that she could distinctly perceive. She recognized him as a kind and tender-hearted young man. You are indeed a disciplined child. Alas. What a pity. Lu Xueme's feelings of sympathy for An Xiaohai deepened. Her fondness for him was not solely based on his youth, appearance, or experiences, rather. It was primarily due to his unique temperament. After many years of working in the prison, Lu Xueme had encountered countless inmates. Those who visited the infirmary typically bore ill tidings. They were either injured from fights within the prison or feigning illness to evade labor. And some even resorted to self-harm to escape punishment. Regardless of the circumstances, these inmates were invariably steeped in negative emotions, rage, irritability, despair, hysteria, a plethora of sentiments. Yet, An Xiaohai was different. No matter how severely he was injured, he remained tranquil, exuding a serene demeanor that evoked deep empathy. In previous instances, when An Xiaohai had sustained severe injuries, he had never expressed any pain in front of others. Occasionally, when Lu Xueme made her rounds at night and found him drenched in sweat, lying rigidly in bed as he silently battled his agony, her heart would ache for him. In summary, An Xiaohai was the most extraordinary inmate Lu Xueme had encountered throughout her years of service. Your body is fine, though you are rather too thin. You must pay attention to your nutrition in the future. Lu Xueme swiftly completed her examination of An Xiaohai, speaking with a hint of reproach. This is somewhat unprofessional. Yet An Xiaohai felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you, Dr. Lu. I will take care, An Xiaohai remarked while putting on her clothes. All right. You need not be so formal with me in the future. You are nearly the same age as my son, so you may call me Aunt Lu in private. Lu Xueme said as she penned the examination report. Thank you, Dr. Lu, but I am merely a convict. An Xiaohai felt touched, uncertain whether to accept Lu Xueme's kindness. Indeed, you are a convict, but to me, you are just a child who made some mistakes in a moment of impulse. You do not deserve such harsh punishment, Lu Xueme sighed. Well, all right. An Xiaohai bit her lip and nodded, but calling you Aunt feels a bit aged. You appear quite youthful. How about I call you Sister Lu instead? Sister Lu? Ha ha ha. Lu Xueme laughed heartily, fully aware of her own appearance. Yet An Xiaohai's words brought her much joy. Fine, Sister Lu works well, that's what everyone calls me. Lu Xueme quickly completed the health report, inserted her pen, and after a moment's thought, turned to An Xiaohai, saying, Xiaohai, since we are on sisterly terms, I should look after you. If you ever feel down or wish to escape for a while, you can say you're unwell and request to come to the infirmary. I can arrange for you to have half a day to a full day of rest, and you can stay in the infirmary and chat with me. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Sister Lu. However, unless absolutely necessary, I wouldn't want to do that. Firstly, I did make a mistake. And it is only right that I face the corresponding punishment. Secondly, if others were to find out, it wouldn't reflect well on you. Oh, you child. Liu Xueme said, feigning annoyance as she looked at An Shaohai. It's all right, we have connections, I'm not afraid of what people say. Let me share a secret with you, your brother-in-law works at the Prison Administration Bureau, when no one here dares to offend me. Although this was indeed true. It was also the first time Liu Xueme had spoken such words to an outsider. An Shaohai made her feel a strong sense of maternal connection, after all. Which mother would want her child to look down upon her? Now that we've broached this subject, I might as well be frank with you. Liu Xueme paused for a moment, considering her next words. If you hear any news among the inmates, whether inside or outside the prison, regarding someone intending to commit a crime, you must find a way to inform me promptly. Your brother-in-law is the director of the Internal Investigation Department at the Prison Administration Bureau. I will relay this information to him, and if what you provide is credible, I will ensure he gives you credit for it, allowing for a reduction in your sentence and an early release. Do you understand? I shouldn't be telling you this. So remember, you must keep it to yourself. For a moment, An Shaohai found herself at a loss for words. No matter how bold An Shaohai was, she never anticipated that this woman, whom she had only met a few times and barely conversed with, would go to such lengths for her. It is often said that a dark world requires light to illuminate it. In another dimension, An Shaohai searched and yearned in vain for this illuminating light. However, in this timeline, these beams of light have appeared one after another. First, there was Lu Tsong, followed by Wang Taijun, and now Liu Xueme. Each of these individuals possesses a distinct character. Lu Tsong is youthful, upright, and brimming with vitality. Wang Taijun is profound, gentle, and embodies a sense of justice. While the present Liu Xueme radiates warmth, affection, and an overwhelming maternal glow. Do not harbor any concerns. The prison administration is, in fact, a provincial institution wielding considerable power. However, as Deep Sea City is an economic special zone and given that the first prison was built with significant effort and risk taken on by the local government, the municipal committee has a voice in the matter along with a responsible leader overseeing it. Nevertheless, rest assured, should you provide clues to solve the case, I will directly inform my husband and he shall pursue the provincial route. Your contributions will not go unacknowledged. Do you understand what I am saying, dear child? Understood. Sister Lu. An Shaohai paused momentarily. What is it? Do you have any further questions? No, An Shaohai shook his head. Thank you, truly, I am very grateful. I have said it before, call me sister, and we shall be like siblings. I will look after you. Remember my words, come visit me whenever you can. Liu Xueme winked at An Shaohai and affectionately patted his shoulder. I will come, truly, thank you, Sister Liu. There is no need to be so polite, dear child. Remember, the things I just told you must not be shared with anyone. Rest assured, I won't speak of it. Liu Xueme escorted An Shaohai to the door of the infirmary. As the prison guard arrived to escort An Shaohai back to the cell, Liu Xueme repeatedly reminded the guard to pay attention to the inmate's nutrition, as An Shaohai was exceedingly frail. An Shaohai understood that Liu Xueme was laying a groundwork for future excuses to visit the infirmary, and his gratitude towards her deepened even further. The guard merely nodded in response, clearly dismissing Liu Xueme's concerns. Sister Liu, I truly thank you. An Shaohai silently expressed his gratitude. It turns out the Deep Sea City Prison Administration is a provincial institution. I comprehend now, this information is immensely significant to me. Thank you. Chapter 070, Senior. Upon returning from the infirmary, An Shaohai finally recognized a significant issue. His understanding of government institutions was lamentably limited, often relegated to assumptions. Consequently, this ignorance could lead to numerous misjudgments. For instance, he likely miscalculated the hierarchy of the puppeteer behind the scenes. The differing levels within this hierarchy dictate the resources that can be mobilized, the methods employed, and the speed of response, which is indeed quite critical. Alai. Are you familiar with the hierarchical relationships and operational mechanisms of government institutions? Well, I know a bit, but it's not comprehensive. I am more familiar with the economic functional departments, Lai Donglin replied after some contemplation. That works. Could you elaborate on it for me? Of course, no problem. Brother Hai. Which part would you like to hear about? Anything is fine, just share everything you know. All right. In essence, it can be simple yet quite complex. Especially in our deep sea city, which is categorized as a special economic zone. The functions of various government departments differ significantly from those in the mainland. For instance, the accounting certificates obtained in the mainland are not recognized here in Deep Sea City. Is that so? What should accountants from the mainland do when they come to Deep Sea City? They would have to retake the exams. This topic occupied Lai Donglin and An Shaohai for over 10 days, during which Lai Donglin openly shared his insights about the government, greatly benefiting An Shaohai. It was only then that An Shaohai realized the extent of his previous misconceptions. And it became clear that he needed to find ways to enhance his knowledge in this area. However, the prospect of learning about it was rather daunting. Textbooks seldom cover such knowledge. Currently, the only feasible approach seemed to be learning from individuals who understand the inner workings of the government. Unfortunately, aside from Lai Donglin, An Shaohai could not identify any other suitable candidates. As for Wang Taijun, it was best to avoid him, despite his superior knowledge. Provoking his suspicion could lead to adverse consequences. Slowly find a solution, opportunities will arise eventually. In his conversations with Lai Donglin, An Shaohai encountered an unexpected boon. Lai Donglin had once remarkably acquired a powerful mental calculation technique. If utilized effectively, this technique theoretically could enhance the speed of mental calculations infinitely, with the extent of improvement depending on the user's memory, sensitivity to numbers, logical acumen, and proficiency in mental arithmetic. Memory, in particular, is crucial, serving as the foundation of the entire algorithm, since every calculation step must be executed mentally. Any deficiency in memory could render the entire endeavor futile. An Shaohai was confident in his memory and possessed the requisite attributes, thus he expressed his desire to learn this mental calculation technique. Skills are never superfluous, and I have the time to spare. Without hesitation, Lai Donglin promptly divulged the complete set of rules and internal logic of the algorithm, providing an exceptionally detailed explanation. In days gone by, Lai Donglin would never have readily imparted this algorithm to another. However, circumstances have transformed. He is a man who has experienced life and death. Beyond the specter of death, nothing else holds significance. Yet, this sentiment applies solely to An Shaohai, others need not harbor such hopes. The algorithm proves somewhat intricate, and it took An Shaohai over 10 days to grasp its fundamentals, a feat that astonished Lai Donglin, who had devoted a full 6 months to mastering it himself. Time swiftly elapses. On the morning of July 1st, Chen Shuifen arrived punctually at the visitation room, while Lin Xiana was notably absent. An Shaohai understood the reason. At the end of June, Lin Xiana had participated in the college entrance examination, likely waiting for her results before visiting him. The murder case involving Chen Shuifen remained unresolved, with her suspicions still intact. She had even been formally summoned by the police. Had there been any evidence, she might have been arrested by now. Fortunately, after enduring several such scenarios, Chen Shuifen appeared to have acclimated, no longer displaying the panic of her initial encounters. Despite An Shaohai's attempts to console his mother, the weight of this matter loomed heavily over him, casting a persistent shadow that would not dissipate until resolved. Countless cups of wine have been consumed without inebriation, how much less so in the gentle spring breeze and autumn rain. Many words left unspoken linger on your lips, yet fail to evoke a single sentiment. In the bathhouse, the air is filled with anguished cries. July brings oppressive heat to Deep Sea City. A single day without a shower leaves one feeling utterly uncomfortable, and during this season, the dormitory is permeated with a peculiar odor. A year has passed. Around this time last year, An Xiaohai and Su Tianyu would surreptitiously draw water and bathe in their dormitory like thieves. Now they can finally enjoy showers in the bathhouse without fear of disturbance. Even if there were empty spaces around their leaders, no one would dare approach. Inmates have a fondness for Jeju's songs, each one extraordinarily popular within these walls. It was only at this moment that An Xiaohai realized Jeju had become an eternal figure. During the time he was captured and sentenced, Jeju had departed from this world. He silently prayed for Jeju's well-being in heaven, wishing he, too, might have another chance at life. Jeju is a singer worthy of admiration, and indeed, a person deserving of respect. Xiaohai, I heard your girl got into university. Come. Help me scrub my back, Guo Xiangshui called, rubbing his eyes. Indeed, she has. To ensure she can visit me every month, that silly girl chose Deep Sea University. With her scores, she could have selected a better institution, and Xiaohai replied, naturally assisting Guo Xiangshui with his back. Here. Offering to scrub someone's back is not met with disdain. In this fast prison, fully entrusting one's bare back to another signifies immense trust. Then you must be cautious. Guo Xiangshui chuckled. Cautious of what? Cautious that your girl might change her heart. Zhao Da desperately rubbed his face, his mouth incessantly chattering. I have heard people say that once a woman enters university, within a year she becomes rooted, in the second year she becomes cosmopolitan, and by the third year, she forgets her parents. You must keep a close watch, lest she runs off with someone else, it would be too late for regrets. Ha ha. If she truly does follow another, I believe I would only wish her well. This was the innermost thought of An Xiaohai. He understood that the path he tread was likely one of no return. Although he feigned toughness before Wang Taijun, his genuine feelings were quite different. If Lin Xiena were to voluntarily leave him, to step away from this storm, An Xiaohai was uncertain if he could bear the anguish. But he was resolute in his conviction that he would wish her happiness. No one can expect a woman to remain steadfast through 2 lifetimes, sacrificing everything for another. Such an expectation is far too selfish. Do not think like that. Guo Xiangshui interjected with a fierce glare. You are a leader now. How can you utter such despondent words? Speak again. Yes, Uncle Shui, you are right. Damn it, should anyone dare to pursue my woman, I would break all their legs. Oh. Now that sounds like a leader. Did everyone hear that? Brother Hai said, should anyone dare to pursue his woman, they would have their legs broken. Brother Hai, should anything arise, do not forget to call the brothers, we stand with you. We support Brother Hai. The bathhouse erupted into a cacophony of raucous laughter, and An Xiaohai could only respond with a bitter smile. Once an individual becomes part of a collective, their actions no longer bear personal responsibility. At such times, each person reveals their unrestrained nature. The pursuits and beliefs of a group are seldom rooted in truth or reason, but rather in blind obedience, cruelty, fanaticism, and extreme emotions. This notion echoes a passage from Gustave Le Bon's The Crowd, which resonates profoundly within the confines of this prison. Yet, when one truly immerses oneself in the warmth and strength emanating from such a crowd, even knowing it is wrong, one cannot help but feel moved by it. An Xiaohai found himself in precisely this situation. Meanwhile, at home, Lin Xiena furrowed her brow. There remained nearly a month until registration and the start of classes. Yet an upperclassman from Deep Sea University unexpectedly visited her home, claiming to represent the student council to meet her, the soon-to-be freshman. Such occurrences were virtually unheard of. Out of courtesy, Lin Xiena's mother warmly welcomed him. The upperclassman, surnamed Lu, was not one whose name Lin Xiena paid attention to, but he was quite handsome, tall and slender, wearing glasses, and exuding a scholarly demeanor. His attire was also quite refined, indicative of considerable value. He spoke softly and courteously, a FA particularly appealing to parents. However, Lin Xiena found him exceedingly displeasing, always sensing a loathsome gaze directed at her from this individual. Chapter 071, Unexpected News on Shanghai, How I Long for You. I miss you so much. Lin Xiana murmured, leaning against the visiting window, pouting as if speaking to herself. There are still 889 days left, it's so disheartening. Silly girl, you've overlooked an additional 180 days, and Shanghai lamented internally. Shanghai, I've heard that even inmates can get married. Why don't you marry me now? I can't wait any longer. Lin Xiana suddenly lifted her head, half jokingly, half seriously. Are you out of your mind? Inmates can marry, but they can't consummate the marriage. What good is that? And Shanghai laughed it off, though his heart ached profoundly. I knew it. You just don't want me making excuses. Lin Xiana feigned anger. How could that be? You are my woman, you can't escape. Not in this lifetime. But let us wait until I'm out to marry. I want to give you a complete wedding. Besides, you still need to attend university. Getting married now would not be beneficial for you. What would your classmates think? I don't care what others think. Humph. Lin Xiana pouted, clearly dissatisfied. After much coaxing from Shanghai, she finally brightened up. Shanghai, you promised me. The moment you are out, you must marry me, and you must not go back on your word. All right, I will never go back on my word, otherwise I'll be struck by lightning. I'll hold you to that. Lin Xiana continued to pout, her chubby cheeks adorably endearing. The visiting time soon came to an end. And Lin Xiana walked away, turning back 3 times. And Shanghai smiled to bid her farewell, but as soon as her figure vanished from sight, his brow furrowed. Something seems off with her. Could it be that someone is trying to steal her away? And Shanghai knew Lin Xiana too well. Her current state indicated that something was amiss. If she had not mentioned it to him, it must pertain to a matter between men and women. Damn it. How dare someone attempt to undermine me? Don't let me find out who you are, otherwise I will break your legs. A surge of uncontainable fury erupted from the depths of Shanghai's heart. For Lin Xiana's future happiness, the notion of letting go had long been cast aside. Hi Gu, you've been acting a bit strange these past few days. It's too hot to sleep. Guo Xiangshui attempted to initiate a conversation. What is so strange about me? And Shanghai retorted irritably. You are indeed strange. Ever since that day your girl came to see you, you've been different. Ada. Don't you think so? Could it be that we were right? Is someone truly after your girl? Zhao Da remained silent, too preoccupied with the heat to engage. Uncle Shui, stop overthinking, that is not the case. And Shanghai waved his hand in annoyance and reclined back. It was not surprising that someone was pursuing Lin Xiana. She was beautiful and captivating. Otherwise, those ruffians from Zhou Tai's gang would not have dared to publicly tease her. Such incidents had occurred frequently in the past. And Shanghai had fought many battles over them. And Shanghai's concern extends beyond the immediate situation. He fears whether this is yet another scheme orchestrated by the elusive mastermind. Upon reflection, the likelihood of such a scenario appears quite substantial. Recalling the events from another realm, both he and Lin Xiana, as well as Pan Zhuangzhuang, seem to have been targeted, otherwise their fates would not be so tragically intertwined. Each time this notion crosses his mind, and Shanghai's restless heart refuses to find solace. What could have provoked such animosity? What profound grievance fuels this vendetta? Why must they resort to such measures? Even Lin Xiana and Pan Zhuangzhuang are not spared, merely for their attempts to assist him. The complexity of these matters deepens with each passing thought. Even if Zhou Tai's kin sought vengeance, it seems unreasonable that not even his friends would be spared. No, he must urge Pan Zhuangzhuang. And Shanghai resolved to call him the following day to prompt an acceleration of progress. However, today is only August 3rd. And the visitation rights for this month have already been utilized by Lin Xiana on August 1st. If he wishes to meet Pan Zhuangzhuang, he must wait until next month. Yet, with Lin Xiana returning to school next month, she will undoubtedly come again. This predicament is quite troublesome. It seems he will have to resort to letter writing. However, should Pan Zhuangzhuang uncover any pertinent information, he would need to include all those details in the letter, which would likely result in quite a lengthy correspondence. The next day, An Shaohai called Pan Zhuangzhuang, and on the fourth day, he received a letter from him. Indeed, it was a remarkably thick letter. So substantial that the envelope nearly burst, prompting the prison guard to express suspicion, requiring An Shaohai to open the letter and shake out the pages in his presence before allowing him to leave. An Shaohai spent a full half-hour reading the letter, and upon its conclusion, he exhaled deeply, though his brow furrowed tightly. Pan Zhuangzhuang had not gleaned any information regarding Zhou Tai's lineage, rather, he unexpectedly unearthed another revelation. I have another uncle. How do I have no recollection of this? Piecing together the hidden messages within the correspondence, An Shaohai found himself momentarily stunned. The source of this information was the elderly village head from Abojio village, who, during his youth, had served as the head of several nearby villages. In pursuit of Zhou Tai's origins, Pan Zhuangzhuang had frequently visited the old village head over the past 2 months. The old man was kind-hearted, his spouse had passed away, and his children worked in distant places, leaving him rather solitary. Pan Zhuangzhuang did not exert much effort. Under his deliberate guidance, the old village head shared all he knew, spilling the beans like bamboo shoots. Most of the information provided by the village head was trivial and of little significance, yet this particular revelation genuinely astounded An Shaohai. His father belonged to the late 1940s generation, a cohort often forgotten by history, known as the Old Three Classes. This term refers to the group of educated youth who responded to the call to go to the mountains and the countryside. During that time, Deep Sea City was merely a small fishing village, which naturally had production teams and thus received educated youth, and Shaohai's father was among those sent as an educated youth. However, An Shaohai's father did not come alone. He arrived accompanied by his younger brother, and both brothers simultaneously fell for Chen Xuefen, a young woman from the village. Neither was willing to concede, leading to a fierce altercation that stirred considerable gossip among the villagers. Ultimately, Chen Xuefen chose the elder brother, An Shaohai's father. It is said that upon learning this news, the younger brother was overwhelmed with despair and even contemplated ending his own life, but was fortunately intercepted by the old village chief, who arrived just in time. Following this incident, the brothers became irrevocably estranged, never speaking to one another again. The old village chief often reflected on this event, lamenting that had Chen Xuefen chosen the younger brother, perhaps the subsequent distressing events could have been averted. The elders who witnessed these occurrences shared a similar sentiment, believing that the younger brother, An Shaohai's uncle, possessed a far deeper affection than An Shaohai's father. Had Chen Xuefen favored the younger brother back then, the present outcome might have been remarkably different. Later, when the nation reinstated the college entrance examination, the younger brother perhaps channeled his sorrow into determination, successfully gaining admission to university in his first year, thereby leaving Abojio and never returning. In contrast, An Shaohai's father did not enter university until his third attempt. Thus, when An Shaohai's father abandoned his wife and child, the younger brother was no longer in the village. Otherwise, the outcome might have been altered. Uncle, it turns out I have another uncle. If that is the case, he must harbor deep resentment towards my father. Could it be that he also despises me out of hatred for my father? This is absurd. An Shaohai rolled his eyes inwardly, wondering if all this turmoil was merely an internal family conflict. Surely not. Chapter 072, The Old Departed. The new arrived. The term father holds an exceedingly nebulous connotation for An Shaohai, to the extent that within the confines of his nightmares, his father's visage manifests merely as a tall, indistinct shadow. An Shaohai vaguely recollects fragments of conversations his father had with him during his early childhood. Yet he cannot summon a single image of the man, despite his remarkable ability for recollection. A popular saying suggests that when children are born, they are imbued with a modicum of innate spiritual essence, enabling them to perceive things invisible to adults. However, as children mature day by day, this innate essence gradually diminishes, ultimately leading them to become mere corporeal beings, and much of their memories from this ephemeral period dissipate. Consequently, It is rare for anyone to retain memories of their early years, particularly those before the age of 5 or 6. To digress further, the sole memory Xiaohai has of his father is that he frequently took him to the seaside for recreation. Yet, more often than not, his father allowed Xiaohai to play alone while he sat on the sandy shore, gazing vacantly at the ocean. Occasionally, his father would utter a few words. Yet these were predominantly obscure and difficult to comprehend. For instance, he once remarked, "There are no roads upon the sea, for the sea itself is the path." Beyond these scattered recollections, Xiaohai is unable to recall any further details about his father. What remains in his memory are the poignant moments when Chen Shuifen would retrieve his father's photograph from the depths of the wardrobe late at night, secretly shedding tears. Xiaohai harbors deep-seated resentment towards his father. In another realm, during the darkest and most despairing moments of his life, he longed for his father's presence to shield him from the storms of life. Yet, there was no one, never once. Until the day Xiaohai met his untimely demise. His father never made an appearance. To claim that Xiaohai's father did nothing at all would be an injustice. He had, after Xiaohai's release from prison, entrusted a sum of 30,000 yuan to a messenger. However, by that time, Chen Shuifen was on the brink of death, and in his hopelessness, Xiaohai did not even allow the man to enter. Throughout his life, the warmth he felt from his paternal lineage came solely from his grandparents. His father had a brother, an uncle he had never heard mentioned by his grandparents. The more Xiaohai pondered, the more unsettling the situation appeared. Logically, this should not have occurred. He was quite close to his grandparents, who were rational individuals. When Xiaohai's father abandoned his wife and child, his grandparents promptly traveled from the provincial capital, sacrificing everything to settle in a nearby town, wholly devoted to caring for Xiaohai and his mother. Xiaohai understands that the elderly couple's care for him was, in truth, an act of penance for their son. Yet, throughout his upbringing, he had never once heard them mention the existence of an uncle. This was, indeed, quite abnormal. His uncle must be exceptionally talented, otherwise he would not have gained admission to university in the very first year following the reinstatement of the college entrance examination. However, with such an outstanding son, why do the elderly couple remain so reticent, never uttering a word about him? Chen Shuifen, too, has never hinted at anything. Xiaohai suddenly realized that a myriad of mysteries lurked around him had it not been for his rebirth. These enigmas might have continued to drift in the shadows until they faded into oblivion. With a long exhale, Xiaohai felt his thoughts begin to expand. Every circumstance must have its cause. The injustices and torment he has endured surely stem from something, and only by uncovering this root cause can he address the issue effectively. To ascertain the true reason, one must not focus solely on a singular point, rather, one's gaze must be broadened to enhance the likelihood of discovering the truth. It is imperative to shift focus away from Zhou Tai and examine himself and those around him with equal scrutiny. Xiaohai bit his lip, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Perhaps this peril originates from his father's side. Could it be that they have offended someone, resulting in retribution directed towards him? These matters, evidently, are beyond Pan Zhuangzhuang's assistance. It is best if Xiaohai confronts them himself. He believed that if he personally inquired with his grandparents about his father and uncle, the elderly couple would surely confide in him. Yet, being confined within the prison walls, he found himself unable to ask. Should he wait until visitation to pose his questions? That is not entirely out of the question, but it would be rather rushed, and the restrictive environment might prevent the elders from discussing such matters candidly. Even if they did, the details would likely be scarce. Regardless, this inquiry is essential. Xiaohai quickly resolved to pursue it. This issue is of such paramount importance that it could influence his entire judgment and the trajectory of the events at hand. Clarity is imperative. As for his grandmother, her frail health makes her an unsuitable candidate for questioning, but his grandfather is still relatively robust, thus, he would seek him out alone. After a prolonged wait for the opportunity to make a phone call, Xiaohai promptly contacted Pan Zhuangzhuang to express his desire for a private meeting with his grandfather, trusting him to manage the details effectively. What remained was a lengthy period of anticipation. For the first time, Van Xiaohai felt an intense yearning to escape. The restrictions imposed upon him in prison were exceedingly burdensome. Oh, heavens, please do not toy with my fate any longer. No, I must not complain. The heavens have been kind to me, granting me a second chance, for which I am truly grateful. In the middle of the month, 2 individuals departed from cell 27, one was released after serving his sentence, while the other faced execution. This event cast a heavy silence over the cell for 5 or 6 days. Within this stifling atmosphere, Van Xiaohai gained deeper insights into the mindsets of the inmates. Observing those around me, it becomes evident just how fiercely the fears and madness within many of them are ignited at this moment. In this light, the aberrant and violent behaviors they exhibit daily become less perplexing. They, too, are surrendering to despair, albeit in a manner distinct from that of Van Xiaohai. As is often the case, with arrivals come departures. Soon, 2 new inmates arrived at cell 27. It is said that both are newcomers, having only been sentenced in April. Convicted in the capital, and now being escorted back to serve their time in their hometown. They are considered significant figures. This information was disseminated by Su Yun. In the prison, inmates often revel in the half-veiled sharing of such tidings to assert their own notoriety, thereby earning the respect of their peers. Significant figures. What kind of significant figures? For heaven's sake, isn't everyone here a notable person? Zhao Da scoffed inwardly, pondering who among true influential figures would ever find themselves confined here. However, when the 2 new inmates appeared under the watchful escort of the guards, Zhao Da decisively chose silence. The fleeting, subtly menacing glimmers in their eyes sent a jolt through Van Xiaohai's heart as well. Indeed, these 2 could be deemed significant figures, just a year prior. They had been involved in a shocking train heist that astonished both domestic and international audiences. Who would have imagined it would be them? Chapter 073, an unending stream of troubles. The introduction of new members into a group signifies the disruption of certain balances, in the context of a relatively insular prison cell. It heralds new conflicts and troubles. Van Xiaohai is unafraid of trouble, yet he harbors a disdain for its presence. The arrival of 2 new members is most likely to bring complications his way. The rationale is quite straightforward. These 2 individuals are clearly not the type to remain subdued. They are destined to engage in the power struggles within cell 27. As for Gue Lu, they are unlikely to provoke him. No one dares to provoke this gang of drug dealers lightly. Everyone understands that once they embark on this perilous path, it is akin to placing one's head in a noose. They are all desperate individuals. On the side of Guo Xiangshui, they probably won't dare to start trouble either. Su Yun's faction is numerous, making confrontation cumbersome. Thus, the only option left is to target Van Xiaohai. Soft targets are always preferred. The 2 newcomers are named Li Yong and Ma Xiaowei. Ma Xiaowei refers to Li Yong as Yonggu, while Li Yong calls Ma Xiaowei Motzi. It appears that Li Yong is the leader of the duo, both of whom have been sentenced to life imprisonment. After the prison guard introduced them, he locked the door and departed. Li Yong and Ma Xiaowei surveyed the room, observing that the inhabitants of cell 27 were distinctly divided into 4 factions. With a few cowering in the corners, clearly the less favored ones. Unsurprisingly, their gaze lingered the longest on Van Xiaohai and his companions. Brothers, as my companion and I find ourselves in dire straits, we would like to pay our respects and hope you will go easy on us. Li Yong clasped his fists in greeting and exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Xiaowei. The 2 then took their blankets and moved to the center of the cell, sitting down and covering their heads and faces. Come on. We are ready, they seemed to beckon, inviting others to beat them. This is a customary practice in northern prisons. Newcomers must endure a beating to be accepted as part of the group. The covering of their heads with blankets merely signifies that they will not hold a grudge. Since this is indeed a tradition, it must be adhered to. After exchanging glances, several leaders from cell 27 sent individuals to deliver a flurry of punches and kicks to the newcomers. Of course, in such circumstances, no one would genuinely strike with lethal intent, it was merely a formality. Thank you, brothers, for your warm welcome, my companion, and I shall remember this. Once the ritual was completed, Li Yong and Ma Xiaowei returned to their beds, commencing the organization of their belongings, with no further interaction with others. And Xiaohai did not focus too much on this too, his mind was preoccupied with inquiries he wished to pose upon meeting his grandfather. Time swiftly passed. And after a week, Li Yong and Ma Xiaowei appeared calm, seemingly integrating into Su Yan's group. And Xiaohai quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He preferred to remain unconcerned about these newcomers, they could do as they pleased, as long as they did not provoke him. Pan Zhuangzhuang sent another letter, stating that An Xiaohai's grandfather would visit him at the beginning of next month, and Lin Xiana would also be present. An Xiaohai initially wished to exclude Lin Xiana from the visit, but she was adamant about attending. Come what may, we are destined to be family, thought An Xiaohai, who did not dwell on the matter. That day, as he emerged from the restroom, he unexpectedly collided with Yong Bo. Yong appeared to be faring quite well, looking considerably more robust than before. And Xiaohai, you ought to be cautious these days, Li Yong and Ma Xiaowei may be plotting against you. Yesterday, I overheard them discussing this with Brother Yun, and they intended to enlist his help, though he declined, Yang warned. And Xiaohai was momentarily taken aback. He had believed that he and Yang would never cross paths again, yet here was Yang offering a warning. This was the same individual who had been avoiding him. It was unclear what had prompted his change of heart. Thank you, An Xiaohai replied. You needn't mention it. We have shared a bond, albeit briefly. And this is where my assistance ends, Yang said, before turning away and heading back to the workshop. An Xiaohai understood that Yang was distancing himself, not wishing to be seen in association with him. With that in mind, An Xiaohai waited a moment longer before returning to his workstation. This is so frustrating. I cannot endure any further punishment. Though he had anticipated such a turn of events, he could not quell his irritation. With less than 10 days remaining until he met his grandfather, his thoughts were consumed by this impending reunion. While Li Yong and Ma Xiaowei chose this very moment to start trouble. If you insist on this path, do not blame me. An Xiaohai gritted his teeth. Dealing with Li Yong and Ma Xiaowei would be trivial, but he feared that if he managed to handle them, two more would inevitably arise. This could easily spiral into an unending cycle of chaos. What brings you here in such haste? Wang Taijun arrived swiftly. Less than an hour after An Xiaohai had finished a call with Pan Zhuangzhuang. I have urgent matters to report, Wang replied, drawing a breath and sitting up straight. The leads provided by An Xiaohai had always been remarkably accurate, without a single misstep thus far. Two new individuals have arrived in our dormitory, one named Li Yong and the other Ma Xiaowei, he continued. I am familiar with them. They are the principal perpetrators of a train robbery, both sentenced to life imprisonment. Have they been assigned to your section? Indeed. And they wasted no time in seeking to create trouble for me. Is that all? Certainly not. An Xiaohai shook his head. I inadvertently overheard them mention a third accomplice. Someone named Jia Ming, who appears to have fled to Guizhou province in Haishi to hide. Are you certain they referred to Jia Ming? Wang's demeanor grew increasingly serious. The train robbery had left a profound negative impact, with several main offenders still at large. Jia Ming was among them. Indeed, it is he, An Xiaohai nodded. It is said that this individual has a penchant for gambling and is addicted to video games. I believe that by keeping a vigilant eye on these two realms, we should be able to uncover his traces. In a different timeline, Jia Ming was apprehended in an arcade, albeit by then it was already 2011. And he had crossed into his 50s. Understood, thank you. This matter has garnered significant attention from us at all levels, should the information you provide prove beneficial. A substantial commendation will be awarded to you. There is no need for that, I have a request for Captain Wang. Please, do share. Wang Taijun had anticipated this. An Xiaohai was clearly not summoned merely for this affair. I would like to ask Captain Wang to publicly announce that this lead was disclosed by Li Yong and Ma Xiaowei. And it would be ideal if they could be commended in grand fashion. Why? Provide me with a reason. Because these two individuals wish to cause me trouble. And I would prefer to avoid complications, hence this course of action. I see. Wang Taijun closed his notebook. And his gaze towards An Shaohai took on a more perilous tone. Are you attempting to manipulate me? Chapter 074, The Uncommon Wang Taijun. If Captain Wang insists on thinking this way, then I suppose I am indeed taking advantage of you. I have no desire to break the law or incur additional penalties, and with no one to turn to. I find myself left with no choice but to proceed in this manner. Once again, I am compelled by circumstance. Fortunately, it appears I still possess some value. But what if I refuse your request? Then I shall simply have to seek alternative solutions. A criminal approach? In my view, there are no methods that can be strictly categorized as lawful or unlawful. The only consideration is whether one can safeguard oneself. Such eloquence. Wang Taijun intertwined his fingers, his thumbs incessantly twirling around one another. Let me pose a hypothetical. If you had previously determined that I would not assist you, would you still provide me with the lead on Jiaming? Absolutely not. An Shaohai replied with unwavering clarity. You are remarkably forthright. Wang Taijun had evidently anticipated An Shaohai's response. Pray, share your reasoning. I find it quite intriguing. My logic is straightforward. If I cannot secure my own safety, I should not concern myself with the plight of others. Instead, I ought to be seated at Sanjianku, revered by thousands. Ha ha ha. Wang Taijun laughed heartily, nearly doubling over. Indeed, there is a grand Buddha at Sanjianku, admired by many. Well said. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Wang Taijun nodded, his expression abruptly shifting to one of seriousness. I agree to assist you because, on one hand, you have not committed any heinous acts and have consistently sought to contribute positively. You are, in a sense, half a comrade of mine. As such, I must exert every effort through legitimate means to protect you. At this juncture, Wang Taijun paused. And on the other hand? The other reason is that you have not deceived me. You spoke the truth just moments ago. I see. I hope you continue in this manner. Understand that establishing trust between individuals is exceedingly challenging, yet it can be shattered by a single word or even a few careless syllables. Do you comprehend? I do. Good. Are there any other matters to discuss? None. Very well, I must hasten to make arrangements. The situation is urgent. I hope to apprehend this Jiaming, both to rid the populace of a menace and to safeguard your life. Wang Taijun paused again, fixing his gaze upon An Shaohai for nearly a minute before continuing. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, you may seek assistance from a nearby prison guard. Who? An Shaohai raised an eyebrow. Initially, he presumed that Wang Taijun's informants were inmates, only to be surprised that one was a prison guard. However, this does not preclude the possibility that Wang Taijun has other informants among the prisoners. Sharing his connections within the prison with An Shaohai reflects a profound level of trust. It is akin to exposing an entire network right under An Shaohai's nose. Wu Yuehong. Is it him? An Shaohai exclaimed, taken aback. Wu Yuehong is the older prison guard who often lingered by Mo Qinglian's side, a man of extraordinary humility, frequently overlooked by those around him. After much contemplation, it became apparent that this very individual, Wu Yuehong, is indeed a confidant of Wang Taijun, or rather, someone Wang Taijun deems trustworthy. In any case, their relationship runs deep. You appear quite taken aback. It is indeed surprising. I had imagined him to be akin to someone like Lu Kong Lutsong, the young lad. Precisely. It seems Captain Wang possesses substantial insight into the first prison. Haha, I appreciate the compliment. However, let me offer you a word of caution. My young friend, one should not assess a person solely by their outward appearance. We must not act based on our instincts, nor allow our intuitions to cloud our judgment. If you are convinced that someone is lurking in the shadows to harm you, you must exercise even greater caution. Remember, the overt adversary is not the true threat. It is the hidden foe that is truly formidable. Those who invoke your vigilance often pose no real danger. We tend to reveal our vulnerabilities in front of those we believe to be trustworthy. Wang Tiejuan's words rendered An Shaohai speechless. He could hardly fathom that Wang Taijun would utter such sentiments at this moment. Of course, do not misinterpret my intention. I do not imply that Liu Tsong is untrustworthy, nor that his demeanor is merely a fad. Wang Taijun took a deep breath and continued, I am merely reminding you to remain vigilant, exceedingly vigilant. In our line of work, one cannot afford to trust anyone lightly, nor pass judgment based solely on superficial appearances. So how does one discern? Through details, actions, outcomes, all of which culminate in what we refer to as evidence, solid, tangible proof. Without evidence, one should refrain from drawing hasty conclusions. More importantly, the unfolding of events is dynamic, and our perceptions of individuals must also be fluid. A person who poses no threat today may very well become an adversary tomorrow. Today's enemy might transform into a friend tomorrow. Anything is possible. You are an astute individual and should grasp the essence of what I am conveying. Wang Tiejuan's discourse left An Shaohai in silence, and after a considerable pause, he finally met Wang Tiejuan's gaze and inquired, Captain Wang, why do you share these thoughts with me today? Because you rejected my proposal. And I find myself unable to convince myself to abandon the hope of leveraging your efforts to dismantle the Hayatsi group. Wang Taijun pointed at An Shaohai, given that you have resolutely chosen this path, you will inevitably confront these ruthless individuals. I must provide you with a precautionary warning. Time is of the essence, Jiaming must be apprehended. I have numerous matters to attend to. Do you have any further questions? None for the moment, An Shaohai replied, shaking his head. Very well, then I shall take my leave. We shall adhere to our usual arrangement. The usual arrangement referred to by Wang Taijun entails a brief interval before allowing the prison guards to escort An Shaohai away, granting him a rare moment of solitude. Indeed. Wu Yuehong, regarding old Wu's matters, please refrain from discussing it with anyone, including your family. Understood? An Shaohai nodded, watching Wang Taijun depart through the door. A long sigh escaped his lips. Today, Wang Taijun was markedly different from any previous encounters. An Shaohai suddenly realized that he might have underestimated this Captain Wang without even realizing it. The past impression of Wang Taijun was one of integrity and kindness. Yet with a softness and perhaps a touch of sentimentality, however, today's Wang Taijun bore an air of sharpness, vacuuming, and a profound understanding of human nature. Upon reflection, this transformation was not particularly difficult to comprehend. Individuals inherently seek someone to confide in. Many opt for their closest kin and intimate friends. Yet a greater number prefer to share their thoughts with strangers, for the consequences of confiding in a stranger are far less burdensome. Once their secrets are shared, they can part ways, never to meet again, an arrangement that feels remarkably secure. The previous Wang Taijun belonged to this category, given his position. Finding a confidant was exponentially more challenging than for the average person. Thus, when he encountered An Shaohai, he unwittingly revealed fragments of his innermost thoughts. This very reason contributed to An Shaohai's prior perception of him. Had An Shaohai been a colleague or rival, his entire impression would likely have shifted dramatically. Furthermore, it seemed that Wang Taijun had been quietly orchestrating numerous arrangements behind the scenes, all of which An Shaohai had failed to notice. Including the instances where Wang requested An Shaohai to spend time alone after their meetings. What was the purpose behind this? Was it merely to allow An Shaohai a moment of respite? Where had Wang Taijun ventured during this time? Did he return home directly? Or was he engaged in other affairs at the first prison? An Shaohai remained oblivious to these matters, having never contemplated them deeply. Now, An Shaohai understood that Wang Taijun's action served two purposes: to provide him with a rare opportunity for solitude and, more importantly, to help him regain composure, ensuring he maintained a facade in the presence of others. Wang Taijun acted without drawing attention to it. Captain Wang, I am truly grateful for your thoughtful consideration. An Shaohai mused with a bitter smile. Wang Tiejuan's sudden shift in demeanor today likely stemmed from his newfound resolve to investigate the Haijutsu himself, necessitating a reminder to An Shaohai to exercise greater caution moving forward. Wang Tiejuan's words carried a weighty significance. An Shaohai sensed that Wang Taijun must have incurred losses in this regard, otherwise such profound understanding would not have been possible. He wished to prevent An Shaohai from repeating the errors he himself had made. To safeguard oneself, one must refrain from hastily forming conclusions about others. An Shaohai's mind began to race once more. Given Wang Taijun's efficiency, if Jia Ming were indeed in Guilin, he would certainly not evade capture. Yet, this inevitably required some time. If Li Yong and his associates were poised to take action against him in the coming days, he would find it impossible to escape this predicament. It seems that I must once again make use of you, my Captain Wang. An Shaohai took a deep breath, stood up, and charged towards a less sharp corner of the table, striking it fiercely with his chest. Chapter 075, Evading shamefully yet effectively. You still insist he is feigning. Look closely now, is he truly pretending? Lu Shueme exclaimed, her expression unusually frigid. I am uncertain. Criminals often behave this way. I thought he appeared unscathed, which led me to believe he was faking, but I never anticipated. The prison guard escorting An Shaohai to the infirmary began to panic. He had never witnessed the usually cheerful Lu Shueme display such a grave demeanor. After Wang Taijun departed, the guard, adhering to orders, brought An Shaohai back to the cell. However, upon entering, he found An Shaohai sprawled on the floor, groaning. The guard, dismissing the situation, hastily pulled An Shaohai up, intending to escort him back. Such scenarios were common for the guards. Many inmates would claim various aches after being interrogated, insinuating they had been subjected to torture. Yet often no evidence of injury could be found. Having just interrogated An Shaohai, the guard instinctively assumed he was merely pretending, until he noticed the cold sweat covering An Shaohai's face, prompting him, albeit reluctantly, to take him to the infirmary. When Lu Shueme examined An Shaohai, she observed the soft, pale skin on his chest, and the guard had previously made sarcastic remarks. However, to their astonishment, after merely a brief application of medicinal alcohol, significant bruising began to manifest on An Shaohai's chest. Who did this? Was it you? Lu Shueme's voice remained icy. No, it wasn't me. How could it be? I was only responsible for escorting the inmate, but I don't even know who he is. The guard swiftly denied. Then who is responsible? The inmate is in this condition. There must be an explanation. Lu Shueme pressed on relentlessly. The inmate was just interrogated. It could be. No, it cannot be. He must have done it to himself. He is too cunning. Done it to himself? Show me how you would do that. Lu Shueme was on the verge of exploding. Don't think I'm unaware. Wang Taijun has been here, and it's likely he is the one responsible. Humph. Coming to our first prison to interrogate inmates so arrogantly, I believe his captain has no desire to continue this way. Lu Shueme's voice rose several octaves, causing the guard to shrink back nervously. Everyone was well aware of Lu Shueme's connections. Should she pursue this matter, Wang Taijun could indeed find himself in serious trouble. Wang Taijun has gone too far. This is not the first instance of his misconduct. He had previously engaged in similar behavior, believing no one could hold him accountable. Good grief. An Shaohai, overhearing, was taken aback. It was the first he had heard of Wang Taijun having assaulted other inmates. This revelation illuminated Wang Taijun's true nature. Far from the upright facade he presented, it seemed he resorted to violence partly to extract information and partly to deflect attention from his own misdeeds. What a predicament! An Shaohai had not anticipated that he would inadvertently stumble upon the truth. What are you still doing here? Hurry back. The patient has sustained an injury to the chest. This matter is serious. He must remain here for observation today. The report. I shall prepare the report. You tend to your own affairs. All right, Sister Lu. Please do not be upset. I will place handcuffs on the prisoner and vanish immediately. Handcuffs. Given the patient's condition, are they truly necessary? If I place handcuffs, how can I proceed with the treatment? Hurry and leave. If anything arises, I shall take responsibility. If you have any doubts about my competence, you may observe from the side. Rest assured, how could I not be concerned? I shall depart at once. The prison guard nodded repeatedly, practically fleeing the scene. Often, the execution of work allows for considerable flexibility. It fundamentally depends on who assumes responsibility. Since Liu Xueme has stated she will take charge, what more is there to discuss? Child, just days ago you mentioned feeling much better, no longer suffering injuries as frequently. Yet, in such a short span, how have you come to this state? Liu Xueme's lingering irritation was evident as she reproached him. If it was indeed Wang Chejuan's doing, you should report it to the higher-ups. I shall testify on your behalf. Others may fear him, but I, Liu Xueme, hold no such trepidation. Sister Liu, to be honest, this was entirely my own fault. And Xiaohai chuckled bitterly, surprised by Liu Xueme's intense reaction. Was it truly an accident? Let me see. Liu Xueme furrowed her brow, leaning in to examine the injury closely for a considerable time before finally raising her head, still frowning. It certainly does not appear to be the result of a beating. Is it truly an accident? Indeed, it was an accident. Sister Liu, please do not concern yourself too much, it is not very serious. I truly appreciate your help. Ah. Liu Xueme sighed, choosing not to say more. Is there truly any difference between a beating and an accident? Ultimately, it depends on who instigated the situation. It seems An Xiaohai has no intention of pursuing the matter further, thus, she too would refrain from meddling. Especially since An Xiaohai is a prisoner and Wang Taijun can be considered his colleague. How did you come to provoke someone like Wang Taijun? He is notoriously difficult to deal with, showing no regard for anyone. Many leaders find him a source of great frustration. Yet they are equally powerless against him due to his numerous commendable contributions. I did not provoke him. He approached me merely to inquire about a few of my fellow inmates. How would I know their circumstances? Sister Liu, please do not worry. That is good to hear. Alas, seeing you injured so gravely weighs heavily on my heart. I am all right, it is merely a bruise far less severe than my previous injuries. Here with you. Sister Liu, I eat well and sleep well, so perhaps there is a silver lining to my misfortune. You speak lightly of it. Yet an injury to the chest can be quite serious. You must exercise caution in the future, do you understand? I understand, and I will be careful. Thank you. Sister Liu. Now then, speaking of food, are you hungry? I suppose I am a bit hungry. An Xiaohai rubbed his stomach as he spoke. In truth, An Xiaohai was not particularly hungry, but he had no intention of refusing Liu Xueme's kindness. Too many refusals might